I aced the college entrance exam on purpose, just to get as far away as possible from my so-called childhood sweetheart, Serena Wells. The moment I walked out of the exam room, her little entourage of friends cornered me with smirking faces. Our queen bee Serena said she didn't do so well on the test, so you'd better turn in a blank answer sheet this afternoon. Otherwise, don't even think about tagging along with her anymore. Looking at the contempt written all over Serena's face, I smiled and nodded like the obedient fool they expected. The second I turned away, I called our family butler, ordering him to immediately cut off all financial support to her family and cancel the black card I'd given her. The result? The school's golden girl nearly got hauled to the police station for dining and dashing. She called me 99 times, desperate and furious. I smiled coldly and rejected every single one. She still thought I was the same pathetic dog licking her heels. In my past life, I was the heir to the wealthiest family in the country, yet I'd crawled on my knees chasing after my chauffeur's daughter like a lovesick fool. It ended with my entire world crumbling to ashes. When I opened my eyes again, I had been reborn back to junior year of high school. The heartless Serena Wells stood before me, chin lifted with arrogance, opening her mouth to say, "Nathan, Brandon has a stomachache. Go buy him some antacids and grab his lunch from the cafeteria." Brandon Hayes was slumped over his desk, surrounded by a swarm of admirers like planets orbiting their sun. Serena was Brandon's girlfriend. In everyone's eyes, they were the perfect couple destined for each other. And me? I was just the pathetic mutt trailing after Serena. Every day in class, I'd doze off, then spend every break fetching food and drinks for her. Realizing I had actually been reborn, seeing Serena's entitled expression again, I could only laugh at the absurdity of it all. What did she even have that was worth? Noticing me standing there frozen, Serena snapped impatiently. "What are you waiting for? Go!" She walked over to Brandon's side. Brandon shifted uncomfortably and said, "Making Nathan do this doesn't feel right. I'll just go myself." Serena held him back. "Why would you worry about that? Nathan loves doing these things. If I didn't let him, he'd actually be upset. Right, Nathan?" I curled my lip, said nothing, and walked straight to the cafeteria. This time, I lined up and bought 2 meals. A classmate nearby spotted me and sneered, "Fetching lunch for the queen bee again? Too bad she's into Brandon Hayes. Not some nobody like you." I didn't understand, so I asked, "What kind of nobody am I?" He looked at me with disdain. "Aren't you the servant's kid? You get to ride to school with the heiress every day, and now you're delusional enough to think you could actually marry her? Wake up. Someone as stupid and useless as you will only ever be a servant for her family." I laughed, a bitter, angry laugh. "Serena told you all I'm the servant's kid?" Back then, because I was crazy about her, I specifically arranged for her to ride in my car every day. But now, in everyone's eyes, Serena had become the heiress, and I had become the servant's son. Seeing my reaction, he rolled his eyes at me. "What else would you be? Now hurry up and bring lunch to your mistress." The bell rang, signaling the end of the period. Serena walked out of the cafeteria, but I was nowhere to be found. I didn't go back to class. I sat down by the flower bed and ate both meals myself. I couldn't even remember when I'd last had a proper meal. Without money, I couldn't afford anything decent. Every time, I'd wait until the market was about to close, picking up vegetables people had thrown away. Meat? Not even in my dreams. By the time I got back to class, the bell had already rung. Serena demanded angrily, "Where have you been? Where's the medicine?" I looked at her coldly. "What medicine?" "I told you to buy antacids for Brandon. I said he had a stomachache. Are you deaf? You can't even handle something this simple." I glanced at Brandon, whose face was pale. "What's my relationship with Brandon? That I should be buying him medicine?" Brandon's family was ordinary, but ever since he started dating Serena, she'd treated him like royalty. Every time I had something nice, Serena would take it and give it to Brandon. Even the watch on Brandon's wrist right now was mine. These two swiped my card, spent my money, enjoyed everything I had, yet ordered me around like a servant. Serena seethed. Fine. Nathan, if this is how you want to be, don't blame me for ignoring you from now on. And don't you dare come begging for my forgiveness later." I stared straight at Serena, finding her words utterly laughable. What did I need her forgiveness for? What had I even done wrong? Seeing me actually talk back to Serena, everyone turned to look. What's going on? Has Nathan the lapdog finally lost his mind? Serena froze for a moment. She remembered how I used to come crawling and begging, then warned me with her usual confidence. "If you've got the guts, don't ride home with me this afternoon." I nodded. Fine by me, as if I hadn't heard clearly what Serena had just said. My desk mate Ashley saw the scene unfold and immediately stepped in to judge. "Hey, Nathan, What's wrong with you? She just asked you to buy some medicine, and you couldn't even do that. Can't you see Brandon's not feeling well? I shot her a cold look. If you care so much, why don't you go buy it yourself? Ashley argued back. This is your job. Why should I have to do it? I laughed coldly. Brandon and I aren't related in any way. Why should I buy him anything? Ashley pointed at me. You're the servant of Queen Serena's household. Buying medicine for the Queen's boyfriend is just common sense, isn't it? This reminded me. I turned to Serena and asked, Serena, have you been going around telling everyone that I'm your family servant? Feeling my gaze lock onto her, Serena's confidence flickered for just a moment. People had just assumed things. After seeing her get picked up in a luxury car every day, she simply never corrected them. She couldn't exactly tell everyone that her father was just a chauffeur. And now I was making a scene. Serena stepped forward. Fine, don't buy the medicine. I'll go get it myself. Serena assumed I was just jealous because I liked her. So refusing to buy medicine for Brandon made perfect sense. She asked again, did you at least buy the food? No medicine, fine. But you got the food, right? Besides, she'd heard from another student that they'd just seen me buy 2 meals. I answered calmly, already ate, both servings. The student in front of me laughed. Are you a pig? You actually finished both? They were all used to putting me down alongside Serena. Before, I thought. They were Serena's friends, so I gave them face. Now I realized I'd been way too indulgent. I spoke evenly. I spent my own money. Forget 2 meals. Even if I ate 20, it's none of your business. The classmates around me heard this, and their faces darkened. Your own money? Isn't your money from the Queen's family? I couldn't be bothered to explain, but Serena beside me was already furious, especially since I didn't buy her food, leaving her without lunch. Nathan, you brought this on yourself. I hope you can keep this attitude up for a few more days. With that, she stood up, grabbed her things, and said to Ashley, who sat next to Brandon, I'm switching seats with you. Go sit with him. Every time she was unhappy, she'd punish me like this, because getting to sit next to her was something I'd begged for before, but I couldn't care less now. This time, Serena was truly angry, thinking that when I came to apologize, she'd teach me a real lesson. When school let out that afternoon, the Maybach came to pick me up at the school gates. I walked out and headed straight for the car. By now, the whole school knew I'd offended Serena, and they were all waiting to see me humiliated, watching me shamelessly get in the car. They couldn't help but point and whisper, didn't he refuse to even buy lunch for the Queen? How does he have the nerve to ride in her car? The servant's son, acting like he owns the place? The Queen isn't even here yet, and he's already getting in. Hearing all their mocking, I couldn't be bothered to acknowledge them. I turned to the driver. Let's go. The driver looked at me. But Miss Serena isn't here yet. Let's wait a bit longer. Seeing that the driver wasn't following my orders, and was even speaking up for Serena, I couldn't help but find it amusing. Mr. Wells, my father only has one son, me. So when exactly did our family get a missus? Mr. Wells looked concerned. Did you have a fight with Serena? Don't worry, young master. I'll discipline her when we get home. Just drive. I don't want to share the road with her, and I don't want to see her anymore, ever. Mr. Wells hesitated at this. He knew all too well how much I feared his daughter. Every time Serena said something, I never dared talk back. Even if he ignored my orders, nothing would happen. At worst, Serena would scold me a bit, thinking about how I'd inherit the family fortune someday, and all that money would eventually be his daughter's. The driver had long stopped seeing himself as just a driver, and had been acting high and mighty around me for a while now. I frowned. Are you going to drive or not? The truth was, my father had wanted to fire him long ago. After hearing he'd been secretly gambling, Dad didn't feel safe having someone like that in the house. But back then, my brain was broken, and I kept defending him. That's the only reason Serena got to stay in the Crane household. Who would have thought? Now even the dog doesn't obey its master. Seeing Serena appear at the school gates, Mr. Wells hurried out of the car. Serena was supporting Brandon, and the two of them walked toward the car together. Mr. Wells opened the door for them. Serena was about to help Brandon into the car, because I was obsessed with Serena. Wanting her to ride home with me, Brandon had always carpooled with us. The driver had to drop Brandon off first, then take us home. Not only that, he had to wake up early every morning to pick up Brandon first. Before Brandon could get in, I spoke up. Didn't you say you weren't riding with me this afternoon? So why are you trying to get in my car? The students watching this unfold couldn't help but curse. What does Nathan think he's doing? This is obviously the Queen's car. Who does he think he is? Everyone chimed in, one comment after another, and Serena's expression stiffened. She didn't understand what had gotten into me today. Do you really have to do this? I haven't even gotten mad at you about lunch. Nathan, do you really want to make this a big deal? I laughed coldly. I don't need your forgiveness. Take yourself home. Don't share the road with me. I'm begging you. Serena's face shifted between white and green. She knew perfectly well that in everyone's eyes she was the rich heiress. If she didn't get in the car with me now, wouldn't her real identity be exposed? She reached out and yanked me out of the car. Then let Brandon get in. I'll admit, she pushed me over the edge. Serena, don't you think you've gone too far? I honestly didn't know how I'd put up with this before, or how I'd ever thought she was a good person. Serena ignored me completely, clearly not intending to reason with me. She turned and told Mr. Wells to drive. He immediately pulled away, and I was left standing there, abandoned. The watching crowd couldn't help but laugh. Good for her. That's exactly how he should be treated. I pulled out my phone. It was Serena's old hand-me-down. To please her, I'd given her my iPhone. At the time, I thought it would protect her pride. Now, looking at this beat-up old phone, I found it laughable. I called my father. Before long, the Maybach that had just left came right back. It stopped in front of the school gates. Mr. Wells stepped out of the car, looking at me with a miserable expression. From his face, it was obvious he'd just been chewed out. Ask those two to get out of the car. I don't want to ride with them. Mr. Wells glanced at the two people still inside. Serena had no choice but to take Brandon's arm and help him out. Brandon hadn't expected any of this, and he looked at me, his face pale. Nathan, if you have a problem with me, fine, but you don't have to take it out on Serena like this. She's always been good to you. Serena held up a hand to stop Brandon. Don't bother talking to him. Once they were both out, I finally got in the car. Mr. Wells hadn't expected me to be so ruthless, and couldn't help but speak up, young master. Arguments happen all the time. Don't be too angry. I'll make Serena apologize to you later. It's just that now, like this, she'll have to take the bus. Who knows what time she'll get home? I said mockingly. Anyone can take the bus. Why can't she? Mr. Wells, have you forgotten who signs your paycheck? If you have a problem with me, then quit. How dare you tell me what to do? Hearing my words, Mr. Wells was so frightened he immediately shut up. When we got home, Mrs. Porter saw me. Young master, why did you come back alone? Why didn't Miss Serena come with you? I announced to all the household staff. From now on, there is no Miss Serena in this house. Hearing me say this, Mrs. Porter was stunned. The young master of this house had finally come to his senses. Because I'd always treated Serena so well, both she and her father had started forgetting their place. Mrs. Porter had wanted to say something many times, but never dared, because it would upset me. I'm going upstairs first, Mrs. Porter reported. Miss Thornton is here. Tell her to leave. Actually, Celeste came to the house often, but since she was the one my father had arranged for me, and I was in love with Serena, it annoyed me. Celeste coming around was such a nuisance. Every time she visited, I refused to see her, and had the staff send her away directly. Because of that, Celeste and I had barely seen each other at all. Thinking about my final moments before I died, it was she who rushed me to the hospital, and she still remembered that she was my fiancée. I stopped Mrs. Porter. Where is she? In the backyard, playing with Snow. I walked down to the backyard and saw Celeste feeding Snow. I'd wanted to raise this dog myself, but Serena said she didn't like dogs, so I stopped going near him. I never expected that Celeste would get along so well with Snow. She wore just a simple pink school uniform, yet her entire presence radiated cool elegance. My eyes grew red. Celeste looked up at me, noticing I'd been standing at the door without her knowing when I'd arrived. She started to walk toward me, but then remembered how much I hated her and stopped, Mr. Crane. I suppressed my emotions. Did you need something from me? Celeste said, I just came to see how you're doing. When I didn't respond, Celeste continued, I know you don't want to see me. I'll leave now. She hadn't actually expected to see me today. She'd only wanted to visit Snow, but she never imagined I'd agree to see her. For her, that was already enough. Seeing her about to leave, I spoke up. Want to stay for dinner? Hearing this, Celeste froze, looking at me in surprise. Is that okay? Of course it is. At this point, Serena still wasn't back. She had to take Brandon home first. If this were before, I would definitely have waited for her before eating. Seeing me eat dinner so early today, Mrs. Porter was a bit surprised. Aren't you waiting for Miss Serena? Why would I wait for her? Because everyone in the household was used to me being Serena's obedient lapdog. Now that I wasn't following her around anymore, they weren't used to it. Mrs. Porter didn't ask further. Yes, sir. I'll arrange it right away. Oh, and please inform Mr. Wells. He doesn't need to come in tomorrow. Mrs. Porter was slightly stunned, then immediately understood. Serena's father was being fired. As soon as I sat down at the dining table, Celeste, who had been secretly glancing at me, noticed me turn my head and awkwardly looked away. I hadn't realized Celeste was this innocent. I couldn't resist teasing her. Why aren't you looking at me? Am I that ugly? I know my grades are terrible, but I'm at least decent looking, right? Celeste shook her head. No, you're not ugly. I smiled and continued. Oh, right, I heard you're really smart. Do you have any good tutors you'd recommend? Could you introduce me to one? In this life, I didn't want to be like before, when I'd never even properly opened a textbook. While I still had the chance, I needed to catch up on my studies. Celeste shook her head. I don't have a tutor. I study on my own. If you don't mind, I could come tutor you every day. Though she figured I'd probably say no, since before I couldn't even be bothered to look at her. To her surprise, my face lit up with joy. Really? Celeste nodded, both excited and nervous. As long as you're okay with it, I can do it. Of course I don't have a problem with that. I'm just worried it might affect your studies. Don't you have to study too? Celeste's eyes softened. It's fine. It won't affect me at all. She finished the high school curriculum long ago, and she already had an early admission offer. But afraid it would make me uncomfortable, she didn't dare mention it. I smiled. I'm really bad at studying. Just don't call me stupid, okay? Serena's grades were excellent too, but she had zero patience with me. If I didn't understand something after one explanation, she'd yell at me. My grades used to be average, but after she started tutoring me, they actually got worse. It completely destroyed my confidence. I would never. Then I'll come over after school from now on. The two of us ate dinner, and seeing how quiet Celeste was, I picked up my chopsticks and served her some food. Make yourself at home. Don't be shy. Just then, Serena walked in. She'd just gotten news that her father was fired, and he'd already yelled at her about it, and here I was, eating without waiting for her. Serena's face immediately darkened. She'd come to confront me about her father, but seeing Celeste here, she demanded irritably, what is she doing here? Before, to stay in my good graces, she'd avoided getting close to other girls around me. Every time Celeste visited, I'd send her away immediately. Now I was keeping her for dinner. Do you have a problem with that? Serena stared at me. You deliberately invited her here to keep you company. Just to make me jealous, didn't you? I looked at Serena. You're overthinking it, Serena. You're not that important. If you think hanging around other girls is going to make me jealous, then you really have no idea who Nathan Crane is. Seeing you get close to someone else actually makes me happy. At least he won't be bothering me all day. With that, she stormed back to her room. I was speechless. The moment Serena left, I could see Celeste's expression grow complicated. I explained, don't listen to her nonsense. Celeste wouldn't be upset about this, would she? I felt a bit uncertain. To my surprise, Celeste said nothing about it. After dinner, I walked Celeste to the door. Be careful on your way home. She didn't say much to me as she left. I went back inside. Serena came down the stairs. She confronted me. Why did you fire my father? She hadn't said this in front of anyone else earlier, because she didn't want people to know that she was actually just the Crane family chauffeur's daughter. Making a scene in front of Celeste would have been humiliating for her. Do I need to explain firing a driver to you? Serena gritted her teeth. That's my father. Everything that happened today was my idea. It had nothing to do with him. If you have a problem, take it up with me. Fire me instead. The moment she mentioned firing, I immediately perked up. All right, no problem at all. Serena stared at me in shock. What did he just say? Move out of my house. I'll find a different tutor. Ever since you started tutoring me, my grades have only gotten worse. I don't think you deserve the high salary. I've been paying you. Serena thought I was just messing with her, but she didn't expect I actually wanted her gone. Your bad grades are because you're too stupid. When I explain something to Brandon once, he gets it immediately. You're dumb as a rock, and you're blaming me for that? Even if you switch to another teacher, it'll be the same. No one can teach you. This is entirely your problem, not mine. Seeing her still trying to blame me, move out of this house. Serena clenched her fists. No! Nathan, you're still a student. You should focus on your studies. All you think about all day is being with me. No wonder your grades are so bad. Serena laughed coldly. These little games of yours, aren't they just because you're jealous of my relationship with Brandon? Because I won't date you. You're throwing a tantrum. But right now, I just want to focus on studying and get into a good university. I'm not like you, who doesn't even need to go to school and still has more money than you could ever spend. So I can't be with you right now. I looked at the woman before me, feeling somewhat shaken. Who asked you to be with me? No, Serena. Where do you get this confidence? You really think I want to be with you? I clearly don't even look at her. She's nothing to me. Serena just assumed I was being stubborn. Think whatever you want. But I have to warn you, if you keep Celeste here for dinner again, don't blame me for ignoring you completely. With that, she went back to her room. Serena really had some nerve. Did she think this was her house? I returned to my room. Then I called Mrs. Porter, telling her to move Serena's things out tomorrow. Then I got Celeste's phone number and sent her a quick message. Did you get home safe? She didn't reply. The next morning when I woke up, since I didn't have to pick up Brandon anymore, I thought I could finally sleep in. I assumed Serena had already left, but she was sitting at the dining table waiting for me. I found a seat and sat down, and started enjoying my breakfast. Seems Serena waiting for me, I said sarcastically. Not going to pick up your boyfriend? Feel free to leave early. Serena deflected. We're just friends. Stop making things up. Even though they were secretly together, they wouldn't admit it, because dating in high school would look bad for honor students like them. If Brandon hadn't let it slip later, I never would have believed it. After breakfast, I headed out. Serena followed behind me. The driver had been replaced with someone new, who proactively opened the car door for me. I got in. Serena got in after me. I looked at her. Queen Serena, what's the meaning of this? Didn't you say you weren't sharing a ride with me? I remember exactly what you said yesterday. Serena said nothing. If her father hadn't made her play nice with me, she wouldn't have bothered. So what if his family had a little money? He liked to bully people with it. What was so great about that? But her father still needed this job. I was too tired to waste more time with her, and told the driver to go. The two of us arrived at the school gates. I got out of the car. Serena followed behind me. Before, when they arrived, they always picked up and dropped off Brandon together. Today, Brandon had taken the bus himself. Seeing Serena, he hurried over. Brandon's gaze landed on me. After the scene I'd made yesterday, he couldn't figure me out. A servant's son, daring to blow up at Serena like that. Seeing Serena arrive with me, Brandon asked, Did you two make up? I ignored him completely and walked straight inside. Serena was completely confused. She said to Brandon, There's nothing between me and him to settle. Brandon said seriously, Either way, you can't let a servant's son walk all over you. You're too kind-hearted. Now everyone's saying Nathan is actually the young master. Serena laughed coldly. Don't pay attention to what they say. My father and Nathan's father have a pretty good relationship. He told me to take better care of Nathan. I can't just ignore him. I arrived at the classroom. Derek was already there. He stood blocking the doorway, refusing to let me in. You've got some nerve showing your face here. Yesterday, you just abandoned Queen Serena and Brandon and told the driver to leave without them. I scoffed. It's my car. I have the right not to give anyone a ride. Who do you think you are to lecture me? Seeing me argue so confidently, everyone couldn't help but grow curious. Are you saying that Maybach belongs to your family? What else would it be? I shot a cold glance at whoever just spoke. Derek smirked. You? Nathan, we all know exactly who you are. Are you really going to stand here pretending to be some rich heir? Do you actually think you have the right? I heard that driver is your father. Your whole family works for the Wells family. Queen Serena is kind enough not to hold it against you. Otherwise, she would have kicked you to the curb long ago. But don't push your luck. Serena and Brandon had appeared at the classroom door. Serena's expression stiffened slightly, because everything Derek had just said wasn't actually criticizing me. It was insulting her. Brandon said to Derek, Go back to your seat. Derek had no choice, and reluctantly gathered his things and left. Serena sat down next to me again. I couldn't be bothered with her strange behavior. I didn't care what she did anyway. Whatever she was up to, it meant nothing to me. Derek sat next to Brandon, feeling a bit indignant. What's Queen Serena thinking? Nathan's already walking all over her and she's still defending him? Nathan even moved to sit next to her. Brandon said helplessly, Serena's father told her to take good care of Nathan. There's nothing more to it. Don't overthink it. Oh, so that's why. I was wondering why Nathan was acting like that toward her. Even claiming the car belongs to his family. Serena's phone is obviously expensive, and the gifts she gives Brandon aren't cheap either. But look at Nathan's phone. It looks like mine, and he still wants to pretend he's some rich kid. Who would believe that? I sat in my seat, secretly checking my phone. Celeste had finally replied to my message. Just one word. Yes. So cold. Serena was sitting beside me and saw me looking at my messages with the name Celeste displayed. She couldn't help but frown. Nothing had obviously changed, but since yesterday, she felt like I had become a completely different person. I sent Celeste a message. So are you coming over to tutor me this afternoon? Celeste replied with just one word, yes. As long as she was coming, that was enough. I stopped worrying about it. I studied with intense focus. At noon, Brandon came over. to go downstairs to the cafeteria with Serena. Serena unconsciously glanced at me, asking, "Aren't you going to eat?" My diligence today struck Serena as strange. I was still carefully organizing my notes and directly ignored her. Brandon glanced at Serena and said, "If Nathan doesn't want to come, then we'll just go ourselves. We can bring something up for him later." I declined Brandon's kindness. No need. Brandon was a good person. At least that's how everyone saw him. So even when others mocked him behind his back, Brandon always maintained an optimistic and positive attitude. But I didn't want to owe anyone anything. I gathered my things, then stood up. I didn't go with them and headed downstairs on my own. Brandon walked beside Serena, asking, "What's wrong with him? He's completely ignoring you. What did we do to offend him?" Serena was wondering the same thing. Normally, no matter how cold she was to me, I'd follow her around like a little puppy. But since yesterday, she clearly hadn't done anything wrong. Yet I kept this same attitude, and it truly baffled her. Brandon suddenly said, "Oh right, are you inviting him to your birthday party this weekend?" This week was indeed Serena's birthday. Last year for Serena's birthday, she'd held her party at the Imperial Hotel. I had booked the hotel and arranged everything. Serena invited all her classmates, and one night cost several $100,000. Every classmate who attended praised it endlessly. They all felt being invited to Serena's birthday party was an honor. This year was the same. Several days ago, I had already arranged everything meticulously. If I hadn't said I wanted to kick Serena out, she wouldn't have thought twice about it. But after what I said yesterday, and my cold attitude today, she couldn't help but worry. If I didn't show up, could her birthday party even happen? Watching my figure disappear in the distance, Serena couldn't help but reassure herself. Whatever. What am I even worried about? Nathan will definitely come. Maybe Nathan's being deliberately cold like this, just to surprise me. Thinking about this, Serena's mood relaxed a little. Nathan will definitely be there. Brandon smiled. That's right, he shows up to every one of your birthdays. That afternoon, Serena and Brandon had rehearsal for the school anniversary performance. I didn't wait for her, and went straight home. Celeste had already arrived. The moment I got home, she and Snow came out together to greet me. Seeing her appear before me, I smiled. Perhaps because of our connection from my past life, I always felt that seeing her was something precious and rare. Seeing the smile on my face, Celeste froze for a moment. She had grown accustomed to my arrogance and coldness. My sudden warmth lately always made her a little shy. I teased her. "You're here early? Let's head to the study then." The two of us sat down in the study. Celeste sat beside me. She brought 2 practice tests. Wanting to first assess my current level, I completed them seriously, then handed them to her. Celeste quietly took the tests and looked them over in silence for a while. I felt a bit embarrassed. "Sorry, I really am stupid." Celeste shook her head. "It's not your fault, just the wrong study methods. How about I help you review the fundamentals first?" I nodded in agreement. When Celeste explained things, she always kept her head down and avoided looking at me. But her explanations were incredibly easy to understand. To my surprise, I found myself grasping everything easily. Celeste had been teaching for quite a while, and I was starting to feel thirsty. The moment she looked up, she caught me staring at her. Celeste looked away shyly. "What is it? Is there something you don't understand? I just noticed how patient you are with me. But why are you so cold over text? Are you upset with me? Because of what happened between me and Serena?" Celeste denied it. "No. My relatives came to visit yesterday, so I was pretty busy. I didn't have time to reply to your message. By the time I saw it, it was already morning. If you ever need anything, just call me anytime." Just as we were in the middle of studying, my phone suddenly rang. I answered. It was Serena on the other end. "Nathan, what do you think you're doing?" What did I do now? I had absolutely no idea how I'd offended her this time. Serena said, "You had someone throw out all my stuff. I already told you yesterday, you're fired. In that case, you have no reason to stay in my house anymore, right? I'm studying. Don't bother me." With that, I hung up directly. Serena stood at the front door, unable to believe I was capable of this. Nathan really wanted to kick her out. Why? I said to Celeste, "Let's continue." Before long, the study door was suddenly pushed open. Serena stood in the doorway, her expression dark as a storm cloud. Her gaze immediately landed on me and Celeste. I stood up and asked, "What are you doing here? Don't you hate me? Don't you look down on me? Now you're the one who won't let go." Serena stepped forward to confront me. "Nathan, does humiliating me like this make you happy? Are you confused? How have I humiliated you?" "Serena, aren't you the one who's really been humiliating me? All your living expenses are paid by me. Yet you and Brandon are attached at the hip every day, while I follow behind you two like a servant. I wait on both of you, and still have to endure your coldness. How is that not humiliation? Now all I'd done was take back everything I'd given her. And in her eyes, that was humiliating her. Serena looked at me. Don't think that bringing someone here is going to force me into anything. I can't like you, and I'll never love you. Let me make this perfectly clear. I like Brandon. We're already together. As for you, I feel absolutely nothing. With that, she stormed off. I turned to look at Celeste. I'm sorry. Let's continue. Celeste looked at me. Maybe I should go. You don't seem like you're in a good mood. My face remained expressionless. I'm fine. I'm actually in a great mood. I was just remembering my past life, remembering all the foolish things I'd done. I wasn't sad because of Serena. Celeste still said, I think I should head out. She started to walk toward the door. I grabbed her hand. Celeste froze, staring at my hand holding hers. I didn't even know what I was doing, but I wasn't stupid. I could tell she was a little upset. Every time Serena appeared and said those things, Celeste would instinctively want to distance herself from me. I let go of her hand. Are you free Saturday? I want to have dinner at the Imperial Hotel. Do you want to come with me? The food at the Imperial Hotel was amazing. Having starved in my past life, now I just wanted to enjoy myself to the fullest. Celeste asked, Aren't you going with Serena? I countered, So you really want me to be with her? You want me to avoid you like before? Celeste immediately shook her head. Of course not. Then it settled, and see you Saturday. Saturday afternoon, I arrived a bit late. Walking in, I noticed quite a few familiar faces at the entrance. Everyone was dressed to impress. Seeing me appear, Derek couldn't help but sneer. Nathan, you've got some nerve showing up here. I frowned in confusion. Why wouldn't I be able to come? The owner of the Imperial Hotel was a close friend of my father's. I was a super VIP here. I could come whenever I wanted. Derek laughed coldly. These past few days at school, Queen Serena hasn't paid you any attention. Now she's throwing her birthday party. And you still have the audacity to show up? Serena's having a birthday party? Right, today was her birthday. I had already arranged everything with the Imperial Hotel staff. This year was Serena's 18th birthday. Her 18th birthday that year, I had thrown her an extravagant party at the Imperial Hotel. Absolutely grand. But it was also that very day I found out about Brandon and Serena being in a relationship. Looking at the lively scene before me now, I didn't want to deal with any of them. Everything Serena had at this hotel was arranged by me. The bill was obviously on me too. Now that I'd woken up, I couldn't care less about her. Yet she still had the nerve to bring them all here to spend my money. I was curious to see how she'd handle this later. I ignored my classmates' mocking and walked straight to the elevator. My reservation with Celeste was already set. I just didn't know if she'd arrived yet. The moment I stepped out of the elevator, I saw Serena with Brandon. Serena's gaze immediately locked onto me. She'd known all along I would show up. Serena walked toward me, her voice carrying a hint of smug satisfaction. Didn't you say you weren't coming? Don't think that just because you showed up, I'll forgive what you did before. Nathan, I'm still angry with you. Every time she did this, always using her anger to pressure me into backing down. I curled my lips slightly. Did you need something? Serena smiled. Aren't you here for my birthday? I laughed coldly. Why would I celebrate your birthday? You didn't even invite me. With so many classmates throwing you a party, you won't miss just me, right? Serena looked at me with irritation. Nathan, what do you want? Still trying to act tough. Just then, the restaurant manager walked toward me. Mr. Crane, I asked, has Celeste arrived? The manager nodded. Yes, she's here. Please show me the way. Thank you. The manager led me to find Celeste. Serena followed behind me. Nathan, haven't you caused enough trouble? I glanced at Serena. I'm not causing trouble. You're the one causing trouble. Serena lowered her voice. If this is about me and Brandon, I can keep my distance from him. Will that make you stop? I nodded, testing her. I know you're having your birthday party today. I shouldn't ruin everyone's mood, right? After saying this, I looked at the manager. I previously reserved a room here, called the Jade Room, under Serena's name. The manager nodded. Since today is Miss Serena's birthday, she can use that room. I finished and looked at Serena. Is that acceptable? Seeing me back down, Serena breathed a sigh of relief. Nathan, everything you've been doing was all to make me break up with Brandon. You can't stand seeing us together. I shook my head. You're overthinking it. I don't care who you're with. Serena, you'll understand eventually. I couldn't be bothered with Serena, and simply turned and walked away. The manager glanced at me. Then I'll have someone prepare the Jade Room. I nodded. Good. Make sure she pays for everything herself. No one leaves until the bill is settled. Yes, Mr. Crane. After arranging everything, I went to find Celeste. Serena returned to Brandon's side. Brandon spoke up. So, how'd it go? What did you two talk about? Serena waved her hand. Nothing special, he told me, to break up with Brandon, as if that would ever happen. After tonight's party is over, I'm definitely not giving him a pleasant face ever again. Celeste wasn't wearing her uniform today, but a pleated dress instead. Though the style was quite simple, she wore it with an extraordinary elegance. I broke into a smile. Been waiting long? I naturally sat down beside her. Celeste hadn't expected me to sit next to her, and seemed a bit uncomfortable. I didn't notice her discomfort. Have you ordered yet? Celeste shook her head. Not yet. I was still looking. Seeing me lean in closer, Celeste could no longer focus on the menu. Her attention kept drifting to me. I suddenly said, I want something with bold flavors. Celeste asked me, do you like spicy food? Sure. I looked up at her. What about you? I like it too. Before long, the owner of the Imperial walked in. His name was Mr. Knight. Seeing him, I greeted him politely. Hello, Mr. Knight. Mr. Knight looked at me. Nathan, you're here too? The moment he said that, I immediately understood he wasn't here for me. Sure enough, Mr. Knight walked towards Celeste beside me. He greeted her respectfully. Miss Thornton, welcome to our restaurant. If there's anything we can do better, please let me know. Because he was close to my father, he knew Celeste's true identity. Outsiders had no idea about her background. Celeste gave a soft acknowledgement, then continued eating. She was very cold. At first I'd thought she was a warm person, but meeting her now I realized Celeste didn't like talking to others. Mr. Knight stood beside her, personally pouring her water, yet she said nothing, giving off an aura that said strangers shouldn't approach. Finally, Mr. Knight had to say apologetically, well then, I'll take my leave. You two enjoy your meal. That's when I called him back. Wait a moment, Mr. Knight. Mr. Knight heard my voice, stopped, and turned around. Is there something else, Mr. Crane? If I remember correctly, in my past life, on Tuesday, the Imperial Hotel suddenly caught fire. After the fire was put out, they discovered the fire extinguishers were completely unusable. That fire even caused casualties. Because of that, the Imperial Hotel collapsed and never recovered. I heard Mr. Knight fell ill over it. I looked at Mr. Knight and asked, there's nothing wrong with the hotel's fire safety system, is there? My sudden question about this made Mr. Knight look at me with surprise. Mr. Crane, why the sudden interest in this? I just think maybe you should have someone do a thorough inspection, especially the kitchen area. Mr. Knight laughed. Don't worry. Our hotel's fire safety system is impeccable. There absolutely won't be any problems. We take responsibility for our guests. I looked at him steadily. Mr. Knight, why don't you go check it yourself? Seeing how insistent I was, Mr. Knight's face showed some displeasure. Mr. Crane, what do you mean by this? Are you saying you don't trust my word? Your father and I are friends. He knows exactly what kind of person I am. I run my business with integrity. You're questioning my character. Celeste spoke up. He's already asked. Just go take a look. Mr. Knight respected her greatly. All right, I'll go right now. After Mr. Knight left, I couldn't help but look at Celeste in surprise. Why did you help me? I'd only made this request because I truly knew so much. But from Celeste's perspective, she shouldn't have known anything about this. Celeste said seriously, you asked. Of course I'd help. I smiled. Aren't you afraid I'm just talking nonsense? So what if you are? Even if it's just a joke, nothing bad will come of it. They'll just make one extra trip. Celeste and I ate for a long time. After finishing, we didn't leave, but ordered dessert from the restaurant. I'd even brought homework with me and worked on it while we were there. The two of us stayed until evening. Serena's birthday party ended, and when I tried to leave, everyone was held back because Serena hadn't paid the bill. Serena called me. The first time, I didn't answer. Even without answering, I knew who it was. I didn't care. It wasn't until Serena called 2 more times that I finally picked up. Nathan, what the hell do you think you're doing? On the other end, Serena's voice was filled with rage. The angrier she got, the better my mood became. I smirked. Serena, what's wrong? Why so angry? Serena lowered her voice. Get over here and pay. Don't cause a scene. She'd originally planned to wait until the party was over, leave, and then never have anything to do with me again. She hadn't expected me to be waiting for her here. Now she had no money to pay, and everyone was being held. They were all waiting on her. I said, that's strange. You threw a birthday party, and I wasn't even there. So why should I pay? Why don't you ask everyone to split it? Have everyone chip in? After all, they're all so good to you. Serena was furious. Nathan, do you really have to do this? What do I have to do for you to come pay? I said, when you're begging someone, you should at least have the right attitude. I smirked. Don't want to? Fine then, I'm hanging up. I'm begging you. Serena and everyone were being held by the hotel staff, unable to leave at all. I hung up, stood, and told Celeste, I'll be right back. I walked straight to the Jade Room. At that moment, all the classmates who'd attended the birthday party were inside. Everyone was staring at Serena. Unable to leave, Serena had no choice but to stay there helplessly, enduring everyone's stares. The moment I appeared, the manager walked over. She greeted me politely, Mr. Crane. I looked around at all of them, each one dressed so beautifully. This afternoon, every single one of them had looked down on me. Now none of them had that arrogance anymore. I smiled. What's going on here? Isn't this Queen Serena's birthday party? Everyone looked so unhappy. I deliberately observed Serena, whose expression was darker than anyone else's. Brandon had no idea what was going on either. The manager explained, This Miss Serena hasn't paid yet. I just asked them to settle the bill. Is that so? It's not a big deal. No need to make it such a scene. They're all my classmates. I'll pay tonight's bill. After I spoke, I pulled out my card. The manager took the card to process. Everyone looked at me, their expressions becoming complicated. Serena felt her face burning. This could have been handled quietly, but now it was blown up like this, and he deliberately swiped his card in front of everyone. This man had truly lost his mind. Before long, the manager finished processing the card. She handed back my card and the receipt, Mr. Crane. It's done. Here's the receipt. I looked over the receipt, deliberately reading the total aloud, $860,000. Serena, happy birthday. I'll cover this year's birthday bill for you, but there won't be a next time. After all, I can support you. But I can't support your boyfriend too, right? With that, I glanced at Brandon. Brandon was standing right beside me, his face already going pale. What was going on? All of Serena's money came from me. Wasn't she a rich heiress? Derek stepped forward. Nathan, what kind of joke is this? Serena keeps her money with you, so now it's yours? You're just the servant's kid, holding it for her. What are you so proud of? I looked at Derek and smiled slightly. Does your family let servants manage your money? You've been saying, I'm the servant's son in Serena's household. So let me tell you something. I'm not. Her father is my family's chauffeur. That day at the school gate, he left me behind, and he's already been fired. If you don't believe me, just ask Serena. After saying that, I looked at Serena, Queen Serena. Care to tell them? She glared at me, her eyes full of resentment. No matter how poor she'd been, she'd never suffered humiliation like this. Now everyone was staring at her. But this time she couldn't say a word, because I might very well demand the money back. She ignored me, turned and walked out. Brandon witnessed everything, then followed her out. Once they were both gone, I glanced around at everyone present. If there's nothing else, you can all go. Be careful on your way home. It's getting late. Everyone filed out of the Jade Room one by one. The manager walked with me to the door, escorting me to the elevator. Just then, Celeste happened to arrive. The two of us got in the elevator together. We went down to the lobby and saw Mr. Knight was there too. Seeing me, he immediately walked over. Nathan. I nodded politely. Mr. Knight. Mr. Knight gripped my hand tightly. Nathan, thank you so much. I just went to inspect everything personally and discovered so many problems. It was all because my cousin was careless with his work. I've already sent him home. I felt relieved. That's how it should be. Mr. Knight asked curiously, how did you know our hotel's fire system had problems? The question caught me off guard. I had to make up an excuse. I dreamed about it last night. Hearing me say that, Mr. Knight couldn't help but laugh. All right, I won't ask anymore. Oh, right. I had some gifts prepared for you too. Mr. Knight walked us out. The Thornton family car had already arrived. I got in the car. By then I was already sleepy. Before long, I'd leaned against Celeste and fallen asleep. Celeste immediately froze, afraid to move. When we arrived at the Thornton estate, Celeste hesitated, unsure whether to wake me. By then, the driver had already gotten out and was waiting outside. Celeste never called for me. I felt the car stop, woke up and glanced out the window, realizing we'd arrived home. We're here? Celeste nodded slightly. Then why didn't you wake me? You were sleeping so peacefully. When she spoke, her face was always expressionless. I looked at her and noticed the tips of her ears were slightly red. I remembered how innocent she was, but I hadn't expected her to be this innocent. I asked, are you afraid of me? Celeste shook her head. No. Then why don't you like looking at me? When you're around me, it seems like you really hate me. Celeste cleared her throat softly. Yeah. I'm just not used to being this close to other people. I couldn't help but laugh. Then why didn't you tell me to sit farther away? Hearing me say that, Celeste asked, why did you and Serena break up? Didn't you really like her? The mention of this made me pause for a moment. I just realized I don't like her anymore. It's nothing. I stepped out of the car, and just then, the gates of the Crane estate slowly opened. My father, Richard Crane, walked out. You're finally home. Richard Crane saw me come back so late. And though he didn't know what had gotten into his son, he still said to Celeste, Celeste, come in and sit for a while. Celeste replied politely, Mr. Crane, I won't come in. I'll head home for today. After the Thornton family car left, I followed my father inside. The next morning when I woke up, Mrs. Porter informed me Serena had arrived. The scene from last night flashed through my mind. Things between us were completely over. I went downstairs and discovered it wasn't just Serena, but her father too. Mr. Wells sat on the sofa, speaking to Richard Crane. Mr. Crane, everyone says my girl Serena doesn't know her place. I've already scolded her. She won't bully Nathan anymore. Richard Crane frowned. Since when do you have the right to use my son's name? He'd long since been fed up with the Wells father and daughter. If he hadn't been afraid his son would cut ties with him, he never would have tolerated them. Mr. Wells realized he'd misspoken and quickly apologized. Young master? I mean young master. Seeing me come down the stairs, he quickly looked over at me. Young master, good morning. I specifically brought Serena today to apologize to you. I turned and saw Serena sitting there, silent, saying nothing. Apologize? I didn't think Serena came to apologize, because her face was written all over with reluctance. She was obviously still bitter about last night. So how could she possibly come to apologize to me? I said mockingly, Mr. Wells, you're too kind. Serena hasn't done anything wrong to me. There's no need for her to apologize. But I heard you fired her. When Mr. Wells himself had been fired, he hadn't even been this worried. After all, his monthly salary wasn't that much. But Serena was different. All she had to do was tutor me, and she could receive a lot of money. Who knows? Maybe the entire Crane fortune would be hers someday. I laughed coldly. She tutored me, and over these years, my grades have only gotten worse. Actually, there's no conflict between us, and she hasn't done anything particularly offensive. So there's no need for an apology. Richard Crane tilted his head and glanced at me. Before, I'd insisted on being with Serena, demanding she tutor me. He'd had no choice but to agree. Now I was firing Serena. Richard Crane was somewhat surprised, and also somewhat moved. His son had grown up. I didn't say anything more, sat down at the dining table, and started eating breakfast. Richard Crane had someone escort the father and daughter out. After eating, I stepped out of the house. The driver had been waiting in the courtyard for a while. I got in the car. Through the car window, I saw Serena still at the gate, her father there too. Unlike his gentle demeanor inside the house earlier, Mr. Wells raised his hand and slapped Serena across the face. I knew Serena's background well. Her mother had left, and for years she'd lived with her father. Her school fees had been borrowed from relatives. Later, when she got a bit older, she managed on her own. Under those circumstances, she was still able to excel academically, always ranking first in the school. That's why I'd felt such special sympathy for her. At school, because of what happened yesterday, everyone treated me much better. Classmates started coming over to talk to me. Nathan, is your family really that rich? So, all of Serena's money came from you? You all still thought she was some rich heiress? I smiled. Didn't you all already figure that out? We just find it really strange. You treated Serena so well. Why isn't she with you? And with Brandon instead? Hey, how about you look at me instead? I promise I'm more obedient than Serena. Hearing her say that, I couldn't help but laugh. Just then, Serena appeared. When she heard what that girl said, Serena laughed coldly. You'd love that, wouldn't you? But he'd have to actually want to look at you first. He's already got a new target now. When's it going to be your turn? Get in line. New target? Hearing Serena say this, everyone looked over. What new target did I have? Who could possibly be better than Serena? Could there possibly be anyone in their school more outstanding than Serena? Probably not. Even though she was no longer a rich heiress, Serena's grades were excellent, and she was beautiful. So everyone thought her future was full of potential. Serena didn't answer them. After being my lapdog for so long, just because I won't date you, you treat me like this. Nathan, even if you use these tactics, I, Serena Wells, will never like you. Someone with grades as terrible as yours, who only has family money to rely on, thinking everyone will revolve around you. You're not even worth one of Brandon's fingers. When Serena brought it up, everyone remembered I was the one with the worst grades. Not only was I Serena's lapdog, I was also a lost cause. Before I could say anything, Serena brought up last night's birthday party. You're the one who told me to invite everyone. I didn't even want to go, but in the end, you deliberately put everyone in an awkward position. Do you think, just because you have money, you can toy with other people's dignity? And don't twist the truth, saying you support me. That money was just my tutoring salary. From now on, I won't take any more of your money, but don't expect me to help you either. After Serena finished, she directly switched seats with someone else, making it clear she wanted nothing to do with me. I didn't indulge her. Tutoring? Serena, you actually have the nerve to bring up tutoring? Ever since you started tutoring me, besides spending my money, have you done anything useful? My dead last ranking every month. That's what you produced, Serena said expressionlessly. I already told you, you're too stupid. What does that have to do with me? Nathan, you have so much money. Why don't you buy yourself a new brain? The moment Serena opened her mouth, everyone burst out laughing. You're so sure I'm stupid? And not that your teaching methods are the problem? Serena thought of Celeste, knowing I'd asked Celeste to tutor me. She snorted. Fine then. Have it your way. Next month's exam. Let's see your results. I'm not even asking for much. Just improve your ranking by 100 places. And I'll admit, I was the problem. She wanted to see if Celeste could actually teach Nathan Crane. That brain of his was simply defective. Fine. I looked at her. She only asked me to improve by 100 places. She didn't even dare say more. That showed just how much she looked down on me. Serena saw me agree. You all heard him? He agreed himself. If his ranking improves by 100 places on next month's exam, I, Serena Wells, will punish myself by running 6 miles. Derek looked at me. If the queen has to run 6 miles, how about you run 6 miles too if you lose? But Nathan, can you even handle that? If you're scared, just admit defeat now. I looked at them. Fine. 100 places isn't that hard, especially after studying with Celeste these past few days. I felt her teaching style was very easy to understand. I could feel myself improving significantly. So I agreed directly. This would also push me to work harder. After all, people with goals have motivation. Serena saw me agreeing and couldn't help but laugh. Idiot. Just then, Brandon walked in. He'd heard everything Serena said. He'd been in a bad mood all night, but by now he'd thought it through. Serena not only had excellent grades, she was also beautiful. Thinking about this, he walked over. Serena, even if your father is just a chauffeur, that's still earning an honest living. Plus, your grades have always been the best. Your family isn't well off. Getting to where you are today must have been incredibly hard. I'll always support you. The moment Brandon said this, all doubts about Serena vanished. I watched the two of them play off each other and couldn't help but feel moved to tears by their love. So touching. These two should be together forever. It was all my fault for being blind before, always trying to get between them. After Serena's attack, everyone now thought I was a lost cause. After school, my father personally drove to pick me up. Not only did he buy me a new phone, but he also took me out to dinner. During dinner, Celeste also arrived. Celeste came with her uncle. This time, it was an official meeting between our two families. Richard Crane had wanted to arrange this for a long time, but before, I'd fiercely opposed it, only having eyes for Serena, so this dinner never happened. Today, since I was willing to come, Richard Crane felt deeply gratified. His son had grown up and was finally willing to listen to him. During the meal, he and Celeste's uncle chatted happily. I sat next to Celeste, telling her about the bet I'd made about my grades. After I finished, Celeste didn't say much, just gave a soft, I didn't understand what she meant. Do you think I was too impulsive? The pressure will be huge. Celeste shook her head. No. Then, do you think I have any hope? Even though lately when you explain things, I've been able to understand everything. Celeste looked at me. It's fine. Just leave it to me. Besides, you're actually quite smart. Not as stupid as people say. The other person she mentioned was obviously Serena. When Serena had called me stupid, Celeste hadn't said anything at the time, but she'd remembered it. As they were talking, I suddenly noticed the private room had gone quiet. I looked over and realized both my father and Celeste's uncle were looking at me. This made me a bit embarrassed, Dad. Why are you looking at me? No reason. You two continue? Richard Crane smiled. The relationship between these two really wasn't bad. After dinner, Richard Crane and Uncle Thornton still had business to discuss, so Celeste and I left first. We didn't go home, but found a coffee shop, where the two of us continued discussing homework. By now, my head was full of study material. Before long, a server brought our order. I looked up, and the person in the server's uniform in front of me was none other Then Serena. I looked at her with some surprise. What are you doing here? Serena shot me a cold glance. I should be asking you that question. You knew I worked part-time here? So you came here on purpose to provoke me? Even though I was acting so cold toward her now, Serena could tell, I still liked her. I was just trying to force her to make a mistake. Otherwise, why would I show up at her part-time job? There was no way it was a coincidence. I laughed coldly. You're overthinking it. It's just a coincidence. Serena glanced at Celeste, didn't linger, and turned to walk away. She had no desire to waste time with them. Seeing that arrogant, self-satisfied look on her face, I truly didn't understand what she had to be so proud of. I turned back and handed the ice cream to Celeste, then reached over to grab her bag, and we walked out of the coffee shop together. Actually, I'd planned to stay a bit longer, but then I ran into Serena here. It really killed my mood. Over the next 2 weeks, I studied hard every single day. Celeste also came over frequently to tutor me. My grades had improved significantly, but every time Serena saw me working so hard, she couldn't help but mock me. Nathan, if you regret it, there's still time to back out now. Otherwise, when the results come out, don't go back on your word. I frowned. You're distracting me. The monthly exam finally ended. I was in an excellent mood. Even though the results hadn't been announced yet, I felt like I'd done pretty well. Celeste was sitting in the courtyard. I said to Celeste, "You're here early today?" Celeste looked at me. I come early almost every day. I was curious. Don't you have other activities at school? Serena was also a top student at her school. She and Brandon before had plenty of things to do every day. But in comparison, Celeste seemed much more free. Every time I came home, she was already there. Celeste smiled. I have a lot of freedom. They don't keep tabs on me. So you don't have any school activities to participate in? Celeste shook her head. I usually don't participate. I was eager to find out what I actually scored, so I sat in the courtyard checking answers with Celeste for a while and discovered I'd gotten a lot of questions right. I was in a great mood. When the results were announced, the homeroom teacher walked into class and, as usual, praised Serena and Brandon. These two are first and second again. After praising them, the homeroom teacher continued, but this time I also want to mention one more person. That person is Nathan Crane. Hearing this, I immediately perked up. Serena's eyes were full of mockery. The homeroom teacher spoke again. Nathan did very well this time. He used to always be at the bottom, but this time he's made huge progress. His score this time landed in the top 200 of the grade. If he keeps working hard, he'll definitely achieve good results on a college entrance exam. Top 200? Hearing this, everyone's eyes went wide. Even Serena froze for a moment. She'd only hoped I could improve by 100 places at best, and now I'd made it into the top 200. I hadn't expected to improve this much either. The facts proved that hard work pays off. Sir, are you sure you're not mistaken? Nathan's grades were always so bad before. How is this possible? The homeroom teacher looked at me. Of course I'm not mistaken. Before, having a student dragging down the class average like this had really bothered him. Who would have thought my grades would improve so much? Being acknowledged by the homeroom teacher made me very happy. I looked at Serena. So? Didn't you say I was stupid? Don't forget those 6 miles. Serena bit her lip, truly unable to understand. After school, Serena reluctantly ran the 6 miles. I didn't go home either, specifically staying to watch her humiliation. Brandon stood nearby, watching me. Derek whispered to Brandon, so what if it's top 200? What's the big deal? Acting like he got first place. Queen Serena got first, and she's not even this smug. Our Brandon got second place. Brandon's gaze fell on Serena, and he said calmly, a bet is a bet. Serena isn't someone who can't handle losing. Derek flattered him. That's right. So what if Nathan's grades improved? Serena finished running the 6 miles, and it was nearly dark. She looked at me. Happy now? I nodded. I stood up. That was hard work. Feel free to bet with me again anytime. I left, and Brandon spoke up. Nathan's grades were always bad before. How did he suddenly improve so much? He didn't cheat, did he? Derek chimed in. I suspect he wanted to make Queen Serena lose so badly that he cheated. Otherwise, Queen Serena tutored him every day before, and his grades were still terrible. How could he suddenly improve so much? I'll go tell the teacher tomorrow. I took the car home, eager to share this news with Celeste, but Mrs. Porter said Miss Thornton hadn't come today. I felt a little disappointed. Recently, my father was away on business, so I was alone in the house. I called Celeste. Hello. Are you busy right now? I'm not bothering you, am I? I heard you didn't come over today, so I thought I'd call and check in, Celeste explained. I had something to take care of today, I said happily. My grades improved a lot this time. I made it into the top 200. Did you know, Serena ran 6 miles today. Watching her get slapped in the face, it felt so good. Celeste listened patiently as I shared my joy. After a while, I asked curiously, "Are you even listening?" Celeste replied, "I'm listening. Congratulations, Nathan." I continued asking, "You've been coming over every day to teach me. You must be exhausted. How about you take a few days off and I'll study on my own? If I need anything, I'll message you on Instagram." That works. Celeste didn't say anything else. I wasn't in a hurry to hang up. "You don't sound very happy. Did something happen? Do you need my help?" This question made Celeste pause. Her behavior didn't seem any different from usual, yet Nathan could tell through the phone that she wasn't in a good mood. Seeing her stay silent, I said, "I know you don't like talking about things, but Celeste, we're teammates now. You've helped me so much. I should help you too." Hearing me say this, Celeste couldn't help but smile slightly. "Okay." The next day when I got to school, the homeroom teacher walked in with a serious expression. He looked very angry. His gaze locked onto me. "Nathan, stand up." I stood up, looking at the homeroom teacher in confusion. The homeroom teacher said, "Someone has reported that you cheated on this month's exam. Do you have anything to say?" The moment I heard the word cheating, I looked around the room and noticed everyone's eyes were on me, especially Derek, whose face was full of smug satisfaction. I said seriously, "Sir, may I ask what evidence there is that I cheated?" The homeroom teacher clenched his fist and spoke. "Your grades last time were heartbreakingly bad, and this time you suddenly improved so dramatically. It really is hard to understand. To be certain, we've decided to give you a different test to retake. Do you have any objections?" Hearing I had to retake the test, of course I wasn't happy. Derek eagerly jumped up. "See, I told you he cheated. If he earned those grades himself, what's he afraid of? What's the big deal about retaking one test?" Seeing him look at me with such satisfaction, I found it laughable. "You reported me for cheating without any evidence. That's slander. If everyone was like you, running to report me every day, would I have to keep retaking tests forever? I might as well just drop out." The moment I spoke up, Serena also looked at me with some surprise. Normally I had trouble confronting anyone, but I hadn't expected my thinking to be so clear this time. Was this even the same person? She'd known me for so long, knew me like the back of her hand, but now she felt like I'd changed so much. Seeing me argue back with solid reasoning, the homeroom teacher said, "No one can blame others for being suspicious. Having you retake the test this time is also to prove your innocence. You don't want everyone doubting you behind your back, do you?" Seeing the teacher so insistent, seemingly not believing I'd earned these grades through my own ability, I smiled. "Sir, of course I can retake the test. I just feel being suspected for no reason like this is really unfair. We're classmates after all. And Derek accusing me like this? I don't know what his motive is. If I do even better next time, won't he just have more to say? So since he chose to make a baseless accusation, he should pay a price. If it's proven I didn't cheat, can you expel him?" The moment he heard the word expel, the homeroom teacher couldn't help but hesitate, wondering if that was too harsh. Derek's grades were better than mine, so of course the teacher was somewhat biased toward him. I looked at Derek. "What? Weren't you certain I cheated?" "Don't have the guts to bet," Derek immediately agreed. He said angrily to the homeroom teacher, "Sir, I'm willing to bet my future on this. Everyone knows what Nathan's grades are like. I'm certain he cheated. Nathan won't retake the test. He's just making excuses here." Derek had convinced himself I was guilty. He said to the homeroom teacher, "If it's confirmed Nathan cheated, then expel him too. I don't want to be in the same school as someone like that." Before the teacher could respond, I'd already agreed. "Nathan, come to my office after class." With that, the homeroom teacher walked out. Derek looked at me, waiting for the show. Serena looked at me. Seeing me bet with expulsion on the line again, couldn't help but advise, "Nathan, are you sure you want to bet? If it's confirmed you cheated, you'll be expelled. That would be even more embarrassing." If I were you, I'd go apologize to the teacher. A monthly exam isn't that big of a deal. As long as you sincerely apologize, I can go talk to the teacher for you. After all, you beat me, and I won't hold it against you. Seeing Serena act like she was doing me a favor, I smirked. "Don't you also think I copied my way to these grades? That's why you're here pretending to be kind and advising me. Instead of advising me, why don't you go advise Derek? He's your boyfriend's best friend after all." Though Derek was the one who stepped forward, Brandon wasn't innocent either. Serena had meant well advising me, but now seeing I didn't appreciate it, her expression turned cold. "I'm trying to help you, and you can't even tell? Can you not distinguish good intentions from bad?" "Help me?" I looked at Serena curiously. "What? Being a server isn't easy?" Having regrets and wanting to come back and mooch off me? Hearing the word mooch, Serena's face darkened. Her part-time job hadn't been going smoothly lately. Her schoolwork was already demanding. Student council had a lot of work too. And every day she was busy until late before getting home. The key point was that little bit of money wasn't nearly enough to cover her expenses. I'd spoiled her into extravagant habits, and now she realized how hard it was to go from rich to poor. Especially with me. She'd originally thought I was just a rich heir who got worked up and wanted to make things difficult for her for a few days. But what was wrong with Nathan now? He wasn't coming back to cling to her anymore. Before, no matter how badly she treated him, he'd always come crawling back. Seeing Serena not refute what I said, I smirked. Are you still thinking that I'll be mad for a few days? Then come crawling back to make up with you? Serena pressed her lips together. I don't need that. I laughed coldly. If you're still thinking I'll come back begging, you're just daydreaming. If you want me to turn back, you come beg me. Maybe if I think you're pitiful enough, I might treat you a little better, give you some money, Serena said angrily. In your dreams. She refused to look at me anymore. I wasn't in a hurry either. After class, I went to the teacher's office. They gave me a new test to take. After I finished, several teachers graded the test together and announced the results. My grades were indeed excellent, proving that my monthly exam scores weren't copied. The homeroom teacher was somewhat surprised. It seems you really didn't cheat. But why were your grades so bad before? I thought back to how I'd acted because of Serena before. I was foolish before, didn't study seriously. Recently, my family got a new tutor, and the results have been very noticeable. I returned to class, and the homeroom teacher came in with the proctor, announcing the results. Confirming I didn't cheat, Derek's face was full of panic. How is this possible? How could he not have cheated? The homeroom teacher's face was ice cold. The atmosphere in our class has really become terrible. Classmates should be helping each other, but instead you're making assumptions about students who've made progress, and that's the biggest blow to them. I hope everyone learns from this. I looked at Derek. You said you'd drop out voluntarily. You're not going to go back on your word, are you? Derek said nothing. Looks like you want to break your promise. So, it turns out, there really are people who can't even keep their word. Since that's the case, how about not making any more bets? Brandon saw his best friend being bullied and stepped in to mediate. Nathan, we're all classmates. You don't have to be like this. Derek meant well. He was worried you'd have a moment of weakness and take shortcuts. He didn't mean any harm. Give him another chance. The moment Brandon spoke up, the other classmates also looked at me. That's right. Expulsion is too much. I smirked. They really did give Brandon face. Whatever he said, they went along with. I looked at Brandon. You care about him so much. Why don't you drop out in his place? My words immediately sparked outrage. Nathan, the one who offended you was Derek, not Brandon. Why are you going after Brandon like that? Seeing everyone targeting me, I smirked. Fair treatment. Is that too much to ask? If I were the one being expelled today, would he speak up for me too? Brandon immediately said, Of course I'd speak up for you. I've always told everyone to treat you well. I couldn't stand his fake act. Fine, whatever. Derek, you don't have to drop out if you don't want to. After all, you're someone with no credibility. Since you don't want to drop out, how about running 12 miles instead? Derek looked at me. 12 miles? Are you trying to kill him? His athletic ability was already poor to begin with. I laughed coldly. If you can't do it, then just drop out. Actually, whether Derek dropped out or not didn't affect me. But if I didn't punish him, everyone would want to walk all over me in the future. After class, Derek went to run his 12 miles. I wasn't about to leave either, sitting there watching him run lap after lap, with no intention of letting him off. His stamina was terrible, and before long he was so exhausted he nearly passed out. Brandon walked over and said to me, Nathan, Derek knows he was wrong. Let him off this time. His health isn't good. If he finishes all 12 miles, he'll die. So what you're saying is, if your rumors had driven me to death, I would have deserved it? Brandon deflected. But aren't you fine now? You're not the type to do something drastic. I fixed my gaze on Brandon's face. You've really got some nerve. Do you think I should be like the other classmates, doing whatever you say? If you're not happy about it, go run in Derek's place. Don't just stand there making snide comments. Seeing Brandon being attacked, Serena stepped forward. Nathan, don't go too far. Brandon was just kindly reminding you, worried that if something happens later you won't be able to handle it. I turned to look at her. What? Feel bad that your boyfriend came to provoke me? If you don't want to get yelled at, stay away from me. All those gifts I gave you before, they were all paid for with my money. Don't tell me you think people didn't care about any of that? They just cared that your family is poor and your father is a gambling addict? Brandon only knew Serena's father was a chauffeur. He didn't know he was also a gambling addict. A gambling addict too? So if I stay with her, won't that be a bottomless pit? Brandon looked at Serena, seeing her expression turn ugly, but he wasn't in the mood to worry about Serena's family issues. Brandon said to me, Nathan, you hate me this much, and you're going after my friend? Is it because of Serena? You think I stole her from you? Fine, I'll give her back to you. Serena grabbed Brandon. Don't say that. I don't like him at all. The two of them looked so loving together, while I seemed like the villain. I laughed. Fine, whatever. Serena, you can keep him. I don't take out the trash. As for you saying I'm bullying Derek, the whole school knows he's the one who bullied me. I'm already being lenient. If he doesn't want to run, he can just drop out. I'm not stopping him. Serena saw I was beyond help and said to Brandon, Brandon, he's like this. He doesn't need us to worry about him. If something happens to Derek later, it'll be too late for him to regret it. Let's go. With that, she pulled Brandon away. Derek's stamina was poor, and after only 6 miles, he collapsed and was taken to the hospital. I followed them to the hospital. Serena looked at me from behind. Happy now? I smiled. Of course I'm happy. What's not to be happy about? With that, I took out my phone and called the hospital director, asking him to arrange for their best doctor. Then I paid all the medical bills. In the hospital room, Brandon looked at Derek, who had just woken up. Are you okay? Derek opened his eyes and started playing the victim, saying he had problems everywhere. I laughed coldly and cut him off. A specialist just examined you. You're perfectly healthy right now. Just very out of shape. They recommend you exercise more. When you get to school tomorrow, remember to run the remaining 6 miles. After I said this, Derek's eyes went wide. Are you trying to kill me? I laughed coldly. What? You want to go back on your word? Then just choose to drop out. Derek clenched his fists. I'll finish it tomorrow. If I don't finish, I, Derek, will change my last name. With that, I walked out of the hospital room. Derek was fine, and after getting an IV and resting at the hospital, Brandon and Serena took him home. I went home, took photos of the payment receipt and diagnosis from the hospital, and sent them to the class group chat. Having dealt with too many people playing victim, I wasn't about to give anyone ammunition against me. After this incident, when the other classmates saw me, they were much more cautious. Monday afternoon, as soon as I left school, I saw 2 girls standing at the gate. Judging by their uniforms, they were from Westbrook Academy. Because Celeste also wore the Westbrook Academy uniform, the driver was already waiting at the gate. I was about to get in the car, when Megan blocked my way. Are you Nathan Crane? I said coldly. Who are you? Megan smirked. So you're the high school kid, who's being kept by rich old ladies. There's been rumors about you all over the forums lately. It spread all the way to our school. I smiled, not getting angry, calmly asking back, your name is Megan? Hearing this, Megan looked at me in surprise. You know me? I heard you used to keep Serena too. Is that true? Could it be that you've fallen for me? I'm not an easy girl, you know. She even hugged her chest protectively, as if I was about to grope her. I just found it laughable, and glanced at her. Don't you have a mirror at home? But you have urine, right? Go pee and look at your own reflection. You think I'd bother looking at you? With that, I slung my bag over my shoulder and walked away. Megan heard me insult her like that, and angrily stomped her foot, yelling, How can you talk like that? I couldn't be bothered with her, and got straight in the car. Megan stood there, the corner of her mouth slowly curling up. Nathan Crane, huh? I'll remember you. When I got home, Celeste, who had been missing for several days, finally appeared. I said to her, I thought you weren't coming anymore. Celeste smiled and explained, That's not it. I've just been a bit busy lately. I waved my hand to cut her off. You don't need to explain to me. I'm already happy you can come teach me. If you have other things to do, go ahead. I'd treated her so badly in my past life, yet in the end she still thought of me. Hearing me say this, Celeste nodded, then followed me into the study. After not seeing each other for a few days, I'd accumulated a pile of questions to ask her. While I did my homework, Celeste sat beside me, watching. She'd obviously seen the news online too. She'd been a bit worried about whether I was upset, but seeing I was in good spirits, she didn't ask her concerned questions. So she seriously started teaching me. After Celeste finished teaching and left, I continued reviewing on my own until very late before going to bed. The next day after school, as soon as I stepped out of the school gate, Megan suddenly walked up to me and shouted, Nathan Crane. Last time you yelled at me. Shouldn't you apologize? Her voice was quite loud, and everyone nearby looked over. I couldn't help but laugh coldly. Are you sure you weren't the one who provoked me first last time? Megan looked completely wronged. But everyone online was saying that about you. I glanced at her. Well, people online also say you're a lesbian. Megan asked warily. Who said that? Seeing she actually believed it, I found it amusing. Megan suddenly blushed and spoke up. Last time you asked for my name, do you like me? As long as you confess to me, I'll consider it. How about that? I couldn't be bothered with her, and kept walking forward. Just then, from behind me came Celeste's voice. Nathan, wait for me. Let's go back together. Megan's eyes went wide, and she grabbed her. Celeste. You know him? Celeste said calmly. I'm pursuing him. Megan was immediately shocked. Celeste needed to pursue someone too? Normally, didn't Celeste just have to nod? And people would be eager to become her boyfriend? Seeing Celeste looking so serious, Megan continued asking, So, how far have you two gotten? Celeste sighed. He doesn't like me yet. Even though she was his tutor, Celeste thought I probably didn't like her. Nathan liked Serena, and as for her, she was probably just someone he was using to make Serena jealous. But being by Nathan's side already made her very happy. Hearing Celeste say this, Megan couldn't help but glance at me. Celeste actually liked Nathan Crane. Everyone should know that I used to be Serena's lapdog, and Serena couldn't even be bothered to look at me. But now, Celeste, who was better than Serena in every way, was actually involved with me. Serena watched our retreating figures from not far away, looking completely dejected. Brandon and Derek followed behind her, wanting to comfort her, but didn't know where to start. They were frustrated too. 1 second ago they'd been thinking, someone like Celeste couldn't possibly like me, and then in the blink of an eye, Celeste was proactively coming to talk to me. Derek said angrily, Is that Celeste girl blind? How can she like Nathan Crane? Doesn't she know what kind of person Nathan Crane is? Brandon's face was cold. Why is this happening? Someone like Nathan Crane. Not only is he obviously rich, but he's also pursuing someone like Celeste. Could it be that they're just not working hard enough? Celeste and I stood at the school gate, with Megan standing beside her. Quite a few people had gathered to look at Celeste. Celeste's gaze fell on me. Let's go eat first. Just then Megan said with a smile, earlier I didn't recognize greatness when it was standing right in front of me. Nathan, don't blame me, okay? I couldn't be bothered to argue with her. And just asked Celeste, are you friends with her? My tone clearly carried some disdain. Celeste glanced at Megan. No, Megan was shocked. So now she wasn't even worthy of being friends? She hurriedly said, Come on, Nathan. It's all my fault, I'm sorry. I laughed coldly. You're the first person to say to my face that I'm being kept by rich old ladies. Megan apologized. I was wrong. It's all because of people online talking nonsense. I'll go back and investigate who did this. The Thornton family car had arrived. Megan stood by the road, watching me and Celeste get in together, and politely waved goodbye. Well, I won't bother you anymore then. See you around. The car started moving. I turned to look at Celeste. I didn't expect you to know her. Celeste said helplessly, We just hang out occasionally. I looked at Celeste and sighed. Honestly, I really don't know what flaws you could possibly have. You're beautiful. Your grades are excellent. And your family background isn't bad either. But, showing up at my school gate like this today, being seen with me, aren't you afraid people will talk about you? Celeste looked at me. Talk about what? I smiled. Everyone online is saying I'm being kept by rich old ladies. They're saying the same things behind my back. My reputation isn't great. Celeste shook her head. I don't care. Do you need to be kept by anyone? Hearing this, I smiled. The driver took us to a restaurant. Celeste and I went in to eat. We had just sat down when my phone buzzed with a message. I discovered it was from Serena. Seeing the words, I'm sorry, I froze for a moment. She was apologizing again. It seemed like now she really didn't want me getting close to Celeste. Maybe all women are like this. You stop paying attention to them and they get anxious. Celeste ordered several dishes, all things I liked to eat. Has your father still not come back lately? I nodded. He's pretty busy. Mentioning this made me feel very uneasy. In my past life, my father had died in a car accident before my college entrance exam. But I was mentally prepared this time. When that time approached, I wouldn't let him go out. That should prevent the accident from happening. Celeste watched me chewing my food seriously, but didn't know what I was thinking. She looked at me, noticing I sometimes drifted off like this. Her intuition told her I had some kind of secret. On the other side, Serena had gone home. Her father, who'd been gambling all day lately, was also back. In Serena's room, Mr. Wells's face was cold. How's your relationship with Nathan lately? Serena's expression also turned cold. There's nothing. What do you mean nothing? Didn't I tell you to go make up with him? You still haven't? Seeing her father like this, Serena said angrily. Why do I have to make up with him? He already fired me. Am I supposed to go beg him? Don't I have any self-respect? Even though seeing me with Celeste made Serena regretful, looking at her father's behavior, she was still glad she'd left me. The moment she finished speaking, Mr. Wells slapped her. You worthless thing. If you don't latch onto him, where's the money going to come from? Hurry up, how much money do you have on you right now? Give it all to me. He'd obviously been gambling again. Serena looked at her father. You went gambling again? Mind your own business. Don't be like your mother. Disgusting. You think I won't beat you to death? Before, when you stayed by Nathan's side like you were supposed to, there was more money than we could spend. My gambling didn't affect anything. But what about you? He just had to go be with that poor loser. Now look, you let such a big fish get away. You go bring him back here, or I won't let you off. Mr. Wells finished speaking and walked out. Seeing him leave, Serena finally searched under her bed and discovered the money she'd hidden here had already been taken by her father. After eating, Celeste and I left the restaurant. It was raining outside. I walked Celeste to her car. The driver quickly drove away. I was about to go inside when I heard a familiar voice, Nathan. I turned around and saw Serena stepping out from the shadows. She wasn't holding an umbrella, and I didn't know when she'd arrived. But she was completely soaked. Serena stared at me, her eyes red, seeing her like this. I also froze for a moment. Serena asked, suppressing her voice, Are you really going to be with Celeste? I glanced at her. Didn't you hate me following you around the most? You said being followed by me every day was like a nightmare for you. This was what Serena had personally said to me before I died. Thinking of this, I continued, What are you here for? Serena looked at me with red eyes. Is being with Celeste that fun? I laughed coldly. It's pretty fun. She treats me well, unlike you. And you, someone who already has a boyfriend. What are you doing here? Serena shook her head. If I broke up with Brandon, would you still like me? Like before. I said mockingly. No, Serena heard me say. So you really aren't going to be with me anymore. I asked her back, What's going on? Short on money again? Only when you're out of money. Do you show this face in front of me? Serena looked at me. You're overthinking it. I just wanted to come see you. I'm leaving now. She finished and turned to leave. I watched her walk a short distance before she collapsed. I called for Mrs. Porter. Mrs. Porter saw Serena lying there. Isn't this Ms. Serena? What happened to her? I waved my hand. No idea. She passed out. Mrs. Porter touched her forehead. Her forehead is burning up. She must have a fever. What do we do now? Should we even bother with her? I said irritably. Bring her inside. Get her a doctor. Mrs. Porter asked uncertainly. Aye. Should we put her in her old room? I thought for a moment, then said, Didn't Mr. Wells have a room before? Let her stay there temporarily. Looking like that, she only deserved to stay in the chauffeur's room. Mrs. Porter had someone bring Serena to the servants' quarters. Then called a doctor. After confirming she just had a fever, nothing serious, they left her there. The next morning, I sat at the dining table, asking Mrs. Porter, How's Serena? She woke up near dawn and left early this morning. I looked at Mrs. Porter in surprise. Really? I thought she'd still be here. Mrs. Porter said, I told her to wait until you woke up before leaving, but she wouldn't listen. I really don't understand what she's thinking. I nodded seriously. I also think there's something wrong with her. I got to school, and when Serena saw me appear, she kept her head down and ignored me. She seemed to have returned to her cold demeanor. I found this woman truly unbelievable. After all, I'd saved her last night, and she couldn't even say thank you. I sat down in my seat and ignored her too, as if I'd still be like before, being her lapdog. After class, Brandon came over. He and Serena went to a student council meeting. The two of them walked out together. Brandon looked at Serena. Are you feeling better today? Serena glanced at him. Better? Brandon felt a little worried. Would Serena really break up with him because of Nathan? Serena said nothing. Yesterday, her father had stolen her money, and she was still in a terrible mood. Brandon saw she wasn't talking to him. Serena, if you want to be with Nathan, I'll support you too. Serena looked at Brandon. You're overthinking it. I have no feelings for Nathan. I'm not going to be with him either. I just see him with Celeste, and I feel a bit indignant. I don't want to let them have it so easy. Brandon smiled. That's good then. Serena, no matter what you do, I'll support you. In the time that followed, Serena stayed by Brandon's side every day, not hovering around me. I didn't care about them either. Studying hard every day. After school in the afternoon, I left, a little late, and by the time I got to the school gate, it wasn't crowded anymore. Young Master Crane. I barely stepped out when someone called me. I looked up and saw Mr. Wells seeing it was him. Mr. Wells, are you here to see Serena? Mr. Wells looked at me. That's right. I came to check on her. I've been yelling at her lately. It's all her fault. She just had to go be with that Hayes kid. No sense at all. Don't be mad at her. I frowned. I've got nothing to be mad about. Just then, Serena and Brandon walked out of the school. Seeing me and Mr. Wells here, she walked over and pulled me aside with one hand. What are you doing here? Last time Mr. Wells had stolen her money, and he'd been missing for days. Now that he was back, he definitely needed money again. Mr. Wells glanced at her. I'm talking to my son-in-law. What's it got to do with you? Go somewhere else, Serena said angrily. Who's your son-in-law? She glanced at me. Why aren't you leaving? What are you standing here for? What, you really want to be my father's son-in-law? Take a look at whether you're even worthy. Serena talking to me like that. I was also caught off guard. It seemed like this woman always had this attitude toward me. I froze for a few seconds. You're overthinking it. Who'd want to look at you? With that, I hurried away. Mr. Wells watched my retreating figure. Son-in-law, don't worry. In a few days, I'll have Serena come find you. He was about to chase after me, but Serena didn't give him the chance, blocking him. Mr. Wells was furious, looking at Serena. What do you think you're doing? You won't put in the effort yourself, and you won't let me try either? We finally ran into Nathan, and you chase him away. Can you do anything right? I'd already gotten in the car, watching Serena block him. Dad, can you not come to my school? Mr. Wells glared at her. I'll come if I want. Where's the money? Got any? All day you don't know how to make money. Just dating, Serena said. I don't have any money. Last time you took all of it. That was my college fund. So, what have you been doing lately? Hanging out with that boyfriend of yours again? Just mentioning this made Mr. Wells furious, Serena said mockingly. That's my business. Go away. I have to go to my part-time job. Mr. Wells growled unhappily. All you know is work. How much does that crappy job of yours make in a month? You'd be better off making up with Nathan properly. Look at how you just treated him. After saying this, Mr. Wells couldn't help but want to hit Serena. But remembering this was a school. I'll deal with you when we get home. Give me the money now. If you don't, I'll go find Nathan myself. Serena pulled a few $100s from her pocket. This is all I have. How is this enough? Mr. Wells said angrily. Hurry up and go make money. You don't want to see them chop off your father's hands, do you? Serena's face was cold. If you know they'll chop off your hands, then don't go gambling. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. With that, Serena got on a bus. Brandon only appeared after they both left. He'd only known Mr. Wells was a chauffeur before. He didn't know he was actually Serena's father. Plus, Serena was now broke, and he was still coming to demand money. I sat in the car watching for a long while, before telling the driver to go, thinking about how Serena had yelled at me again. I found it laughable. I didn't even like her. Yet she was afraid I'd become her father's son-in-law. I got home, Mrs. Porter said with a smile. Young master's home. Who made you upset? Seeing my cold face, Mrs. Porter immediately noticed I was unhappy. I shook my head. It's nothing, just bad luck. When Celeste arrives later, tell her to come find me in the study. Lately, Celeste had been arriving a bit late. I didn't know what she was busy with. I'd just gone upstairs when, not long after, Celeste arrived. The young master seems a bit unhappy today. Celeste asked, what happened? He didn't say, but judging by his look, it probably has something to do with Serena. Celeste went upstairs and found me at my computer, smiling happily. Celeste walked over. I looked at her. You're here? Celeste nodded. Something came up and delayed me. You've been pretty busy lately. Before, she used to come early every day and got out of school earlier than me too. But looking at her lately, she seemed to have a lot going on. Hearing me mention this, Celeste nodded. But it won't affect the tutoring. I'll try my best to come. Your grades have improved a lot recently. I looked at Celeste and said, are you going to go to college in New York later? Hearing my question, Celeste froze for a moment. Actually, her family had been wanting her to go for a while now, but she'd kept putting it off. She looked at me. How did you know? I smirked. Of course I knew about things from my past life. I stretched. Then let's work toward that goal together. Celeste looked at me in surprise. You want to go to New York? I nodded. I just want to give it my best shot. Celeste looked at me, her confidence restored, her mood improving considerably. I smiled. I just got annoyed by Serena. I briefly told her what happened at the school gate, saying, isn't it ridiculous? She just likes Brandon, acting like nobody can live without her, right? Celeste looked at me. Our Nathan is the best. Why would he bother looking at her? After she said this, I looked at Celeste. Clearly, after my past life, my heart had died. But when Celeste talked to me, I felt my heart flutter. It took me a long while to snap out of it. Do you talk to everyone like this? Celeste said shyly. No, I'm not that kind of easy person. So you're saying I'm special to you? Hearing me say this, Celeste froze. I promised your father I would. Take good care of you. The moment she brought up my father, I immediately felt a bit deflated. She was too obedient. If your family told you to be with someone else, would you agree to that too? Celeste looked at me, her expression complicated. Seeing this question left her unable to answer. I smiled. All right, I'm just teasing you. Don't be so serious. When you're like this, it makes me feel like I'm bullying you. I felt like Celeste didn't seem to like me that much. Celeste, do you have a boyfriend you like? Celeste was a bit surprised by my question. Why are you asking? I smiled. Just curious. Even though my father asked you to take care of me, and you agreed, you should still have your own thoughts. If you have a boyfriend you like, don't force yourself. Celeste looked at me, and only spoke after a long while. Is it because we've been together every day lately, and you've gotten tired of me? Her eyes showed a hint of hurt. Celeste looked at me in surprise. Why are you asking this? I smiled. Just curious. Even though my father asked you to take care of me, and you agreed, you should still have your own thoughts. If you have a boyfriend you like, don't force yourself. Celeste looked at me, and only spoke after a long while. Is it because we've been together every day lately, and you've gotten tired of me? Her eyes showed a hint of hurt. Before I could say anything, she stood up. I'm going home early today. I called out to her. Hey, I didn't mean it like that. I wasn't trying to make you leave. Celeste didn't stop, and left directly. On the other side, when Serena got home for her part-time job, Mr. Wells was still there. Normally he would have left by now, but he was out of money and had come back, rummaging through the house for half a day without finding any, so he could only sit there smoking. Seeing Serena return, he spoke up. Busy all night. How much did you make? Serena glared at him. However much I made, I earned it myself. Mr. Wells continued. What's the point of your effort? The money Nathan used to give you, you couldn't earn that in your whole life. Serena, don't think just because you have some good grades. You're all that. This world runs on family background. Look at when you were living at the Crane House. What kind of life we had. And look at what kind of life we have now. Serena shouted angrily. I won't do something like that. Aren't you afraid of being charged with fraud one day and thrown in prison? Your life is already ruined. Don't drag me down with you. Besides, you talk about family background? Well then, why don't you work harder as a father? Mr. Wells was stumped by her, then said to Serena, I had bad luck back then, and I married your useless mother, always sick. That's why I'm this poor. That's why I told you to be with Nathan. Tell me, what's the point of being with Brandon? When you two get married someday, won't you still be living in poverty? The Crane family is so rich, and Nathan liked you so much. As long as you treated him a little better, that brainless idiot. Wouldn't he be wrapped around your finger? Serena shook her head. I don't like him, and I won't be with someone I don't like. Mr. Wells snorted. What's liking worth? I'm not telling you to actually like Nathan. I'm just telling you to get money from him. What's the problem with that? Serena argued back. I won't do it. He and I aren't from the same world, though she had to admit that with me around, her life had been really simple. But looking at her father's smug face, she just felt unhappy. Mr. Wells had driven her mother away, had abused her since she was little, and now he wanted to rely on her to enjoy life. All he knew was gambling every day. Did someone like him even deserve that? Mr. Wells sneered from beside her. If I hadn't made you so beautiful, you think you'd have the ability to catch anyone's eye? I know you're doing well in school. Good grades, but my grades weren't bad back in school either. What's so great about Richard Crane? Back then, his test scores weren't even as good as mine. He's only a boss because his family had money. Serena's face was cold, and she went straight to her room and shut the door. The next day, I saw Serena at school. She walked in with an injury on her face. I froze for a moment. What happened to Serena? Did she get hit? I remembered her argument with her father yesterday. Did she go home and get beaten by him? Serena sat down beside me. Everyone who saw this didn't dare say anything. Brandon also saw Serena's condition and was startled to see her injured. Serena said nothing and sat down. I looked at her unfortunate yet stubborn appearance and couldn't help but speak up. Did your father hit you? Hearing me say this, Serena shot me a cold glance, her eyes full of mockery. What? You want to help me again? Fine, give me a few $1,000,000. He owes a lot of gambling debts. You give me a few million and I'll love you. How about that? I got annoyed immediately. I was just asking, and you open your mouth asking for millions and want to love me. What a way to think. Serena's face was cold as she lowered her head. Then stop meddling in my business. Actually, she wasn't beaten by her father, but debt collectors had come to the house early in the morning. looking to cause trouble with her father, and she got caught in the crossfire and was hurt. Remembering when she lived at the Crane house, she never had to go through any of this. Her father's salary was high, plus I gave her extra. Compared to then, her life now was truly miserable beyond words. But she didn't want to get close to me again. If she really did what her father said, kept stringing me along, making me give her money, she was afraid one day she'd become a terrible woman too. Become just like her father. I looked at Serena with an expression full of emotion. Actually, I do care about you. Those words, care about, made Serena's heart flutter a little. She looked at me. I smirked. I care about whether you're living well or not. As long as I know you're not doing well, I'm at ease. Serena's expression became extremely ugly. Seeing me bully her so excessively, she spoke up. Don't think that being with Celeste means you'll be happy. With her qualifications, she's excellent in every way. How could she like an idiot like you? She's approaching you with other motives for sure. I said through gritted teeth. What goes on between me and her isn't for you to comment on. As for you, look at yourself injured. Your boyfriend didn't even come check on you today. When your father came yesterday, he was right there. Yet he hid far away. Serena, tell me, you won't get dumped by me, and then get dumped by him too, right? What I said this time made Serena's expression turn quite ugly. Just as I'd said, after class, Brandon didn't come looking for her. He seemed very busy. Derek came over to look at Serena, saying, Queen Serena, what happened to your face? Did someone hit you? Serena shook her head. It's nothing. Derek glanced at me. Do you need to call the police or anything? Do you need us to help? Serena shook her head. No need. Seeing Derek care so much about Serena, I said, what's Brandon so busy with? Derek turned to look at Brandon and said to me, Brandon's been busy writing a speech lately. The teacher asked him to write it. Why? I gave so he really is busy. Serena's hurt, and he doesn't even care. Hearing me say this, Derek hurriedly said, that's between them. They know best. What do you mean by that? Queen Serena's hurt. Brandon definitely cares the most. Brandon treats Queen Serena the best. They're even going to test into the same college later. Of course, you definitely can't pass, even if your family is rich. You can't buy your way into college, can you? When Derek was talking, Brandon sat beside him listening, just wanting to rush over and cover his mouth. He was already trying to lower his presence, but Derek's big mouth kept running, letting everyone know about his relationship with Serena. Brandon was full of regret. Serena's father was a gambling addict, and he wanted nothing to do with that. But if he proposed breaking up now, what would others think of him? What would Serena think of him? I looked at Serena. Which school are you applying to? In my past life, Serena and Brandon both went to Lakewood University, but I was still very curious why Serena didn't apply to a top school. At the time, I'd thought it was definitely because of me. Hearing my question, Serena said, why are you asking? I waved my hand. Just curious. Want to see which school you're applying to? So I can apply to the same one. We all know each other. Going to the same school would be nice. That way I can also see if you two stay together forever. Derek mocked from beside me. What kind of joke is this? Your grades are so bad. Even though your grades have improved now, you're still not even in the top 10 of the class. Are you sure you can get into the same school as them? Serena also seemed to think I didn't know. My own limits. We're applying to a top school. You want to apply too? How about that? Serena really did want to apply to a top school. That way she could get away from Mr. Wells. Plus, she could go to New York to find her mother. I was surprised. Not applying to Lakewood University? Serena said, why would I apply to Lakewood University? Maybe Lakewood University is the pinnacle for you, but not for me. I smiled. All right, then I'll apply to a top school too. Derek found what I said a bit laughable. He went back to sit next to Brandon and said to him, Nathan is too. Funny. He wants to apply to a top school. Does he really think his current grades are that good? Brandon looked up at me. Before, he'd wanted me to go back to liking Serena. But after Celeste appeared, it made Brandon feel that hope was very slim. His gaze fell on me, and he said to Derek, do you think Nathan still likes Serena? Hearing Brandon say this, Derek replied, if he dares to like Serena, I'll curse him to death. Brandon glanced at Derek. Having a friend who completely didn't understand him was really exhausting. That afternoon, when Brandon and Serena went to their meeting, he finally asked her, what happened? Did your father hit you? Serena said, no, some people came looking for my father, and there was a conflict. Brandon asked, is it about money? He'd seen it yesterday and could guess as much. Serena nodded. Yeah. Brandon looked at her and finally gathered the courage to say what he was thinking. You can't keep going on like this. Why don't you ask Nathan to figure something out? Serena looked at Brandon in confusion. Ask him to figure out what? Brandon continued. Didn't you used to tutor him before? Why don't you go back to tutoring him? Before, we really didn't treat him very well. After all, he's the young master. We should accommodate him a little. I'm sure he won't mind having another tutor. Serena refused without thinking. Number. He already fired me. She also didn't want to go begging me. She might be poor, but she still had her pride. Brandon continued. What's the big deal? It's just earning money by tutoring him. It pays more than working at the coffee shop. Plus your father's situation can be resolved too. Seeing him push her toward Nathan, Serena felt uncomfortable. We're dating, and you're not bothered by me tutoring him? Brandon smiled. Why would I be bothered? After all, you don't like him. For Nathan, being able to spend money on you would definitely make him happy. Serena looked at him angrily. Right now, the whole school knows he's involved with Celeste. If I go looking for him, what would that look like? I won't do things I don't like just for money. Brandon continued. Celeste will find out sooner or later. Besides, you don't want to see him end up with Celeste, only to have a miserable ending, do you? Serena didn't say anything. On this point, she agreed with what Brandon said. Brandon saw her go silent and probed. If you find it hard to bring up, I'll go talk to Nathan to get you your tutoring job back. Trust me, I can handle it, Serena, no matter what. You still have to finish high school first. If your father keeps going on like this, I don't think you'll even make it to graduation. Serena looked at Brandon, somewhat angry. You think I can't survive without Nathan? Brandon shook his head. That's not what he hadn't finished speaking when Serena cut him off. The reason Nathan treats me like this is to spite me, but I can't possibly go bow my head to him. My father's situation is what it is, and if I still went to him, dragging him into this mess, would I even have a conscience? After saying this, Serena didn't linger and went straight to the multimedia room for the meeting. That afternoon, after PE class ended, I sat resting under a tree. Brandon came to find me to discuss letting Serena continue as my tutor, saying she was in a difficult situation. He hoped I'd sponsor her, even hinting that she still liked me. I refused to be a fool, mocked them both for being fake, then turned and walked away. Brandon watched my retreating figure and sighed. He'd already offered up Serena, and I was still like this. Looks like he could only go find Serena. Serena saw Brandon and asked, Where did you go? Brandon said sadly, I just went to see Nathan. He said as long as you go to him, he'll give you a job. You just need to have a better attitude. Serena was a bit confused. I already told you not to bring this up again. Why did you still go to him? Brandon advised, There's less than a year left. Just bear with it and it'll pass. Once you leave Lakewood, everything will get better. You think I wanted to go to him? You don't know how, he said. Some really nasty things because of you. I can take a little humiliation. Can you at least appreciate my intentions? Serena looked at him, saying nothing. Brandon lowered his head and continued, Remember to talk nicely to him. He used to like you so much. Just coax him a little and he'll get over it. Also, tell him we've broken up. From now on, let's not be seen together in front of him. Serena glanced at him. Break up? She immediately remembered what I'd said today. Brandon saw she wasn't happy and comforted her. Serena, it's just a fake breakup. In my heart, you're still the best. We're just appeasing him. After graduation, we'll both apply to a top school together. He wants to apply, but definitely won't get in. Don't you know how much I like you? Serena shook her head. Brandon, actually you don't need to put yourself through this. Brandon gave her an encouraging look. I'm fine. Go on, I still have writing to do in class. Serena walked over. She stood in front of me. I noticed her blocking my light and looked up at her. What is it? Serena said irritably. Why are you bullying Brandon? I was confused. When did I bully him? Serena said, Nathan, our family backgrounds aren't good, but that's not a reason for you to bully us. You were just born into better circumstances than us. Brandon works hard and strives to improve. He's never done anything wrong to you. I asked back, how did I bully him? Serena answered, what gives you the right to call him a manipulative man? I'd thought Brandon had made up some story in front of Serena, but it was just this. Serena said to me, I admit I was a bit too much before, but if you have any grievances, take them out on me. Don't bully Brandon. He's innocent. I waved my hand. Fine, I'll apologize to him, okay? He's not a manipulative man. He's a great hypocrite and saint. I was out of line. Serena stared at me. Don't be so passive-aggressive. I laughed coldly. Go ahead and protect him. Don't let the wind knock him over. Your boyfriend is so fragile. Serena glared at me. I continued. He really does love you. Even came to beg me to give you a job. But looking at you, It seems like you don't need it. So, forget it then. You're so capable after all. The bell rang signaling the end of class. And I left, directly. I went to the Imperial Hotel. Mr. Knight came out to meet me. Mr. Crane, here alone? Ever since I'd helped him last time, he'd been especially warm toward me. I nodded. He asked, Miss Thornton isn't coming with you? I gave a, She's had some things to deal with lately. I'd texted her in the car earlier, but she hadn't replied. Mr. Knight said, What would you like to eat today? I'll have the kitchen prepare it. I waved my hand. Anything is fine. I'm here to discuss some business with you. Mr. Knight looked at me in surprise. Your father is letting you handle business? I smiled. This has nothing to do with my father. I'm here on my own. I want to buy some land. Hearing me say I wanted to buy land, Mr. Knight looked at me in surprise. Mr. Crane, this isn't a joke. Why are you suddenly thinking about buying land? I knew. Mr. Knight currently had some land he wanted to sell off, but couldn't find any buyers at all. It had been giving him a headache, looking everywhere for someone to take it over. Those plots of land later fell into Serena's hands and made her a fortune. Though Serena was really hateful, she truly did have a good eye for things. I didn't explain anything, just said I wanted to try it out myself. The plots I wanted were exactly the ones Mr. Knight wanted to sell. Hearing I wanted them, he was very surprised. Thinking that I was his friend's son, he really couldn't bring himself to sell them to me. In good conscience. How about this matter? I still need to discuss with your father first. If he agrees, I'll sell them to you. I nodded. That works too. I just came to ask about it today anyway. After eating, I walked out and saw Megan. Megan saw me and smiled as she walked over. Brother-in-law, what a coincidence, running into you here again. I didn't have a good impression of her, so I said blandly, Yeah, bad luck, running into you here again. Megan was a bit displeased. Brother-in-law, why would you say that to me? Isn't Celeste with you? Hearing her mention Celeste, I asked, Did she go to school today? She shook her head. No. I frowned. She didn't go to school? Megan nodded. Yeah. She often doesn't come to school, but because her grades are so good, the teachers can't do anything about her. I left the hotel and told the driver to take me to Celeste's house. I'd gotten this address by having my father find out. The car had just stopped when the butler came out. Young Master Crane. He looked extremely welcoming. I replied politely, Is Celeste home? The butler nodded. Yes, she is. Miss is sick. I quickly asked, What's wrong with her? The butler replied, Just a bit of a cold. Probably nothing serious. The doctor has already been to see her. I continued asking, Can I go see her? The butler led me upstairs. Of course you can. We arrived at Celeste's room. Miss is in here. After he finished speaking, he knocked on the door, then pushed it open. I saw Celeste lying on the bed. The butler spoke up. Miss, young Master Crane is here. Celeste immediately sat up in bed. Seeing me standing at the door, she froze for a moment, then said to the butler with a cold face, Take him downstairs, please. I'll be down in a bit. The butler was about to speak, when I quickly cut in, No need. I just came by to check on her, then I'll leave. With that, I walked in, looking at Celeste. Her complexion looked a bit more haggard than usual. I heard you were sick. Why didn't you tell me? I've been worried about you all day. Celeste looked at me. Noticing I completely didn't treat myself as an outsider, You should have given me a heads up before coming. I asked, Why? Am I bothering you? Celeste said coldly, I haven't washed my face yet. Appearing before me like this? She felt a bit embarrassed. I said casually, Aren't you sick? Besides, you look beautiful like this too. Beautiful people can do whatever they want. Hearing me say this, Celeste finally stopped resisting. Why did you suddenly show up? What made you think to come here? I answered, I just finished eating at the Imperial Hotel and happened to run into Megan. She said you didn't go to school, so I thought I'd come check on you. Celeste sat on the bed looking at me. Nathan. Her voice was serious with a hint of solemnity. I looked at her. What is it? Why so serious all of a sudden? She said, I think we should keep some distance between us. I asked, Are you tired of me already? Am I being too forward? Because of what happened in my past life. Now, whenever I saw Celeste, I felt very close to her, so I didn't treat her as an outsider. But now Celeste was saying she wanted to keep distance from me. Did that mean I was being too familiar? Celeste's expression showed some sadness. Numb! Actually, I'm not that great of a person. She was afraid that getting too close to me, she'd do things that would make me unhappy. I looked at her curiously. Then what kind of person are you? Celeste said. I have a pretty bad temper, and I'm not as gentle as you think. I gave a, Then why have I never seen you get angry? Is it because you always treat me as an outsider? Celeste looked at me, silent. Suddenly, she coughed. I quickly asked, Are you okay? Do you need water? Let me pour you some. Celeste lay on the bed. I brought water over and handed it to her. Did you take all your medicine? She nodded slightly. Then get some more rest. I'll stay here and watch over you. Hearing me say this, Celeste looked at me. Aren't you leaving? I'll have the butler take you home. I waved my hand. I just got here. I'm not planning to leave so soon. I'll leave after you fall asleep. Celeste drank the water. She didn't say anything more. When she'd left yesterday, the two of them had had a small disagreement, even though she clearly knew. I might eventually go back to Serena. Celeste lay on the bed, and I sat beside her watching. She hadn't been asleep long before she woke up. Since I was still there, she opened her beautiful eyes. You haven't left yet? She'd thought when she woke up, she'd be alone in the cold room, but found I was still here. This feeling was like suddenly receiving an unexpected gift. I said, Are you having trouble sleeping? I used to have insomnia when I was sick too. Celeste didn't answer my question, just looked at me. Her insomnia was no longer anything unusual. I was afraid she'd think I was being too nosy again, so I explained. I was about to leave, but then you woke up. While we were talking, Celeste's uncle came home. He was surprised to see me here. Nathan, why are you here? I replied politely. Hello, Uncle Thornton. Uncle Thornton said, I heard Celeste was sick, so I came to visit her. Well, you two chat then. She must be happy you came. Uncle Thornton knew Celeste too well. His words made Celeste a bit embarrassed. Uncle! Uncle Thornton ignored her and walked straight out. I looked at Celeste. Are you really that happy I came to visit? Celeste tried to appear calm. It's all right. She pretended to pick up a book from the nightstand and started reading. I stared at Celeste and said, Then how about I come visit you every day from now on? Celeste froze for a moment. Why? I said. Don't you want me to visit you? Celeste explained. That's not it. Don't you have school? I can come visit you instead. I replied, But you're sick right now, aren't you? I can't have you come teach me while you're sick. From now on, I'll bring my homework and come find you. Hearing me mention homework, Celeste breathed a sigh of relief. She'd almost been overthinking just now, even thinking I had other intentions. I stood up, stretching. Then I'll head back today. I'll come visit you again tomorrow. Celeste also stood up. I'll have the butler take you. I waved my hand. No need. How could I? Make a sick person see me off. Get some rest. The driver is waiting downstairs. I can get back on my own. Even though I said that, Celeste still stood up. Actually, there's nothing seriously wrong with me. I'll be better by tomorrow. I looked at her. That fast? She was only wearing pajamas, and she really did look beautiful. She walked me downstairs. Downstairs, Uncle Thornton was sitting on the sofa making a call. Seeing us come down, he put down the phone. Leaving already, Nathan? I nodded. Goodbye, Uncle Thornton. Uncle Thornton continued. Why don't you stay a while longer? Just stay here tonight. I'll have someone prepare a room for you. Tomorrow I'll arrange to have you driven to school. Celeste and I didn't go to the same school, and it was indeed farther from here to Lakewood High. No need, Uncle Thornton. If I go back now, it'll be the perfect time to sleep. Celeste walked me from the living room to outside. My family's driver was already waiting outside. The butler politely opened the car door for me. Take care, young Master Crane. I looked at Celeste. Rest well. I'll come visit you tomorrow. Hearing this, Celeste's eyes became gentle. Okay, text me when you get there. As soon as she finished speaking, I hugged her. Celeste froze, not daring to move. After a moment, she spoke. I let her go. My eyes bright, I don't even know. Why, I just wanted to hug you seeing you like this. You don't hate me, do you? Hearing me say this, Celeste was a bit stunned. No, how could she hate me? She was just afraid of getting used to my kindness. And one day I'd pull away, or reconcile with Serena. She might do anything to get me back. But would I hate her then? She'd been trying to control herself. I smiled. Then I'm leaving. Butler, please take good care of Celeste, so she recovers quickly. The butler secretly glanced at his young mistress. I will, young Master Crane. I got in the car and left the Thornton estate, looking at the night scenery outside the window, thinking about Celeste, thinking about before I died. Although she hadn't come in person, that little bit of tenderness was enough to comfort me. At least, before I died, I wasn't alone and cold in that rented room. There was still someone who cared about my situation. I got home, and Mrs. Porter was already waiting at the gate. Seeing me return, young master is back. I nodded. Is my father home yet? He's back, waiting for you. I walked through the door and saw my father, Richard Crane, sitting on the sofa, with a serious expression. I walked up to him. Dad. Richard Crane looked up. You're back? Uncle Thornton called, saying you wanted to stay at their place and weren't coming home today. I replied, how could that be? If I'm coming home late, I'll tell you myself. I wouldn't have someone else call. Uncle Thornton must have misunderstood. Richard Crane said, Nathan, although I hope you'll marry Celeste in the future, and that's for the future. Understand? Although it was an arranged marriage, I still hadn't graduated yet. Richard Crane was worried I'd do something rash. Seeing my father so serious, I said, don't worry, Dad. I know my limits. Having been hurt so badly in my past life, I'd naturally be more careful about these things. Seeing his son obediently respond to him, Richard Crane had originally planned to lecture me, but now felt a bit awkward. Then he remembered to ask me about the land purchase. I told him I just wanted to try my hand at investing. Richard Crane had no objections. Before, I'd never been interested in business, so Richard Crane hadn't pushed me. Now that I was willing to try doing something myself, he was naturally very happy. I'll call Uncle Chu later and have him transfer those plots to you. Then I'll arrange 2 assistants for you. That way if you need anything, they can help. I said happily, thanks, Dad. Once I'm capable enough, I can help you with work too. Richard Crane said, son, you suddenly become so sensible, I don't know what to say. Have you been through something recently? Actually, I'd rather see you like before. Carefree every day. Seeing me so sensible, Richard Crane just felt heartache. It was as if I'd been through something and had become much more mature. Looking at my father before me, because he'd passed away early. When he died, it had been more than a decade. At that time, the people in his company had all sided with Serena. Serena had completely turned the Crane family company into her own. I'd long since lost any say and didn't have a single person to rely on. But now, seeing my father right in front of me, I was especially happy. I just felt I was too immature. Before, I devoted everything to one woman, revolving around Serena every day. Later, when I wanted to see you, I found it was already too late. The next day, the 2 assistants Richard Crane had arranged started work, helping me handle some business. With their help, I was much more efficient at handling things. That afternoon, I went to see Mr. Knight first. Since Richard Crane had agreed, Mr. Knight was very relaxed, eager to sign the contract with me right away. After handling everything, I had the assistants go back first, while I went to Celeste's house. She was sitting in the study handling some work. Now, Celeste would help me arrange extracurricular lessons every day. I'd fallen behind too much before, and she had to help me catch up on everything. Just then, someone walked in, sis. A boy appeared at the door, probably still in middle school. Seeing me here, he froze for a moment. Who's he? Celeste didn't want to pay any attention to him. Get out. Ethan, when are you going to help me with my homework? I heard. You've been going to teach that Nathan Crane guy every day lately. What's up with that? I glanced at Ethan. Hello, I'm Nathan Crane. Ethan looked at me with a complicated expression. So it's you? You're the one who always makes my sister unhappy. The one who likes Serena? And you still want to be my sister's fiancé? Ethan looked very displeased. He had a very bad impression of me. He didn't know what his father was thinking. Wanting someone like me to marry his sister? Celeste stood up and directly grabbed Ethan by the collar and threw him out the door. I looked at this scene in surprise. Is that your brother? Celeste answered, my uncle's son. My uncle and aunt are getting divorced, so he comes here sometimes. I didn't miss what Ethan had just said and looked at Celeste. He said, I always make you unhappy. When was that? Hearing my question, Celeste looked at me. Don't listen to his nonsense? That never happened. Nathan, don't come over anymore starting tomorrow. I'll come to your house to visit you. That's more convenient. If I came over a few more times, her secrets wouldn't stay hidden anymore. Hearing her say this, I nodded. Okay. I could tell Celeste really didn't want me coming here anymore. After I finished my homework, Celeste personally drove me home. On the way, Celeste was very quiet. I sat beside her, scrolling through my phone on Instagram. Celeste secretly watched me, really enjoying these moments alone with me. When we reached the Crane house, the car had just arrived at the gate. When we saw Mr. Wells standing there, let me see Mr. Crane. I really have something urgent I need to see him about. The security guard was a bit annoyed. You're too much. You think Mr. Crane will see you just because you want to see him? Although Mr. Wells used to be the Crane family's chauffeur, back then, what they hated most was Mr. Wells, because Mr. Wells always bragged in front of them, saying I would marry his daughter someday, as if anyone believed him. Then when he saw my car appear, Mr. Wells hurried over, blocking the front of the car. I rolled down the window. What is it? The security guard walked over and said to me, Young master. He says he wants to see Mr. Crane. I said, my father probably isn't home at this hour. I've told him that, but he won't listen. The security guard was still talking. When Mr. Wells walked up, Nathan, please save Serena. She's been taken by some people. I didn't understand. Taken by who? Mr. Wells said painfully, those debt collectors. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have owed them money. Now they want to take Serena to pay off the debt. I frowned. Mr. Wells looked at me again. Please help. After all, you and Serena used to be so close. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have gambled and owed so much money. I promise I won't gamble anymore from now on. My daughter is my hope for the future. I can't bear it. I hadn't expected Serena's situation to have gotten this bad. Having a father like Mr. Wells, her life was quite colorful. I had no intention of helping. Since something like this happened, go report it to the police. Finding the police would probably be more useful than finding me. Mr. Wells said anxiously, No, we can't call the police. If we call the police, they'll hurt Serena. You don't want to see that happen, do you? I said calmly. Actually, I'd quite like to see that. Mr. Wells seemed to find me cruel. Clearly I wasn't like this before. Before, if anything happened to Serena, I'd definitely be the most worried. Celeste also didn't miss my coldness. Seeing me unmoved by Serena's kidnapping, she was a bit surprised. Could it be that I really didn't like Serena anymore? Just then, there was the sound of a car horn from behind. Richard Crane was back. Mr. Wells saw Richard Crane appear, and quickly abandoned me to run to him. Richard Crane didn't refuse him. After getting to the living room inside, Richard Crane sat down, listening to Mr. Wells. Mr. Crane, please save my daughter. After all, we were classmates for so many years. If you don't help me, my Serena is really done for. It was precisely because of their old classmate relationship that Richard Crane had let Mr. Wells come work as a chauffeur. Later, when he discovered he liked to gamble, he thought it wasn't right and wanted to replace him. Now seeing him come because of Serena, Richard Crane said, I told you before, stop gambling. Your daughter isn't young anymore. If you won't think of yourself, at least think of her. Mr. Wells knelt on the ground. I won't gamble anymore from now on. It's all because I was foolish for a moment. But Serena is innocent in all this. Please help me one last time. I'm begging you. Richard Crane looked at the secretary beside him. Secretary Yan, please handle this. I didn't say anything either, because I knew even if I did, my father would still save Serena. He had a classmate friendship with Mr. Wells. He couldn't be too heartless, and he couldn't just ignore such a young, beautiful girl. The things Serena had done were all things from my past life. In this life, she was just a high school student who hadn't done anything unforgivable yet. Mr. Wells saw him agree and was endlessly grateful. Thank you, Mr. Crane. After Serena graduates, I'll definitely have her join your company to work for you. Our family may be poor, but she's always been top of her class. Richard Crane couldn't be bothered with his empty promises. This is the last time I'm helping. As long as my daughter is saved, Mr. Wells will agree to anything right now. Secretary Yan was responsible for leading people to get Serena. Mr. Wells went along too. I spoke up. Dad, I want to go too. Richard Crane looked at me. Aren't you going to rest? It's so late. I said, it's fine. I'll figure it out when I get back. Richard Crane was a bit helpless. Go ahead then. Serena and I were classmates. As long as I wasn't being foolishly lovesick anymore. Richard Crane had no objections. The car was already waiting at the gate. I walked out and looked at Celeste. Why don't you go back first? Celeste didn't want to leave. Can you go alone? I looked at her, testing. Then come with me. I was afraid she'd be unhappy. Although my intentions were pure, from Celeste's perspective, she might not think so. Celeste said, I'll go with you. I nodded. Then let's go together. The two of us got in the car. I told the driver to follow Secretary Yan's car. Before long, we arrived at an abandoned factory. Secretary Yan had called the police before arriving. Those people were also arrested. Serena was let out. She looked quite pitiful. I looked at her defeated appearance and couldn't help but smirk. I said to Celeste, I'll go check on her. I wasn't idle, running up to Serena. Serena, are you okay? How are you? Are you hurt? My eyes were full of worry, as if I was really anxious. Serena looked at me. Seeing me look at her so tenderly, she was a bit touched, but thinking of how coldly I'd been treating her, her face turned cold again. I don't need your concern. I'm fine. I pressed my lips together looking at her, seeming extremely aggrieved. I care about you so much, and you won't even say something nice to me. If I hadn't begged my father to come save you, they probably would have chopped off your hands by now. Celeste thought to herself. If she hadn't been at the Crane house gate, personally witnessed me refuse Mr. Wells, and that coming to save Serena was actually Richard Crane's idea, she might have believed what I said. This behavior of mine was incomprehensible, but she found it quite interesting, and stood calmly by the side watching the show. Hearing me say I had begged Richard Crane to come save her, Serena was also a bit surprised. She really thought I wouldn't care about her anymore from now on. Back at the Crane house, Richard Crane saw Secretary Yan bring Serena back, with all limbs intact, and felt more at ease. "Serena, how are you?" Serena said, "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Crane. I'm fine." Although Serena's attitude toward me wasn't good, she was always quite polite in front of Richard Crane. Richard Crane said, "It's good that you're okay. I've also talked to your father, told him to stop gambling from now on. Go take care of your wounds first. Mrs. Porter, has the doctor arrived?" Mrs. Porter replied, "On the way." Serena shook her head. "No need for the trouble. These are all just surface wounds. I can take care of them myself later." Serena went to take a bath. Mr. Wells stood beside Richard Crane, flattering him. I walked Celeste to the door. At the gate, I looked at Celeste, only then remembering she was sick. "You should go home and sleep. You're still not fully recovered. If you don't rest, you'll be sick again tomorrow." Celeste said, "It's fine. I'm very healthy." I didn't believe her. Then who was sick before? "I heard your butler say you often have insomnia, that you don't sleep well. Why don't you sleep properly?" Celeste lowered her eyes. My concern immediately made her feel like she needed to get enough sleep when she got home to sleep properly. My gaze became gentle. "That's good then. Hurry home. See you tomorrow." Celeste looked at me, but had no intention of leaving. It seemed like she still wanted to say something. I smiled and asked, "What is it? Can't bear to leave me?" Celeste said, "Did you really beg your father to go save Serena?" Seeing her ask directly, I guiltily touched my nose. "You heard that? I thought you didn't hear." Celeste said, "What exactly is going on between you and Serena now?" I said, blandly, "I don't know how to explain it to you. Anyway, I won't like Serena anymore. I just want to mess with her." Celeste nodded. "I understand. Knowing there was nothing between me and Serena." She felt more at ease. "Then I'll go first. I'll come visit you again tomorrow. Go on." I walked her to the car and stood by the car gently waving. After seeing Celeste off, I finally went inside. Serena had finished bathing and came out. Her hands and arms were all wounded. She asked Mrs. Porter to get the medicine box from the house, treating herself. I saw Serena having trouble applying the medicine herself and said, "How about I do it?" Serena glanced at me. I sat down, took the medicine from her hand, and started applying it to her wounds. Mr. Wells stood nearby watching this scene, his expression much more satisfied. It seemed that seeing Serena hurt, I was moved again. He'd said it. I couldn't possibly really reject his daughter. Mr. Wells stood up. "I'll head back first today. I still have work tomorrow." Just now, Richard Crane had arranged a security guard job for him. Serena said, "Dad, I'll go back with you." Mr. Wells glanced at her. "Why would you go back?" "To stay here. Don't you have school tomorrow? Go with young Master Crane then. Take good care of young Master Crane. Mr. Crane has been so good to you. You'd better not bully young Master Crane anymore." Serena felt a bit uncomfortable. Richard Crane saw what she was thinking and said, "Serena, just stay here. It's too late to go back now. It would be troublesome." Serena looked at Richard Crane. A bit embarrassed. "My father has troubled you again." Richard Crane sighed. "It's nothing. Your father keeps gambling. It hasn't been easy for you either. Just focus on your studies. From now on, I'll cover your tuition. Your grades are good. Don't ruin yourself because of family matters." Serena nodded. "I'll do my best. It's just that Mr. Crane has been so good to me. I don't know how to repay you," Richard Crane said. "Don't talk about repayment. After you graduate, if you want to join my company, that's fine. If you don't want to, that's fine too." He wasn't short of this little money. Richard Crane had just finished speaking when I was applying medicine to Serena, and the cotton swab in my hand roughly poked into her wound. Serena hissed in pain and glared at me. "Why are you so clumsy? Just applying medicine and making the wound hurt so much?" I finished applying the medicine. Only then did Serena nod at Richard Crane. "Thank you, Mr. Crane." Getting into Richard Crane's company wasn't a bad thing. Many people wanted in, but couldn't. Richard Crane finished talking and didn't bother with us anymore, going upstairs to rest. After I finished applying medicine for Serena, I had Mrs. Porter put the medicine away. I looked at Serena. "Can you walk? Do you need me to help you?" Serena's attitude was very cold. "No need. I can walk myself." I looked at her and sighed with regret. Serena frowned. "What are you sighing about?" I looked regretful. "Good thing your legs aren't broken. Otherwise, that would be such a pity." Serena looked at me. Why did it feel like I was disappointed her legs weren't broken? Serena didn't go to the room upstairs, but went to the servants' quarters where she'd stayed last time. Serena arrived at the door, saw me staring at her, and was a bit annoyed. "Why are you following me? Nathan, don't think just because you helped me, I have to thank you. I have a boyfriend now." Hearing her say this, I glanced at her. "Is that so?" But I seem to remember. "Brandon didn't pay any attention to you at school today." As soon as I said it, Serena remembered Brandon was still angry. Precisely because she hadn't reconciled with me, rejecting his good intentions. He still wasn't paying attention to her. He wouldn't reply to texts, and at school, he wouldn't even give her a decent expression. That's none of your business. Thinking that she owed me a favor, Serena didn't go straight into the room and close the door, but was polite to me for a few sentences. Go get some rest. I looked at her. Should I call Brandon to come take care of you? Serena coldly refused. No need. That's between me and him. Don't interfere, I said, but you don't have anyone to take care of you. Serena, actually, I'm not mad anymore about you being with him. As long as you're living well, I'm at ease. Wasn't Brandon being magnanimous? The reason Serena liked him? As long as I don't like someone, I can be magnanimous too. Serena hadn't expected I could do this. I said again, all right, I won't bother you anymore. I'm going to sleep. With that, I turned around sadly. Serena immediately felt guilty because of me. I lay on my bed, receiving a message from Celeste. I'm home. I smirked and replied, okay. Good night. Celeste sent another message asking, how is she? I replied, just went to sleep. Serena's attitude toward me, her lifesaver, seems slightly better, although she still has that drama queen act. It really is slightly better than before. The next day, Serena and I went to school together. Because she was injured, my father had the driver take her along the way. Before reaching school, I had the driver stop. I looked at Serena. Get out. Serena looked at me. Kicking me out? I smiled. Of course not. Although I was indeed kicking her out, could I admit it? I'd already thought of an excuse, my expression becoming even more innocent. What if your boyfriend sees us? At the school gate? You don't want him to misunderstand our relationship, do you? But as soon as I mentioned it, Serena felt what I said made sense. She opened the door and got out. Seeing her get out, I smirked and told the driver to go. Before, because I liked her, I always imagined she was a great person. Looking at it now, she wasn't that smart either. Arriving at school, I got out of the car. Brandon saw me and walked over. Nathan, good morning. The classmates nearby saw Brandon and praised him. Wow, Brandon is so nice. Nathan treats him so rudely, and he's not even mad. Hearing those brainless comments, I really didn't know what to say. People like them, if they don't get scammed in the future, they'd be the first ones to be fooled. I said to Brandon, I just passed by and saw Serena. She seems to be hurt. Do you want to go check on her? Brandon frowned. No need to guess. It definitely had to do with Serena's father. He said to me, is there still a chance for you and Serena to reconcile? I looked at Brandon, persistently wanting me to reconcile with Serena. He was really persistent, making me want to fall for him too. I sighed. What good does it do whether I want to reconcile or not? You're the only one in her heart, aren't you? Brandon continued. Nathan, as long as you're willing, you're willing, I'll help you. I smiled. Then you're too kind. Even helping Serena like me, I really have to thank you. Serena saw Brandon and walked over. Brandon! Brandon saw her and his face turned cold, directly ignoring her. Serena was rebuffed, but refused to give up, following behind him. Why do you keep being mad at me? Brandon said. You didn't take my words seriously. You treated my efforts like they were nothing. You don't know why I'm mad? Serena heard him say this, and looked at him. You want to push me away that badly? Brandon looked her up and down. I'm only doing this for your own good. Look at yourself. With Nathan around, would you have gotten hurt? Do you just love suffering? After scolding her, Brandon put on a helpless expression. Serena, seeing you hurt, I'm more heartbroken than anyone. I only want what's best for you. For you, I'm willing to humble myself. Why don't you understand? The bit of resentment Serena felt from his coldness was quickly soothed. Brandon sighed, looking heartbroken. If you don't reconcile with Nathan, let's break up. If she kept going on like this, he'd rather distance himself from her, in case her family's problems affected him. He didn't have money like me to carry the debts of Serena's gambling addict father. Brandon directly left Serena and walked away. I walked over and looked at Serena. What's wrong? Really having a fight? About to break up? At this moment, Serena's gaze fell on me. Did you say something to him? I looked at her innocently. It's about me again. Yeah, sure. Blame heaven and earth. Now you're blaming me too. Serena saw my innocent look, remembered that I really hadn't interfered in her business lately, and turned to leave. Arriving at class, Brandon continued being busy with his own things, truly not paying attention to Serena. I sat nearby watching the two of them, finding it quite amusing. I was staring at them. When Serena suddenly turned around, Nathan, I'm going home with you this afternoon. Oh, she was using me to provoke Brandon. So I was becoming a pawn in their game again, but I didn't refuse either. However much Brandon wanted Serena by his side was exactly how much I wanted Serena. to stay by Brandon's side. Without witnessing these two get married and have children, I couldn't rest in peace even in death in my past life. That afternoon, I went home with Serena. After my father found a job for Mr. Wells, he also wanted to get Serena into our company, so her staying at my house now wasn't a problem. The house had many servants' quarters. Seeing Serena get in the car with me, Derek said to Brandon, "No way. Are those two together now?" Why did Brandon look relieved? Seeing this scene? As long as Serena was willing to be with me, that was fine. Seeing he wasn't anxious at all, Derek was worried. "Brandon, let me call and yell at Serena." Brandon stops Derek. "No need. Isn't this good?" "Getting in the car," I said to Serena. "Where are you going?" Serena looked at me. "Can I go to your house?" I looked at her. It seemed she really wanted to come home with me. "Sure." Serena sat beside me, looking at me, thinking about how cold Brandon had been to her. Right now, she really wanted to be with me. She'd humor him then. When we got home, Celeste had already arrived. I got out of the car, walked up to Celeste. "You're here early today?" Celeste said, "Wanted to come a bit earlier." I said, "Let's go upstairs to study. Wait for me in the study. I'll change and be right there." After saying this, I walked through the door. Celeste was still outside. Serena followed in and said to me, "You invited her here?" I looked at Serena. "She's my tutor now." "What? She's not allowed to come?" I thought to myself, "Who do you think you are?" Serena looked at me. "I can tutor you too." In this house, she didn't want to see Celeste appear. Hearing her say this, I couldn't help but laugh. She was surprised. "What are you laughing at?" I smiled. "Don't you see how much my grades have improved since she started tutoring me? If I relied on you to tutor me, could I get into a top school?" Mentioning how she used to tutor me, Serena frowned. She had issues with me, so when she tutored me, she had no patience at all. She even found me really annoying. Now she couldn't find anything to argue back with, so she went upstairs. Serena turned around, saw Celeste walking in, and directly blocked her path. Celeste. Celeste's gaze fell on Serena. Actually, this was the first time since they'd been at odds that Serena had formally talked to Celeste like this. Before, the two had been secretly competing. Now Serena was acting like the lady of the house. "Make sure you tutor Nathan well. There's not much time left until the college entrance exam. If he doesn't get into a good school, he'll blame you." Celeste, with her brain that was always first in the province, thought about it for a moment, and still couldn't understand what gave Serena the right to say these things. She said calmly, "He's my fiancé. Helping him study is what I should do." Hearing her say the word fiancé so confidently, Serena was stumped. "Of course I know she's his fiancé, although Nathan has always liked me. Don't worry. I have someone I like. I won't fight you for him." The way she said it was as if she was giving me to Celeste. She just wanted to provoke Celeste a little. I went to my room, changed, and came back to the study, seeing Celeste standing by the window looking outside. I said, "I'm back." She turned around and gave a, I sat down at the desk. Celeste walked over and sat beside me. She'd already prepared practice problems for me before coming. I worked on them very seriously. Celeste quietly watched me, remembering Serena's ridiculous, provocative behavior downstairs just now. But Celeste also remembered seeing Mr. Wells begging for help. Yesterday when she came back, I had looked completely indifferent, telling him to call the police. Did I like Serena? Not necessarily. Compared to Celeste's calmness, Serena was feeling a bit restless downstairs, because she remembered that after she said that, Celeste had no reaction at all, and just went upstairs. Why hadn't she come down after half an hour? Shouldn't she have been angry and come argue with her? Richard Crane was also home tonight, plus Serena and Celeste. Everyone ate dinner together. I sat next to Celeste. Noticing how elegantly she ate, I picked up food with the serving chopsticks and put it on her plate. "Look, have some of this. Mrs. Porter says eating more celery helps you sleep better." Celeste said, "Thank you." Seeing the two of us getting along so well, not affected by the Serena situation, Richard Crane was relieved. Actually, he had ulterior motives for letting Serena stay at the house. My history with Serena had been so dramatic. He was really worried Celeste would have issues with it. Serena sat nearby, seeing me care so much about Celeste, feeling a bit annoyed. The person I liked wasn't her, so why was I treating Celeste so well? After eating, Celeste left. I watched Celeste get in the car, turned around and saw Serena standing beside me. Staring at me meaningfully, I said, "Why didn't you say something?" "You startled me." Serena looked at me. "Do you like Celeste?" I answered very quickly, "No, but I see you treating her so well." Serena saying this seemed like she couldn't quite figure out her position. I pressed my lips together, patiently making excuses. "She's someone my father introduced. I have to give my father face." Remembering my past life, after I'd signed the company over to Serena, she'd also pretended in front of me like this during that time. Every time I caught her with Brandon, she had all kinds of excuses, stubborn as anyone. I continued, "Don't you believe me?" My eyes were extremely sincere. Serena looked at me, and for a moment, couldn't tell if I was being real or fake. Just then, Serena's phone rang. It was a message from Brandon. "Serena, have you finished your homework? I have a problem I don't quite understand. Can you explain it to me?" Serena had gotten close to Brandon, precisely because Brandon used to often ask her about homework. These past few days, because they've been fighting, he'd ignored her. She'd thought they were done for good after this morning, but now he was replying again. I leaned over and glanced at Serena's phone. Seeing it was a message from Brandon to Serena, I directly used Brandon's voice and read it out loud. Serena glared at me, quickly turning off her phone screen. "Why are you looking at my phone?" I said, "I just glanced. He texted you, so he's forgiven you." That was fast. Serena saw me caring so much about her and Brandon's business and felt a bit uncomfortable. "We've always been good," I said. "Then why did you come home with me today? He's looking for you. Hurry up and make up. He's playing you like a dog." Serena looked at me, asking defensively, "Whether things are good between me and him? What's it to you?" I looked at Serena. "Aren't I just caring about you? Tell me, why is it that as soon as you came home with me, he immediately texted wanting to make up?" Serena remembered Brandon saying those things to her. He told her to pretend to be with me, even to pretend to break up with him. All along, in Serena's heart, Brandon wasn't that kind of person. He was a pure, bright moon, never had thoughts like that. But now thinking about what he'd said, and now texting her again, Serena was quite surprised. She glanced at me. "Defending Brandon. Brandon isn't like that. He probably just happened to not understand this problem." I gave a, what a coincidence then. Seeing her refusing to admit it even in death, I went straight upstairs to rest. Serena also went back to her room, and as usual, explained how to solve the problem to him. When she was done, the two chatted for a bit. Brandon said, "I was a bit hasty this morning. You're not mad at me, are you?" Serena held back. "No," Brandon said. "Serena, I really like you so much. I worry about you every day. Thinking about you being hurt, I'm more heartbroken than anyone. I've always thought that liking someone means caring for them. It's good that you're with Nathan like this. It was so hard for him to finally accept you. Can you please not make him angry anymore?" Seeing him constantly talking about Nathan, Serena didn't know if the person he liked was her or Nathan anymore. He might as well be with me instead. She stopped replying to Brandon's messages and went straight to sleep. The next morning, Serena and I went to school together. Today, Serena didn't get out of the car early, arriving at school with me. I sat in the car looking at her. "You're not afraid of being seen?" Serena smiled. "Aren't you happy I'm with you?" I waved my hand. "Being with someone who has a boyfriend? I'm not interested. I'm afraid people will call me a homewrecker." Serena ignored me and got out of the car. I followed her out. People at school, seeing the two of us appear together again, only now Brandon wasn't beside her. Everyone wondered if Serena had dumped Brandon for me. They immediately thought Serena was a social climber. There was more than a little contempt. The two entered the classroom. Brandon saw Serena, his eyes gentle as water, completely unlike yesterday's coldness, meeting his gaze. Serena didn't respond to him like usual. She waited until I sat down, then sat down beside me. Her cold demeanor startled Brandon. Why did Serena seem unhappy? A few days passed like this, with Serena by my side every day. Especially in front of Brandon, she was extremely warm toward me. Although I knew she was doing it to provoke Brandon, using me as a tool, I couldn't be bothered to argue with her about it. All I wanted now was for people to see how Serena acted, like a dog in front of me. At noon, I saw Serena walk into a small grove, and I followed. I saw Brandon standing there. "Serena, are you planning to ignore me from now on?" I crossed my arms, watching this scene indifferently. In my past life, I wasn't smart and couldn't see many things. Now that I finally had the chance, I'd watch how Brandon handled Serena. Serena was clearly still angry at Brandon. Now seeing Brandon come to her, she felt incredibly satisfied inside. She also lifted her chin. "Didn't you tell me to be with him? And told me not to make him angry? If I get too close to you, what if it makes him angry?" Hearing Serena speak, Brandon looked aggrieved. "It's my fault," Serena said coldly. "Then why did you call me here?" Brandon lowered his head. "I just missed you a little. Telling you to be with Nathan was only because I hoped you'd be okay. I thought I could control my emotions, but I can't." After saying this, his eyes turned red. I thought to myself, wonderful. It would be a waste if Brandon didn't become an actor. Forget Serena. Even I was a bit moved. Sure enough, after Serena heard him, she was silent for a long while. She wasn't as angry at him anymore. Her tone clearly softened somewhat. If I'm not with Nathan, will you still be with me? Brandon heard Serena speak and looked at her in confusion. What do you mean? Hadn't they been together every day lately? Seeing his surprised expression, not answering her question, Serena seemed to already have her answer. But she wouldn't give up and continued asking, I just want to know, is it only when I'm with Nathan that you're willing to contact me? Brandon stared at her, silent for a few seconds before saying, Serena, of course not. Then from now on, I won't go with him anymore. Serena felt she'd been putting on too much of an exhausting act these past few days. Every day she had to go to the Crane house and read my expressions and watch how lovey-dovey I was with Celeste. Although I said it was just pretend, she still felt uncomfortable watching, she concluded. It was probably because she hated Celeste so much. She didn't want to see me treat her well at all. If it wasn't to compete with Brandon, she wouldn't have put herself through this. I just want to be with you. I don't like anyone else. I don't want to be with him. Hearing her say this, Brandon's expression immediately turned cold. What do you mean? She wanted to break up with Nathan again, wanted to go back to before, throwing away all her pride and offending Nathan. Serena stepped forward and grabbed his hand. Brandon, I really want to be with you every day. Brandon didn't let her touch him, directly dodging. What kind of relationship is this? The way you don't think about the bigger picture. It's really annoying. Do you understand? Everything I said before. Didn't you listen? Seeing Brandon suddenly turn hostile, completely different from just now. Serena looked at him without saying anything. Every time I teased her about this, she would be stubborn, insisting Brandon wasn't that kind of person. But now Brandon's attitude immediately gave her a cold feeling. Brandon said directly, from now on, we'll only contact each other by phone. Until graduation, we're just regular friends. After the college entrance exam, I'll still wait for you. Can you trust me? He spoke in a coaxing tone. After coaxing her, he left directly. Serena stood there, laughing bitterly at herself. What liking, what bullshit love. I looked at her like this and thought she deserved it. Before, they'd worked together to deceive me, and now, watching them, fighting like dogs was really entertaining. Two selfish people, probably competing to see who could act better. I went back to class, and didn't go find Serena to mock her to her face. Although I really wanted to, I went back to class and did homework for a while. Serena only came back right before the next class. She walked over and sat down beside me. I was doing homework when she suddenly grabbed my wrist. She startled me. What are you doing? Everyone else looked over too. Seeing my guarded expression, Serena let go of my hand. I lowered my head and continued doing homework. Serena sat beside me watching, thinking about how I'd been by her side after all, how I'd asked my father to save her. Compared to Brandon's coldness, for the first time she felt I'd actually treated her pretty well. And yet she let me down like that. She said to me, don't leave too quickly this afternoon. After my meeting, I have something to tell you. What was she making such a big deal about? I felt a bit uneasy, but that afternoon, I still waited for her a while. Serena came back, standing nearby and secretly watching me for a while. On this month's exam, my ranking had improved another 50 places from last time, progressing at lightning speed. Seeing me start to pack up, she finally spoke. Done? I nodded. Yeah. Didn't you say you had something to tell me? Go ahead. Serena looked into my clear eyes. I broke up with Brandon. I pretended not to know about what happened at noon. Didn't you two break up a long time ago? Serena seemed hurt by Brandon, saying, now it's officially over. From now on, I'll never be with him again. So she made me wait just to tell me this? The next second, Serena said, Nathan, let's be together. This time, Serena was serious. Why should she go just because Brandon told her to? Why couldn't she choose someone else? From now on, she would like me and stop wasting energy on other people. After hearing her, I looked at her like she was a monster. Serena was confessing to me. In my past life, every time she'd been very reluctant to be with me, every day she acted like I was forcing her. Now she was saying she wanted to be with me. Serena saw me looking at her and asked, what is it? She thought I'd agree quickly, but my reaction was a bit unexpected. I turned my head and coughed. I'm still a high school student right now. I just want to do my homework well. As for dating, I haven't thought about it yet. Serena had said this before too. Are you deliberately trying to spite me because I rejected you before? I glanced at her. How could that be? My eyes were still full of love for her. It's just that, you've seen it recently. My father really likes Celeste, so she was just being rejected. Seeing she was a bit unhappy, I knew how strong this woman's pride was. I comforted her emotions. My father loves me very much. In his eyes, I have to marry the best person. You know, your grades are always behind Celeste's. How about you try hard? And when you surpass Celeste, I'll be with you. Serena looked at me coldly. Telling her to surpass Celeste? Did she want to be behind Celeste? If she could surpass her, she would have done it long ago. Serena said, if you want to reject me, just say so. You don't need to find excuses like this. I said to Serena, I'm not rejecting you. I believe you have this ability. After all, my family is basically the richest in Lakewood. If you marry me, everything my family has will be yours. My father having some requirements for you, isn't that reasonable? Seeing she wasn't responding, I coaxed, or is it that? Deep down, you've already decided you're not as good as Celeste? Before, when my grades were bad, she'd casually explain a few things and I didn't understand. She'd already start getting angry and calling me stupid, saying I wasn't as good as Brandon. She was so smart. If she had the ability, let's see her surpass Celeste. I picked up my bag and said to Serena with regret, if you think my request is too much, then forget it. But Serena, my feelings for you, heaven and earth, can attest. To be able to test into the same college as you, I'm trying my hardest right now. The gap between you and Celeste isn't that big. Maybe she's just lucky, yet you won't even try a little for me. If it were Brandon, you'd definitely do it. Since the person in your heart is still him, then stop playing with my feelings. I really can't take any more losses. By the end, my voice was very soft, looking very pitiful. I'd already walked past her, out the classroom door. Since I'd learned a few tricks from Brandon at noon, I felt I performed pretty well. I got in the car. Let's go. The driver looked at me. Not waiting for Miss Serena? I glanced at Serena, who had just walked out of the school gate, only a few steps away. Without waiting for her, I told the driver, let's go. What the hell? Getting her heart broken by Brandon, and then wanting to be with me. Did she really think I still liked her? When I got home, Celeste saw me come back alone. A bit surprised. Where's Serena? I smiled, walking up to Celeste. Don't know about her. Don't tell me you miss her. Celeste immediately replied, number. Seeing. I was in a great mood. What bad thing did you do now? I said with a smile. She got dumped by Brandon. Wanted to be with me. I told her if her grades surpass yours, I'll agree. I told Celeste everything now, trusting her quite a bit. Sometimes when I talked to her about investments, I found I could actually learn from her. I was a reborn person. I'd already experienced everything from the next decade or so. But the scariest thing about Celeste was, she could even predict which directions would be more profitable in the coming years, as if she had clairvoyance. Right now, hearing me speak, Celeste froze for a moment, then said seriously, I'll try my best. I didn't understand. Try your best at what? Not letting you be with her. I thought to myself, you really don't need to try at all, okay? I'd said that to Serena, because I knew the gap between Serena and Celeste was huge. For Serena, Celeste was already a mountain that was hard to climb. Now great. Celeste wanted to try even harder, completely leaving no way out for others. We were studying in the study when my phone rang. I opened it and looked. It was from Serena. I signed up for tutoring classes. I've thought about what you said. I'll try my best. Seeing this message, I was a bit surprised. Celeste asked, what is it? I said, Serena says she'll try her best. I thought she'd just walk away after hearing that. Sure enough, those tricks learned from Brandon, Serena really bought into them. She probably didn't want to admit defeat, letting people think she wasn't as good as Celeste. Serena came back after her tutoring class ended. Now, after her tutoring class, she came back at night to stay in the Crane family's servants' quarters. That way she could go to school with me in the morning. Although I hadn't agreed to be with her yet, she didn't want Celeste to be alone with me all the time. When she came back, the luxury car from the Thornton estate had just picked up Celeste. Looking at that car that showed her status as a wealthy heiress, Serena felt inferior. She walked over and looked at me. She's gone? I nodded. Yeah, we already ate. Have you eaten? Seeing me care about her, Serena felt a bit better. I ate, I said. Then I won't worry about you anymore. I'm going to sleep. Nathan, Serena called me back. I turned around. Serena said, how about you stop letting Celeste tutor you from now on? I said seriously, why? You're being too unreasonable. I'm just having her tutor me. I'm not dating her. Why are you so petty? Saying this, I acted completely righteous. If it were before, I definitely couldn't have done something like this. But now I suddenly discovered, haha, it's actually quite fun. No wonder Serena used to like treating me this way. If I had the slightest dissatisfaction with Brandon, she'd attack me like this, even saying I was too petty. Biting back like this actually felt pretty good. Walking the villainess's path, leaving the villainess with nowhere to go. Seeing Serena standing frozen in place, seemingly still thinking about what I'd said, I switched to a gentle expression. I just hope I can improve my grades a bit. Serena, everything I'm doing is just so I can stand by your side. Because I don't want people to call me an idiot. Didn't you used to look down on me too? If my grades stay bad, being with you, wouldn't you feel embarrassed? My voice carried a hint of grievance. Serena had wanted to argue back, but seeing me look so hurt, she immediately felt guilty. I'm sorry, I smiled bitterly with resignation. I don't blame you, no one likes a fool. I just want to try hard for you, to become a better version of myself. Serena was convinced by me. She had indeed been a bit unreasonable. I understand. I'm just worried Celeste likes you. Seeing her worry about these things, I said, she doesn't. Serena asked, how can you be so sure? I sighed. Do you really think rich kids are all idiots? What right does she have to like me? I'm so stupid, how can I compare to her? If it weren't for my father, she wouldn't even bother looking at me. This last sentence, Serena actually believed. Celeste wasn't an idiot. Her gaze gradually softened. Fine, go rest. I won't care about you and her anymore. Seeing her convinced by me, I said goodnight and went back to my room. During the following period, Serena went to her part-time job. After work, she'd come back to stay at the Crane house. My father had no objections to this. I also didn't stop Serena from staying at the house, but I didn't give her a single cent. Many women can say they'd die for you, but when they actually have to give something up, they won't give an inch. Before long, it was time for final exams. During this time, Serena had been saving money. In the mornings, she could still catch a ride with me to school, but not in the evenings. At night, after work, she'd take public transit back to the Crane house. Winter evenings in Lakewood were quite cold. Life was pretty hard. Brandon had thought Serena would come looking for him, but discovered that apart from going to school with me, she had no interaction with him at all. She treated him like a complete stranger. Then, one afternoon, he came to ask Serena to explain a problem in front of me. Serena, can you explain this problem to me? Serena refused. I don't have time right now. She was seriously writing something, not even lifting her head. Brandon stood beside her watching, looking hurt. I smiled. What problem? Let me explain it to you. The moment I said this, Brandon looked at me like I was a joke, saying, if you don't want to, forget it. I just saw they hadn't been interacting lately, worried there were problems in their relationship, and thought I'd try to lighten the mood a bit. Brandon heard me and sat down beside me, saying to Serena, Serena, it's almost New Year's. Where are you spending the holiday this year? Going back to your hometown? Serena said coldly. Not going back, Brandon said. So you're spending New Year's at the Crane house. He looked at me curiously. Before, Serena had always spent New Year's at my house. At this moment, Serena glanced at me. This year I'm spending New Year's with you. By then, Celeste probably wouldn't come to the Crane house, so she could get closer to me. I spoke up. That probably won't work this year. Brandon didn't understand. Why? I touched my nose. I promised my dad I'd go to New York for the holidays this year. Serena looked at me in surprise. I hadn't told her about this. I nodded. Yeah. Actually, it was a few days ago. I'd asked Celeste where she was spending the holidays. Celeste said she'd go to New York and asked if I wanted to come along. I agreed. We'd go after exams. But of course I couldn't say it was Celeste's idea. After all, I still had to keep up the act with Serena. Brandon looked at me with envy. That's so nice. I've never been. He guessed Serena would probably go with me. If only he could tag along. I looked at him. Let's go together. Brandon looked at me in surprise. Really? I said generously. Transfer me the money for the plane ticket, and I'll have someone book it for you too. I can also help book the hotel. We're friends after all. It's no trouble at all. Don't be polite. Brandon froze for a moment, then asked, how much is the plane ticket? I replied, for round-trip tickets, economy is probably over $3,000, but I always fly business class. With fuel surcharges, it's about $5,000 or so. Brandon looked at me in shock. That expensive? I looked completely unfazed. Near the holidays? Plane tickets go up even more. It's better to have someone help book. Brandon heard that price and was stunned. Forget it then. I won't go. $5,000 for a round trip. His parents' combined monthly salary wasn't even that much. He'd originally thought I'd pay. Serena had been by my side for so long, yet he hadn't gotten any benefit. Brandon felt a bit annoyed. I continued, You're not going? That's too bad. As long as Brandon paid his own way, I didn't mind taking him along, but Brandon wanted to treat me like a fool. No way, Brandon said awkwardly. I'm busy over winter break. Plus, I have homework to do. I nodded. Then there's nothing we can do. That afternoon, Brandon and Serena went to their meeting. he said to Serena. I'm so jealous of you. Serena walked ahead. Jealous of what? Brandon continued. Getting to go to New York with Nathan. So much money. Only he can afford to spend that much. It's all money he made from being kept by rich old ladies. Brandon knew I definitely wouldn't take him along. But if Serena was willing to bring him, I probably wouldn't object. Serena looked at Brandon. You want to go? Brandon said deliberately. I'd like to see it too, but forget it. I'll go myself after I get into a top school. He finished and forced a smile. Before, whenever he said things like this, Serena would definitely do anything to bring him along. But this time, Serena didn't do as he hoped. I'd like to ask him to take you too. But didn't you say I shouldn't make him unhappy? Brandon heard Serena and froze. What this meant was, from now on, none of their activities would include him. Now she wanted to cut ties with him. Brandon had Serena be with me, so she could make money. Not so she could have fun with me, while ignoring whether he lived or died. He felt aggrieved. Serena, are you angry at me? Of course Serena was angry at him. Having held it in for so long, she deliberately said sarcastically, What right do I have to be angry at you? You wanted me to be with Nathan like this, so naturally I have to be with him. As you wished, I'll marry him. Hearing the word marry, Brandon looked at Serena in disbelief. You're marrying Nathan? Are you serious? Serena said. Why not? As long as I marry him, I can reach the peak of life. Don't you want what's best for me? You must be happy to see me living well, right? Brandon said. No, Serena cut him off coldly. That's enough. You already said we should break up last time, and we really did break up. I'll never reconcile with you. The person I like now is Nathan. At least he genuinely likes me. Unlike you. After saying this, Serena walked away. Brandon watched her figure leave, suddenly feeling a bit panicked. Was she going to leave him? No, absolutely not. Thinking of this, Brandon's face showed some panic. After the meeting, Brandon wanted to talk to Serena. Serena ignored him. I have things to do. After saying this, Serena was already gone. After school, Serena followed behind me. You're going to New York, right? After exams? I nodded. Yeah, I won't be able to stay and spend New Year's with you. But I'll bring you back a gift. Serena looked at me in surprise. So, you're not taking me? I said confidently. Didn't I already say? I can't stay and spend New Year's with you this year. By then, Mrs. Porter and everyone will be on vacation too. You should go back to your own home first. Don't miss me too much. After saying this, I'd already stopped in front of the car. Then, I'm going first. At this moment, Serena's expression was very ugly. She'd just told Brandon she was going to New York with me, and now I was saying I wasn't taking her. Serena immediately felt annoyed. Nathan does what you said before about being together. Still count? I said, of course it counts. Exams are coming up. Focus on your exams. You can surpass Celeste, right? But today, Serena seemed to have suddenly grown a brain. Not as easy to fool as before. Why do I feel like you don't actually want to be with me? I stepped back 2 paces, looking at her in disbelief. How could you think that? How much I like you. Can't you really feel it? Serena frowned. I just feel like you don't treat me the same as before. Before, he'd give her spending money, wouldn't make her go to tutoring classes every day, and wouldn't be lovey-dovey with Celeste every day. Mentioning before, I smiled helplessly. If you think liking means me being like before, being a servant for you and Brandon, then I really can't do that. Serena was afraid I'd be unhappy, and explained, I don't need you to do those things. I just want to know if you like me. I said blandly, haven't I already told you? As long as your exam scores surpass Celeste's, I'll be with you. She asked, what if I don't surpass her? I pressed my lips together, directly changing the subject. I have plans later. Can't stay with you. If there's anything, we'll talk when I get home tonight. I turned and got in the car. I sat in the car and glanced at Serena. Seeing her standing there watching me, looking quite pitiful, I directly told the driver to go, not caring about her. Treating her like this now was just what she deserved. The driver took me to the Imperial Hotel. Before school ended, I'd arranged to meet Celeste here, Mr. Knight said. Their hotel had just received fresh seafood flown in, and told me to come try it. I was a foodie, and ran over the moment I heard there were mantis shrimp flown in from the coast. In my past life, I couldn't eat so many things because of my illness, and because I had no money, I couldn't eat even if I wanted to. Now that I was back, I naturally had to treat myself well. When I arrived, Celeste was standing outside the VIP room, having just finished a call. I looked at her and asked, has Ethan arrived? Celeste frowned. Yeah. Why did I have to call him here? Last time we met, Ethan's attitude toward me was very bad. Celeste had issues with him. I said, he's your brother after all. He already doesn't like me. I'm calling him here to improve our relationship. Hearing me say I wanted to improve my relationship with Ethan, Celeste was a bit surprised. You're not angry about last time? I smiled lightly. Not angry. He wasn't wrong. I really was pretty brainless before, making everyone know I liked Serena, and was her lapdog. Besides, if I don't get along with your brother, what if I marry you someday, and you're stuck in the middle? Wouldn't that be awkward? Celeste stared at me. So, are you planning to marry me? Really? Before Celeste could speak, I'd already grabbed her sleeve. Let's go. I'm starving. I pushed open the VIP room door and walked in. Ethan was sitting there, on the phone with his father. Seeing me and Celeste come in, he quickly hung up, looking at me with disdain. Acting like he didn't care, I greeted him. Ethan, remember me? We met last time. Ethan looked at me, his voice cold. Of course I remember. Why did you call me here? When speaking, Ethan accidentally made eye contact with Celeste, and his cold expression quickly softened. If it wasn't for you making me come, sis, I wouldn't have come. If it weren't for the fact that Celeste's status in their family was at the very top, he wouldn't have given in to threats. Uncle Thornton was very strict with his son, and was very stingy with his allowance. So often, when Ethan wanted to buy something, he'd ask Celeste for money. I smiled at Ethan. Just calling you here to eat some good food. Ethan glared at me. My family doesn't lack anything? I said, all right then, just sit there. Wait until we're done eating and your sister will take you home. I finished ordering, and the server left. Before long, a table full of delicious food was brought up. I started drooling just looking at it. I put on gloves and peeled one for Celeste. These salt and pepper mantis shrimp are delicious. Try one. Celeste looked at the intact piece of meat I'd peeled and said, thank you. I waved my hand. Don't mention it. Too bad Ethan doesn't like to eat. The two of us have to finish all this. Ethan was sitting beside us, already drooling. He arrogantly scoffed. I looked at his drooling expression and peeled a shrimp. Hurry up and eat. I was just teasing you. If you don't eat, I'll finish it all. I gave him a way out. Ethan looked at me, suddenly realizing I didn't seem that annoying after all. Plus, I was treating his sister Celeste pretty well. This meal was very enjoyable. Ethan wasn't as resistant to me anymore. That night, Serena didn't come back. After tutoring, she went straight to her own home. Mr. Wells had to work the night shift, so she was home alone. Before, every time she got mad at me, I'd go to her house to coax her back, but when she woke up in the morning, she discovered I hadn't even called once. Arriving at school, she saw me get out of the car and head straight into the school. Serena walked over proactively. Nathan. I turned to look at her. Hey. Serena looked at my cold attitude and suddenly had an indescribable feeling rising up. I seemed to have changed, seeing her stare at me like she wanted to say something. I looked her up and down. What's wrong with you? Serena said. I had something to do last night, so I didn't come back. I nodded. Oh, really? My casual response made Serena realize I completely didn't care whether she came back or not. I said again, I was so busy last night. Went straight to sleep after finishing. Sorry about that. Did you finish handling your stuff? Serena nodded. Yeah. After saying it, she felt a bit humiliated. I didn't say anything more either. The day exams ended. Serena and I went home together. Celeste had already arrived. Serena got out of the car, saw me walk up to Celeste, talking to her very gently. In that moment, Serena suddenly felt that since I stopped following behind her like a puppy, I seemed to have become a different person, like I was glowing, and my academic performance was getting better and better. Every time I said I was just putting on an act with Celeste, but now watching the two of them, something always seemed off. Even if it was acting, wasn't it a bit too real? Celeste and I went inside. Mrs. Porter said, Young master, your luggage is all here. I nodded. Bring it to the car first. Serena heard our conversation, heard that Celeste was picking me up for the airport. I walked out, saw Serena standing in the doorway hallway. She looked at me and said, Celeste is going too? I gave a, my father will come directly from there, told me to travel with Celeste. Serena silently stared at me. I didn't want to talk much with her right now. Then I'm leaving first. But I'd only taken 2 steps when Serena grabbed my arm. Serena stared at me intensely. Have you and Celeste been together this whole time? Her eyes carried some unwillingness, looking shattered to the extreme. I'd never seen her like this. I'd been stringing Serena along for months, and she just kept eating it up, working hard every day at her job to save money, not forgetting to study, as if she really believed what I said. Didn't expect her to suddenly start doubting now. I denied it. No, this really isn't the case. Celeste and I are both still in school. How could we confirm our relationship so early? It's just that even without Celeste, even if I stayed single forever, Serena and I could never have a future. Serena looked at me seriously. I don't believe you. Nathan, I keep feeling like you're lying to me. Going to New York with her for so long. Who knows what you two will do? I used the same attitude as before. What could I do with her? You're really overthinking. Celeste isn't that kind of person, not like you think. Serena gripped my arm tighter. I frowned. Let go of me first. If we're talking, then talk. Why are you grabbing me? Serena didn't let go, I admit. I did have something with Brandon before, but since last time I told you, I've been serious about you. I replied. I'm serious too. Where do you see me not being serious? Serena wasn't stupid. She could sense I had no sincerity. She said seriously, You're not serious at all. I genuinely want to be with you and marry you. A few days ago when Brandon came looking for me, I rejected him. Seeing her say this, my gaze turned cold. So what? Trying to say you're very attractive? That even the school heartthrob likes you? Serena noticed. That I got upset whenever Brandon was mentioned. She knew I'd always held a grudge about Brandon. She took a deep breath and said, I just hope you can be serious about our relationship. I'm serious. I want to build a future with you. Since you like me, shouldn't you cherish this love even more? She felt she'd been performing pretty well during this time. Didn't know what else I was dissatisfied with to keep treating her like this. I saw her aggrieved expression and smirked. Seeing me study with Celeste, you feel very uncomfortable, don't you? Serena's eyes turned red. Yes. Although you say it's just studying, don't you see how well you treat her? Every time you see her, your eyes light up. When you see me, you're not like that. Right now, I was looking at her with very cold eyes, like an outsider watching her make a scene. She kinda didn't like this calm gaze of mine. I raised my slender, fair hand. My father was the richest man in Lakewood. I'd never worried about money growing up, but in my past life, when I was picking through trash every day, what kind of days did I live? My hands could never be washed clean. Always dark and dirty. The reason I ended up like that was because I loved Serena too much. At this moment, my finger pressed through her sweater, pointing at her heart, saying, Does it hurt here? Serena grabbed my hand. Nathan, in my eyes, was a shattered emotion she couldn't understand. I looked at Serena coldly. This part of me used to hurt too. Maybe thousands of times more than yours. Gave everything for you, only to be trampled under your feet. That feeling, Serena, how could you possibly understand? I'm already being quite polite to you now. You're staying at my house, without even paying rent. Just getting a little closer to Celeste, and you're already unhappy. Can't take it anymore. Feeling your pride is hurt. Well, if you were in my position, you'd probably just go die. Serena wanted to argue back. I wanted to say I hadn't done anything. After all, she just liked Brandon, didn't want to get close to me. She could even explain that away. But hearing me criticize her word by word, she didn't know how to argue back. Just as the two of us were facing off, Celeste appeared at the top of the stairs. Seeing the two of us, she paused for a moment, especially when she saw my finger pointing at Serena's chest and Serena holding my hand. The relationship between the two looked too intimate. Celeste directly turned and walked away. I yanked hard, throwing off Serena's hand. Dismissively, if you're not satisfied, the door is right there. You can leave anytime. I was no longer like before, following her and not letting her go. After saying this, I went downstairs. Celeste was standing at the door. I put on a smile, walked up to her. Let's go. Celeste glanced at me, asking, Are you okay? I took a deep breath. I'm all right. Celeste saw I didn't want to talk right now, and didn't ask more. I was about to get in the car when I suddenly felt my hand being grabbed tight. It was Serena chasing after me. She held my hand. Nathan, don't go with her. Seeing her, I immediately got angry. You're so annoying, you know that? Seeing me lose my temper? Serena pleaded. I know I was wrong. I won't make you angry anymore. Please stay. Let's spend New Year's together. I'll treat you well. She didn't know why. She just felt that if I left, she wouldn't have another chance. Celeste stood beside us, seeing Serena appear, and frowned. Actually, in matters between me and Serena, she'd always been patient. Before I could speak, Celeste was one step ahead. Let go. She'd always been non-confrontational. Now seeing her stand up for me, I was a bit surprised too. Seeing her speak up, Serena looked at Celeste with annoyance, completely not giving face. I'm talking to Nathan. What's it to you? Celeste said coldly, I told you to let go. Serena laughed coldly, provoking. What if I don't? Are you going to hit me or something? She didn't believe Celeste would dare lay a hand on her, especially in front of me. Actually, if she did hit her, that would be good. Then I could see if I still wanted to be with Celeste. The moment Serena finished speaking, Celeste directly kicked her, sending her flying. Serena slammed into the door. But she refused to give up, holding the spot where Celeste had kicked her, continuing, "You think Nathan really wants to be with you? If your family wasn't well off, if it wasn't for his father's sake, he wouldn't be with you. I've known him for so long. Do I need to tell you how much he likes me? Before, every time you came, didn't he chase you away? Now he's just trying to use you, to improve his grades, to make me see him differently. That's all. You think you're qualified to stand here and speak for him?" What happened before had always bothered Celeste. Now being reminded by Serena, Celeste lowered her eyes. "Nathan isn't your possession. Even if he likes you, it's not your place to dictate his affairs." Serena smirked. "So you admit he likes me, right?" Clearly she'd been beaten and hurt, yet she was still provoking Celeste, as if she was the winner, until slap. A hard slap landed on her face. Everyone around froze. The person who slapped her was none other than me. Looking at her, my brow was full of anger. "Serena, have I given you too much face?" Serena looked at me, furious. I'd lost my temper. "Nathan," I cut her off. "You're not qualified to say those things in front of Celeste. If you still want my father to support you through college, then please watch your words and know your place." Serena looked at me, my expression serious. I was no longer like before, the person who followed behind her, catering to her every whim. I had returned to the untouchable young master from when we first met. She looked at me. The entire Crane household was here. Serena felt like a clown. My attitude made it clear. I was on Celeste's side. Ignoring Serena, I turned and said to Celeste, "Let's go." The whole way was very quiet. Celeste sat beside me without saying much. She looked unhappy. I guessed it was because of Serena. Don't take what Serena said to heart. Celeste just gave a, sounding cold. I continued, "Celeste, are you angry?" She didn't respond. I took a piece of candy from my pocket and ate it. "Do you want one?" She refused coldly. "No thanks." I saw she completely didn't want to talk to me, didn't know how to start a conversation, so I decided not to bother her anymore. When we arrived in New York, it was late at night. I got out of the car and saw a line of black luxury cars parked on the road in front of the entrance. People in suits stood in a row, neat as if standing for inspection. The man in the lead wore a suit, his expression serious. Seeing Celeste, he quickly grabbed an umbrella and came over. "Miss." Celeste's attitude was indifferent. "Mr. Sun." Mr. Sun made a welcoming gesture. "Please get in the car, miss." Celeste looked at me. "Take him home first." Mr. Sun smiled. "This is young Master Crane, correct? We've already arranged a car to take him home." Someone quickly stepped forward. "Young Master Crane." I waved my hand. "No need. My father arranged for someone to pick me up. Celeste, you go ahead." I wasn't used to the scene before me, and didn't want to get involved in this commotion. Just then, someone arrived. "Young Master?" I looked over, and found it was Secretary Wang from my father's side. I immediately felt like I'd seen a savior. Ms. Wang said, "Mr. Crane asked me to pick you up." I looked at Celeste. "Then I'll go first. See you later." Celeste only got in her car and left after watching me get in mine. Ms. Wang sat in the passenger seat and said, "Mr. Crane has been in meetings recently. He won't arrive for a few more days. He asked me to take care of you first." I said blandly, "That must have been hard for you, coming specially to pick me up." Ms. Wang smiled. "Not at all. It's my job." I arrived at the villa and took a bath. The housekeeper had already prepared dinner and brought it up. I ate while calling Mrs. Porter. Mrs. Porter said, "Miss Serena didn't eat dinner. Should we check on her?" I spoke up. "Why bother checking on her? If she doesn't want to eat, forget it. Who's going to cater to her? She was clearly the one causing trouble there. And now she's blaming me." Mrs. Porter said, "Miss Celeste's kick was quite hard. She's not lightly injured, but the doctor said she's fine. A few days of rest, and she'll recover." I laughed coldly. "As long as she's not dead, it's fine." Hearing my indifferent words, Mrs. Porter sighed to herself. It seemed like now I really didn't have Serena in my heart anymore. After finishing talking with Mrs. Porter, I hung up, looked at my phone, and sent Celeste a message on Instagram. "Have you arrived?" I didn't know what she was doing. I was a bit worried she was still mad at me. What Serena said was really quite harsh. Celeste naturally didn't reply. She seemed to not like using Instagram. I sent another text message. She still didn't reply. Then I went to sleep. Before coming, I'd had my assistant schedule house viewings. I'd only been interested in buying real estate lately. After signing the contract, I looked at the time and realized Celeste and I hadn't been in contact for 2 days. In my past life, I hadn't cared at all about Celeste's affairs in New York, except when I was about to die, she still remembered me. I didn't know much about her. Coming to New York, this unfamiliar place, I suddenly realized that even if I wanted to go see Celeste, I didn't know where to go. Ms. Wong called saying my uncle wanted to see me, so I went. My mother was from New York, but in my memory, my uncle didn't interact much with my family. Before, we'd meet once or twice during holidays, but later we stopped visiting even for special occasions. Now that I was in New York, and my uncle wanted to meet, I naturally had to go. Proper etiquette couldn't be neglected. At the estate gates, the driver opened the door. I got out of the car, and just as I stepped into the estate, I saw Celeste. 2 people in black were following beside her. I didn't expect to run into her here. I chased after her, Celeste. Celeste turned around and saw me. A flash of gentleness passed through her usually cold eyes. She said something to the 2 people beside her, and they went ahead. I walked up to her. What a coincidence, running into you here. Celeste looked at me silently. I saw her cold expression. Are you busy? Then I won't bother you. I admit I was quite concerned about what she was up to, but seeing her coldness, I suddenly lost my courage. Before, I was Serena's lapdog. Now I'd be Celeste's lapdog. I refused. Just as I turned around, Celeste grabbed my hand. I turned to look at her. Aren't you mad? She didn't answer my question directly, but asked, have you eaten? I shook my head. Not yet. Was busy all day. Meeting my uncle for dinner here. Do you want to come, or do you have other things to do? Celeste said, not busy. I looked at her. Then come eat with me. Celeste agreed. I took her to dinner. My uncle hadn't arrived yet. We sat down in the VIP room. I finally had a chance to talk to her about that day. Were you planning to ignore me? Celeste looked at me. My reflection was in her eyes. I'm a bit unhappy. Why? This was the first time I heard her say she was unhappy. Celeste opened her mouth, her eyes a bit lonely. I just feel like you don't like me. Hearing her say this, I felt my heart soften. I looked at Celeste. Why would you think that? I like her very much. If I wasn't worried about being too forward, which might scare away Celeste, who was still very innocent, I wouldn't have held back so much, she continued. Your grades are already very good now. When the results come out, will you still care about me? She was quietly expressing her feelings. I looked at her like this, the corners of my eyes slowly turning red. She was clearly so wonderful, yet in front of me she worried I didn't like her. Meanwhile, Serena, who was clearly inferior to Celeste in every way, was extremely confident, acting like I couldn't live without her. I said, in your eyes, am I that heartless, using you and then tossing you aside? Celeste finally looked at me. That day, you and Serena, I was completely different in front of Serena versus in front of her. It seemed like in that moment, Celeste suddenly realized that no matter what, she could never be more important to me than Serena. I heard Celeste speak and asked, is this why you've been angry? Celeste said blandly, you never get angry in front of me. I smiled. You mean you want to see me get angry? But if I got angry at you, what if I scared you away? She looked like she could run away at any moment. Celeste didn't answer my question directly, but said, I've been home these past 2 days. I asked with concern, are you unhappy at home? Are they bullying you? Actually, I was quite curious. Why did she always stay at her uncle's place? Could it be her father didn't treat her well? I'd heard her mother passed away early, and there was a stepmother in the house. Although I didn't have a stepmother, I'd seen families with stepmothers before. Celeste denied it. No. My father and stepmother treat me very well, very politely. She'll scold. My sister, but not me. Like you. Hearing this, I immediately understood. She wasn't talking about her family, but using her family's attitude to talk about me. Because she saw me treat Serena like family, while treating her like an outsider. I said to Celeste, what your family thinks of you, I don't know, and I don't understand. But you're very important to me. Celeste looked at me. Really? I pouted. You don't believe me? I've even been thinking about after we graduate, I'll marry you. And then we'll have 7 or 8 kids together. Hearing me say 7 or 8 kids, Celeste looked shocked. Nonsense. Seeing her awkwardly pick up her glass to drink water, I was in a great mood, because I found that teasing her was especially fun. Really, I'm being serious, and you still don't believe me. I probably can't explain to you why I treat you well now, but wanting to be with you after graduation is truly what I think. Celeste said, I just don't want to see you sad because of other people. I said, that's because I feel like I've been bullied, very unwilling to accept it. Every time I thought about my past life, I really felt so wronged. Only when I saw Celeste did I feel somewhat comforted. Celeste looked at me. This expression made her heart ache a little, not knowing what she could do for me. I looked at her and said, anyway, no matter what, even if my grades get better, it won't be like Serena said, just using you. I definitely won't be with her. Although she didn't know if I was telling the truth or not, but my willingness to say these things to comfort her already made Celeste very happy. The discomfort in her heart these past 2 days was gone. I looked at her. Anyway, I've already decided on you in my heart. If you don't mind me later, let's get married. Celeste heard me speak and raised her eyebrows. Really? I immediately gave, of course. It's just that I haven't graduated yet. My father also doesn't want me to be with you so early. So, we still have to wait. Anyway, don't let Serena bother you. She's not qualified to compare to you. Celeste heard me speak and felt like this seemed to be the sweetest words in the world. Before long, my uncle arrived. Although it had been a long time since we'd met, I still recognized him immediately. Uncle Chao Jiwan gave a pulled out a chair to sit down, then saw clearly that the person beside me was actually Celeste. Why are you here? The Thornton family was hosting a welcome party for the eldest daughter of the Thornton family who had just returned, right in the room next door. Yet she was here with me. I saw my uncle looking at Celeste and asked, You mean Celeste? She's my friend. We came here together from Lakewood. She's also tutoring me now. Chao Jiwan was a bit surprised. So, you've agreed to be with her now? All along, I'd refused to be with Celeste. I'd heard I was quite close to the Wells girl at my house. So, Chao Jiwan hadn't paid attention to this matter. I gave, I listened to my father on my matters. This sentence coming from my mouth had no credibility at all. Chao Jiwan just found it confusing. He observed Celeste, but it wasn't convenient to say anything in front of her. I asked Chao Jiwan, Uncle, we haven't seen each other in so long. Chao Jiwan replied, Didn't you not like coming here? Always hiding in that little corner of Lakewood, making eyes at your family chauffeur's daughter all day. Hearing this, I immediately turned bright red with embarrassment. I just spent so much time coaxing Celeste, and my uncle was saying these things. Wasn't this just adding fuel to the fire? I coughed. The thing between me and Serena ended long ago. Please don't bring it up anymore, Uncle. Chao Zhou said. Why did something good end? Did you young people have a fight? I quickly exclaimed, Uncle. Serena and I were just joking around before. From now on, I'll stay away from her. Chao Zhou looked at me. Your father is impressive. Haven't seen you in a while? And he's taught you to be so obedient. Celeste had already been a bit suspicious, because Serena had also said I was with her, just to trick her into tutoring me. Celeste shouldn't believe it. I quickly said, It's what I wanted. I don't like Serena anymore. It has nothing to do with my father. After saying this, I served food to Celeste. Have some of this. Don't be angry anymore. I don't like conflict with her, and I don't want to see Celeste unhappy either. Luckily, at that moment, Chao Jiwan's phone rang. He answered, Mr. Chao, the second daughter of the Thornton family is making a scene. She says if you don't show up, she'll smash this place. Hearing this, Chao Jiwan frowned and glanced at the eldest daughter of the Thornton family sitting across from him. The eldest daughter hadn't said anything yet, and that other one was already making a scene. This resort hotel was owned by Chao Jiwan. At this point, he had to stand up and say to me, There's some hotel business. Uncle needs to handle it. You two read first. Seeing my uncle leave, I finally breathed a sigh of relief and said to Celeste, I haven't seen my uncle in a long time. He doesn't know anything about my situation. Don't listen to him. I won't. Just as Celeste finished speaking, her phone also rang. She glanced at it and directly hung up. I asked, Do you have something to do? Thinking that she came here, she must have had a reason. Celeste said, Nothing important. I was a bit worried. Celeste looked at me. Really, it's not important. I just arrived in New York. What important things could there be? It's just dining with the adults. So boring. It's more peaceful here. She was someone who liked peace and quiet. Sometimes when I went out with her, she'd even have people clear the place out, just to have more quiet. Before long, a server came and said to Celeste, Ms. Thornton, our owner is asking for you. Celeste asked, Your owner is the Mr. Chao who just left. If Chao Jiwan were an ordinary person, Celeste naturally wouldn't give him face. But Chao Zhiyuan was my uncle. In the banquet room next door, the servers were trembling. Sophia Thornton stood in front of an expensive vase. This must not be cheap, right? Chao Juan cried out, Don't. The vase crashed to the ground and shattered. An antique he'd worked so hard to collect. What a little devil. His heart was bleeding inside. But she was a member of the Thornton family. Chao Zhuan really had no way to deal with it. Sophia Thornton stood nearby, scoffing coldly. You better actually know where my sister is. If she gets lost, I won't let you off. Xiao Zhuyuan said, How could she get lost? Our estate is very safe. Celeste chose not to come herself. How can you blame me? But my sister disappeared right in your estate. Sophia Thornton said this and picked up another decorative piece. Xiao Zhuyuan was about to cry, Please, miss, don't do this. Just then my voice rang out, Uncle. Xiao Jiuan looked up and saw me and Celeste appear at the door. Seeing the shattered pieces all over the floor, Celeste frowned. Her gaze fell on Sophia Thornton. Put it down. Sophia Thornton had grown up in the Thornton household since birth, the little demon king of the Thornton family. Every time she went out, she caused chaos. Because she had her mother backing her up, outsiders didn't dare do anything. The moment Celeste spoke up, this legendary little demon king immediately put down the item in her hand out of fear. Seeing this scene, Xiao Zhuyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sophia Thornton walked up to Celeste. Sis, where did you go? I thought you'd been kidnapped. Celeste said coldly. Are you trying to control me now? Sophia Thornton quickly begged for mercy. No. I was just worried about you. Mom and Dad are almost here. If they don't see you, they'll definitely say I didn't take good care of you. Celeste wasn't polite with her either. Apologize. Sophia Thornton looked at Xiao Juan. Sorry. Xiao Juan thought to himself. When had he ever seen the little demon king so obedient? Xiao Juan quickly waved his hand. It's fine. It's fine. After Sophia Thornton apologized, she walked up to Celeste. Sis, where did you just go? I was worried to death. Celeste said with slight annoyance. Eating dinner. Just then, a girl's voice came from the door. Sophia Thornton. Sophia Thornton heard it and quickly ran over. Mom. Xiao Juan stepped forward. Mrs. Thornton. Mrs. Thornton had a gentle smile on her face. Just got out of the car, and already heard our Sophia was causing trouble here again. I'm sorry, Mr. Chow. We'll compensate for the damaged items at full price. She'll definitely be disciplined when we get home. Xiao Juan quickly said, It's fine. I stood beside Celeste, looking at Sophia Thornton's mother. This was Celeste's stepmother. She looked very young, like an older sister. Inside, people were coming and going, constantly, wanting to catch a glimpse of the eldest daughter who'd returned from Lakewood, wanting to see what she looked like, Celeste. But before she could go in, Mrs. Thornton had walked over. Celeste stopped. Mrs. Thornton came to her side, saying, I just heard you'd gone missing. It worried me for quite a while. You just arrived in New York. You don't know anyone or anywhere. Don't run around. Remember to bring people with you, Celeste said coldly. I'm not an idiot. Mrs. Thornton saw she wasn't giving her any face at all, but didn't dare say anything more. She said to Sophia Thornton, Sophia, take good care of your sister. Sophia Thornton answered yes and walked over. Celeste led me inside. It was quite lively inside. After they went in, they went up to the second floor and found a place to sit. Celeste sat beside me, quietly peeling fruit for me, not interested in the commotion downstairs. Sophia Thornton had originally followed us, but Celeste found her too noisy and directly sent her away. I'd originally come to see my uncle, but my uncle kept following Mrs. Thornton around and had no time to pay attention to me. There was a woman in an evening gown, leading a little girl by her side, talking with Mrs. Thornton. I looked at that woman and couldn't help but be reminded of Serena's face. The facial features were quite similar. Celeste looked at me. Seen enough? I replied. It's so lively. They all came because of you. Celeste looked unfazed. Not because of me. They all just want to see the excitement. I am that excitement. I looked at Celeste. What does your father do? He's impressive. Besides celebrities, there were also the richest people and some high-ranking officials. Celeste said, not sure. She didn't seem to want to talk about him. After waiting for a long time, my uncle finally finished his business. He came up and said, Nathan, Uncle will take you home. Go back early and rest. I replied, now? Isn't it too early? Xiao Yuan was very firm. Uncle is taking you home. I had to say to Celeste, then I'll go first. My uncle is calling. He probably has something to tell me. Celeste looked at me. I smirked at her. I'll miss you. Celeste watched me leave, her eyes softening. I followed my uncle downstairs and happened to see the woman who looked like Serena. She greeted Xiao Jiuan, Mr. Chow, Mrs. Lin. I'd like to ask for one of Mr. Chow's business cards, if that's all right? Xiao Jiuan nodded. Of course. Xiao Zhuyuan personally drove me home. On the way, I sat in the passenger seat, asking Xiao Zhuyuan, the person who just greeted you, who was that? Xiao Yuan replied. Their family is in logistics. Her husband has some business dealings with me. Why? Do you know her? I asked again. What's her family name? Xiao Yuan replied. Shao. You just arrived in New York. Is there someone you know here? I shook my head, probably mistaken. Hearing the surname Shao, my guess was now about 70 to 80% certain. Before, I'd always had people searching for news about Serena's mother. To get Serena to like me, I really put in all my effort. In my past life, I really did help Serena find news about her mother. But what happened after that, I wasn't clear. Serena never told me anything. While I was thinking about this, I heard my uncle speak. From now on, don't get close to Celeste anymore. Hearing this, I was a bit surprised. Why? No wonder my uncle deliberately said those things. In front of Celeste today, Chao Juan said, Nathan, Uncle is doing this for your own good. You and that little girlfriend of yours, don't you have a good relationship? That girl named Serena. I said, but now I like Celeste. Besides, my father wants me to be with Celeste. Why don't you like it? Chao Juan said, I don't know what your father is thinking, but I don't want you to be with her. If your mother were still alive, she probably wouldn't want you to marry a daughter of the Thornton family either. At the mention of my mother, I fell silent. Chao Juan dropped me off at the gate, not going inside. He just sat in the car and said, listen to me. Don't get close to Celeste anymore. Just stay in Lakewood. Find someone you like and get married. Our family isn't short on money. No need to climb up by connecting with the Thornton family like this. I stood at the gate and said to Chao Juan, Uncle, drive safe. I knew it. Why did my uncle suddenly want to take me home? So it turned out, it was because he didn't want to see me and Celeste getting too close. Because I was in New York, Mrs. Porter gave everyone time off. Serena went back to her own home. That evening, Mr. Wells switched shifts and came home. Seeing Serena home alone, he asked, why are you back? Not staying at the Crane house anymore? Serena was in a bad mood, her face cold. Nathan went to New York. There's no one at the Crane house now. Mr. Wells wondered, if he went to New York, why didn't he take you? Serena ignored what her father was saying. She went into her room and closed the door. Remembering what I'd once said to Serena, I've been having people search for news about your mother lately. If there's any news, I'll definitely tell you first. When she was with me before, she wasn't that interested in other things I offered, but this was the one thing she was most interested in. She just didn't know if I'd gone to New York, and still remembered her situation. Thinking about how I'd hit her because of Celeste, Serena just felt the anger in her heart. It couldn't go down no matter what. Just then, Brandon sent a message. Serena, is New York fun? This sentence from Brandon was like rubbing salt in Serena's wound. He'd also seen my status update. Brandon assumed she'd gone to New York, and yet she was now hiding in her tiny house. Serena didn't reply to Brandon's message either. The next day, I hadn't even woken up yet. When the housekeeper came to call, young master, Miss Celeste is here. I came down from upstairs and saw Celeste standing by the living room window. I walked up behind her, stretching. It's snowing? She looked at me, seeing me come down in my pajamas, asked, still not awake yet? I looked at Celeste. I was planning to sleep more, but heard you were here so I came down. Why did you suddenly come over? Celeste said, I was free so I came to visit you. Besides, there's nothing fun at home anyway. The past few days, everyone had been revolving around her. She couldn't get away. Compared to the atmosphere at the Thornton house, Celeste still preferred being at my place. I smiled. Then let's go skiing after we eat. Playing with Celeste for a few days, I was especially happy. 2 days before New Year's, Richard Crane came back. Celeste and I walked through the door together, and my father was sitting on the sofa. With him was Celeste's stepmother. Mrs. Thornton saw me and smiled. Is this Mr. Crane's son? So handsome. I looked at her. We'd clearly met last time, but she was acting like she didn't know me. I said, how should I address you? Richard Crane said, just call her auntie. She's Celeste's stepmother. At this moment, seeing her appear here, Celeste asked, why are you here, auntie? Mrs. Thornton smiled. Your father will be back tonight. I came to pick you up. You haven't been home lately. Always out and about. How is that okay? Celeste replied, I'm fine here. Mrs. Thornton smiled. I know. You and young Master Crane have a good relationship, but you can't be together every day, can you? After you come home, you can visit him anytime. Celeste remembered she'd been here for several days, and besides, the Thornton family had personally sent someone. Not going back probably wasn't an option. She said to me, then I'll go. I nodded. Mrs. Thornton took Celeste away, and I also sat down on the sofa. Richard Crane looked at me. Where did you go to have fun? I said, went skiing. It was so fun. Richard Crane looked at me and asked, I heard since you came here, you've bought quite a few properties. I smiled and replied, thought I had free time so I went to look. Richard Crane also smiled. Why are you so obsessed with buying properties lately? If not properties, then land. If your father didn't have savings, you'd have spent it all. I said to Richard Crane, don't worry, Dad. I'm not spending money recklessly. Wait another 2 years, and you'll see what a good decision buying property in New York was. Being reborn, I just wanted to make money. Richard Crane saw me analyzing seriously. If you like it, then it's fine. I continued. Also, that person who makes phones from last time, didn't he come to you for investment? I think you could agree. He'll definitely make money in the future. That person would later shine in the phone industry. I didn't want my father to miss this opportunity. Richard Crane smiled and nodded. Since my son has spoken, I'll give you face. He actually called me a few days ago. The next day, my father took me to visit my mother. I hadn't been to New York in so many years, and my mother was buried here. Richard Crane placed a bouquet of flowers at my mother's grave, telling my mother about my recent situation, saying I'd grown up, my grades had improved, and I'd become more sensible, and that my relationship with Celeste was good now. I stood beside them, looking at my mother's photo on the tombstone. I looked a lot like my mother. It's just that things from my childhood, I didn't remember at all. On the way down the mountain, I sat in the car and asked my father, Dad, why is Mom buried in New York? But we live in Lakewood? Richard Crane replied, Your mother originally wanted to move to Lakewood. Your parents also lived in Lakewood for a while, but later she got sick, and I brought her back here for treatment. So I didn't bring her back. At that time, I was still too young, and although I had no memories of it, mentioning my mother still made me want to cry. Richard Crane continued, How are things with Celeste lately? I said, Very good, Dad. After I graduate, I want to marry her. But a few days ago when I saw Uncle, he told me not to be with Celeste. Do you know why? Richard Crane sighed. Before you and Celeste were even born, the engagement was already arranged. This was also your mother's wish. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought about having you marry the Thornton family's heiress. The events of that year, every time Richard Crane recalled them, he felt fear in his heart. Hearing it was my mother's wish, I didn't say anything more. On New Year's Eve, I sat on the sofa, sending Celeste a message, Happy New Year. She only replied with one word. I smiled and typed, My dad cooked dinner himself today. Too bad you can't come tonight. Otherwise, you could eat with us. Celeste replied immediately, I'll come over later. I remembered Mrs. Thornton personally came to pick her up the other day and asked, Your family won't say anything? Celeste replied, No. Her father had work tonight. He had to attend a New Year's Eve program and didn't have time to be home for the holiday. I didn't take it seriously. Thought Celeste was just joking. But she actually came that night. I opened the door and saw her standing there. Seeing me, she held out a red envelope. Happy New Year. I took it. Thanks, you're here. Celeste smiled. I originally planned to spend New Year's with you anyway. She kept remembering. That day when they set out from Lakewood, Serena said she wanted to spend New Year's with me, but I chose her without hesitation. I walked into the kitchen and said to my father, who was wearing an apron and cooking, Dad, Celeste is here. Richard Crane walked out, looking at Celeste sitting on the sofa. Celeste is here? Celeste nodded. Mr. Crane, let me help. Richard Crane quickly waved his hand. No need. It's all done. He brought out the dishes. Looking at a table full of food, he said with a smile, Later you can judge my cooking. Don't know if it's gotten worse after not cooking for so many years. I sat down beside Celeste. My dad's cooking is great. Celeste replied, I know. I looked at Celeste in surprise. You've had it before? Celeste looked at me. Seeing I completely didn't remember, she didn't explain anything. There was a period of time when she stayed at the Crane house. Richard Crane always cooked for them himself. Clearly he was a boss outside, but at home there was no distance at all. Then Richard Crane called us. All right, come eat. For me, this New Year's was completely different from other years, because in my past life I spent New Year's hiding in a rented room, without a father, without family, without anyone who liked me, and without anyone I liked. I just endured loneliness and illness alone. Now seeing my father in front of me, and Celeste here too, I was very happy. All right, Dad. I want to apply to a top school for college. Richard Crane said, Sure, my son has ambition. Your grades improved so quickly. That's not easy. I used to think you were like me, dumb. Now it seems you take after your mother. Richard Crane's grades weren't very good in school. Later he barely got into a university in New York. But my mother was different. She was a top student at an Ivy League school. Later she was also a famous top lawyer in New York. I asked, Was my mother very smart? Mentioning my mother, Richard Crane's face was full of pride. Of course, she was especially brilliant. Back then, she was very famous at her Ivy League school. There were so many people who wanted to pursue her. Plus, she was a lawyer. You know, lawyers are especially good at arguing. I never won an argument with her. I listened to my father and smiled. She was even a lawyer. That's really impressive. She never lost a case, except, at this point, Richard Crane's expression became complicated. He changed the subject. Never mind. Let's toast. After dinner, my father was a bit drunk and Secretary Yan came to help him go rest. Celeste and I watched the New Year's Eve gala in the downstairs living room. I asked Celeste, "What kind of person do you think my mother was? Why can't I remember her at all?" Celeste was also very quiet tonight, especially after Richard Crane mentioned my mother. Now, seeing me troubled by this question, she looked at me and said, "If you can't remember, don't think about it. Maybe you'll remember someday." I looked at her. "Celeste, you're so beautiful." I leaned against her. "I'm a bit sleepy. I originally planned to stay up until midnight." Celeste said, "Take a nap. I'll wake you when it's time." I nodded. I hadn't been asleep long when my phone rang. Celeste wanted to silence it for me, picked up the phone, and saw Serena had sent me a message. "Nathan, Happy New Year." Seeing this message, Celeste wasn't polite either, directly helped me delete it. Because the semester started quite early, Celeste and I were in New York and had to return to Lakewood before the Lantern Festival. Before leaving, I had dinner with my father. Remembering in my past life, my father had an accident before the college entrance exam. I said to him, "Dad, when I'm taking the college entrance exam, can you take a month off beforehand and stay home with me?" Richard Crane looked at me. "I'm very busy. I can have someone else be with you." I refused. "Dad, this is an important event in my life. You can't be lazy. If you don't agree, I'll be mad at you." Seeing my serious expression, Richard Crane said, "You really need me to come? Isn't Celeste doing great with you?" I shook my head. "It's not the same. I just feel like if you're by my side, I'll feel more at ease." "You have to come. 1 month before, remember? If you don't come, I'll be mad at you." I just hoped I could change my father's fate from my past life. Under my pleading, my father agreed to my request. Celeste and I returned to Lakewood together. As soon as I got out of the car, I saw Serena. I thought after what happened last time, things between me and Serena were over. Didn't expect to see her as soon as I got back. Luckily, Celeste wasn't here. She went straight home to the Thornton estate from the airport. Otherwise, seeing Serena would make her unhappy again. Serena reached out her hand. I asked, "What are you doing?" She looked at me, her eyes very gentle. "Long time no see. Don't you miss me?" I replied, "I thought after I slapped you last time, you'd be angry at me and wouldn't appear in front of me again. Didn't you used to have such a big temper?" Serena said, "I made you upset. Compared to what I did before, even if you hit me more, I'd take it." Her apologetic attitude was very good. I looked at her sincere appearance, surprised that there would come a day when she could reflect so deeply on her mistakes. I sat down on the sofa. Serena walked over. "I brought your report card. Because I went to New York early, I didn't go get my grades. Serena picked them up for me." Hearing her say this, I glanced at Serena. "You've improved a lot. This semester, if Celeste keeps tutoring you, getting into a top school shouldn't be a problem." I was already in the top 20 of my grade. This was a result Serena never dared imagine before. After all, in her eyes, I was an idiot. Thinking about how she'd said that about me before, me being angry was normal. Serena brought such good news. I wasn't polite either, asking, "What about you? How did you do?" "Don't tell me you've already surpassed Celeste?" Mentioning this, Serena's expression darkened. She said with regret, "You study with her. You must know her ability. I don't even know how she studies." If she could share her study methods, that would be great. Seeing her so humble about learning, I said, "She doesn't really study anything." This made Serena's expression even worse. I stood up. "All right, I need to go change." Going back to my room, I shared my results with Celeste. Going from the bottom to the top, 20 of the grade, Celeste had put a lot of effort into helping me. Otherwise, her own studies probably wouldn't be this exhausting. Celeste replied, "Congratulations," and said she'd arrived home. Because we'd spent some time playing in New York, after coming back, both Celeste and I had our own things to be busy with. Celeste and I didn't see each other for a few days. Seeing Celeste hadn't come, Serena was a bit happy inside. In the morning, she went to school with me, asking, "Did you and Celeste have a falling out?" I glanced at her. "Who told you that?" Serena continued, "Then why haven't you two seen each other? She hasn't come looking for you either." I found this woman quite amusing. Not seeing each other means a falling out? Celeste and I have a great relationship. Don't worry. Serena was a bit unwilling. "Nathan, do you really need to go this far to spite me? If you say I didn't treat you well before, I can understand you messing with me. But now I genuinely want to be with you." The more I ignored her, the more she pushed. She didn't believe the feelings between us for so long could be so easily replaced by Celeste. I looked at Serena. "Is this the answer you came up with over the entire winter break?" Serena said, "I really have been reflecting on myself." I smiled. "Well, to get everything the Crane family has, you're working quite hard." Her eyes looked especially sincere right now. If I hadn't already known what kind of person she was, I might have been fooled. Serena heard me speak and looked at me with a hurt expression. In your eyes? Is that what you think of me? Am I that kind of person? I gave you my whole heart, and you think I'm after the Crane family's wealth? I couldn't help but laugh. Then what kind of person are you? Serena was displeased. It seems you really don't believe me. I picked up my phone to check messages. Seeing me directly ignore her, Serena felt deeply insulted. Nathan, I'm talking to you, I said indifferently. I heard you. Serena got even more worked up. Don't you feel happy at all? I looked at Serena, acting confused by her words. Happy about what? That you said you like me? Is your affection really that precious? If Brandon hadn't been ignoring her, would she even be fawning over me? The indifference in my eyes to Serena was the biggest mockery of all. The person who used to like her now heard her confession and wasn't moved at all, even found it amusing. Before long, we arrived at school. I said, get out of the car. Serena opened the door and got out. Because of what I'd just said, she was very angry. She didn't wait for me, going straight into the school. I got out of the car, looking at her retreating figure and finding it a bit funny. Still throwing a tantrum, Serena walked into the school and happened to see Brandon standing at the gate looking around. Brandon saw her come in and greeted her, Serena. Seeing Brandon after a whole semester apart, Serena's face was cold. Brandon offered her breakfast. Just bought it. Serena refused his kindness. I already ate. After being provoked by me just now, she couldn't swallow anything. Brandon saw her mood was terrible and asked, what's wrong? Who made you angry? Serena pursed her lips and walked toward the classroom. Not wanting to discuss this, Brandon walked beside her. Is Nathan back? They'd met when picking up report cards. Brandon knew. Serena hadn't gone to New York with me. During winter break, Brandon had asked her out several times, but she never went out. Just thinking about me and Celeste in New York? Serena couldn't calm down at all. Before, she hadn't cared. Because she knew I would always be there, couldn't be chased away. Now she couldn't help but care. Because she realized if she let her guard down even a little, I'd run off with someone else. Serena said. He's back. Brandon asked. Didn't you go with him? Serena said coldly. He's behind me. Seeing her expression like that, Brandon asked, did you have a fight? Give him some slack. Did you think he's like me, tolerating you and everything? He and Brandon were in similar situations, so in front of Brandon, she didn't have such an intense feeling of inferiority. The anger I'd just provoked was soothed quite a bit by Brandon. Serena said, he went to New York with Celeste. Brandon felt a bit sorry for Serena. Serena, you're so pitiful. Serena sighed. He's making me score higher than Celeste on exams before he'll be with me. Otherwise, he says, I'm not worthy of him. Just thinking about these things. Serena was truly furious. She didn't even know who to complain to. Brandon, for her, was actually a pretty good person to confide in. Hearing Serena speak, Brandon also found it unreasonable. Has he gone crazy? Does he really think he's some big shot? What kind of background does Celeste have? What kind of background do you have? Rich kids like Celeste have had resources since childhood that we can't compare to. Is scoring better than Celeste that easy? Hearing Brandon voice her inner thoughts, Serena sighed. Anyway, I'm not worthy. I'll stay away from him from now on. Brandon looked at her. Serena, you're so pitiful. It's all my fault for pushing you toward Nathan. And he turns out to be that kind of person. On one hand, going to and from school with you every day, making everyone think you're his lapdog. On the other hand, acting all high and mighty. Even I can barely stand it. Serena said nothing. Brandon was silent for a moment, then asked, how are things between him and Celeste? Now, after all this time, Celeste must know about all his shady stuff, right? Serena heard him speak, and said Celeste hadn't come to see him these past few days. That day, he came back alone too. They'd probably had a falling out. Brandon schemed for Serena. Then don't pay attention to him for now. The nicer you are to him, the more he thinks you can't live without him, so he acts all high and mighty. Just be cold to him for a couple days like before. He'll definitely get anxious. Serena thought so too. Although she really did want to be nice to me, that didn't mean she would unreasonably cater to me. During break, Brandon ran up to Serena, talking to her, deliberately right in front of me, but I didn't care at all. Seeing I had no reaction, Brandon was a bit unwilling and proactively started the conversation with me. Nathan, how was your trip to New York? I replied calmly, pretty fun. Too bad you didn't go. Brandon asked again, did you go with Celeste? Hearing Brandon mention Celeste, people around couldn't help but glance at me. I said, that's right. My relationship with Celeste didn't need to be denied. Celeste still hasn't dumped you? The person sitting in front used a joking tone. Saying this, I knew what these people were thinking, and said blandly, "No, she likes me very much." Brandon spoke up for Serena. "Then what about Serena? You're stringing her along every day, isn't that too much?" Hearing Brandon ask me so directly in front of everyone, I froze for a moment. If I remembered correctly, it was him who first pushed Serena toward me. When Serena refused, he even threatened to break up with her. I looked at Brandon in amazement. "Isn't she your girlfriend?" Brandon met my eyes. The word girlfriend made him feel a bit awkward. After all, they were all students now. Even if they were really dating, they'd be very discreet. After a while, Brandon finally said stubbornly, "Serena and I are just classmates." I said, "That can't be. Don't you two have a great relationship?" On her birthday, didn't you tell everyone in front of everyone that you two were dating? Did I remember wrong? I deliberately looked around. As soon as I mentioned it, everyone remembered what Brandon had said. At that time, Brandon had only wanted to lock down Serena, this fake heiress, and hadn't left himself any way out. But since learning that Serena was just the chauffeur's daughter, he was now in quite an awkward position. Seeing he wanted to play dumb, there was no way I'd let him off easily. I looked confused. Speaking of which, it's strange. You two haven't been hanging out lately. Could it be because you found out Serena's family has no money? That she's just my family chauffeur's daughter? You don't want to date her anymore? These few sentences of mine painted Brandon as a gold digger. Brandon's face turned red. Thinking back to then, it really was him who, proactively, talked about dating Serena. Now, I had something on him. If he really broke up with Serena, treated Serena badly, what would others think of him? Afraid his perfect image would collapse, Brandon explained. "No, I just saw you with Serena every day, so I didn't dare disturb you two. I know you've always liked Serena, so I thought there was no need to ruin our classmate relationship over a girl. I'm willing to step aside for you two." I was afraid he'd push Serena onto me, and quickly explained, "No need, no need. If that's the case, rest assured, there's nothing between me and Serena. She just catches a ride with me to school, and there's definitely no stringing her along like you said. I'm not blind. With someone as great as Celeste available, why would I compete with you?" These sentences of mine completely disparaged Serena. Especially when I compared Celeste and Serena, the difference was crystal clear. Seeing me talk about Serena like that, and then trying to push Serena onto him, Brandon was naturally unconvinced. Why should he take someone I didn't want? He wasn't picking up trash. Brandon said, "If that's the case, why did you lie to her and say, once she scores higher than Celeste, you'd be with her? Isn't that stringing her along?" I glanced meaningfully at Serena. Didn't expect she'd tell Brandon about this too. I smirked, saying, "That's only because Serena proactively said she wanted to be with me. Maybe because she saw I ignored her last semester. She started getting anxious. I only said that to reject her. Everyone knows she always ranks behind Celeste on exams. She absolutely can't surpass Celeste. You don't really think I said that to string her along, do you? Even if I really gave her a chance, she couldn't surpass Celeste, right?" Brandon had originally wanted to use this to smear me, make people see me as a jerk. Who knew I'd turn the tables? Now everyone knew. Serena had confessed to me and been rejected. Seeing Brandon stare at me angrily, I smirked. "Don't be mad. Brandon, I know you're devoted to Serena. Otherwise, you wouldn't be standing up for her here. Actually, rest assured, Serena really likes you too. It's just that you two had a fight before, so she used me to make you jealous. The person she likes most in her heart is still you. Who here doesn't know this? She used to be so good to you before. When you were sick, she was the most worried. So, you two must stay together happily. Don't misunderstand because of me." After saying this, I glanced at Serena. "Why don't you hurry up and explain to your boyfriend what you said before about wanting to be with me was just to make him jealous, right?" Serena looked up at me. She had indeed been competing with Brandon before. But now these words of mine made her lose face completely. Now she genuinely wanted to be with me, yet I only treated her like a dog. Originally, on her birthday that day, Serena thought she'd lost face once, and there wouldn't be anything more embarrassing. But unexpectedly, after I humiliated her once, now I was humiliating her a second time. Serena looked at me and said, "Nathan, I gave you a chance. You're the one who didn't want it." She genuinely wanted to be with me, yet I didn't appreciate it, and even treated her like this. She was foolish to let me play her like this. I heard her say she gave me a chance, and said helplessly, "It's not you giving me a chance. It's that you ran out of chances with me long ago." After saying this, I looked at Brandon. "Brandon, Serena is so good to you. I'm actually quite jealous of you." Look, I gave her everything before, yet you were the only one in her heart. She's really good to you. A good person like you surely won't let her down, right? Brandon looked at the crumbling Serena, then saw everyone looking at him. Brandon said, "What's between me and Serena is none of your business. I just saw how much you used to like her, so I wanted to give her to you. Didn't expect you to be such a jerk." I said, "Right, I'm a jerk. How can I compare to you? If I were Serena, I'd be struck by lightning if I didn't marry you in this lifetime." After class, I went to the teacher to request a seat change. Because my grades improved so much last semester, the teacher gave me face and changed me to sit next to an ordinary male classmate I barely interacted with, far from Serena's seat. Before, everyone thought I was just joking. Now seeing him proactively distance himself from Serena, they knew he was serious. After class, Serena didn't go eat. Brandon sat beside her looking at her. "Not eating? You go ahead, I'm not hungry." She really couldn't swallow anything. Brandon couldn't not care about her. "Then I'll bring you something." Serena looked up at Brandon. "Why did you have to say that in front of so many people?" If Brandon hadn't spoken up, none of what followed would have happened. Brandon didn't expect Serena would be mad at him. "I was just trying to stand up for you." Serena was really upset, even in front of Brandon. She couldn't control her emotions. "Don't you see how stupid that made you look?" Now great. They all know I went after Nathan. Brandon was also very regretful. I really didn't expect he'd become like this. I thought if I said a few things to him, he'd reflect. Who knew he'd... Serena scoffed coldly. "I never should have listened to you from the start. Proactively going to make up with him. Then there wouldn't be this kind of ammunition." Brandon apologized. "It's my fault. I wasn't thinking carefully. I also didn't expect Nathan would become like this. He's really become a stranger now. We're all classmates. How did he become so heartless? Classic case of, if I can't have you, I'll destroy you." Serena said nothing more, her face cold. Fortunately, she'd known from the start that people can only rely on themselves. Brandon looked at her worriedly. "So what are you going to do now?" "And there's college too," Serena said. "It's fine. I have a scholarship. I can also work part-time. If I really get in, am I worried about not having money?" She was 18 now, and could open her own bank account. She'd deposit her part-time earnings into an e-wallet, or her father couldn't steal it anymore. That afternoon after school, Serena went back to the Crane house, packing her luggage to move out. I saw she was being quite proactive, and was a bit surprised. "Not staying anymore?" Serena looked at me. "Stay so you can laugh at me? Nathan, don't you feel proud of yourself?" I turned my head and looked elsewhere, not answering her. Serena saw my indifferent attitude and said angrily, "I genuinely wanted to be with you. I even thought I'd stop seeing Brandon, but you really don't deserve it." I was too lazy to explain, and laughed coldly. Serena saw my high and mighty attitude. "I'll wait to see when Celeste dumps you. Let me see how pathetic you'll be. When that happens, don't come begging me." After saying this, she walked straight out the door. She'd previously thought I kept her here because it was good for her. Now it seemed I just wanted to humiliate her, waiting for the day she'd move out on her own. March, April passed. Serena still didn't see Celeste dump me. In May, I remembered my promise to my father, and called to tell him to come back to be with me before the college entrance exam. Richard Crane agreed. He'd be back before May 10th. I remembered my father's accident happened at the end of May. If he came back before the 10th, then he should be fine. But that afternoon, while I was still at school, I received a call from Uncle Thornton. "Nathan, your father's had an accident." I put down the phone, told the teacher, and left the classroom directly. Serena and Brandon saw me go out, and both looked up at me. Brandon asked, "Where's he going?" Serena saw my panicked expression and frowned. Leaving the school, I had the driver come pick me up. There was no high-speed rail yet, and regular trains were too slow. The only option was to drive. Remembering my past life, I'd also received news of my father's accident, and asked Serena to come with me. She refused. She said she had classes. Going wouldn't help anyway. In the end, it was so she could go celebrate Brandon's birthday. "Nathan," I heard the voice, and looked up to see Celeste arriving. She got out of the car and said to me, "Get in." I didn't expect her to show up at this moment. Seeing her, I felt a bit sad, and said, "My father had an accident." Celeste nodded. "I know. I heard from my cousin, so I came to get you." I heard her speak, and got in the car. Compared to Serena's dismissive reaction in my past life, Celeste's attitude was incredibly reliable, and also put people at ease. It's just that although I'd been through this once, I still couldn't face this reality. I'd clearly been reborn. Why did my father still have an accident? Moreover, the timing of his accident was clearly earlier, leaning against the car window, trying hard to grip my own wrist, wanting to control myself from shaking. My father was the person who loved me most in this world. The tragedy of my past life started after he left. I just wanted him to stay. It was raining outside. Celeste saw I wasn't speaking. Got some water, unscrewed the cap and handed it to me. Nathan, drink some water. I looked up at Celeste. I didn't take her water. Just looked at her with red eyes. I'm not thirsty, Celeste said. It'll still be a while before we arrive. Mr. Crane will definitely be fine. If there's any news from there, my cousin will call me right away. Don't worry too much. Seeing her try to comfort me for so long, I took the water and drank a little. Celeste looked at me, knowing how much pain was in my heart. She understood this feeling all too well. She'd once witnessed her mother die right in front of her. That was the most terrifying memory of her childhood. We arrived at the hospital. It was already past 9 p.m. Uncle Thornton saw me and Celeste come in and walked over. You're here. My voice was hoarse. Uncle, how is my father? Uncle Thornton said, fortunately, the emergency treatment was timely. He's temporarily out of danger. Don't worry too much for now. Really? Although Uncle Thornton said so, I still unconsciously asked again. Uncle Thornton said, he's really fine. He hasn't woken up yet. Let me take you to see him. In my past life, the person who told me about my father's accident was an Uncle Thornton. I spoke up and asked, Uncle Thornton, why are you here? Uncle Thornton said, I came here for meetings recently, and happened to be here when your father had his accident. I continued asking, what happened to my father? Uncle Thornton replied, it's been raining heavily these past few days. There was a landslide. Luckily, I arrived in time. Already called the best doctors for treatment. The medical environment here isn't as good as Lakewood, but Uncle Thornton still has some connections. With him guaranteeing things, Richard Crane is now out of danger. I went to see my father, saw him still lying in bed. Then went to see Secretary Yan. She was lying in bed, her wounds already bandaged. Seeing me come in, she wanted to sit up. Young master, I said, just stay seated. I came to check on you. She asked, how is Mr. Crane? Has he woken up? I shook my head. Not yet. My father is seriously injured. Secretary Yan lowered her head. We shouldn't have gone out in the rain. But he insisted on going out. He even said, I asked, said what? Secretary Yan looked at me. Mr. Crane said, because he promised to be back to see you before the 10th, so he had to finish his work. When saying these words, Secretary Yan's eyes carried some blame. If it weren't for me, Richard Crane wouldn't have had this accident. Seeing Secretary Yan look at me, I immediately understood what she meant. She thought I'd caused my father harm. Just then, Celeste walked over and said to me, Mr. Crane is awake. I hurried to the hospital room, saw my father lying in bed, now awake. He saw me and said weakly, Nathan. I sat down beside my father, holding his hand. Dad. Seeing me cry, Richard Crane said, what are you crying for? I'm fine. I stayed at the hospital with my father until late at night. Uncle Thornton had Celeste take me back to rest. Before sleeping, I went to take a bath. Because I'd come so suddenly, I hadn't brought any clothes. Wearing a bathrobe, I walked out and Celeste was sitting on a chair. Seeing me walk out, hair still wet, she froze for a moment. Although she was with me every day, she'd never seen me like this. She looked away a bit awkwardly. Celeste went into the bathroom, found a hairdryer and came out. Nathan, sit down, I'll dry your hair. I looked at her, seeing her determined expression. I sat down on the chair. Celeste stood in front of me drying my hair. I looked at Celeste's serious expression in the mirror and asked, had you ever dried anyone else's hair before? She looked at me silently. No. Why would you think that? I said, it's because seeing you dry my hair, I thought you'd done it for someone else before. For a while, the only sound in the hotel room was the hairdryer. On the way here, I'd imagined all kinds of bad possibilities. Thought I'd lose my father again like last time. Fortunately, it was just a close call. After Celeste finished drying my hair, I felt so sleepy I was about to collapse. She said to me, go to sleep. I stood up, lifted the blanket, and got in. A moment later, I opened my eyes again and saw Celeste had come out of the bathroom. I asked, are you going out? Celeste heard me ask and replied, no, I'm staying here. I'm not comfortable with you being alone, especially since you're clearly upset today. You'll definitely be worried. About Mr. Crane, I asked. Then where will you sleep? As soon as I finished speaking, Celeste had already taken a spare blanket from the cabinet nearby and spread it on the floor. I'll sleep on the floor. After a while, she turned off the room lights and lay down. The curtains weren't drawn. Street light was still shining in from outside. I turned over, hearing her breathing beside me. I spoke up, Celeste. Celeste gave a, I'm here. My voice was lazy. Thank you for coming with me today. When I got the news, Celeste heard me speak and lay back down. No need to thank me, as long as Mr. Crane is okay. I continued, if you weren't here today, I think I'd definitely feel very helpless. Because she was by my side, everything felt more stable. Celeste said, go to sleep. I slept for a while, waking when sunlight shone in. I sat up in bed and saw Celeste coming out of the bathroom. I greeted, morning. Celeste walked to the door and picked up a bag. They bought clothes and brought them over. I gave a, then said, you woke up so early. Did you not sleep? Celeste looked at me. It was okay. Compared to before, she'd slept quite well last night. Every time she opened her eyes and saw me beside her, she felt very secure inside. After we changed, we went downstairs for breakfast. When we left the hospital yesterday, it was already very late. Neither of us had eaten anything. I had no appetite at all at the time. Now, after sleeping, I felt much better. I even bought breakfast for my father to bring to the hospital. Secretary Yan was still injured, but had already come to take care of Richard Crane. Secretary Yan said, Mr. Crane, although this time wasn't life-threatening, don't you think you spoil the young master too much? Richard Crane looked up at her. What do you mean? Secretary Yan continued, I just feel. Sometimes you shouldn't indulge him so much. Richard Crane's voice dropped. Yan, how long have you worked for me? When is it your place to speak? About Nathan's matters? Being scolded, Secretary Yan quickly apologized. My mistake. I just felt this time he almost made you? Richard Crane said sternly, this was just an accident. It has nothing to do with him. If you say things like this again, don't blame me for having no place for you. Secretary Yan's eyes reddened, looking at this man. Seeing his displeased expression, Yan walked out. Celeste and I stood at the door. She saw me and didn't say anything. Directly left. I looked at Celeste beside me. I'd always thought Yan was just the secretary by my father's side. Now, it seemed, their relationship wasn't quite what I'd imagined. Since my mother passed away, my father still hadn't remarried, and there were no other women around him. Before, I'd always thought he was just too busy with work, hadn't thought about remarrying. Now it seemed it was because he didn't want me to know. Celeste and I walked in. Richard Crane was lying in bed, just made a bit upset by Secretary Yan. Seeing me come in, he smiled. Nathan, you're here so early. I said with concern, I was worried, so I came. I also brought breakfast for you. Celeste brought the breakfast to the side and opened the bag. I asked, how are you feeling today? He nodded. Okay. I saw him holding back and said unhappily, look, Dad, your complexion is so bad. I fed him, but he couldn't eat much. Only drank a little porridge. I asked, Dad, were you just scolding Secretary Yan? Richard Crane's gaze fell on me. You heard everything? I said, she was just worried about you. I originally just wanted you to come back. Stay home for a few days. Get through that crisis. Who knew I'd cause you new trouble? I even wanted to suspect whether my father was fated to have this crisis. Richard Crane said to me, coming back to be with you is what I should do. Oh right, there's nothing more for you to do here. You and Celeste should go back first. Ms. Wang is also arriving today. With them here taking care of me, I'll be fine. I really wasn't at ease. Can't I go back with you? Things had come to this point. I felt like if I didn't watch my father get through this crisis, I wouldn't feel at peace. Richard Crane said, look at how old you are, still clinging to your father like this. Celeste, take Nathan back. He has exams coming up, let him focus on studying. Celeste nodded. Yes. I looked at Celeste. Seeing my father had decided, I didn't insist on staying anymore. I said to my father, Dad, I had a dream before. Richard Crane asked, what dream? I said, I dreamed that before my college entrance exam, you went on a business trip and happened to encounter a highway collapse. I didn't have my father anymore. I'm not being unreasonable, insisting you come home with me. I'm just scared. So I thought if you came home, you wouldn't have an accident like that. I didn't expect you'd still get hurt. Although my father was fine now, that incident still hadn't passed. I wasn't at ease, felt I should still warn my father. Hearing me speak, Richard Crane smiled helplessly. Dreams are always the opposite. I felt a bit wronged, but everything in the dream was so real, I even remembered the exact date. I remember it was May 26th. The accident happened on the highway section, between Longcheng and Songshan. Seeing me speak more and more seriously, Richard Crane said, all right, I understand. Once I'm discharged, I'll go straight home with you. Before you finish your exams, I won't go anywhere, okay? I nodded. Okay. Seeing my father take it to heart, I finally felt at ease leaving the hospital room with Celeste. Secretary Yan came back from outside looked at me and nodded politely. Although she had issues with me, she also didn't want to be fired by Richard Crane. Celeste and I returned to Lakewood. Since it was already afternoon, I went back to my room and lay down on the bed. Celeste saw I completely didn't treat her as an outsider and said, "Maybe I should go wait for you downstairs?" I looked at her and sat up. "Just sit here. We slept in the same room last night. Why are you still so nervous?" Celeste looked at me helplessly. "Nonsense." I looked at her, speaking with confidence. "How is that nonsense? Didn't we sleep in the same room last night? What are you thinking?" Celeste heard me speak and said, "Maybe you should just rest. I won't tutor you today." I smiled. "Are you angry?" Celeste replied, "No. Sometimes don't push yourself too hard. Proper rest is also important. I'll come over again tomorrow." I nodded. "All right then." She was also very tired. She'd accompanied me on this trip. Making her tutor me on top of that would really be inconsiderate. Celeste walked to the door and stopped, turning to look at me. Being looked at by her made me a bit uncomfortable. I looked at her confused. "What's wrong?" "The dream you told Mr. Crane about." She'd wanted to ask the whole way back. I said, "That dream?" Seeing my surprised expression, Celeste said, "It's nothing." She turned and left. She'd originally planned to ask, but seeing my reaction, she couldn't bring herself to. That evening after dinner, I went out with Mrs. Porter to walk the dog. I took Snowball out and saw Serena standing at the gate. As soon as Snowball saw Serena, he started barking fiercely. Snowball was only well behaved in front of Celeste. Every time he saw Serena, he'd bare his fangs and claws. I remembered in my past life, Snowball also hated Serena like this. At that time, I even thought Snowball was too unreasonable. Now I realized the truly unreasonable one was me. I said, "What are you doing lurking at my gate?" Serena had been waiting at the gate for quite a while. Because of the argument with me before, she felt proactively contacting me would be very embarrassing, but she was genuinely curious. "I heard Mr. Crane had an accident. How is he?" Thinking about how Richard Crane had treated her pretty well, Serena stubbornly came anyway, still in the hospital. She asked, "Then why are you back?" I replied, "Shouldn't I come back to study? You sure meddle a lot." I walked Snowball ahead. Serena was a bit scared of Snowball and didn't dare get close. She just carefully followed me. "I want to visit Mr. Crane," I said blandly. "No need. No need for your fake concern." Her running over to show concern at this time, who knows what she was scheming in her heart. Before the accident, I hadn't remembered. But now that my father had just had his accident, I immediately remembered Serena's true face from my past life. Without saying much more to Serena, I directly went to play with the dog. Mrs. Porter looked at Serena. "Miss Serena, you should go back first. Our young master has a fiancé now." "You coming to find him like this? People will misunderstand." Serena asked, "Did Celeste go visit Mr. Crane?" Mrs. Porter replied, "Mr. Crane was hospitalized in Longcheng. Ms. Celeste went with him. They just got back today. Miss Celeste is really so kind." With college entrance exams coming up, she asked for leave herself without caring about the trouble. In this world, there probably isn't another woman who's better to the young master than her. Hearing Mrs. Porter was mocking her, Serena was a bit annoyed. If it were before, if I had any big problem, I'd definitely find her first. At that time, she found me really annoying, but now that I didn't look for her anymore and went to Celeste for everything, she realized she felt so lost. I walked Snowball back and saw Mrs. Porter standing alone nearby. Serena was no longer there. Mrs. Porter said, "I told her about you and Miss Celeste going to Longcheng. She seemed a bit upset, didn't say anything and just left." I asked, "Mrs. Porter, do you think all women are like this?" Mrs. Porter asked, "Like what?" I continued. "When you're good to her, she thinks you're worthless. When you ignore her, she puts on this devoted act to make you uncomfortable." Mrs. Porter said, "Heh, that's right." I laughed. Not caring about this anymore. May 26th. Richard Crane had been discharged. He'd come back a few days ago. Because I'd told him not to go out on the 26th, he came back to Lakewood 2 days early. Secretary Yan and Ms. Wang came back with him. That afternoon, he sat in his study in his pajamas, handling some work that had been put off for several days. Secretary Wang came in and said, "Mr. Crane, something's happened." Richard Crane looked up. Secretary Wang opened the computer, showing Richard Crane the news she'd just seen online. The highway section from Longcheng to Songshan had collapsed. Over a dozen cars fell, with serious casualties. Secretary Wang said, "According to our original schedule, going to Songshan to deliver supplies to the kids was supposed to be today. If you hadn't left early, if we'd gone today, we probably would have been caught in this accident." Richard Crane listened to her calm analysis. but his mind kept returning to what I'd told him that day in the hospital. The time, the location, I hadn't gotten a single detail wrong. At the time, he just thought I was being childish. Now thinking back, cold sweat ran down his back. Just then, Secretary Yan also came in. She looked at Richard Crane. Mr. Crane? Richard Crane looked at her. What is it? Secretary Yan looked guilty. I just saw the news. It's all my fault. Seeing the news, her first reaction was relief. If I hadn't made a fuss demanding, Richard Crane come back early. If he hadn't changed his schedule, they would have been in today's accident. Richard Crane sat there and waved his hand. Don't blame yourself. You were just worried about me. You could all leave now. He looked at the computer, remembering what Celeste had told him before, a single sentence. That had helped him solve the hotel's fire safety problem. Celeste was still at school at this time. She happened to see this news being pushed online. She opened it to read, and also remembered what I'd said that day in the hospital room. At the time, she'd thought, maybe I was just talking nonsense. Now it seemed I wasn't talking nonsense at all. Connecting it to the Imperial Hotel incident before, it was really interesting. I came out of school and saw Celeste was already waiting at the gate. Only a few more days until the exam. Now, I walked up to her, looking down at her. Why did you suddenly come find me? Didn't even say anything. Celeste stared at me intently. Came to see you. Being stared at by her made me a bit uncomfortable. I said, let's go eat. She seemed a bit strange today. Getting in the car, Celeste pointed at the car window and looked at me. I just saw the news. I wondered, what news? Celeste's voice was very soft. The Songshan highway collapse. Hearing her say this, I felt guilty and looked away. Oh, really? I opened my phone, pretending to look. Actually, I'd known for a long time. I'd seen it on social media at school. Relieved my father had escaped this disaster. Now I felt much more at ease too. Who knew, Celeste would suddenly ask. Celeste looked at me, saying, it seems your dream was quite accurate. I coughed. Seems like it. Didn't expect something like that to really happen. Luckily, my father is okay. Celeste sat beside me, looking at me with a complicated expression. Nathan, last time you said the Imperial Hotel had fire safety issues. Was that also from a dream? I heard her speak, and felt she seemed to have started paying attention to me. I coughed. Of course. What else did you think? She asked curiously. Then in your dream, did you dream about you and me? She leaned in, and dolting centerbation as the distance between us suddenly very close. I looked at the beautiful face before me, not speaking. Celeste asked again, did you dream about it or not? I reached out and pushed her away. How was I supposed to answer a question like that? That I dreamed I gave everything for Serena, died miserably, and in the end needed her to collect my body? Celeste obediently let me push her away, sat back on her side, her eyes still fixed on me without looking away. The two of them went to eat. I felt Celeste kept looking at me, and felt somewhat guilty, mainly because this woman was too smart. I even thought, could she have guessed that I was reborn? I tried not to look at her, and after ordering, accidentally, met Celeste's gaze. So I found something to say. Oh, right. Celeste, when is your birthday? I'd been with her for so long, and hadn't heard her mention her birthday. After the college entrance exams, my birthday was coming up. I didn't know when her birthday was. Celeste heard me ask, and finally stopped focusing. On my dream, my birthday passed already. 2 months ago. I looked at her in disbelief. Why didn't you tell me? I was with her every day, yet didn't know her birthday had already passed. Seeing my shocked expression, Celeste's voice dropped. Nathan, I don't celebrate my birthday. I leaned in and asked, why don't you celebrate your birthday? I'd thought she didn't tell me because she didn't consider me a friend. Turns out she just didn't celebrate birthdays. Mentioning this topic, Celeste's expression became somewhat complicated. After a while she said, the day my mother died was exactly my birthday. I froze, then felt guilty. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Celeste said to me, it's okay. I don't mind discussing my stuff with you. This sentence was enough to show how much Celeste trusted me. I didn't ask anything more. While we were eating, Richard Crane called. I put down my chopsticks and answered, Dad? Richard Crane asked. Not back yet? Just thinking about the highway collapse. Now he was anxious to see me. Yet I still hadn't come home. I replied, I'm eating out with Celeste. Celeste looked up at me. I asked, have you eaten, Dad? Richard Crane replied, not yet. I was planning to wait for you. I said, no need to wait for me. You eat first. I'm almost full. I'll come home after I finish eating. With exams coming up, I'm under a lot of pressure every day because I kept thinking about things from my past life. Hanging up the phone, I said to Celeste, my dad called. Normally when I didn't come home, my father was too lazy to ask. Calling to rush me was even rarer. Now that he called, I guessed my father was also because of that incident. After eating, I got home, and the person who opened the door was Secretary Yan. Young master is back. She seemed especially enthusiastic today. I asked politely, "Good evening." Secretary Yan lowered her head and apologized. "I'm sorry." I looked at her confused. "What's this apology for?" Secretary Yan said, "Before, I always thought, you caused Mr. Crane to get hurt, so I had issues with you. But now it seems I was being narrow-minded." I waved my hand. "Don't blame yourself. You were just worried about me. Where's my father?" "In the living room." I saw my father was already waiting. Seeing me come back alone, Richard Crane asked, "Celeste didn't come back with you?" I replied, "She dropped me off at the gate and left." "Did you need me for something, Dad?" Richard Crane looked at me with a complicated expression. I thought Richard Crane would ask something, but when he opened his mouth, it was unexpectedly just concern about my grades. "How's your exam preparation going lately?" I looked at my father and replied, "Pretty good. Celeste has been tutoring me. She has early admission, so she doesn't care much about her own grades. So she's been focusing entirely on me." Richard Crane said, "Celeste is so good to you." I said, "Yes, you should rest early then, Dad." I saw my father tell me to go rest, and looked at him curiously. "Don't you have something you wanted to say?" Richard Crane looked at me. "I was going to ask you about the highway collapse. If it weren't for you, I might have," I said. "It's because you believed me. I just said I had a dream, and you were willing to believe me. If you hadn't believed me, just dismissed it as a child's nonsense, you probably couldn't have avoided this disaster. You really are the person who's best to me in this world." During the college entrance exam, Richard Crane's health had improved considerably. He drove me to the exam and even stood waiting at the school gate. Brandon happened to be at the same test site as me and Derek. When they arrived, they saw the Crane family car parked at the gate. I got out of the car, with Secretary Yan standing beside me. Derek quickly nudged Brandon. "Look, isn't that Nathan? He had that older woman take him to the exam again." At school, there had always been rumors that I was being kept by an older woman, but I never explained. Because I was close with Celeste, people didn't feel comfortable saying much. Derek took out his phone and snapped a photo. Brandon looked at him. "What are you doing?" Derek laughed. "Keeping evidence, obviously. Once Celeste sees it, let's see if she stays with Nathan." Although they weren't at the same school as Celeste, who doesn't have a few mutual friends. Derek sent the photo as soon as he took it. Before long, it reached Amber's hands. Amber sent the photo to Celeste. "Celeste, check if this is your boyfriend." Celeste glanced at it and replied, "Yeah." Amber had never met my father's secretary either, and was furious. "He's going around with that older woman behind your back again. Isn't that too much?" Thinking about how Celeste had always been pursuing me, now seeing such photos circulating, she naturally couldn't let Celeste be kept in the dark. She'd previously thought I was being wronged. Celeste looked at the photo and asked Amber, "Who sent you this photo?" "I heard it was sent over from Westbrook High." Celeste said, "Then go find out the details." "Yes, Celeste." Whatever Celeste asked, Amber naturally did. On June 9th, the school had its graduation ceremony. Richard Crane was invited as a parent representative. In my senior year, my grades had improved tremendously. On top of that, Richard Crane had always sponsored underprivileged students at the school, and had status in Lakewood. Before going out, my father had changed outfits several times. "Nathan, what do you think of this outfit?" I said helplessly, "Dad, you're just going to a parent meeting. Do you need to be so serious?" My father said, "But I can't embarrass you. You're so outstanding. I'm really proud of you." Before, when teachers called him, it was always about poor grades, telling him to manage me. Now they occasionally called to praise me, which was quite unusual. I looked at my father like this. "You've changed so many outfits. I think they all look pretty good." "I'll go ahead first then," Richard Crane said. "You go first. I'll come when I'm ready. I think I should still change this one." After saying this, he went back to change again. I had to go to school by myself first. As soon as I arrived, someone saw me and asked curiously, "Nathan, does Celeste know about you being kept by that older woman?" I looked at the girl who said that. Several of them stood together mocking me, as if having strength in numbers would protect them. I pointed at the girl who'd spoken. "Come here." The girl heard me and said, "What?" "I'm just telling the truth. That older woman took you to your exam. The photos are all over the internet. Are you going to deny it?" Clearly being kept, yet pretending to be a young master every day. Since cutting ties with Serena, I'd been living the young master lifestyle. The other classmates were truly green with envy. Now knowing I was being kept, and with graduation approaching, no one pretended anymore. That person is my father's secretary. Your minds are truly filthy. Everyone heard me and thought I was bragging. Father's secretary, sure. If she's really your father's secretary, would you have let everyone talk like this all along, without coming out to explain? I laughed. You see, even now when I explain, you don't believe me. Do I still need to explain? I don't like casting pearls before swine. If you didn't believe me then, go ask Serena. She knows my family situation best. That person said. Serena already said, that woman is the one keeping you. Could what she says be fake? I quickly went to find Serena. She was with Brandon. Because they were student representatives, they both had performances. Seeing me come in, Brandon called out, Nathan, a few days ago at the test site, seeing me with the older woman. Brandon was waiting to see me humiliated. These past few days, because of the thing between me and the older woman, everyone had been talking behind my back. Brandon saw me and immediately felt superior. Even if I had a lot of money, I didn't earn it myself. I was selling my body for it. This matter had probably already reached Celeste, too. Seeing me come in at this moment, he was in a pretty good mood and greeted me, but I was looking at Serena. Did you tell others I'm being kept? Serena's face darkened. I didn't. Everyone's saying it. I never said that. I laughed. You didn't say it? People out there are specifically naming you as the source. Do you want to go confront them? My father has been so good to you. If he finds out, you've been slandering me at school. Do you think he'll still sponsor your college education? Anyone else would be one thing. But this was Serena, that ungrateful dog. Serena felt wrongly accused and couldn't take it. It really wasn't me. I'll go find out what happened. But Nathan, I'm not the kind of person you're saying. I never mentioned this. She just hadn't helped clarify things. But she hadn't slandered me. Suddenly having this blame dumped on her head, Serena was also very upset. I said, fine, I'll wait for your answer. Otherwise, just wait and see. I looked at Brandon. Brandon stood there with a cold face. He'd just greeted me. Now, he said nothing. I didn't bother with him either. As soon as I left, Brandon walked over, looking at Serena and saying, Serena. She couldn't sit still. I need to step out for a bit. She didn't do this, and she absolutely wouldn't take this blame. Brandon saw her reaction and followed. He watched Serena's retreating figure, remembering the conversation between her and Nathan just now. I'd said that person was my father's secretary, and Serena hadn't refuted it. So the thing about me being kept was also fake. Serena had already walked over, calling out to the person who'd just named her as the source. Serena. The girl saw Serena and said politely. Serena said, did you say? I told you Nathan was being kept? The girl looked at Serena in surprise. Wasn't it you who said it? I stood beside them and scoffed. Serena was also angry. When did I ever tell you? Seeing her tone drop, the girl explained. Derek said it. Said you personally told her. Where's Derek? Serena was done with this. She'd clearly never said such things. Derek was currently with some classmates. Bad-mouthing me. Serena walked over. Derek, the beauty queen Serena, seeing Serena and me standing together, Derek froze and walked over to ask Serena, what's wrong? Serena confronted her. Did you tell others that I said Nathan was being kept? Derek said, isn't this something everyone knows? Serena continued, I just want to ask you, did I personally tell you? Derek shook her head. No. She saw me and immediately got a bit scared. Was I? Here to cause trouble? Serena said. Then why did you tell people that I told you? Derek said, didn't you tell Brandon? He told me. Thinking of Brandon. Derek gained more courage. She didn't back down even in front of me. Brandon was there too at the time, right? Brandon, she said, looking over at Brandon who was standing on the steps. Brandon had a good reputation at school, and he never lied. Thinking it was Brandon who said it, Derek immediately felt more confident. She was just stating facts. What could I possibly do to her? Anyway, seeing Derek suddenly drag him into this, Brandon's expression immediately became complicated. Derek suddenly dragging him into this now. What did she mean? Especially since just now, Brandon had guessed from my conversation with Serena that he might have been wrong. Brandon really wanted to disappear, but Serena was already looking at him. Serena walked up to him, confronting him. Did you tell Derek that the thing about Nathan being kept came from me? Brandon had never seen Serena with such a serious expression, even when they had conflicts. She'd never been this angry. Serena urged anxiously, say something. I'm asking you, did I tell you or not? If Richard Crane found out about this, Serena absolutely didn't want to take this blame. She was still counting on Richard Crane continuing to sponsor her college education. With everyone looking at him, Brandon finally spoke, saying to Serena, I never said that. Serena looked at him. What do you mean? Brandon said, I never told Derek that you said it. Derek heard Brandon speak and froze. It wasn't you? Before, every time this came up, She'd always discussed it with Brandon. Brandon had also been very supportive of the theory that I was being kept by an older woman. Brandon looked at Derek. When did I ever tell you that? Serena said. Nathan was being kept by an older woman? Derek looked at Brandon, then at Serena, stammering. While Derek was stammering, Brandon spoke again. Besides, weren't you the one always saying Nathan was being kept? If you hadn't kept saying it, I wouldn't have been fooled either. You were also the one always posting about it online, right? And you took that photo of Nathan with that older woman, saying you wanted to send it to the Eastbrook High group for Celeste to see. But Brandon absolutely couldn't let himself go down with her. All the bad stuff was done by Derek. What did it have to do with him? Derek looked at Brandon and retorted, that's not true. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have done all that. She'd always considered Brandon her best friend, so no matter what happened, she was always the first to stand up for Brandon. But now Brandon wasn't admitting to anything, pushing all the blame onto her alone. Brandon smiled bitterly, as if he'd suffered a tremendous injustice. You have character issues yourself, enjoying talking about classmates behind their backs. Now that something's happened, you want to drag me down with you. Derek, we've been friends for so long. How am I only now discovering what kind of person you are? Derek didn't expect him to just lie through his teeth like this. No, Brandon, you. Classmates nearby saw Derek still trying to argue. All started scolding her. Give it up. Brandon's been so good to you. Back then when you almost got expelled, he was the one who pleaded on your behalf. Now you want to drag him down with you, dumping the blame on his head. How can there be someone like you, a wide-eyed wolf with a vicious heart? Seeing everyone taking turns scolding Derek while separating Brandon from it, I looked toward Brandon. Even now, he still looked innocent. But he'd always been like this. Every time something happened, he was always the most innocent one. Derek couldn't take everyone scolding and ran straight outside. Serena looked at me and said, you saw it yourself. This wasn't something I said? Are you satisfied with this answer? I laughed. Do you think I could be satisfied? Serena said, what do you mean? You wanted an answer. Now you have your answer. The posts online were also from Derek. Anyway, I didn't do this, so don't even think about framing me. Even in front of your father, I'll make this clear. At this point, Brandon also walked over, saying to me, Nathan, this is all my fault. I need to apologize to you. I looked at him curiously. Oh, really? Did he even know what an apology was? Derek had such a good relationship with him, did so many things for him, and he could just sell her out like that. Truly impressive. Brandon said, it's all my fault. Before, when Derek was saying those things, I couldn't stop her. About her posting online, I only found out a few days ago. I was going to tell her to delete it, but she was too stubborn. Even if you hate me, I'll accept it. I laughed mockingly. So you're saying, this really has nothing to do with you? He really did wash his hands completely clean. Brandon sighed. Although it has nothing to do with me, Derek is still my friend after all. I'll apologize to you on her behalf. Give her another chance. I looked at his innocent appearance. Ugh, Brandon, I don't believe this has nothing to do with you. Brandon lowered his head. Not a trace of guilt on his face. I understand if you don't believe me. If someone talked about me like that, I'd be very angry too. As long as you don't misunderstand Serena, that's fine. He said this while looking at Serena, acting like everything was for her good. Serena saw Brandon looking at her, remembering how before, when they talked about me being kept, she'd never stopped them. And now that something had happened, Brandon was also protecting her, which couldn't help but move Serena a little. She said to me, the matter's been investigated. If you have issues with Derek, fine. But Brandon is innocent. You can't be unreasonable about this, can you? Her defensive stance was very clear. As soon as Serena spoke up, others also started criticizing me. That's right, this matter has nothing to do with Brandon or Serena. Nathan, don't be so petty. We're all classmates. People nowadays are really good at being hypocrites. I saw everyone speaking up for Brandon and was too lazy to deal with these idiots. Brandon said to me, if there's nothing else, we'll continue rehearsing. After saying this, he looked at Serena. Let's go. The two of them left, leaving only me. I turned and headed for the door. As soon as I went out, I saw my father walking over with the principal. Mr. Wells was also there. He walked beside Richard Crane, like a bodyguard. I didn't proactively go find my father. I wandered around, saw a classmate, and asked, have you seen Derek? The classmate said, someone was looking for her earlier. She went outside. I heard it was someone from Eastbrook High. I walked to the gate. Didn't see her, so forget it. When the graduation ceremony started, I still hadn't seen Derek come back. I sat in my seat watching my father go on stage. He was wearing a suit, looking very distinguished. Dear school leaders, teachers, and beloved students, good evening. I am Nathan's father, Richard Crane. As soon as Richard Crane opened his mouth, everyone was shocked. Richard Crane continued, you may not have heard my name before, but I'm sure everyone knows Lakewood Springwater. Being able to stand here today isn't because of myself, but because of my son. Over the past year, he's worked very hard, and his grades have improved tremendously. Lakewood Springwater was a major brand in Lakewood. Everyone was very familiar with it. So, it turned out, my father was the owner of Lakewood Springwater. Before, they'd thought I was really being kept. Brandon sat nearby. His parents had also come today, but because his parents weren't famous people, the one who ended up being the parent representative was my father. Looking at the elegant man on stage, then looking at me sitting beside him, Brandon felt the gap for the first time. He really was a young master, not being kept. After Richard Crane finished his speech, the Hayes parents stood up, walking toward Richard Crane, who just stepped off the stage. Mr. Crane, hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. Brandon had been at the school for so long, and they hadn't known there was the richest man's son at the school. If they'd known earlier, they definitely would have told their son to build a good relationship. Richard Crane rarely came to the school before, sometimes for my parent meetings. It was always his secretary who attended. So many parents had never met him. Seeing his parents humble themselves like this, Brandon frowned. Although he was a bit unhappy inside, he also knew the difference between him and me was like heaven and earth. Mrs. Hayes saw Brandon approach. Son, come here, she waved Brandon over. Brandon walked over. Dad, Mom, Mr. Hayes enthusiastically said to Richard Crane, Mr. Crane, this is our son. His name is Brandon Hayes. His grades have always been excellent at school. If there's ever an opportunity to work at your company, that would be wonderful. Richard Crane politely responded. I stood beside my father looking at Brandon. It was clear he really didn't want to be dragged out to socialize like this. But Brandon still cooperated with his parents. His parents looked like the type who were very good at talking, similar to Brandon in that regard. Just then, Mr. Wells also came over, dragging Serena with him, saying to Richard Crane, Mr. Crane, this is my daughter Serena. Thank you for your care these past few days. She's always remembered it. After she joins Lakewood Group, she'll definitely work hard for you. Also, she and young Master Nathan have a great relationship. Now they've graduated too. When there's a chance, let them get engaged first. In front of so many parents, Mr. Wells was eager to lock down his daughter's relationship with me. Serena heard her father speak and frowned. The Hayes parents stood nearby. Seeing how beautiful Serena was, and hearing her grades were good too, they'd previously thought she had a pretty good relationship with Brandon. Didn't expect she was actually the intended daughter-in-law of the richest family. So they didn't dare have any ideas anymore. Richard Crane heard Mr. Wells mention engagement and spoke up. Engagement is still too early. The children are still young. No rush to think about these things. Mr. Wells said, young? What young? In another 2 or 3 years, they can go directly to register their marriage. Mr. Wells was very enthusiastic. I looked at him and said, Mr. Wells, I'm not interested in Serena, and I'm definitely not getting engaged to her. Besides, she already has someone she likes. Hearing this, Mr. Wells froze, knowing the person I meant was Brandon. But how was Brandon worthy of being his son-in-law? He denied it. How was that possible? This girl can't date at school. She puts all her focus on studying. Nathan, besides you, she doesn't like any other boy, right? Those last 2 words were directed at Serena. He looked at Serena, hoping she'd be sensible. Serena heard her father speak and looked at me. Remembering what I'd done to her before, she resisted and said to her father, Dad, don't you see what kind of occasion this is? Is it appropriate to talk about these things? But Mr. Wells didn't treat others as outsiders at all. What occasion? We and Mr. Crane are all one family. You used to always stay at the Crane house. Now Mr. Crane gave me a job. How is telling you to marry Nathan making you feel wronged? Serena lost all face. Before, everyone had doubted my identity, while having a mysterious admiration for Serena, thinking even if I were a young master, I wouldn't be worthy of her. But now Mr. Wells's words had truly made Serena lose all dignity. Who would have thought the beauty queen Serena's father would be this kind of person? Clearly desperate for Serena to go from rags to riches. I was even less polite with him. Mr. Wells, everyone at our school knows Serena's boyfriend is Brandon. Saying this will make them unhappy. Without making it clear, people would still think I'd be with Serena. The Hayes parents heard this, and both looked at their son. Brandon pursed his lips looking at me. Realizing I was doing this on purpose, Richard Crane took the opportunity to say to Mr. Wells, "You see, the kids all have their own choices. Let's not interfere in their matters." Mr. Wells refused to give up. "It's definitely a misunderstanding. Besides, Nathan really likes Serena, my daughter. Wouldn't be with random boys like that." After saying this, he deliberately gave Brandon a contemptuous look. The Hayes family didn't look like they had great conditions. Mr. Wells only wanted his daughter to marry a rich man, to change her fate. He didn't want any involvement with the Hayes family. So he deliberately said harsher things now. Mr. Hayes looked at Mr. Wells. "What kind of way is that to talk? Who's a random boy?" Mr. Wells looked at him provocatively. "I'm talking about your son, so what? Want to hit me?" He put on a shameless look. Mr. Hayes was just an ordinary person. Being provoked by him nearly made him vomit blood. Seeing Mr. Wells cause such a scene, Richard Crane had to speak up. "Mr. Wells." Mr. Wells looked at Richard Crane and said, "Mr. Crane, my daughter can't marry their son. The only one Serena likes is Nathan. You can rest assured about that." Richard Crane said, "A perfectly fine young man. How can you talk about him like that? Apologize to them." Mr. Wells saw Richard Crane's serious expression and didn't dare offend him. "Sorry." He reluctantly said one sentence to the Hayes family. People nearby saw this scene. "Mr. Crane is so kind, even protecting Brandon. Worthy of being a big boss. Truly has class. Why is Serena's father so tactless?" They praised Richard Crane, while they couldn't help but badmouth Mr. Wells. Mr. Wells didn't think his behavior was embarrassing at all. His daughter was so outstanding. Naturally, only the richest man's young master would be worthy. Richard Crane saw Mr. Wells had apologized, then spoke up. "Anyway, the two kids have a pretty good relationship. As a father, don't cause trouble here. Think about your daughter a little. As for my son Nathan, he already has someone he's going to marry." I added, "That's right, Mr. Wells, I already have someone I like. Just let Serena and Brandon be happy together." Richard Crane looked at his watch, not giving Mr. Wells a chance to continue. "Then let's head home first." I walked beside my father out of the auditorium. Mr. Wells, afraid Serena would still have connections with the Hayes family, directly took her away. Serena looked at her father, who was completely not leaving her any face at all. She was about to collapse. She'd worked so hard at school for so long, her good image destroyed by her father. She could even feel the way everyone looked at her was no longer the same as before. I followed my father out of the school and saw Celeste's car again. I said to my father, "Dad, you go ahead first." Richard Crane looked at his son. "You're not coming with me? I have something to do." Richard Crane looked at me hesitantly. "What is it? It's so late." I said, "Go on, Dad. I'll come back on my own later." I said this while helping my father into the car. Secretary Yan said, "I think I just saw Miss Celeste's car." Richard Crane heard Secretary Yan say this, and immediately understood. He waved his hand helplessly. I watched my father leave, even waving at him. Richard Crane sat in the car, sighing, "My son really has grown up." Secretary Yan said, "Nathan is almost 18. You can rest easy." After my father left, I walked to the car behind, opened the door, and got in. Saw Celeste leaning back in her seat with her eyes closed, resting. I sat down beside her. After a moment, Celeste opened her eyes, looking at me with a gentle smile. "When did you get here?" Didn't even say anything. I blinked. "Been here a while?" Celeste looked at me and asked, "How was the graduation ceremony?" "Pretty good." My father's appearance had silenced everyone who used to spread rumors about me being kept, so I was in a gray mood too. Before, I'd been too lazy to care what they said. I hadn't done anything like that anyway. I said to Celeste, "My father came today." Celeste nodded. I continued, "Before, they always said I was being kept." Seeing my father bring his secretary, they stopped talking. "It's just," Celeste wondered. "Just what?" I lowered my eyes. I didn't know what Derek had gone off to do. She and Brandon were good friends, yet Brandon stabbed her in the back like that. I wanted to see what she was thinking now. Before, she'd worked herself to the bone for Brandon, causing all kinds of trouble for me. At that time, she probably never thought she'd end up like this. Celeste tilted her head. "Why are you looking for her?" I explained. "The posts online were from her. I want to see when she'll delete them. Can't let her off that easy." Although she'd been betrayed by Brandon miserably, I still couldn't let her escape. After hearing this, Celeste said to the driver, "Drive." The driver nodded, "Yes." Soon the driver stopped the car by the riverside. I looked outside. "Why did you bring me here?" This was an industrial area. No one around now. Celeste got out of the car. I followed. Soon, someone walked over. Celeste. I looked at Amber appearing before me. "Why are you here?" Nathan, don't you know? Before, someone took photos of you, sent them to our school, said you were being kept by an older woman. I said helplessly. I know. Brandon told me today. Didn't expect they'd still have time for this during college entrance exams. I asked Amber, do you still have the photo? Amber held up her phone. Yes. Let me show you. She opened the photo. I looked at the photo on the phone, of me and my father's secretary, and laughed helplessly. Their brains must have problems. If I were really being kept, would I let them come take me to my exam? It was all because my father's secretary was too pretty. So, outsiders thought too much. Amber looked at me. This is your father's secretary? I looked at Amber. What else? Did you also think I was being kept? Remembering how before she'd sent the photo to Celeste, Amber guiltily glanced at Celeste. Why hadn't Celeste told her? This was Nathan's father's secretary? No wonder she told her to investigate as soon as she saw the photo. Amber quickly tried to make up for it. Hoy. Nathan, this book. We already found out who took the photo. It was Derek who posted it online. Amber said this and walked out. Soon someone was brought over. Derek, who I'd been looking for all evening, was brought over by two burly women. Her hair and clothes were all wet, like she'd just been fished out of the water. Seeing me, Derek directly tried to come over. Nathan, then, Amber coldly shouted, stay where you are. Derek saw this scene and directly knelt down on the grass, saying to me, Nathan, I know I was wrong. Please let me go. I won't dare do it again. I saw her so scared and looked at Amber. What did you all do? Scared her like this? Amber scoffed. She refused to admit it at first. After I said I'd throw her in the river to feed the fish, she finally confessed. Amber walked over and said to me, Nathan, this one is really vicious. She's always creating fake accounts to trash you online. That post she put up about you, several of those accounts were her fakes. She also sent photos to our school, trying to break up the relationship between you and Celeste. Good thing I didn't fall for it. Celeste glanced at Amber. Oh, really? Amber immediately felt guilty, changing the subject, saying to me, Nathan, how do you plan to deal with her? I looked at Derek. Derek saw me looking, quickly lowered her head, trembling as she said, I really know I was wrong. Before, I was just following Brandon's orders. Nathan, believe me, it really was Brandon. He's not a good person. Before, when your mother came to school to pick you up, it was also Brandon who said the relationship between you two wasn't normal. Derek had thought about it all evening and realized she'd been led into a trap by Brandon because Brandon was too good at acting. So, she'd considered Brandon her best friend. Didn't expect in the end she'd be the one thrown under the bus. Brandon could still get away clean. Now all the blame was dumped on her head. That would be one thing, but everyone was also cursing her out. Even if she jumped out to accuse Brandon, everyone would just think she was trying to drag Brandon down with her. Brandon really was such a kind-hearted person. I looked at Derek like this. Couldn't help but remember myself before. Maybe before, in Serena and Brandon's eyes, I was just as stupid. I said to Derek, go back to school first. Derek looked at me with red eyes, feeling like she saw hope. So you're letting me go? I smiled lightly. Letting you go? I already let you go once. Did you learn your lesson then? I didn't explain to her. Just said to Amber, let her go first. The two women heard me and stepped back. Amber saw me release her like this. Unwilling, Nathan, should I beat her up or just throw her in the river to feed the fish? Trash like this shouldn't exist in this world. I looked at Amber. What? You want to trade your future for someone like this? Amber heard me speak, still angry. But we can't just let her off like this, can we? By now, Derek had already run away. I watched her figure disappear into the darkness. I already called the police. Let them handle it. After Derek left, I looked at Amber and Celeste, who'd come all this way for my sake. Have you two eaten? Let me treat you. Celeste naturally listened to me. Amber was excited. Can I come too? I smiled. Come along. It's rare to graduate. We should celebrate a little. Finding a nearby barbecue restaurant, I ordered several pounds of crawfish. Amber wasn't polite with me either, calling her teammates from school to join. Hearing someone was treating, everyone was naturally happy. I sat beside Celeste drinking, resting my chin on my hand, asking Celeste, Celeste, you're not drinking? In front of Celeste was a bottle of water, not drinking. I continued, your friends look like they're having so much fun drinking. I looked over and suddenly said, your friends have such nice figures. Celeste heard me speak and turned to look at me, seeing my appreciative expression. I'd just finished complimenting them when I saw Celeste staring at me. I thought to myself, I'm done for. I'd accidentally said my thoughts out loud. Celeste stared at me, her voice acidic as she called, Nathan. Celeste rarely called my name like that. I looked at this girl. I'm here. She stared at my sparkling eyes. Celeste heard me speak, reached out and directly covered my eyes. A cold voice sounded by my ear. What are you looking at? Amber didn't miss this scene, especially since in front of me, Celeste was always very reserved. Now seeing Celeste cover someone's eyes, she spoke up. Celeste, what are you doing? Celeste's face darkened. Put on your jackets. Amber and everyone saw Celeste's serious expression and quickly put on their jackets. Only then did Celeste let go of me. She looked at me. Are you done eating? I rubbed my stomach. Yeah. Drank 2 cans of soda, ate a ton of crawfish. Don't want to eat any more now. Celeste stood up. Then let's go. We left the barbecue restaurant, and as soon as we got in the car, I received a call from the police asking me to come in. Because I was the one who reported Derek's case, Celeste came with me. Derek's parents were already there. Looking at them, they didn't seem like bad people. Their attitude was very good, willing to apologize, really hoping we could settle. Their daughter had just finished her college entrance exams. Her life was just beginning. If I didn't settle, Derek would not only have to pay compensation, she'd also have a criminal record. Looking at Derek's parents' pitiful appearance, I felt very sorry for them. After feeling sorry, I expressed my intention to absolutely not settle. Not only would I not settle, I would also hire a lawyer to sue Derek, trying to get the heaviest sentence possible. After everything was done, I went home with Celeste. On the way, I was a bit tired, looking at Celeste beside me. Celeste, thank you. Celeste said softly. Thank me for what? I continued. You brought people to help me handle this. You suddenly showing up at the school? I was also a bit surprised. Celeste heard me finish, looked at me, and said nothing. Derek had previously lost a bet with me and was supposed to be expelled, but Brandon had pleaded on her behalf. Didn't expect she'd still cause trouble in the end. Truly wouldn't cry until she saw her coffin. Too bad this matter. Couldn't drag Brandon down with her. Although today at school was quite the commotion, Serena and Brandon had both lost a lot of face. But for me, all of this was far from enough. Serena had gone home. Since she got back, Mr. Wells had been scolding her. I shouldn't have let you go to school. Your brain's been ruined by studying. What's so good about that Hayes kid? You think finding a poor boy means he'll treat you well? Mr. Wells got more worked up as he spoke. Your mother back then also thought I was too poor. That's why she ran off to New York, to find a rich man. Look if she even cares about you now, you little brat. I'm doing this for your own good. Don't even bother with college. It's useless anyway. Thinking about how Richard Crane had rejected him. In front of so many people today, Mr. Wells was really very upset inside. They'd been so close. The Crane family fortune was almost his, but Serena had ruined the opportunity. Serena sat there listening to her father, not saying anything. She'd been used to it since she was little. Since the day her mother left, her father always said, her mother left because she thought he was too poor. She really wanted to say, the way he was, even if he had money, she'd still leave. But she was too lazy to argue. After scolding enough, Mr. Wells finally said to Serena, wake up early tomorrow. Come with me to the Crane house. Serena refused. I'm not going. Go with you to be embarrassed? Do you know how people look at me now? How they're laughing at me behind my back. Even now, she didn't dare look at her phone. She'd always not wanted others to know. She had a father like this. But now, the whole world knew she wasn't from a rich family. Her father was just a bootlicker, only hoping she'd latch on to a rich man. Mr. Wells sat down on the sofa, laughing at what? I'm trying to get you an opportunity, Serena said to Mr. Wells. I don't need that opportunity. From now on, don't interfere in my life anymore. Otherwise, Mr. Wells said, otherwise what? You dare threaten me? He said this and wanted to rush at Serena, intending to hit her. Serena blocked his hand. Serena was grown up now, and Mr. Wells naturally wasn't as strong as when he was younger. Serena pushed Mr. Wells to the ground. She gave him a cold look and went directly to her room. The next day, I had just woken up when I heard Mr. Wells's voice. He was sitting on our sofa, frowning as he said, Mr. Crane, my daughter has grown her wings. She dares to fight back, you know. Since her mother left, I've raised her until now everyone can see how hard it's been. If I remembered correctly, it had always been Serena supporting him, not the other way around. Mr. Wells only knew how to gamble, so Serena had to earn money herself since she was young, picking up scrap metal and nails, old newspapers to sell, saving up a little pocket money. As for Mr. Wells, this father was completely unreliable. If it were before when Mr. Wells said this, I definitely would have defended her. But now I said nothing. I didn't want to manage Serena's affairs. I also knew Mr. Wells really wanted me to be with Serena. Richard Crane listened to Mr. Wells cry for half a day and spoke up. She's grown up. You should think more about her. I've already told you, Mr. Wells said greedily. I just want Nathan and Serena to be together. Richard Crane could barely hold back. Do you think that's possible? If you stop causing trouble, I'll still consider her college education. If you keep dreaming, I won't manage your family's affairs anymore. After being scolded by Richard Crane, Mr. Wells said nothing more. Richard Crane directly had someone send Mr. Wells away. Seeing me standing nearby, Richard Crane said to me, "Call Serena later. Tell her to come over." I asked, confused, "Why call her?" "Dad, you also saw yesterday. It has nothing to do with your matters." Richard Crane was afraid I'd overthink. "We're leaving in a few days. I have something to tell her." I didn't know what my father wanted, but still called Serena. Answering the phone, Serena's voice was still a bit cold. "What is it?" Yesterday I'd embarrassed her at school. She still remembered. I said, "My father has something for you. He wants you to come to my house." That afternoon, Serena arrived. She walked in and saw me feeding Snowball. She walked over and looked at me. "What is it?" I looked up at her. "My father is inside." Although she got the answer she wanted, Serena wasn't in a hurry to go in. Instead, she looked at me. "Nathan, you're feeling pretty smug now, aren't you?" I didn't understand where this came from. "What am I smug about?" Serena said, "Last night at the graduation ceremony, you made such a big show. Made me and Brandon lose face. Aren't you smug?" I heard her speak, stood up, and looked at the woman before me. "So now you want to take out your anger on me?" Serena glared at me, not answering, seemingly admitting to my assumption. I looked at her, didn't expect she could still be this shameless. "What did I do last night?" "I don't think I did anything. Didn't you already clear yourself from the Derek thing?" Serena quickly said. "You know I'm not talking about that." I pretended to think seriously. "Then what are you talking about? Could it be about how your father wanted to break you and Brandon up? Wanted me to be with you, and I refused?" Serena said, "You could have just pretended to agree. My father was just talking." "If you'd agreed, would he have kept making a scene?" Serena said this with complete confidence. I looked at her in disbelief. "Why should I pretend to agree?" Serena frowned slightly. "Would it kill you to leave me some dignity?" My expression was helpless. "Why should I leave you any dignity?" Serena had never hated me as much as at this moment. You just had to be so heartless. Had to show off your Celeste. Had to let the whole world know. "Nathan already has Celeste," Serena said. Couldn't help raising her voice. "You look down on me now. Making me lose all face. Are you happy now?" I looked at her, silent for a few seconds, before reacting. Because she felt embarrassed, I basked is this Traditor is it became my fault for not leaving her dignity. I laughed lightly. Serena looked at me, still not stopping, her eyes full of resentment. "You clearly could have not mentioned that Brandon and I were together. As long as you didn't say it, my father wouldn't have said those things after, wouldn't have had conflict with the Hayes family. You did it on purpose, didn't you?" I thought for a moment. Then yes, I did it on purpose. Serena didn't expect me to admit it, and admit it so confidently. I raised my head. "I don't see anything wrong with what I did. I do like Celeste more. I do look down on you. I don't want others to think that you and I would have any future. Even less do I want them to think. I'm using my power to steal you from Brandon's side." Serena looked at me disappointed. "Nathan, you weren't this selfish before. You would think about me. Never did anything to put me in an awkward position. But since you've been with Celeste, I really don't recognize you anymore." My face was cold as ice, because I used to like you. But now I'd like nothing more than for you and Brandon to die together. Serena accused, "You just don't want to see Brandon and me happy. If you love someone, you should want to see them happy. But you only want to destroy the person you like. Anyone liked by you is truly unfortunate." I sighed. "Then you really have been wronged." This sentence of hers reminded me of what Serena said before I died. Being clung to by you every day was my nightmare. And now she was saying that whoever I liked was truly unfortunate. Serena continued, "Someone like you will never find happiness, even if Celeste is with you. Sooner or later, she'll be driven crazy by you. She just hasn't seen through you yet." After saying this, Serena turned and went inside. I watched her retreating figure, amused by her. I didn't stay outside either, and followed her in. Richard Crane came downstairs. Serena saw him and said politely, "Mr. Crane." In front of my father, she was good at pretending to be nice again. Richard Crane said, "Sit down." Serena said, "What did you want to see me about?" She glanced at me. Had I tattled in front of her father, and Richard Crane was looking for her to make trouble? Then she heard Richard Crane say, "Your father came today." Serena stood up, looking embarrassed. "I'm sorry. My father is like that. Yesterday in front of everyone, he said some inappropriate things. I already talked to him when I got home." Having a father like that, Serena also felt very embarrassed. Too bad people can't choose their birth, or their parents. Looking at her phone today, she found Brandon had blocked her. After her father's behavior last night, she understood why Brandon blocked her. Richard Crane said, "Your father is like that. It's been hard for you living with him. The reason I called you here today is mainly to tell you about your mother." Hearing Richard Crane mention her mother, Serena immediately focused. "My mother?" Richard Crane said. "I looked at your grades. Getting into Qingbei University shouldn't be a problem. I met your mother before. She said, if you come to New York, you can look for her. She asked me to give you her contact information." Serena had never had contact information for her mother. Since her parents divorced, the two hadn't been in touch. Richard Crane had met her in New York. She'd asked about some things regarding Serena, but Mr. Wells absolutely wouldn't let her see her daughter. She could only ask Richard Crane to pass on a message. Serena heard news of her mother, and her eyes reddened. I looked at her, remembering how in my past life, after she learned about her mother, she'd had the same reaction. At that time, it was still winter break. Afterward, she went to New York, and I didn't know what happened. She came back before the new year was over. Knowing her reunion with her mother wouldn't go smoothly, I felt at ease. Serena took what she needed and left. Richard Crane looked at me. Seeing me sitting nearby, asked with concern, "Has Celeste confirmed when she's going back to New York?" I answered, "Friday." Richard Crane nodded. "You're going with her?" I gave a, Dad. "Do you want to come with us?" Richard Crane said, "You and Celeste go ahead. I'll come after I finish things here." I took a sip of water. "That works too. But I want to bring Snowball with me." Richard Crane said, "I'll arrange it for you. After I went to New York for college, I wouldn't come back here often. Having lived in New York for a while before, moving there this time wouldn't be troublesome." After a few days, Serena also arrived. That afternoon, I went to my uncle's estate. Passing by, I happened to see Serena. She was eating with her family. I had met Serena's mother before, so I recognized her at a glance. Besides Serena, her mother also had another daughter, around 10-something years old. Watching her mother treat her younger sister so well, Serena sitting beside them clearly couldn't fit in. I was watching intently when my uncle walked over, calling my name, Nathan. Serena was eating with her mother and looked up to see me. I wore sunglasses and left with my uncle. Chao Jiyuan saw me and asked, "What were you just looking at?" "Saw Mrs. Xiao from before." Chao Jiyuan laughed. "You're interested in her." I lowered my head. "She's Serena's mother." My uncle knew Serena, so as soon as I said it, he understood. Looking at me, "Still prefer her?" "Much better than Celeste." I glanced at my uncle. "Celeste is on her way. She'll be here soon." How could Serena compare to her? What my uncle said was pretty funny. Xiao Juyuan looked at me in disbelief. "Wait, what I told you last time? Did you not listen at all? I already told you not to be with Celeste." I followed my uncle into the restaurant, but you didn't give me a reason. After sitting down, my uncle looked at me, his expression serious. "Anyway, I wouldn't harm you." I leaned back. Well, my father wouldn't harm me either. He's very supportive of me and Celeste being together. Chao Juwan picked up his glass and took a sip. Your father, to curry favor with the Thornton family, doesn't care about anything. Why would he care about his son's happiness? I called the waiter for a glass of ice water and continued speaking to my uncle. If I remember correctly, last time you were quite close with Mrs. Thornton. I have reason to suspect she arranged for you to stop me from being with Celeste. Zhao Juan turned his face away. She didn't say that. I tapped my finger on the table. Then why don't you want me with Celeste? My few sentences left Chao Juan speechless. He looked at me. The drinks arrived. I sat there chewing on the straw, drinking happily, looking completely carefree. Fortunately, I was still young, so there was no rush to marry Celeste. Afraid of making me resistant, he stopped trying to persuade me. Chao Juan stood up. I have something to do. You eat with Celeste later. I was surprised. You're not staying with us? Chao Juan glared at me. I can see you don't need me around. After finishing his business, he came back and saw I was still sitting there alone. He walked over and stood beside me. Where's Celeste? My expression was worried. She still hasn't arrived. She's not answering my messages either. Did something happen? Chao Jiwan looked completely unconcerned. What could happen to her? I said seriously. She said she'd come. Chao Jiwan looked somewhat pleased. You just got stood up. Seeing me unhappy, he said, all right, I'll ask for you. After all, he was quite familiar with the Thornton family. He made a phone call. 2 minutes later, he hung up and said to me, nothing's wrong. She's at home. I wondered, then why isn't she answering my calls? Chao Jiwan said, how would I know? Maybe she didn't want to come see you. What can you do? He said this while calling the waiter to serve the food. Guess I'll have to eat with you after all. I didn't expect to be stood up by Celeste. I'd always thought she treated me pretty well. She shouldn't do something like this, but now she really hadn't come. I finished eating and still didn't see her call back. Leaving the restaurant, I happened to see Serena again. A luxury car was parked at the gate. She was with a man. This man wasn't young anymore, looked about her father's age. The man said, "Get in the car. I'll take you for a drive." Serena's face was cold. "No need. I want to go back." The man looked at Serena's pretty face. "Your mother already said she wants you to stay at my place for a few days." Seeing Serena wasn't very interested. "What, afraid I'll bully you?" He said this and reached out to touch her, but she dodged. The man looked at her and couldn't help laughing. He appraised Serena. "Your mother already said before she left. She and I are good friends. Taking care of you is only right." Serena looked at this middle-aged man. He looked over 40, although quite handsome. The crow's feet at his eyes couldn't be hidden. She didn't know why her mother would tell her to stay at a complete stranger's house while taking her younger sister with her. Serena clearly didn't want to. Serena said, "I should call you uncle." The man looked at Serena, took out a business card and handed it to her. "Very well. Then come find me whenever you want. I don't force people." Then he got directly into his black Ferrari. I didn't expect that going out for a meal, I'd see such an interesting scene. Serena really had endless romantic attention. She'd just arrived and was already noticed by a rich man. Before I could leave, Serena turned around and happened to see me. I looked at her, couldn't help but smirk. Serena didn't expect to be seen by me in such an embarrassing situation. The driver came to open the car door for me. I got in the car. Serena felt like she'd been mocked and squeezed, the business card in her hand tightly. She only felt her shoulders ache. Years of longing. She'd thought coming back to her mother would be wonderful. But after only 2 days, she'd clearly felt the difference. Although it was her biological mother, they had nothing to talk about. Her mother treated her younger sister very well. Her sister was always spoiled, getting whatever she wanted. But she couldn't. She didn't dare open her mouth at all. All of that was fine. What she didn't expect was that her mother would hand her over to a man like this and tell her to stay at his house for a few days. Her phone rang. It was her mother calling. Serena answered. "Hello." Xiaoqin's voice was somewhat angry. "What's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you to stay at his place for a few days? Why did you make him unhappy?" Serena gritted her teeth. "When Luna grows up, will you also send her to stay at some old man's house?" Xiaoqin said. "What are you saying?" Serena laughed. Her father didn't love her. She'd thought her mother would treat her well. In her memories, her mother was like an angel, so much so that all these years, she'd always missed her mother. But she didn't expect this was what awaited her. Serena directly hung up, saying nothing more, because it no longer mattered. That evening, it was raining outside. I sat on the living room sofa, thinking about Serena's situation. In my past life, after her reunion with her mother, she'd also been silent for a long time. Could it have been the same in my past life? Because her mother wanted to set her up with a rich man. Just then, Mrs. Porter walked in. "Young master, Miss Celeste is here." Hearing Celeste's name, my face darkened. She could come now, which meant she really didn't have anything wrong. She'd deliberately not answered my calls. I'd turned off my phone as soon as I got home. Tell her to go back. My uncle already didn't agree with us being together, yet I'd still spoken up for her. In the end, she pulled this on me. I wasn't without a temper. Mrs. Porter went out. Soon she came back in. "She won't leave. Says she'll wait at the gate. Wait until you're not angry anymore to see her." I didn't care. Went straight upstairs. After showering, I played a few rounds of games. I lifted the curtain to look outside, thinking Celeste had already left. Didn't expect she was still there. The rain was heavy. She wasn't waiting in the car. Standing outside waiting. Seeing her soaked through, I couldn't bear it after all. I went downstairs. Mrs. Porter saw me come out and quickly held an umbrella for me. The villa gate opened. I walked out and looked at Celeste. The driver was trying to convince her to go back, but she refused. I looked at her. "What are you trying to do?" Celeste turned to look at me, joy showing in her eyes. Not angry anymore? I really was quite angry, because she was always like this, not answering messages at the drop of a hat. But seeing her like this, I really couldn't do anything to her. I lowered my voice. "Come inside." Celeste quickly turned back to open the car door. I looked at her confused, saw her take out a cake box from the car. Back at the house, Mrs. Porter brought towels. Celeste was soaked through. I took a towel and wiped the water from her hair. "You stood me up and then came running here for what?" Celeste said. "Something came up." "Sorry, Nathan. I didn't mean to." My face darkened. "If you couldn't come, then don't say you would." Made me say everything in front of my uncle, and then got mocked by him. My uncle was so pleased. just hoping Celeste and I would break up soon. Celeste said, "My father suddenly wanted to see me." She stopped when she mentioned him. I froze, remembering how my uncle had always opposed me being with Celeste. I looked at her worriedly. "Your father doesn't agree to you being with me?" Celeste heard me and denied it. "Probably not. He didn't mention anything about you." At this point, Mrs. Porter brought a change of clothes. Over. I told her to go take a bath first. After she came out, I dried her hair again. She looked at me. "I'm sorry." By the time I was done, you'd already turned off your phone. My face darkened. I was about to die of anger. I was ready to never pay attention to you again. Because of what happened in my past life, being played like that by Serena, now I especially hated being a lapdog. I'd even thought on the way back, could Celeste also be tired of me? In my past life, although in the end she still remembered me, that was because we'd never been together. This year we'd spend most of our time together. Her getting tired of me would be normal. She apologized to me seriously. "I'm sorry." I gave a, Celeste took the towel and dried her own hair. After drying, she said to me, "Nathan, happy birthday." I heard her speak, looked at my watch, and only then realized it was past midnight. She'd waited at the gate for so long, made me unable to sleep either. Didn't expect she'd remembered my birthday. I said softly, "You even specially brought a cake." Celeste smiled. "Yeah." Mrs. Porter had already taken out the cake. A very beautiful cake, with a little prince on top. I looked at Celeste. She walked over. We sat down in the dining room, lit the candles. I made a wish. I closed my eyes and then opened them, and saw Celeste looking at me. She was wearing my short-sleeved t-shirt, but it didn't affect her beauty at all. The tenderness in her eyes made me a bit lost, because at the moment I closed my eyes, I suddenly remembered my 18th birthday in my past life. Seemed like there was no birthday, because my father was already gone. Because I was always hovering around Serena, my world only had Serena in it. But she was with Brandon every day. I was forced to take over company work every day, which was a lot of pressure for me. I felt like I'd been abandoned by the whole world. Now looking at Celeste, before me, I felt somewhat steady. I cut cake and gave her a piece. Two people ate cake together. I didn't have many friends in New York, could even say I had none, but having Celeste was enough. I felt very content. That night, Celeste didn't go back. Stayed at my place for a few days. Recently, I was taking my driving test, so I stayed home reviewing the test material and practicing driving. That afternoon, the two of us went to Chao Zhuan's place to eat. Having been there twice already, I really missed the delicious food at my uncle's place. As soon as we got out of the car, I heard someone call Celeste's name. I looked toward the voice and saw a man about my father's age. He wore glasses and looked refined. Beside him were Sophia and Mrs. Thornton, followed by a group of people. Mrs. Thornton said, "Young Master Crane, what a surprise to see you two here." I said politely, "Hello, Mr. Thornton, Mrs. Thornton." I wasn't stupid. They all appeared together. I could guess. This was Celeste's father. Alexander Thornton extended an invitation. "It's a family dinner today. Celeste, bring Nathan along." Celeste looked at me. Seeing I didn't object, she agreed. Recently, I'd always suspected her family didn't like me. This worked out fine. Alexander Thornton and Mrs. Thornton walked ahead. Sophia came over to say to Celeste, "Big sis." Celeste just gave the little girl a look in response. Sophia looked at me. "Nathan, my sister is so cold. Normally, is she also this quiet in front of you?" I looked at this little girl. "She's fine." Sophia smiled and asked, "My mom said, you're my sister's boyfriend. Is that true?" Didn't expect Mrs. Thornton to talk about these things. I cleared my throat. "Not yet. We haven't confirmed our relationship." Celeste heard me speak and looked at me. I walked beside her into the VIP room. Xiao Juwan personally received them, although it was just a family dinner. It was very grand. Besides me and Celeste, everyone had come dressed in formal attire. I looked at the flip-flops on my feet, immediately felt very underdressed. Because not everyone had arrived yet, I sat beside Celeste and said quietly, "Your family dinners are this formal?" Celeste nodded. She was probably very unaccustomed to this too, but her father was like this. Then why didn't they invite you before? So she really was excluded. I really couldn't help but feel. Celeste was the bullied one in the family. Celeste heard this and replied, "They did invite me. I said I wasn't free." Her father had texted her yesterday, but she was with me, so she directly declined. Didn't expect to run into them today by chance. The two were whispering when Alexander Thornton suddenly spoke up, "Nathan." I quickly looked up. "Yes, Mr. Thornton." Alexander Thornton continued, "It's a pleasure to meet you." Alexander Thornton and Celeste looked quite alike, but because of his age, he looked very seasoned. He also had an air of authority that couldn't be hidden, but his attitude was very amiable. I've been wanting Celeste to bring you over, so we could all have a meal together. But we were always busy before. Yesterday I mentioned it to her, but she declined. Running into you now must be fate. I'd originally thought the Thornton family definitely wouldn't like me, would really dislike me. Didn't expect meeting them showed otherwise. They didn't even show any displeasure. In my casual attire, there were quite a few family members. I couldn't remember many after going around the table. Celeste even had an eldest uncle or something. Her father was the second in the family, but I did see a familiar face. It was the man who was talking to Serena at the gate the other day, who wanted to take Serena to his house. The man who drove the Ferrari. He arrived the latest. Everyone was used to his ways. Only the eldest uncle said a few words to him. "Damien, why are you always late?" He ignored it and sat down. "It's just a family dinner. It's not a UN conference. Everyone's too uptight." I couldn't help but look at him. Mrs. Thornton saw me staring at him and introduced him to me. "Nathan, this is Celeste's uncle." Damien Thornton's gaze fell on me, and he smirked. "So this is Celeste's fiancé? Quite handsome." I said, "Hello, Uncle Thornton." Damien Thornton smirked at me. Looking at him, I kept remembering his encounter with Serena the other day. Dinner was almost over. Before leaving, I went to the restroom and saw Damien Thornton holding his phone, exchanging contact info with a pretty young girl. The girl didn't look old, probably only around 20. Damien Thornton happily said, "Remember to come find me tonight." The girl walked away, looking a bit shy. I saw this scene, my eyes wide with shock. Seeing me, Damien Thornton didn't say anything. I went into the restroom. Damien Thornton was fixing his hair. "Uncle," Damien Thornton looked at me through the mirror and asked casually, "How was that girl just now? Pretty?" I froze. I was thinking, since I'd seen his business, would he try to silence me? Then I heard him ask so bluntly. I replied, "Quite pretty." Damien Thornton said, "Actually, pretty average. Last time my friend said he wanted to introduce a girl to me. Now that one was beautiful. Too bad she's a bit stubborn. Now she won't even answer my messages." I was dying of embarrassment, thinking I wasn't even that close to Damien Thornton. "It's not really appropriate to tell me these things, Uncle." I really didn't want to know their secrets. Damien Thornton heard me speak and gave a soft, "Humph. Are you looking down on me in your heart?" I said, "No." Damien Thornton said calmly, "It's normal that you don't understand. When you reach my age, you'll know how great young women are. There's no forever 18-year-old girl, but there are always 18-year-old girls." After saying this, Damien Thornton was about to leave when he looked at me. "What's your name again?" I replied, "Nathan Crane." Damien Thornton said, "Your mother chose that name. I just can't ever remember it." My eyes flashed. "You knew my mother, Uncle?" Damien Thornton smirked. "I'm off." After saying this, he went out. When I came out, Celeste was waiting at the door. I walked over and asked, "Where did your family go?" Celeste tilted her head to look at me. "They all left." I smiled. "Only you are the best. You always wait for me." Celeste looked at me. Remembering when we arrived, I'd said in front of Sophia that I wasn't her boyfriend yet. My expression was confused. "Why are you looking at me?" Celeste said, "I have something to tell you." Her expression was particularly serious. Seeing her so serious, I asked uneasily, "What? Are you going to confess to me?" My words made her ears turn slightly red. She didn't know how to respond. After a while, Celeste slowly said, "It's about school." I looked at her confused. "What about school?" Celeste seemed to have made a big decision before speaking. "Nathan, I probably can't go to Qingbei with you." Although she'd had early admission to Qingbei long ago, I was also planning to go to Qingbei. Celeste felt that telling me this now seemed like she was letting me down, so she felt a bit guilty. She'd held this in for several days, not daring to tell me, afraid I'd be upset. I heard her speak and froze. "Why?" Celeste lowered her eyes. "Because I have to go to military academy. This is also what my father wants. I've already agreed. The day I didn't come to see you, it was because someone from the school came." I looked at her very serious appearance. Her eyes had a bit of sadness, as if saying this would make me ignore her. My expression was one of disbelief. "That's it, and you're making it so serious?" She looked at me with some surprise. "You're not angry?" I said blandly, "This is your goal, your life. I support whatever you choose." Besides, her going to military academy was definitely the right choice. In my past life, she did very well on this path. She couldn't change her life goals because of me. Celeste saw I wasn't angry and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "I really thought about it for a long time. Always didn't dare tell you." Recently, she'd been by my side, wanting to spend as much time with me as possible during this period. Because once she went to military academy, she'd definitely have less time to be with me. Couldn't devote all her attention to me. Seeing her like this, I reached out and tugged her sleeve to comfort her. Celeste, just follow your own plan. Do what you want to do. You'll definitely have a bright future. Celeste heard me speak and gave I walked ahead, sighing. I thought you were going to confess to me. It made my heart race for so long. Celeste looked at my retreating figure and smiled helplessly. She'd wait a bit longer then. The college entrance exam scores were released. I did pretty well. Seeing the scores, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. The failure of my past life? Many things when not yet certain. I didn't dare be complacent. Celeste saw my scores and wasn't surprised at all. I was taught by her. She was very confident in me. I applied to Qingbei's law school, the same major as my mother. Successfully admitted. During the summer break, I also got my driver's license. I'd originally thought after getting my license, I could drive the Porsche my father gave me. Everywhere. Finally discovered getting the license was pretty smooth. But driving wasn't that easy. The car sat there, barely driven. After enrollment, Celeste also started school. Military Academy management was quite special. I could frequently go home. Celeste couldn't. Sometimes she couldn't even come back on weekends. This finally made me understand why, when she said she was going to military academy, she'd been so guilty, as if she'd committed a big mistake. That afternoon, I went into the dorm and heard my roommates Kyle and Ethan chatting. Kyle said, I heard the Thornton family's eldest daughter's boyfriend is at our school. Ethan asked, is that the eldest daughter who was brought back from Lakewood? Kyle looked curious. That's right. Hearing them mention Celeste, I cleared my throat. Kyle saw me and said politely, Nathan, you're back? I touched my nose and sat down at my spot. I just heard you guys say something. Celeste's boyfriend? Had the thing between me and Celeste been exposed this quickly? I hadn't told anyone. Ethan looked at me curiously. You know Celeste too? Ethan patiently said, we had a pretty good relationship before. Our families are both in New York, have a bit of money, but he wasn't close to me, so didn't think much of it. I thought to myself, I know her too well. I nodded. I've heard of her. Kyle said, I heard she's really beautiful, super good to her boyfriend, even has people protecting her boyfriend, not letting anyone bully him. Her boyfriend is really lucky, getting such a great woman. That's the Thornton family. Although their families also had a bit of money, the Thornton family was still an elite family they couldn't reach. Hearing others talk like this, I was naturally a bit happy. Remembering my past life, for a woman like Serena, I'd thrown away my bright future. Really too stupid. Ethan said, why suddenly bring her up? Kyle said, because someone told me his identity. My heart skipped a beat. Since I'd entered school, I'd never mentioned to anyone about me and Celeste. I wanted to be low-key, didn't want to cause trouble. It had been hard enough to get a fresh start. I just wanted to peacefully finish college. Who outside was running their mouth, spreading my business everywhere? Ethan was also intrigued by Kyle. Who is it? I figured since it had come to this, rather than have Kyle say it, might as well confess myself. I raised my hand and said quietly, actually, Celeste's boyfriend is me. After I said this, Kyle looked at me and pressed my raised hand down. Actually, my wife is also Lu Yifei. Ethan also added, my wife is Tang Yen. Both of them were fans of Chinese Paladin 3. Kyle said, let's be serious. The eldest daughter's boyfriend is in the finance department. He's pretty good looking too. Celeste's boyfriend was in the finance department. Hearing the words, finance department, I immediately breathed a sigh of relief. They weren't talking about me. Almost made me confess everything. Since they didn't realize it, I didn't care anymore. Probably someone outside spreading false information. Then on the weekend evening when I was eating at home, I saw Kyle on the dorm QQ group. Tag everyone, showing you all Celeste's boyfriend. My friend in finance sent this. Don't spread it around. Ethan was curious. Send it quick. I was also wide-eyed waiting. Soon, Kyle sent a photo. I'd originally wanted to see how interesting this was. But when I saw the person in the photo, I almost choked on my water. I put down my glass, picked up my phone, and zoomed in on the photo. Wasn't this Brandon? He was Celeste's boyfriend? Celeste probably didn't even know how to write his name. I messaged in the group, who said this is Celeste's boyfriend? Kyle quickly replied, everyone's saying it. My friend has a pretty good relationship with the eldest daughter's boyfriend. They met when the eldest daughter was in Lakewood. They knew each other back then. Kyle changed position and continued typing. Next weekend, my friend is having a birthday party. Everyone's invited to eat at a hotel. The eldest daughter's boyfriend will be there. Maybe the eldest daughter will come too. Do you guys want to see the eldest daughter? Ethan looked excited. Let's all go then. This was getting more and more interesting. I'd heard Brandon also came to New York for college. I'd thought he might get back together with Serena, but didn't expect He'd become Celeste's boyfriend. I already hated him to the bone for what happened before. Derek had taken the fall for Brandon. Didn't expect Brandon still wasn't done. Now he even wanted to latch on to Celeste, really giving him too much face. Saturday afternoon, I sat on the sofa, holding my phone logged into Celeste's QQ account. Harvested her farm crops for her, then mine. She rarely used her phone now. I helped manage her account. Mrs. Porter brought a suit over. Young master, this is the suit LV sent over. Is this one okay for tonight? I looked at it. This one's fine. Kyle said they should wear suits. After all, it was his friend's birthday party. I naturally had to dress up a bit too. I put down my phone and stood up to try on the clothes. Mrs. Porter stood beside me adjusting my bow tie. Just then, a servant came up. Young master, there's a Mrs. Shao here. I couldn't recall who that was for a moment. Took off my jacket and went downstairs. Saw a familiar woman sitting on the sofa. It was Serena's mother I'd met before, Xiao Qin. Richard Crane was receiving her. Xiao Qin's eyes were red. Mr. Crane, no matter what, please help me find Serena. She won't answer her phone. I can't reach her no matter what. Richard Crane said, I'll contact you if I find her. Xiao Qin said, thank you, Mr. Crane. You're too kind. Richard Crane had someone see her and her assistant out. I came downstairs and asked my father, what was she here for? Richard Crane sighed, thought Serena was with us. So, she came looking. I couldn't help being annoyed. Isn't Serena her daughter? Why doesn't she look herself? Instead of asking you to help? You're too kind, Dad. Richard Crane sighed. She doesn't have a choice. After all, Serena is her and Mr. Wells's child. It's inconvenient to trouble her current husband. Her husband doesn't have the best temperament either. If he found out, they'd definitely fight. That girl Serena too. She's all alone in New York now, not contacting anyone. Has she come looking for you? My expression was calm. No. Richard Crane said, I'll have someone look for her. I said, Dad, can you not get involved in Serena's business? Richard Crane looked up at me without answering. Just asked, are you going out? Knowing my father would get involved in Serena's affairs anyway. I didn't bother saying more. I went upstairs to change and went to the hotel address Kyle sent. Kyle and Ethan had already arrived, waiting at the entrance. Both were dressed quite sharply. I went into the ballroom with them. As soon as I entered, I saw Brandon. He was surrounded by a group of people, still looking like he was being praised. Really had to hand it to him. Wherever he went, everyone adored him. After not seeing him for a while, I still remembered Brandon's embarrassed look. At the graduation ceremony before, being talked about like that by Serena's father had made him lose all face. Didn't expect meeting again. He'd look all bright and shiny again. The clothes on him weren't cheap either. Also like me, wearing an LV suit, just a different style. Kyle led me and Ethan over to greet his friend. His friend, Lucas G, was tonight's main character. Lucas G saw Kyle and enthusiastically came over. Kyle, you're here. Kyle quickly introduced, happy birthday. These two are my roommates, Nathan Crane and Ethan Chen. Lucas G looked at me and Ethan and smirked. Everyone come on over. Oh, right, let me introduce you to my good friend. Lucas G said this and walked over to Brandon, putting his arm around Brandon's shoulder. Let me introduce everyone. This is the Thornton family's eldest daughter's boyfriend, Brandon Hayes. He's also my roommate. As soon as Lucas G finished speaking, Brandon said to Lucas G, Lucas, don't say that. Don't. Lucas G laughed. What's there to be afraid of? Everyone here today is my good friend. They won't spread rumors, right? Everyone? Everyone answered. That's right, don't worry. Because everyone's attention was on Brandon. No one paid attention to me. Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but speak up, directly calling Brandon's name. Brandon. Brandon looked up, seeing it was me. He stiffened, a flash of discomfort crossing his face. I said, didn't expect to see you here. Kyle looked at me, shocked. You know the eldest daughter's boyfriend? I looked at Brandon, a bit uncomfortable because of my appearance. I know Brandon, but he's not anyone's boyfriend. As soon as I finished speaking, Lucas G's face darkened as he looked at me. What do you mean? I walked over, standing in front of Brandon. Haven't seen you in months. When did you become Celeste's boyfriend? How come I don't know? Aren't you ashamed lying like this? Clearly Celeste had no relationship with him. I didn't know what he was thinking, even claiming this. Lucas G had been hanging out with Brandon for a while, and had long become good friends with Brandon. Seeing me talk like this, his face darkened. Who are you? You come to my turf saying this stuff? Brandon is my friend. What's with your attitude? The eldest daughter already said, her boyfriend can't be bullied. Don't know where Kyle brought you from. Some tactless guy, coming here to cause trouble with the eldest daughter's boyfriend. Lucas G immediately looked at Kyle beside him. Kyle, do you just bring anyone here? This is my birthday party. Now it's ruined because of you. Kyle said, sorry. After saying this, he looked at me. Nathan, what's wrong with you? Do you know who that is? That's the eldest daughter's boyfriend. Offend the Thornton family, and there's no way out. Don't drag us down with you. I put my hands in my pockets and continued, do you believe him or me? What if I said I'm actually Celeste's boyfriend? Kyle frowned. Joking around in the dorm is one thing. Why are you saying this stuff now? After saying this, he said to Brandon, sorry, Brandon. It's all my friend's fault. It's his first time here, and he doesn't know any better. Please don't hold it against him. Brandon looked at me, and a smile appeared on his face. Long time no see, Nathan. I looked at Brandon, thought he was going to play dumb. Lucas G looked at Brandon. You know him? Brandon introduced. He's my high school classmate. Also from Lakewood, like me. Didn't expect to meet here. What a coincidence. Lucas G said, since you know him, why did he come in like this? I stared at Brandon. Now everyone outside is saying you're Celeste's boyfriend. I want to ask what's going on. Brandon looked at me calmly. I didn't say this. They spread it themselves. Brandon looked at Lucas G. Lucas G saw him looking at him, full of blame, immediately embarrassed. Sorry, Brandon. I'll handle this. After saying this, he stepped forward and said to me, what I said just now, I said it myself. Brandon really didn't say. He was the eldest daughter's boyfriend. My expression was mocking. Lucas G looked at everyone to explain. Brandon said, he and the eldest daughter haven't confirmed their relationship. He never said he was the eldest daughter's boyfriend. It was when I was hanging out with him. I accidentally guessed it. The eldest daughter had also mentioned before that her boyfriend was at school. After Lucas G finished, seeing, everyone agreed. He looked at me and continued, if you want to make a big deal out of this, there's no need. Whether or not he's the eldest daughter's boyfriend now, it won't affect him becoming the Thornton family's son-in-law in the future. I watched him protect Brandon. Had to say, Brandon had found another lapdog. Lucas G saw me still causing trouble and said, since you say you know the eldest daughter, why don't you call her now? She can't answer the phone right now. Celeste wasn't coming back this weekend. She rarely used her phone now. Military Academy management was already very strict. Celeste's instructor now paid special attention to her, so she had almost no time to play with her phone. Lucas G heard me speak and laughed coldly. Is it that she can't answer the phone, or that you don't have the eldest daughter's number? I said, of course I have it. I don't think you do. If you have the number, why don't you dare call? I looked at Brandon beside him. Why am I the only one who has to call? Doesn't he need the call? Lucas G continued to defend. Brandon calls the eldest daughter at school every day. Of course I believe him. I smirked. Brandon could call Celeste? Why didn't I believe that? Then have him make a call right now. Lucas G said, you came to my birthday party, and you're even doubting my word. Lucas G looked at Kyle. Kyle, if your friend keeps being this unreasonable, I'm really going to get angry. Kyle looked at me, lowering his voice. Nathan, if there's anything, we can talk about it back at the dorm. Or, let's just leave first. Don't be like this. Kyle didn't want to cause trouble either. I looked at Kyle. Lucas G already said, Brandon is the eldest daughter's boyfriend. I just can't accept him impersonating the eldest daughter's boyfriend here. The main thing was, Kyle also didn't think Brandon was lying. You're not the eldest daughter's boyfriend either. What? Does this have to do with you? Even if he's lying, it's not our business. I looked at Brandon. Since you said you can call, why don't you call Celeste now? If you can really get through, I'll believe you. Brandon heard me speak and took out his phone. I can call. I didn't expect Brandon to agree. Brandon, in front of everyone, directly made a call, even put it on speaker. Everyone seeing this held their breath. Soon the call was answered. A woman's voice came through. Hello, babe, why are you suddenly calling me? Hearing this, I froze. This voice was quite similar to Celeste's. Brandon looked at me and spoke to the person on the phone. Celeste, I'm at my roommate's birthday party. I just suddenly missed you, so I called. The woman on the other end laughed. I miss you too. Kiss, babe. I'll come pick you up when I'm done. Brandon hung up after saying this. As soon as Brandon hung up, everyone else was envious. So sweet. The eldest daughter even calls him babe. I want to find a girlfriend like that too. Brandon looked at me. Any more questions? I admitted I was a bit shocked. How was that Celeste's voice? It's just compared to Celeste. The woman on the phone was clearly much more cloying. Celeste couldn't possibly say things like that. I was a bit skeptical. Just having a similar voice doesn't mean it's Celeste. Brandon looked at me. But that is Celeste. Why do you think she couldn't like me? Are you jealous? Lucas G looked at me, already getting angry. Does the whole world have to revolve around you? You can't provide any evidence that you have a relationship with the eldest daughter. But Brandon can. What else do you have to say? Either you apologize to Brandon now, or I'll have to ask you to leave. Although I couldn't call Celeste, I had photos with her. Wasn't that evidence? Everyone looked at me. Let's see the photos then. I took out my phone and opened photos with Celeste. We'd taken photos when we were together. Sometimes it was me sitting beside her, holding up the phone for a selfie together. Sometimes it was me taking photos of her. Kyle took my phone, looking at the woman in the photos. She really was beautiful. Kyle said, "Is this really Celeste?" Ethan said, "I heard Celeste is very beautiful." Lucas G said, "Let me see." He walked over. Kyle handed him the phone. Lucas G looked at the photo, then at me, not very sure, and gave it to Brandon to see. "Is this person Celeste?" Brandon looked at the photo and nodded. "Yes." Kyle said, "So that means Nathan really is the eldest daughter's boyfriend." Brandon had admitted Nathan wasn't lying. Seeing Brandon admit it, Kyle also breathed a sigh of relief. He'd thought I was talking nonsense. Lucas G said, "But Brandon, why does Nathan have photos of Celeste?" Lucas G suspiciously glanced at me. Brandon said, "Nathan's father knows Celeste's family. They're together sometimes, so it's normal to have photos." Lucas G curiously asked, "Then which of you two is actually Celeste's boyfriend?" Brandon smiled. "Even having photos doesn't mean boyfriend and girlfriend, right? I also have photos with Celeste." Seeing him make claims without evidence, I immediately exposed him. Impossible. "Brandon, what are you playing at?" Celeste and he have absolutely nothing in common. She was always with me before enrollment. How could she have taken any photos of Brandon? Brandon took out his phone and opened photos to show Lucas G. Lucas G returned the phone to Kyle, then took Brandon's phone to look. Looking at Lucas G's shocked expression, I was a bit confused, not knowing what Lucas G saw. Lucas G looked at me. "Although you also have photos of the eldest daughter, you can tell. You two aren't that close, not like our Brandon. One look at his photos and you can see who the eldest daughter likes." Kyle was curious. "He really has photos of Celeste?" "I don't believe it. Let me see." He took the phone back and also froze slightly seeing the photo, then looked at me a bit stiffly. He was a bit hesitant, but still brought the phone over and held it in front of me. On it was Celeste, hugging Brandon. She was even kissing Brandon's cheek. The two people in the photo were obviously in love. In comparison, photos of me and Celeste really didn't look that close. The two of us had never confirmed our relationship. Plus Celeste in front of me was never intimate, always quite reserved. Looking at the photo, I was really surprised. Brandon looked at me. "I know she's very outstanding. You also want to be the Thornton family's son-in-law. But the person she likes is me, not you. Don't scheme against my girlfriend, just because you're jealous." As soon as Brandon said this, Lucas G immediately turned to look at me. "Nothing to say now, right?" I picked up my phone to call Celeste and found it was turned off. But just now, Brandon had clearly gotten through. So there was only one possibility. The person who answered Brandon's call wasn't Celeste at all. Kyle saw my shocked expression and pleaded on my behalf. Lucas, Nathan probably didn't know. The eldest daughter was really dating Brandon, but it does prove he really knows the eldest daughter. We're all friends. Don't make things hard for him. Lucas G said, "I don't have any objections. We're not close anyway. Brandon, what do you think? If you're unhappy, I can just kick him out." Brandon looked at my reaction and said to Lucas G, "Forget it. He just likes Celeste. Don't hold it against him. He looks pretty sad anyway." Lucas G said, "You're too kind. No wonder the eldest daughter likes you." The Shao family sent a driver to pick up Kyle. Kyle wasn't at ease and conveniently dropped me home. Seeing I wasn't talking on the way, he kept comforting me. "Nathan, don't be too sad. Actually, liking the eldest daughter is normal, but you have to understand, people like us, wanting to be liked by the eldest daughter is very difficult." I heard Kyle speak and looked at him, smiling a bit helplessly. I was fine. Not talking wasn't because I was sad. I was just thinking, what was up with Brandon's photos? The car stopped at my gate. I said goodbye to Kyle and turned to go in. Almost bumped into Serena at the gate. Her mother had just come looking for Serena during the day. Didn't expect she'd show up at my house that evening. Had to say my father worked really efficiently. Richard Crane had originally wanted Serena to contact her mother, but Serena refused, and even told Richard Crane not to receive her mother anymore, and not to reveal her whereabouts. It was clear Serena seemed to have strong opinions about her mother. As for the specific reason, Richard Crane couldn't get it out of her, so he didn't push further. Serena said goodbye to Richard Crane and was about to leave. When she ran into me, she'd been working part-time before. then went to school after enrollment. Qingbei was very large. She was studying information technology. Although we were at the same school, she hadn't run into me. She stared at me, not knowing what she was thinking. I was too lazy now to greet her. I was about to leave when Serena quickly spoke up. How are things between you and Celeste lately? As soon as she mentioned it, I immediately remembered Brandon and Celeste's photos. I said, "Why are you asking this?" Serena said, "Just curious. Want to know if you're doing well lately?" As she reached the end, she lowered her head. Looking regretful, a lot has happened lately. Suddenly realized I really was blind before to treat you so badly. After leaving the Crane house, she'd realized no one valued her. Her biological mother was no exception. Before, she'd thought her mother was the best person in the world, but her mother didn't want her, and even wanted to use her. Before, she'd thought her grades were good, but after entering Qingbei, she realized this place wasn't lacking people with good grades. Everyone's grades were better than hers. Even everyone's family background was better than hers. Seeing her say these things, I laughed lightly. Of course it was a mocking laugh. Didn't expect. Serena would also have a day when she realized her mistakes. Of course I also knew she didn't truly think she was wrong. It's just that now, there was no one to be her lapdog anymore, to shoulder burdens for her. Now her life wasn't going well. Naturally, she remembered how good I used to be. Luckily, I ran into her. Looks like she hasn't been in contact with Brandon lately. Serena lowered her head. He and I stopped contacting long ago. He blocked me after the graduation ceremony. My voice was sour. Then you're doing worse than him. He's with Celeste now. Now he's Celeste's boyfriend. Everyone at Qingbei knows. Serena looked incredulous. He's Celeste's boyfriend? How is that possible? Then you and Celeste? She looked at me. Could Celeste have dumped me for Brandon? I didn't explain anything. Directly went into the house. Serena looked at my retreating figure, as if seeing my sad expression. Before, she'd left me for Brandon. Now Celeste was doing the same, so I must be very sad. The next day, Serena inquired at school, and really did hear about the Thornton family's eldest daughter's boyfriend, especially after Lucas G's birthday party last night, although everyone had said this wouldn't be spread around. But everyone has a curious nature. Everyone told their close friends. Before long, all of everyone's close friends knew about this. Serena naturally also found out. That afternoon, when Brandon had just finished class, he was stopped by female students at school. Brandon looked at the two girls in front of him. The clothes they wore looked expensive. Seemed like their family backgrounds were pretty good. Each of them held out a bag to Brandon. "For you. When you're free, could you come to our house for dinner?" Brandon said, "I'm sorry. I have a girlfriend." The taller girl said, "That's not what we mean. We know you're the eldest daughter's boyfriend. It's our parents who want to invite you to dinner. Could you give us some face?" Brandon reached out to take the bags, looking at the wrapped items inside, but could feel they were quite valuable. He was about to return the gifts. "That's okay. I won't accept the gifts. Take them back." The two girls saw he'd already taken them. Naturally couldn't take them back. Zhang Jing quickly said, "It's just a small token. Don't feel pressured. We just want to be friends." "Oh right, my name is Zhang Jing. She's Zhang Tian," Brandon said politely. "I'll remember your names, but no need for gifts." Zhang Jing pulled Zhang Tian to leave. "It's fine. We'll go first." Serena saw this scene and walked up to him. Brandon saw Serena suddenly appear, froze, his face darkening. "Why is it you?" Serena looked at the bags in his hands. "Popular now." "Aren't you?" Brandon said awkwardly. They kept insisting. I didn't want to accept. Serena saw him being a bit fake for the first time. "If you didn't want to accept, you shouldn't have taken them in the first place. I heard you're now Celeste's boyfriend. How come I didn't know? When did you get to know Celeste?" Brandon didn't dare meet her eyes. "My business is none of your concern. We're already over." Serena looked at him, somewhat unwilling. "When did we ever say we broke up? All these years. Didn't you say you really liked me?" Brandon saw her still bringing up the past, was a bit annoyed. "I don't like you anymore." He continued, "At the graduation ceremony, your father said someone like me wasn't worthy of you. Was I supposed to keep clinging to you? Even if I were with you now, my parents wouldn't support it." Brandon got more worked up as he spoke. "Serena, because of you, I became a laughingstock for so many people. My parents told me to block you. What could I do? Are you here to blame me now?" he said, his eyes reddening. Serena looked at him, remembering her father's words at that time. They really had embarrassed them both. She softened her tone. "I don't expect you to make up with me. After all, nobody wants someone like me anyway. I just want to ask what's going on between you and Celeste. Are you really together?" Brandon said, "This is none of your business. It's all rumors from outside. I never said Celeste and I are together." Serena didn't understand. So it's fake? Why don't you explain? Brandon said. Why should I explain? I never said anything. Can I control what other people think? Am I supposed to do nothing every day and go explain to everyone one by one? Seeing Serena not saying anything, Brandon said, I have to go. He said this and directly left, his hands still carrying the gifts people gave him. Because Celeste was busy, everyone at school was saying, Brandon was Celeste's boyfriend. My roommates thought every day that I was the one who got dumped. Every time we met, they wanted to comfort me. I really couldn't do anything about them, so I went out to eat with my cousin. Wanted to eat something good to change my mood. Ethan Chow was Chow Ji-won's son, 2 years older than me. Seeing me staring at his clothes, Ethan Chow looked down. What's wrong with my clothes? You keep looking at me. I couldn't help being surprised. You have this outfit too? Ethan Chow laughed. What? You seen this outfit somewhere else? I said, saw someone wearing it before? At Lucas G's birthday, Brandon wore exactly this outfit. Didn't expect coming to eat with my cousin today. My cousin was wearing the same thing. Ethan Chow laughed. How is that possible? This outfit of mine is one of a kind in the world. Pre-ordered and haven't even worn it yet. How could anyone else have it? I leaned in closer. Even reached out to touch it. No way. It's clearly exactly the same. I couldn't have seen wrong. Even the material is the same. Ethan Chow said, all right. You must have studied yourself stupid. Is law school that hard? Ethan Chow took a sip of water and continued. Want to come along this weekend? You've been in New York for a while. You should get to know people. Don't just stay cooped up all day. I gave an, sure. It was rare for my cousin to invite me out. I thought I should go out and make some New York friends. Otherwise, when I go out, people won't know who I am. When I say I'm Celeste's boyfriend, I still have to find ways to prove it. After eating, Ethan Chow dropped me off at the dorm. Going home to change, remembering what I said, he couldn't help but go through his closet. Ethan Chow called out, Wan Yi. Soon a middle-aged woman appeared at the door. Young master. Where's my oatmeal-colored dress shirt? I clearly remember it was hanging here. That's my favorite dress shirt. Why is it gone? At this point, the middle-aged woman's face flashed with a barely noticeable unease, then said, I saw it was a bit dirty before, so I sent it out for cleaning. Ethan Chow was disappointed. Looks like I can't wear it this weekend then. Soon it was Saturday evening. I followed Ethan Chow to the ballroom. Ethan Chow introduced me to quite a few people, including some celebrities. Although the Chow family wasn't a prestigious family, Chow Ji-won ran an estate, often hosting distinguished guests for New York's elite here. He had close relationships with many people. Even the current Mrs. Thornton had a good relationship with him, so everyone gave him face. Ethan Chow also knew quite a few people. The two of us made the rounds, then stopped. Ethan Chow handed me a glass of water. Tired yet? I said. I'm fine. While talking, I saw in the crowd, Brandon appeared wearing an oatmeal-colored dress shirt, with Lucas G beside him. Lucas G accompanied him greeting others. Although it was his first time at this kind of party, Brandon wasn't timid at all. Soon he'd added quite a few contacts. Seeing me keep looking elsewhere, Ethan Chow also looked over. What are you looking at? And saw the oatmeal-colored dress shirt. That had disappeared from his closet a few days ago, now being worn by another man. Isn't that Wan Yi's son? Why is my clothing on him? Ethan Chow didn't stop, directly walked over. I saw Ethan Chow stride over quickly, and followed my cousin's steps. Ethan Chow grabbed Brandon's arm with one hand. Brandon was talking to someone. Ethan Chow's sudden attack made him stop. Ethan Chow pulled the unprepared Brandon. Come with me. Pulled Brandon to the side. Lucas G also followed. What's going on? Mr. Chow. Seeing it was Ethan Chow, he immediately lowered his stance. Ethan Chow didn't care about others. Just stared at Brandon. Where did you get this shirt? Why is my clothing on you? Hearing Ethan Chow mention the clothing on him, Brandon immediately reacted. This was the young master of the house where his mother worked as a housekeeper. Since he came to New York for college, his mother wasn't at ease, so she followed him to New York to find work as a nanny. That employer was quite wealthy. The young master had many clothes he didn't wear, all kinds of dress shirts and suits. Brandon had to attend these kinds of events, so he borrowed them temporarily. With so many clothes in the closet, missing one wouldn't be noticed. But he didn't expect to be caught by Ethan Chow here. I was also stunned. Not understanding what happened. Ethan, you know him? Ethan Chow said. More than just know him. I'm about to die of anger. His mother is the housekeeper I just hired 2 months ago. 2 days ago I asked her where this shirt was. She said she sent it for cleaning and it hadn't come back. Turns out it's on her son. No wonder last time you said you saw someone dressed like me. Turns out he was secretly wearing my clothes. Last time I'd already found it strange. Brandon's family conditions weren't that good. He could impersonate Celeste's boyfriend. But where did the clothes on him come from? Could Celeste really have bought them for him? Turns out the answer was here. Ethan Chow was really angry right now. His custom-made high-end dress shirt was being worn by the housekeeper's son. Moreover, who knows how many times he'd secretly worn it. How unlucky. He said to Brandon, "Your mother seemed like a good person. Didn't expect both mother and son are thieves." Brandon said quietly, "I didn't know this shirt was yours." Ethan Chow froze. "What did you say?" Then said, "Not knowing means you can just wear it?" Brandon said, "My mother said she borrowed the clothes." The other party agreed. "I didn't know about this." Ethan Chow looked furious. "Taking things without permission is stealing. I'll call the police to handle this." Lucas G timidly spoke up. "Mr. Chow." Ethan Chow only then glanced at him. "What?" Lucas G asked in disbelief. "You're saying Brandon is your housekeeper's son?" Ethan Chow laughed coldly. "What? You got a problem with that? When hiring, I heard her son studied at Qingbei, so I gave her a chance. Didn't expect this kind of character." Lucas G looked at Brandon in disbelief. Brandon's face remained very calm, not a hint of panic. "I really didn't know about this. If I'd known beforehand, I definitely wouldn't have let my mother do this. It's just a shirt. I'm not that kind of vain person." Hearing him say he wasn't vain, I laughed. Not vain, but secretly wearing other people's clothes? He was always like this, pushing all responsibility away when something happened, and now pushing the responsibility onto his mother. Seeing him so nonchalant, Lucas G couldn't help feeling admiration. Although his mother was just a housekeeper, it didn't affect Celeste liking him. Even with a poor background, he wasn't insecure. This was probably why Celeste liked him. Lucas G said to Ethan Chow, "Mr. Chow, it's just a shirt. Don't hold it against him." Ethan Chow laughed coldly. "Not hold it against him? You've got some nerve. Why should I not hold it against him? Your housekeeper wearing your clothes out to show off? You wouldn't hold it against him?" Lucas G said, "I don't have that nerve. It's just Brandon definitely didn't know. He's now the Thornton family's eldest daughter's boyfriend. With the eldest daughter's status, whatever he wants, wouldn't the eldest daughter give it to him? But he has nothing. Proves he's not a vain person." Ethan Chow looked at Lucas G, blinking. "What did you say?" Lucas G explained, "He's Celeste's boyfriend." "You didn't know?" Hearing Celeste mentioned, Ethan Chow turned to look at me. "How is he related to Celeste?" I looked at Brandon. "You still don't plan to tell the truth? You're out here impersonating Celeste's boyfriend. What your family situation really is, you know best. Now that you've been caught by my cousin, you still want to keep up the act?" Hearing me speak, Brandon raised his head and said to me, "I've never hidden my family background, and I've never said I'm anyone's eldest daughter's boyfriend. But as for things between me and Celeste, you all saw it last time. I'm not lying. You can't, just because I'm housekeeper's son, deny my relationship with Celeste. If Mr. Chow wants to call the police, that's fine. It's just my mother said the Chow family treats us well. After all, they're my mother's employers. I don't want to make things too ugly either." Lucas G heard this and said to Ethan Chow, "Mr. Chow, you see, Brandon really is a good person. He's thinking of you too. I know your father even knows Mrs. Thornton. But even Mrs. Thornton probably wouldn't dare disrespect the eldest daughter, right?" Ethan Chow frowned. Knowing his father was close with Mrs. Thornton wasn't wrong. But how could Mrs. Thornton offend Celeste? For their family's sake? So if it really involved Celeste, he really couldn't do anything either. But Brandon spoke so confidently. Lucas G firmly believed him. Being threatened by Brandon, Ethan Chow was furious. Just then my phone rang. I answered the phone. "Hello?" Celeste's voice came through. "Nathan." Receiving her call, I froze and said to Ethan Chow, "Ethan, I need to step out for a moment." Didn't expect Celeste to call. I went to the door, holding the phone. It was crowded inside just now. "I'm out now." Celeste said gently, "Where are you?" "I'll come pick you up." It had been a long time since I'd heard Celeste's voice for some reason. I hadn't seen her yet, but I could already feel Brandon's photos were all fake. I told Celeste the address. "Wait for me downstairs at the hotel." As soon as I hung up, Ethan Chow had already come out, still carrying his anger as he walked. "What's going on between you and this Celeste? No wonder my dad said not to let you be with her. Before I even spoke up for you. I think she's really a bad woman. Stay away from her from now on." I explained. "There's a misunderstanding." Ethan Chow was really furious. "Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding?" She's the Thornton family's eldest daughter. Only with her father backing her would she bother with you. Let me tell you, none of the Thornton women are good. Don't trust her too much. I thought of Celeste. She's probably not that bad. Although I wasn't entirely sure what kind of person she really was. But the feeling Celeste gave me was always quite steady. Ethan Chow continued muttering, "You're too trusting. No wonder about the relationship. The way I see it, building your own career, living your life well, isn't that better?" I went along with my cousin. "You're right. Celeste said she'd come. I'll go down and wait for her." Arguing with Brandon was useless. Better to just ask Celeste directly. Ethan Chow went downstairs with me. Lucas G also followed Brandon out of the party. Lucas G said to Brandon, "Brandon, you really know Celeste, right?" For some reason, when Ethan Chow got angry, he became a bit uncertain. Couldn't help wanting to confirm with Brandon. Brandon looked at Lucas G. "My girlfriend's here. I'll go say hello to her." Lucas G looked expectant. "Your girlfriend? Isn't that the eldest daughter? Can I meet her?" Brandon nodded. Ethan Chow and I came out of the hotel. Ethan Chow got angry just thinking about Brandon. "When you see Celeste, don't give her any face. Just break up directly, you hear?" I reassured him. "Let me ask first." Ethan Chow hadn't met Celeste, but he and Celeste really didn't have any good impressions. "Don't let her sweet talk you with a few words later." I thought Celeste hadn't arrived yet, was holding my phone about to call her. Suddenly heard someone call me, "Nathan." I turned and saw Celeste standing in front of me. She was completely different from the photos before. It had been a while since we'd seen each other. She'd cut her hair short, and was also a bit more tanned. But she was still beautiful. Actually, I'd never met Celeste. After she joined the military in my past life, I never got to see her one last time. Later, when I was reborn, meeting her again was during high school. I stared at her, thinking, if I'd really met her in my past life, would she have looked like this too? Perhaps Celeste in her 30s would be more mature than now. I couldn't imagine it. But seeing her right now, I really couldn't take my eyes off her. Ethan Chow saw Celeste, and was momentarily shocked by her too. He said softly, "You're Celeste?" With someone so beautiful, having a bit of romance was understandable. Celeste said, "You are," I quickly introduced. "This is my cousin, Ethan Chow, my uncle's son." Celeste walked over to my side and said to me, "I just heard him tell you to break up with me." Although Celeste's face showed no expression, Ethan Chow felt like she was tattling. Ethan Chow quickly said, "I was talking nonsense. You two talk." Afraid she'd come after him, Ethan Chow quickly walked away. Seeing him go far, I looked at Celeste. "You cut your hair." She touched her head. "Does it look bad?" She looked at me while talking, as if a bit afraid I'd criticize her. I said, "You look beautiful no matter what." Being complimented, Celeste shyly lowered her head. "As long as you like it." While the two of us were talking, the two women who came with Celeste stood to the side and stepped back a bit. Couldn't bear to watch. The young lady from a good family was still the best. Not like them, single dogs. Just as I was talking with Celeste, Lucas G suddenly came out and saw me here with a woman. The two of us were being affectionate. Although there were no intimate gestures, one look and you could tell something was going on. My gaze fell on Lucas G. If Lucas G hadn't appeared, I would have forgotten about Brandon. I'd originally planned to bring Celeste up to see. Didn't expect Lucas G to come out on his own. Why was he alone? Lucas G glanced at Celeste, because Celeste had her back turned. He only saw a tall girl, didn't see Celeste's face. Plus, in the photos he'd seen before, Celeste had long hair. He didn't think of Celeste. Just laughed coldly. "Didn't you brag before, saying your girlfriend was Celeste? Not pretending anymore?" I found it funny. "What are you doubting?" Lucas G said, "You really are shameless. Brandon treats you as a friend, yet you still try to pursue his girlfriend. We were almost fooled by you." Hearing him say I was shameless, Celeste's eyes quickly turned cold. She turned to look at Lucas G. "Who are you calling shameless?" Lucas G had never met Celeste. Although he saw her face, because it was evening and quite far, he couldn't see clearly. He just saw she had a nice figure, full of presence. He mocked, "Calling the man beside you shameless. He's been saying outside that his girlfriend is the Thornton family's eldest daughter." "Celeste, you probably don't know about this." As soon as he finished speaking, the two women who had come down with Celeste walked over, one of them wearing sunglasses, raised her hand and slapped Lucas G. This slap directly knocked Lucas G to the ground. Lucas G was dazed from being hit. "Fuck, you dare hit me?" As soon as he said this, the woman gave him another slap. "Watch your mouth. Don't even look at who you're cursing at." Lucas G pointed at the person who hit him, then looked at me and Celeste. "Do you know who I am?" Celeste didn't answer. I laughed. "Who are you?" Lucas G scrambled up holding his face. "Just you wait. When the eldest daughter arrives, you'll have no way out." The reason he dared to mock me just now was because before coming out, he'd seen Brandon's girlfriend. He could already confirm Brandon was with Celeste. With Celeste as backing in New York, what did he have to fear? Lucas G took out his phone and called Brandon. Brandon came out and brought a woman with him. Seeing them, Lucas G rushed over like seeing a savior. Brandon, save me. Brandon looked at him confused. What happened to you? Lucas G pointed at me. Nathan had people beat me up. Lucas G looked at the woman beside Brandon. Eldest daughter, that man was impersonating your boyfriend before. Now he even physically attacked me. Please teach him a lesson. Hearing Lucas G speak, my attention was also drawn over. This matter had been bothering me for days. I'd always been thinking, what was up with Brandon's photos? Now seeing this woman, I finally understood, but I couldn't help but laugh. Celeste looked at me. What is it? I said. Before, Brandon kept saying he was your boyfriend. Celeste looked at me confused. I gestured with my eyes. Look, that person does look a bit like you. Celeste followed where my eyes indicated and looked toward that knockoff. She had the same hairstyle as Celeste. Before she'd cut it, the shirt and pants she wore were also somewhat similar. It's just her whole person was a super low-quality version of Celeste. Besides her side profile looking somewhat similar, nothing else was alike. Not tall, skin not as good either. No wonder all the photos were of her side profile. Reality differed too much from the photos. I pulled Celeste over and said to Brandon, Brandon, this is your eldest daughter? Brandon's face darkened, his gaze falling on Celeste beside me. He hadn't recognized her just now. Didn't expect Celeste had changed her hairstyle. He'd originally thought the woman beside him was decent. After all, her side profile did resemble Celeste somewhat. Just resembling her a bit, Celeste had already surpassed many people. But compared to the real Celeste, he only now realized how huge the difference was. Lucas G looked at me. Nathan, the eldest daughter is right here. You still dare talk to Brandon like this. You really don't want to live. I looked at that woman. You're saying she's Celeste? Lucas G said, she clearly looks exactly like the photos. You admitted it yourself last time, didn't you? I laughed. Are you really sure she looks the same? I looked at Celeste beside me and asked, someone's impersonating you. What do you think? Celeste didn't speak. Although she didn't say anything, I could already sense her speechlessness. Lucas G saw me talking to Celeste. What do you mean by that? The two women who had made a move walked over. Celeste said coldly, someone's using my identity. Handle it. The two women looked at the knockoff beside Brandon. Couldn't help but laugh to themselves, and she dared to impersonate Celeste. One of the two women walked over, directly grabbed the knockoff's collar. You're Celeste? The knockoff saw two female warriors standing before her, immediately wilted. My surname is Thornton. My nickname is Celeste. Lucas G froze, then reacted. You're not the Celeste from the Thornton family? What's your real name? The woman answered. Sophia Thornton III. Using a nickname isn't against the law, is it? What are you all doing? I walked over. So this is the person you said Brandon was the eldest daughter's boyfriend for? Spreading this all over school. It was also you, right? If Lucas G hadn't stood up to vouch for Brandon, even if Brandon claimed to be Celeste's boyfriend, no one would believe him. Lucas G looked helpless. Ethan Chow saw the commotion here, walked over and asked me, Nathan, what's going on? I put my hands in my pockets. This lady here is the Celeste that Brandon said was dating him. Ethan Chow looked at that knockoff. This really is high-level fraud. He looked at Lucas G. Didn't you say Brandon was Celeste's boyfriend? If it weren't for Lucas G interfering, he wouldn't have let Brandon go. Back inside, he'd actually been intimidated by him. Lucas G was now regretting it to death. Ethan Chow raised his voice. Open your dog eyes wide and see what the eldest daughter really looks like. She's standing right in front of you. Lucas G looked at Celeste standing beside me. Didn't expect this woman who'd changed her hairstyle was actually the real eldest daughter of the Thornton family. Her presence was different from the knockoff. One look at Celeste, and he immediately deflated. Before, he'd treated Brandon well, wanting to latch on to the Thornton family connection. Who knew he'd offend them right from the start? He quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I really didn't know before. I was also deceived by Brandon. After saying this, he angrily cursed Brandon. Brandon, how dare you impersonate the eldest daughter's boyfriend? Brandon said, I never said I was. You overheard me making a phone call and kept saying I was Celeste's boyfriend. I'm the victim here. Lucas G pointed at Brandon, too angry to speak. Didn't expect he'd become the victim. Although he had said all those words, true. But Brandon had always been ambiguous, making people misunderstand. When? He said Brandon was the eldest daughter's boyfriend. Brandon hadn't denied it either. Lucas G. recalled, "At your birthday party that day, didn't you also say it? Many people saw it at that time. Can you deny that?" Brandon refused to back down. "I said that. To save your face, didn't I? If I hadn't said it, you'd be the one losing face, right? You kept insisting I attend your birthday party." Lucas G. had never seen anyone so thick-skinned, pushed all the blame onto him, while he came out clean. Celeste didn't have time to listen to them argue. Had someone take all three to the police station. The Thornton family's driver took Ethan Chow home first. Ethan Chow and I sat in the back. Celeste sat in the passenger seat. I looked at her. Good thing it was fake. That day when I saw the photos, I almost suspected. "You really had something with Brandon," Celeste said blandly. "I don't know him." Actually, I'd already had the answer in my heart. It's just seeing her. I still couldn't help but complain a little. Ethan Chow beside me. "Brandon really is something. How did he think of impersonating your boyfriend? Just mentioning Brandon?" Ethan Chow hated him so much, his teeth itched. I looked at Ethan Chow. "What about your clothes situation?" Ethan Chow gritted his teeth. "Definitely not getting the clothes back. Just thinking about him wearing them makes me furious. When I get back, I'll fire his mother." Arriving at the Chow residence, Ethan Chow was about to open the car door when Celeste opened it from outside. For him, seeing the eldest daughter personally open the car door for him without any arrogance, Ethan Chow was quite surprised. He got out of the car, turned and said to me, "Then I'll go first. Have a pleasant evening, you two." That sentence embarrassed me to death. "Go on, hurry up." After Ethan Chow left, Celeste didn't sit back in the passenger seat, but got in and sat down beside me. Back at the Chow residence, Ethan Chow had someone call Wan Yi out, directly fired her. Chow Ji-yuan sat beside him watching. "What happened?" Ethan Chow said angrily, "Dad, every day when I'm not home, she takes my clothes for her son to wear. I never expected I'd have to share a closet with the housekeeper's son. My shirt was ruined by him." Chow Ji-yuan said, "Then call the police." He was too lazy to deal with these troublesome matters. Brandon's mother seemed like a good person, was educated, and did her work properly, but didn't expect she was this kind of person. Ethan Chow got out of the car, and the car fell into an awkward silence. Celeste sat beside me. I didn't say anything either. Not like when my cousin was here, talking so much. After a while, I felt a bit thirsty, and took a sip of water. After drinking, I asked her, "Do you want some water?" She looked at me. Remembering before, when they went to Longcheng together to see the Crane Manor, she'd also offered me water to break the silence. She reached down to take the water. I looked at this woman. As soon as Ethan Chow got out, she'd run over to sit beside me. I'd thought she wanted to say something, but she didn't say anything. I still had to take the initiative. I spoke up. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Celeste looked out the window, was about to answer. A hand had already reached over to hold mine. Her palm was very soft, also made my heart warm. Clearly, during summer break, the two of us had already been very close. Why, after not seeing each other for a while, was she uncomfortable again? I remembered last time, showing off photos with Celeste. Everyone said we didn't look close. I didn't look like Celeste's boyfriend. I said, "I'm a bit unhappy." Celeste turned her head, looking at me by the streetlight shining in. I took out my phone and showed her the photos. "Look at this." Celeste looked for a bit and found they were photos of the two of us together. Didn't see any problem. I said, "Last time I went to a party, they all said Brandon was your boyfriend." I said he wasn't. Then I showed them the photos. Do you know what they said? Celeste wondered, what did they say? My expression was helpless. They said you and I don't look close. Celeste heard this and looked at the photos again. They look fine. Seeing her say they were fine again, I realized she really was a block of wood. I couldn't help but say directly, "Celeste, do you like girls?" Celeste heard me speak and raised her head to look at me. Her eyes seemed to be warning, "What did you say?" I didn't hear clearly, knowing she was warning me. I said, "Then, why do you always act so distant with me? Don't you want to be affectionate with me?" Celeste lowered her stance and glanced at the driver who was driving. The driver was very professional, naturally had no reaction. I looked at her. The next second, Celeste had lowered her head and burrowed into my arms. The sudden embrace swept over me like a wave. It had been so long, I admitted I missed her a bit too. My arms around her tightened. Couldn't help but complain. "You were gone too long this time. Every time I wanted to call you, I couldn't. Never knew when you'd be free." Celeste raised her head to look at me. She'd been a bit worried at first, but had gradually gotten used to it. She patiently listened to my complaints. She really liked this feeling. She also understood my feelings. It wasn't just me who missed her. She naturally missed me very much, too. The two of them had been together every day before. This was the first time being apart for so long. As soon as she picked up her phone, she saw I'd sent quite a few messages, sharing some things. She read them one by one. Now I was right in front of her, holding her in my arms, pressed against where my heart was. Celeste said, "I've been too busy, not like others. I have high expectations placed on me, so I train more than others. Originally, they didn't even encourage me to come back this time. It's rare to have a break. I should rest, but I wanted to see you." I softened my voice. "I know." That night, Celeste stayed at my place. Of course, in the living room. She'd stayed at my place for a while before. There was a room for her in the house. Early in the morning, I'd already received a call from someone besides Celeste, saying Alexander Thornton was inviting me to lunch at the Thornton residence. I wasn't stupid, knew it was because of Celeste. Celeste had just returned and ran straight to my place. The Thornton family probably had opinions. Alexander Thornton wanted to see his daughter, but knew if he asked directly, she wouldn't agree. So the call came here. I agreed, and we went back to the Thornton house together for lunch. The Thornton family's chef wasn't bad. I sat beside them focused on eating. Mrs. Thornton occasionally used the serving chopsticks to put food in my bowl. Although she wasn't Celeste's biological mother, she was different from stepmothers in dramas. Every time she met me, she was very enthusiastic. When meeting Celeste, she never said anything unpleasant in front of her. Alexander Thornton asked Celeste about some training matters. After eating, we left the Thornton house. There was nothing wrong with this meal, but at home, Celeste seemed very uncomfortable. Not like her, at my house. As she said herself, too polite. Sophia would get scolded for being mischievous, but she wouldn't, like a guest being carefully attended to. In the car on the way home, I sat beside Celeste, remembering yesterday. Ethan Chow complaining to me, saying none of the Thornton women were good. Today I watched for half a day, and didn't see any problems with the Thornton family. Just then, my assistant called. "Young master, the G family sent an apology gift. Said it's to apologize for their son, Lucas G. It's already been delivered to the house." They reacted quickly. By the time we got home, the gift had been delivered. I said to Celeste, "Looks like they really want to latch onto you, eldest daughter." Last night, Celeste's people had hit Lucas G. and taken him to the police station. The G family found a way to get Lucas G. out, but were still afraid Celeste was angry, so they sent gifts first, wanting to show their sincerity. Seeing Lucas G's father was so sincere, I didn't hold Lucas G's matter against him anymore. After all, Lucas G now knew Brandon's true identity. I asked, "What happened to Brandon?" Celeste said, "He said he was dating that girl. He is a King-based student after all." They really couldn't find evidence that he deliberately impersonated Celeste's boyfriend. All those things were said by Lucas G. He's been released now. It was his mother who took Ethan Chow's clothes for Brandon to wear. They agreed to compensate Ethan Chow for the clothes. It's been settled now. Those two outfits of Ethan Chow's weren't cheap. The money the Hayes family paid was almost Brandon's parents' life savings. He'd also paid a price. It's just Brandon's mother could no longer work as a housekeeper in New York. Ethan Chow had spread this around. Now Brandon's mother had been blacklisted. She'd wanted to be by her son's side all the time, but it ended up like this. In the end, Mrs. Hayes had no choice but to return to Lakewood, leaving Brandon here to study. Brandon used one day to handle all these matters, saw his mother off from New York and returned to school. Lucas G. had been played by him and was furious, had been waiting at the dorm. "Brandon, you still dare come back. I thought you'd just drop out." Facing Lucas G.'s aggression, Brandon was very calm. "I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I drop out?" His matter-of-fact attitude made Lucas G. furious. "You didn't do anything wrong? Do you know you almost got me killed?" If his family didn't have some connections, he might still be sitting in the station. He'd been scolded miserably by his father when he got home. Lucas G. really hated him. He could even be certain Brandon had deliberately led him to misunderstand. If he hadn't brought him to meet the knockoff, Lucas G. wouldn't have, mistakenly, treated Celeste like an ordinary person, treating that knockoff as the eldest daughter. Brandon looked at Lucas G. "You were stupid yourself. Deliberately went looking for trouble with Nathan. I already reminded you." Lucas G. said, "At my birthday party that day, what you said to Nathan, don't forget." Brandon said, "I also said, that was just lying to help you. You wanted to be friends with me. Wasn't I doing it for your good? Did you think I should have ruined your party?" Lucas G. actually laughed. "Now it's become for my good." He'd thought after this happened, Brandon would regret it, but Brandon didn't. Lucas G. was furious. Directly told everyone in the dorm to ignore Brandon. This matter had now spread throughout the school. Those who had given gifts to Brandon before also knew he wasn't the eldest daughter's boyfriend. They all came to give him trouble. In the end, Brandon returned all those gifts and compensated the Chow family a sum of money. The Hayes family's finances weren't good right now. He'd originally planned to sell those things, now had to return them. But Brandon wouldn't give up. He believed his future wouldn't be worse than mine. That afternoon, Serena had just left school. When she saw Brandon, seeing Serena appear, he walked over. Serena. Serena saw him, surprised. "What are you doing here?" Brandon said quietly. "Have you been working part-time lately? Could you take me along?" Serena heard he wanted to work part-time. Was a bit surprised. "Isn't there a crowd of people flattering you now? You still need to work part-time?" Brandon put on the victim act again. The thing before about impersonating Celeste's boyfriend really wasn't me. It was my roommate. I really need a job now. Otherwise, I'm about to not survive. Introduce me to something. Serena saw his pitiful appearance, remembered knowing each other for so long, and agreed. What happened before? Was her father's fault anyway? Brandon, blocking her, had his reasons. Serena introduced him to the restaurant where she worked part-time. The two worked part-time there. When the restaurant wasn't busy, Serena wasn't idle either. She wasn't like before now, only knowing how to be in love with Brandon. She only wanted to study hard. She didn't have a good family background like Celeste, didn't have to do anything and still be a lofty eldest daughter. She would rely on her own efforts to build herself a good future in New York, not relying on anyone. After I returned to school, Lucas G came to find me once, apologized for misunderstanding me. Kyle and Ethan finally knew I really was the eldest daughter's boyfriend, and Brandon was the fake one. After that, for a long time, Brandon and Serena were both busy making money and didn't appear in front of me. I was also quite busy. Recently I was writing novels and buying some stocks on the side. Writing novels didn't make much money. I did it purely for the hobby. In my past life, I liked reading novels. Later my brain got messed up from reading too much. By the time I graduated from college, I was already a fairly famous novelist. Of course, the people around me didn't know. For my graduation internship job, my father introduced me to a company that made phones. I knew that boss too. Over the years of development, smartphones had become very popular. Back then, Mr. Hughes' company hadn't developed yet, and he came to Richard Crane looking for investment. It was me who mentioned something, and Richard Crane invested a sum in him. Didn't expect in just a few short years, Mr. Hugh's DMI technology would rise so fast. Richard Crane had mentioned this several times. Seeing that I really had a good eye, now he even suspected whether his son could predict the future. Now that I was doing an internship, he introduced me to DMI technology to learn. Mr. Hugh was also very willing to mentor me. Although I'd just arrived, tonight's celebration party, Mr. Hu still brought me along. Compared to high-end Apple and a major domestic brand, DMI also had its own unique market. Their phones were very popular among young people. Every time, sales were very high. I didn't expect to run into Serena here. Mr. Hu was chatting with someone nearby. I stood beside him holding a glass of fruit juice. Serena walked over. Mr. Hu mentioned there was someone new at the company. Turns out it's you. I looked at Serena, appraising her outfit. Why are you here? Serena smiled. I've been interning here since sophomore year. She studied information technology. The internet was at its fastest development right now. Information technology was the most sought-after field. Plus, she was a Kingbei student. Now in Damai's series of products, she'd also contributed. I put down my glass. I thought you were dead. No one's seen you for years. Serena heard me speak and smirked. Want to add each other on WeChat? She'd never dared appear in front of me before, because I was a young master. In front of me, she'd always been insecure. But now she was different. She had her own career. Her salary was pretty good too. Mr. Hu treated her well. While others were still job hunting after graduation, she already had a 6-figure monthly salary. She felt that now. She could stand in front of me. I looked at Serena. Perhaps because she'd matured now, she seemed less arrogant. But I refused. Not convenient. My girlfriend would get jealous. In my past life, at this time, Serena was passionately in love with Brandon. She couldn't be bothered with me. If I called a few more times, she'd already be impatient. But now she was coming to add me on WeChat. How ironic. Serena laughed coldly. You and Celeste still haven't broken up? I blinked at her. Then I've really disappointed you. In a few years, we'll even have kids. Serena looked at me. Nathan. She suddenly called my name in a very serious tone. I looked at her and took another sip of fruit juice. Serena looked at my indifferent expression. Do you still have feelings for me? I coldly looked at Serena. What do you think? Serena took a deep breath. I'm being serious. Do you want to give me another chance? I waved my hand. Can't consider it. Serena changed the subject. What's Celeste been busy with lately? Why is there no news about her? I said quietly. What? What are you scheming now? Seeing me say this, Serena looked helpless. Nathan, do you have to hate me like this? I was too lazy to explain to her. The more I saw her dressed up like this, the more I hated her, because it was this well-dressed Serena, who in the end had made me end up the way I did. If, during school, she still had some arrogant pride, then later she was truly blinded by self-interest. Her heart also became vicious. Just then Mr. Hu walked over. You two have been chatting? Nathan. This is Serena from the company's R&D department. She's from the same school as you, I replied. She already introduced herself. It was clear. Serena was doing quite well at the My Technology. Otherwise, talking in front of me, she wouldn't be so confident. Mr. Hu nodded. That's good. The party ended. Serena went outside. I also went out the door. Serena followed behind me. Want me to give you a ride? She said this while unlocking the car parked beside her. It was a high-end Audi. I glanced at her. Looks like business is going well. Serena explained. Actually, this car was provided by the company. I took out my car keys, but I have my own car. I said this and unlocked my car. The Porsche from before had been sitting for years, so I bought a new one, using money I'd earned myself. Although the money from writing novels wasn't much, it was still enough to buy a car. My father had originally planned to buy one for me, but discovered I had my own money. I'd also made quite a bit from stocks. Seeing me drive away, and even saying goodbye to her, Serena took a deep breath. She'd clearly felt so successful, but meeting me, she was immediately knocked back to reality. What she'd worked so hard to obtain, I was born with. It was nice being from a rich family. She admitted she was jealous. Driving home, Serena sat in the car for a while before going upstairs. The apartment she lived in had only been rented for a few months, about 100 square meters. No choice. Housing in New York was ridiculously expensive. Even though renting wasn't stressful for her, wanting to buy a home still wasn't easy. Even with a monthly salary of $100,000, she'd still have to save for a very long time. Brandon had just finished washing clothes and came out. Saw Serena. You back? Serena gave an, standing at the door changing shoes, looking quite sullen. Brandon had cooked 3 dishes and a soup, and asked, I made dinner. Do you want to eat? Serena glanced. I won't eat. You go ahead. She said this and went to shower, then to the bedroom. Soon, Brandon got into bed. He hugged Serena. Why so unhappy? Isn't work going pretty smoothly? While talking, his hand was placed on her chest. Serena removed his hand. I'm too tired today. She thought about Nathan. He was so handsome, so radiant. Then she looked at Brandon. These past few years, they'd always been together. Besides making money, they were still making money. To save money, they'd decided to live together. She'd clearly thought Brandon was so perfect before, but now, compared to me, she suddenly felt he was so bland. Serena changed the subject. How's the job search going? Brandon studied finance. He was also looking for work recently. Mentioning this, Brandon fell silent. Serena looked at him. What's wrong? Brandon said, nothing. I'll try again. He'd originally interviewed at a company, and they decided to hire him. But then he ran into Lucas G. Since that incident, Lucas G had always held a grudge against him. Being ostracized at school was one thing. Now even job hunting was being sabotaged. It just so happened they both studied finance. Lucas G's family had some connections. People naturally gave him face. Brandon had originally thought going into finance, he'd definitely be successful later. After all, this field made a lot of money, but didn't expect to hit obstacles right from the start. Brandon moved closer to hug Serena. Serena pushed him away. I'm a bit hot. Before, she hadn't noticed anything. Thought it was all to save money. She had income, but Brandon hadn't graduated yet, didn't have a formal job, so letting him live with her, he'd have a place to stay. But now, she suddenly somewhat regretted living with Brandon. If I found out that she was now living with Brandon, would I still give her a chance? I'm going to the bathroom. Serena got out of bed and left the bedroom. The next day, Serena left very early and didn't eat breakfast at home. Figuring she was probably busy, Brandon didn't care. As soon as I arrived at the company, I saw Serena waiting for the elevator. She saw me and quickly greeted, Good morning. I ignored her. Holding my phone, making a call, I've arrived at the company. I won't talk to you anymore. Tonight, I'll come find you directly. Celeste had been busy for so long. She was finally coming back. I didn't talk to Serena. I didn't work on the same floor as Serena either. When I reached my floor, I got off directly, without saying anything to Serena. Serena's expression changed. Compared to me being willing to argue with her, Being ignored was the cruelest. That afternoon after work, I went directly to the Thornton house. Celeste and I had eaten there several times. Now when there was something, I just came directly. Sophia was also home today. Seeing me, she smiled and greeted, "Nathan." The little one had grown fast, now already a young lady. Her height was almost the same as her sister's. I had to say the Thornton genes were really good. A girl like this, going out, would attract who knows how many handsome guys. I smirked. "Where's your sister?" Sophia pointed upstairs. "She's back. Waiting for you." I went inside. Celeste had just come downstairs. Seeing me, she was happy. "You're here." I gave an... Celeste had originally said she'd come pick me up, but I was afraid her appearance would be too conspicuous. So, I declined. I walked up to her, looked at Celeste. "Give me a hug." She looked at me, not moving. I didn't care. I was used to this cold exterior of hers. I reached out and hugged her. After hugging, Mrs. Thornton happened to walk out and teased. "Just got back, and already hugging." I quickly let go. It's just been too long since I've seen her. Celeste took me out, to sit in the back garden for a while. She held my hand, concerned. "How's work going?" I nodded. "The place my father introduced is pretty good." The two of us talked in the garden for a while longer, before going back to the living room. As soon as I went in, I saw Mrs. Thornton sitting on the sofa, wiping her tears. "Mrs. Thornton, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly crying?" Mrs. Thornton pulled out another tissue. "I'm reading a novel. It's so moving, I couldn't help it." I asked, "What novel are you reading?" Mrs. Thornton said, "It's been pretty popular lately." I leaned over to look, and found it was indeed something I'd written. "Didn't expect Mrs. Thornton to also read these things," Mrs. Thornton said. "I recommend you read it too. It's really good." I said, "Okay." She didn't have her own job. Her daily work was staying home, taking care of her daughter, then waiting for her husband to come home. Normally, she could only read novels to kill time, especially now that Sophia was about to take the college entrance exam. She needed her even less. During dinner, Celeste and I sat together. Mrs. Thornton looked at Celeste and said gently, "Now that you're back, stay home for a few more days. Nathan, why don't you move here too?" Before, Celeste rarely stayed home for long. Every time she came back, she'd run to my place. At most, she'd come back for a meal. I blinked. "That's okay. I like staying at my own place." Mrs. Thornton laughed. "Then after you and Celeste get married, you have to bring Celeste back to visit often." I took a sip of soup. "That's still early. Marriage and all that, I haven't thought that far ahead." I glanced at Celeste. With her like this, I still have to consider whether to be with her. After eating, Celeste drove me home. I sat in the passenger seat and said to Celeste, "Oh, right. Serena also works at my company." Hearing this, Celeste froze. The car stopped at an intersection. She looked at me. "Is that so?" She didn't expect after all these years she'd still hear the name Serena. I continued, "She's doing pretty well now. You know the internet is really hot right now. She chose the right field and has some ability, but that smug look of hers still makes me laugh." Celeste said calmly, "Do you want to change companies? I'll find you another one." Hearing her speak, I looked at her. "What? Are you jealous? Afraid something will happen between me and her?" "You don't trust me?" Celeste said. "It's not that I don't trust you. I just don't like her." I smiled mischievously. "Then you'd better be careful. If you keep being this cold, I'll find someone else." The two of us arrived home. Dad wasn't home. He'd recently gone back to Lakewood. I went inside. Celeste followed in, reached out and hugged me. "Am I cold?" I held back my laughter. "You've always been cold." She looked at me, her eyes becoming gentle. No one knew how much she suffered holding back every day outside. She said to me, "It's not being cold." I was confused. "Then what is it?" Celeste looked at me. "I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back." After she said this, her hand at my waist tightened considerably. I felt a bit more comfortable inside. "Is that so? I thought you hated me." Celeste looked at my lips and raised her head. I closed my eyes, waiting for her lips. But after waiting a while, I didn't get it. I opened my eyes to look at her, saw her staring at me, almost pressed close, but held back. The corner of her mouth was even curved up, as if mocking me. I was incredibly embarrassed. I reached out and pushed her away. "You're so annoying." I was about to leave. Celeste pulled me back. A passionate kiss pressed against me. Being together for so long, she'd always had this neither cold nor warm personality. I'd even suspected, whether she really disliked me, that she was just reluctantly with me because of the engagement. Didn't expect her sudden kiss. Made me a bit overwhelmed. After kissing, Celeste looked at me. "Am I cold?" She still remembered what I said. I laughed. "Looks like I still need to push you a little." I hugged her, softened my voice and asked, "Do you have to go back?" Your father won't let you stay at my house now. He probably has opinions about you. Celeste replied. I won't be going back to school for a while. I heard her speak, a bit surprised. Really? Celeste said. Yeah. But I'm not planning to go home to stay either. Planning to stay outside. She hadn't lived at the Thornton house since childhood. Now she wanted to move back even less. Some things had passed, but for her, they actually hadn't. I asked with concern, have you decided on a place to stay? Celeste tilted her head to look at me. Let's go look together. After we get married, we'll move in. I stared at her. Celeste saw I wasn't saying anything. What is it? It was a while before I said, isn't it too early to talk about marriage now? Celeste heard me speak and frowned. Then when do you want? I was just joking. I haven't even thought about whether I want to marry you. Celeste stared at me, her expression very serious. Nathan, you're mine. I continued joking. What if I like someone else? Hearing this, Celeste's face darkened. If you like someone else, then I'll make that person disappear from this world. Then lock you up. Hearing her speak, I froze. It took a few seconds to react. I looked at Celeste and laughed. Why are you joking so seriously? You scared me, Celeste said. I'm not joking. Let's go to sleep. Rest early. Tomorrow, I'll come pick you up. After she said this, she walked toward the door. I watched her retreating figure. Couldn't help but think, normally she didn't talk much. It was rare for her to say so much today. She wasn't being serious, was she? I came out after showering and saw Ethan Chow had sent me a message. Is Celeste back? I typed quickly. She's back. Ethan Chow replied immediately. I knew it. You weren't answering my messages. I said, she just left. Ethan Chow gossiped. You two still haven't slept together? I said blandly, so what if we haven't? We're in a proper relationship. Ethan Chow teased, I'm suspicious of you. I typed forcefully, go cool off somewhere. Ethan Chow replied again, it's my dad's birthday. Remember to come. He'll probably say again, not to marry Celeste. Every time I saw my uncle, he'd brainwash me, just hoping Celeste and I would break up. Every time I let it go in one ear and out the other. The next morning, Celeste came and took me to see her new place. Before, when she didn't go back to the Thornton house, she'd stay at my place. Now she finally had her own home, thinking this might be our future home. I was quite interested. This house had a large garden and a pool. I went upstairs to see the bedroom. The room was very large. Celeste didn't have many belongings. She'd also prepared a gaming room and a dressing room for me. The bathroom sink was also made as a double. I stood in front of the mirror, holding my phone to take a half-body mirror selfie. Celeste walked in. What are you doing? I invited, come here, let's take a photo together. Celeste walked over and stood beside me. I pulled her hand, hugged me. She reached out and hugged my waist tightly. I held the phone with one hand and placed the other on her shoulder. Took several mirror photos. After taking them, I noticed she was staring at me. My face unconsciously turned red, wondering, what is it? Celeste said, see if you're missing anything. I'll have someone prepare it. I found it funny. You're the one moving in, not me. Why ask me what's missing? Celeste looked at me. Then move in, live with me. I said, that won't work. I'm used to living at my own place. Besides, my dad comes home sometimes. I like being at home. Celeste looked at me and gave an, seeing her disappointed expression. All right, you can come stay at my place. You even have a room in Lakewood. Whenever you find me annoying, come stay here. Celeste said seriously, I'll never find you annoying. I looked at the beautiful woman before me and realized she became more attractive as she grew older. Every time she disappeared for a while and reappeared, she'd become more beautiful. Celeste said, my husband can only be you. I teased. Then if I don't marry you, does that mean you'll be a single dog your whole life? Saying this, I froze, remembering my past life. I also didn't know if, in the end, Celeste really stayed single her whole life. Celeste patted me. What are you thinking about? Seeing me sit in front of her, not knowing who I was looking at through her, Celeste's mood was a bit complicated. Sometimes she felt I really liked her. But sometimes she felt the person I liked didn't seem to be her. I looked at the woman before me, thinking about you. Celeste glanced at me. I wanted to remove her hand, then let go of me. Don't hug me. If you dislike me, why hug me? Every time Celeste spoke, she let out 3 words at a time. Don't dislike. I was too lazy to care about her. Picked up my phone to look at the photos just taken. They turned out pretty well. I said to Celeste, so pretty. Celeste looked at my satisfied expression. You're happy with just a photo. I lowered my head to look at her. What do you know? I like taking lots of photos. That way, when you're not beside me, I can look at your photos. Celeste stared at me, watched me open an app and start editing photos. She patiently watched me finish editing. Seeing her silently watching me, I smiled at her. Just then, someone walked in. It was Celeste's uncle. Ethan Thornton saw me and Celeste like this. You two are at it again. I was holding Celeste in my arms. She turned her head away. Then I came at a bad time. I'll go downstairs first. After saying this, he went downstairs. I wanted to stop him, but it was too late. I looked at Celeste. Why is your uncle here? Celeste said. He supervised the house construction. Celeste provided the ideas. Ethan Thornton helped her execute them. Because she didn't grow up at the Thornton house, Celeste was closer to her uncle. She'd rather have Ethan Thornton help with many things. Ethan Thornton was also good to her. Completely treated her like family. I followed Celeste downstairs from upstairs. Saw Ethan Thornton sitting on the sofa? I said politely, Uncle. Clearly nothing had happened with Celeste. We were just normally together, but seeing her uncle, I felt like I'd been caught in bed. Ethan Thornton looked at the two of us and spoke up. How's the house? Any problems? Is Nathan satisfied? I quickly replied, I think it's great. Ethan Thornton shifted position, smiling. You two will live here after you get married. So I've prepared many things for you. This girl only knows how to order me around. But if you're unsatisfied with anything, you can tell me directly. I sat uneasily. It's really great. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle. Before I'd always called him Mr. Thornton. Now not being so formal, calling him Uncle. Ethan Thornton was also very pleased. Celeste's things were delivered, officially moved in here. Uncle personally cooked a meal. As a housewarming party, after eating here, Celeste took me to the company that afternoon. Before getting out, I leaned over to kiss Celeste, then opened the car door. Serena had just returned from the offline store and saw me get out of the car, and the person sitting in the car was Celeste. She vaguely glanced, couldn't see clearly. I walked by. She was surprised. You didn't come to the company this morning. My expression was impatient. Is that your business too? Who are you? I glanced at her and ran straight inside. Celeste sat in the car watching my retreating figure. Saw Serena standing there staring at me, although I didn't pay attention to her. But being a woman, she knew all too well what Serena's gaze at me meant. That afternoon, I sat at my desk. Someone brought coffee over. Nathan, this is for you. I was surprised. Who's so nice to buy coffee? My colleague gossiped. The R&D department head surnamed Wells is so beautiful. Don't know what good news she got. Buying everyone coffee. What a good person. Just don't know if she has a boyfriend yet. I looked at the cup of coffee on the desk. Couldn't help but find it funny. Serena. She really had money now. I remember in high school, she liked to use my money to treat people. Everyone really liked her. Thought she was very generous. Later, when I stopped paying attention to her, she was quiet for a while. Didn't expect her to be treating people again now. I didn't drink the coffee. Gave it directly to someone else. I didn't want to have anything to do with this woman. Who knows? Drinking a cup of her coffee, I might end up owing her a favor. That afternoon, I left the company. Because Celeste had dropped me off at noon, I didn't drive, so I called the driver to pick me up. After coming down, the driver hadn't arrived yet, so I sat in the lobby waiting for a while. A woman came down from upstairs and looked at me. Nathan. I looked up at the woman who appeared before me. It was Ethan Chow's ex-girlfriend, Xie Lin. Every time I saw this face, I felt a bit uncomfortable, although she actually looked okay. Not only not ugly, but even a bit pretty. But in my past life, this woman, after marrying Ethan Chow, had personally killed Ethan Chow. When caught, she could still smile in front of the camera, as if she'd done nothing wrong. Some time ago, knowing Ethan Chow was dating her, I'd advised the two to break up. Now seeing her looking at me, my gaze was very cold. I stood up, a bit on guard. Why are you here? Seeing this kind of person, I subconsciously worried whether she'd stab me. Xie Lin said, What's Ethan Chow's problem? He blocked me. What did I do to him? I frowned. I don't know about his business. Xie Lin wouldn't let it go. Then call him for me now. I'll ask him myself. I naturally didn't want to call. Besides, the two breaking up was because of my advice. I said coldly. I haven't been in contact with him recently. Seeing me so guarded against her, Xie Lin's face turned cold. Do you hate me that much? I haven't done anything to you. I said, I need to go. I walked toward the door. Xie Lin chased after me. We're not done talking. How can you just leave? She rushed over trying to grab me. I struggled in fear. Let go of me. I struggled and stepped back, and happened to bump into someone. I turned my head, and saw Serena standing right before me. Seeing my panicked expression, Serena looked at Xie Lin, Director Xie. At this point, Xie Lin saw Serena appear, and quickly let go. I was just asking him about something private. I wasn't bullying him. Who knew he'd react so strongly? She walked out the door, looking a bit unlucky. I watched her retreating figure, only feeling my body trembling. Serena saw me staring at that person and asked, "Are you okay?" I looked up at Serena. Being caught by her was a bit embarrassing. I calmed down. "I'm fine," Serena said. "You're really scared of her." This person was a recent client of their company. They were negotiating a collaboration. I said to Serena, "It's none of your business." I was about to leave. Serena grabbed my wrist. "I'll drive you." I refused. "No need. The driver is almost here." Serena called my name word by word. "Nathan, look at me." I turned to look at Serena. "What do you want to say?" Serena was agitated. "I just want to ask, how did I offend you? That you hate me so much?" Back at school, I was inconsiderate. "But these past few years, have we had any conflicts? Do you need to? Look at me like you're looking at a plague? You clearly used to like me so much." Being gripped tightly by her hand, I only felt like there were ants crawling on my body. That uncomfortable feeling. I just wanted to quickly push her hand away. "Don't touch me. I'll feel nauseous." Before it was still bearable. Especially now, her wearing this outfit coincided with the appearance I hated most in my memories. It was as if I could see her using this exact appearance to tell me, "Nathan, go die," from the company back home. Ethan Chow came and saw me sitting on the bed, looking very unhappy. Ethan Chow walked over, sat on the edge of the bed and asked, "What's wrong?" I looked at Ethan Chow, looked at my cousin's concerned expression. In my past life, I didn't go to New York, wasn't close with Ethan Chow. But after being reborn and coming to New York, these past few years, I'd spent the most time with Ethan Chow. My feelings for him were also the deepest. Thinking about his ending in my past life, I felt a bit worried. I patted Ethan Chow's shoulder. "It's nothing. I just ran into Xie Lin." Ethan Chow got agitated. "Did she come to give you trouble?" I shook my head. "Not really. She wanted me to call you." I didn't agree. Ethan Chow immediately defended his cousin. "If she dares give you trouble, I won't let her off." Although before he'd quite liked Xie Lin, but after that argument, he also realized Xie Lin wasn't good. He was too lazy to keep in contact. He was the type who listened to advice. My expression was helpless. "Forget it. Stay away from that kind of person. I feel like she's not quite normal. Seems to have violent tendencies." Ethan Chow said, "No way. Her temper isn't that bad." Seeing Ethan Chow still had a good impression of Xie Lin. I didn't know what to say to him. Just then, Otto I was the glass. The door was knocked. Celeste appeared at the door. Seeing her, Ethan Chow stood up. "Your girlfriend's here. I won't disturb you anymore." After saying this, he walked to the door and said to Celeste, "Nathan's not in a good state. Probably not feeling well. Stay with him." Celeste gave in, okay." After Ethan Chow left, Celeste walked over. She looked at me. "What's wrong?" Seeing Celeste appear before me, I immediately felt at ease. I didn't eat lunch. My stomach hurts a bit." Celeste looked at me. "I'll rub it for you." She moved over to sit beside me, let me lean against the headboard. Her hand gently placed on my stomach. I'd never been this intimate with her before. I looked at the woman before me. Celeste also looked at me. Normally in front of me, she was quite reserved. But today, for some reason, it felt like if she didn't hold me, I was about to shatter. Celeste held me for a while. Seeing me leaning against her about to fall asleep, she asked, "Better?" I softly gave an "Having you beside me is already great." Celeste heard me speak, helplessly curved her lips. "Then I'll always be beside you from now on." I lowered my eyelids. "Liar. How could you always be beside me?" Seeing me starting to be unreasonable, as if I'd recovered my former self, Celeste felt more at ease. Just then, the phone rang. Celeste answered the phone. Inside was the somewhat angry voice of her father, Alexander Thornton. "Where have you run off to? Everyone's waiting for you." At this time, Celeste should have been entertaining guests with her father, meeting those old people. Hearing her father's voice, Celeste was extremely calm. "Nathan's not feeling well. I'm with him." Alexander Thornton's voice trembled. "What happened to him?" Celeste looked at me and said to her father, "I'm not coming today. Let's do it next time." After saying this, she hung up. I looked at Celeste. Her father had called. I'd thought she'd get scolded, but Celeste was calm. I looked at her. "Is it okay if you don't go?" Celeste shook her head. "Nothing important." She was often not at home. Now that she'd rarely come back for a while, her father wanted to arrange for her to entertain guests. She actually found these things very annoying, but because her father cooperated with everything he could in my affairs. So, her father's requests, she naturally would do. Celeste looked at me. "What's troubling you so much?" I sighed. "I just ran into someone I hate." Celeste guessed. "Serena?" Although she was also annoying. I shook my head. "I don't know how to tell you. I ran into my cousin's ex-girlfriend." My feeling about her isn't very good. I'm a bit scared of her. Thinking about Cielin, I really felt scared. Even though I'd already died once, I'd never met a killer before. I didn't know when. She might do something irrational. And in this life, I couldn't do anything to her. Nor could I silence her. This made me feel like she was a ticking time bomb. Celeste comforted. Don't worry. I'm here. I looked at Celeste. Yeah, with Celeste here, I really felt much more at ease. I also didn't know why, or maybe because of the profession she chose. Nothing made people feel safer than someone in the military. Saturday was Uncle's birthday party. Celeste had something, so I went alone. Uncle saw I didn't bring Celeste. I rolled my eyes. Uncle, don't keep thinking about telling me to break up with her every time you see me. Chow Ju-yuan humphed. You just won't listen. Ethan Chow walked over. Nathan came alone? I replied. She has something. After Celeste came back, she was really unbearably busy. Besides, I thought it was good she didn't come. Outside, quite a few people now knew about my relationship with Celeste, so they were very eager to flatter Chow Juan. If she came, it would probably be unbearably annoying. Chow Juan went to greet the guests. I sat with Ethan Chow for a while. Ethan Chow was also hosting his friends. Lucas G was also here. Since learning about my relationship with Celeste, he'd always seen Brandon as a thorn in his eye. He was especially nice to me and Ethan Chow. Every time there was any event, he'd always find opportunities to appear before us. Ethan Chow was very good at socializing and didn't care about him. Lucas G said to me, Young Master Crane, how have you been lately? I had no interest in him at all. Fine, Lucas G acted familiar. Last time at my uncle's company, I saw Brandon. He went for an interview. But don't worry, I directly had someone kick him out. He still wants to get into finance. Should see if he's worthy. As soon as he finished speaking, I'd already spotted Brandon. He was wearing a business suit following a woman. I thought about that woman for a long time, felt she looked familiar, but couldn't remember who she was. I spoke up to Lucas G. That woman, do you know her? Lucas G looked over. Seeing the woman with Brandon, he froze. Zhou Yitang. Why is she with Brandon? Hearing this name, I looked at that woman. No wonder she looked so familiar. I'd seen her online later. Everyone called her the stock goddess. It's just that now she still looked quite young. Ethan Chow came over and said to me, a big name in finance, called the stock goddess. Whatever she buys goes up, made a fortune these past 2 years. Many people want to latch onto her to make money. But she usually doesn't mentor anyone, unless you give her money to invest. Do you know there are 2 big legends in finance recently? She's one of them. I was curious, who's the other one? I know about Yitang. Never heard of the other one, Ethan Chow said quietly. Tao Ran. A man. A man. But no one knows what he looks like exactly. Almost never shows his face. But he never steps on mines. Specializes in buying cold stocks, but they always go up. No one knows what he does. Nal Ron. Hearing this name, I was a bit surprised, because Tao Ran was my assistant. When I'd said before I wanted to invest, my father had arranged 2 assistants for me. I was usually quite busy with studies, so buying these things was all done through him. Stock goddess. Hearing this name, I found it a bit funny. Lucas G had already walked over. Director Zhou. Zhou Yitang clearly didn't know Lucas G. You are, Lucas G quickly introduced himself. I'm Lucas G. Jiangnan Securities is my uncle's company. Zhou Yitang arrogantly gave an M. Brandon stood beside her looking at Lucas G. His face darkened, his eyes full of wariness. Because Lucas G had already said hello. Brandon's job hunting had always been unsuccessful recently, but fate still favored him. Unexpectedly, he'd finally gotten into Zhou Yitang's company, became Zhou Yitang's secretary. She was even willing to bring him out. Lucas G said to Zhou Yitang, Director Zhou, why are you with him? Brandon is my classmate. This man has terrible character. Zhou Yitang turned to look at Brandon, saw Brandon being silent without explaining. Zhou Yitang laughed coldly and said to Lucas G, is it your turn to smear my people? Your uncle is the boss of Jiangnan Securities. I don't need to tell you what Jiangnan Securities is, do I? Her temper had always been bad, never accommodated anyone, plus she had backing behind her. She wasn't afraid of anything. Brandon saw Zhou Yitang protect him, and breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that no matter how dark this world was, it couldn't truly have no opportunities at all. People like Zhou Yitang wouldn't be influenced by Lucas G. Lucas G was rebuffed by Zhou Yitang, and felt a bit embarrassed. He came back and sat down without saying anything. Ethan Chow said to me, I heard Zhou Yitang has never been interested in men. Didn't expect her to be so nice to Brandon. I raised my eyebrows. Brandon has always been very likable. The whole evening, Zhou Yitang was discussing business. Brandon sat beside her. His identity was Zhou Yitang's secretary. He spoke little, was also very quiet, looked very proper. The party ended. He followed Zhou Yitang to the car. Zhou Yitang sat in the car and said to Brandon, "You've offended that man." Brandon heard she was talking about Lucas G, smiled bitterly. "My family background isn't good. At a place like Qingbei, naturally I don't fit in with those rich young masters. Thank you, Director Zhou, for standing up for me. You're really different from others. If you hadn't been willing to take me in, I probably would have left New York already." When he spoke, his pitiful appearance was quite endearing. The car drove on the road. Zhou Yitang looked at him. Suddenly asked, "Do you have a girlfriend?" Brandon looked at Zhou Yitang. "Number." "Why does Director Zhou ask?" Zhou Yitang said. "Just curious." Brandon shook his head. "No." Zhou Yitang said. "Where do you live? I'll have the driver drop you off first." Brandon replied, "I rent with a friend. Before, I didn't have a place to live." Zhou Yitang was interested. Male or female? Brandon was honest. Female. Zhou Yitang heard him speak and said, "Move out. The company will provide you with housing." Seeing Brandon not saying anything, Victoria Sterling said, "Come to the office tomorrow. I'll have my assistant contact you." Brandon nodded. "Yes." The driver dropped Brandon off downstairs. Brandon waited until she left before going upstairs. Standing at the door, he froze, remembering Victoria Sterling telling him to move out. At that moment, his mind went blank, not knowing what he was thinking. But now, how was he supposed to tell Serena? Walking in, Serena was already back. She was sitting at the computer handling work. Serena's job was very busy. He walked over to her and said to Serena, "I'm back." Serena looked up at him, seeing the smile on his face. "Back so late." "Work done?" Brandon nodded. "Done. It's just the company is a bit far. I might have to move out." Hearing these words, Serena was a bit surprised. Brandon was afraid she'd be unhappy, and explained, "The company provides housing, mainly because commuting is too far. I don't have a company car like you." "Serena, you're not upset, are you? On my days off, I'll still come back to you, okay?" After saying this, he lowered his head to kiss her face. Serena had recently been regretting living with Brandon because of running into me. Now hearing him say he wanted to move out, she felt a bit happy inside. Of course, this happiness only flashed by, before being suppressed by her. How could she think like that? Brandon living with her, the two already had feelings. If she wished he'd leave quickly, how would she be any different from an animal? She reached out to hug Brandon. "Take care of yourself. If anything comes up, remember to tell me." Brandon nodded. "Okay." Early morning, I was still sleeping. When I was woken by a phone call, I sat up to answer it. It was Daniel calling. "Young master." Someone from the investment company said, "Their boss Victoria Sterling wants to meet you. Asked when you're free." I asked, "What does Victoria Sterling want to meet me for?" Daniel replied, "Probably because she saw our recent good returns and got interested. Wants to discuss stocks with you." Lately, people were constantly calling wanting to meet me. Since the others weren't important, he hadn't mentioned them. But Victoria Sterling's status was extraordinary. I yawned. Consider it declined. I don't understand any of this. I just scrolled TikTok and Twitter a lot in my past life. Knew which stocks would explode, which stocks people would chase. Wouldn't I be exposed the moment we start discussing? Since I'd been woken up, I was too lazy to go back to sleep. Went downstairs to get something to eat. Celeste had dropped me off last night and left. Didn't know if she was up yet at this hour. I sat down and sent her a message. Charles walked in. "Young master? Serena is here." I wondered, what is she here for? Charles replied, "Says she's representing the company. Heard you were sick. We were sick. Came to visit you. Mr. Hu sent her." Hearing Mr. Hu, my expression was helpless. Let her in. Soon Serena walked in. She was still in that same outfit, just the blazer dress changed color. Seeing me eating breakfast, she walked over, pulled out a chair and naturally sat down. "Feeling better?" Last time, the two of us had parted unhappily at the company. Serena had always been uneasy, thinking, until she finally found an excuse to come see me. I took a sip of water. "Was fine before I saw you." Serena looked at me. "When are you coming back to the company?" "Haven't seen you there lately," I said blandly. "Probably not planning to go anymore." Xia Lin knows I work at Demai. I've always felt unsafe. Serena looked at me. How can that be okay? Seeing her worried expression looking at me, I frowned. "Whether I go or not, what's it to you?" Serena said, "It's Mr. Hu's intention." I said, "Mr. Hu doesn't manage me that much. I came to his company just to get an internship certificate. Actually, whether I come every day or not, he'll still give me this certificate. He doesn't care about me. It's just that I myself am interested in Demai, so I wanted to work." Serena looked at me. But I want you to come back. Nathan, if I did anything wrong before, I want to make it up to you now. Brandon had already moved out. She didn't need to worry for the time being. Serena looked around this house. Although she could rent a 100 square meter apartment, feeling like she was already successful. But compared to everything I had, it was all too ordinary. I drank my kanji. Serena said, "Can you give me one more chance?" At this moment, Charles said to Celeste, who was walking in, "Miss Celeste." Celeste walked in, saw Serena was here. Serena froze and stood up. Looking at Celeste, whom she hadn't seen in a long time, she proactively extended her hand. "Celeste, it's been a while." She wanted to shake Celeste's hand. She'd heard Celeste didn't end up going to Qingbei, while she herself graduated from Qingbei. So what if her grades were good in high school? Celeste looked at this uninvited guest, naturally didn't shake her hand, just asked, "Why are you here?" The moment she spoke, the pressure was overwhelming. Serena froze, then said, "I came on behalf of Mr. Hu to visit Nathan." Nathan. Celeste looked at Serena. "Are you that close?" "And about the company. Tell Mr. Hu. He won't be coming anymore." Serena frowned and said to Celeste, "Nathan hasn't even said he's not coming. He was doing quite well at the company before. What right do you have to decide for him?" Celeste raised her voice. "Just because I'm his girlfriend, and also his marriage partner." Celeste had always been uncompetitive. But in front of Serena, she didn't accommodate her at all. Serena looked at me. "You like her controlling you like this? Nathan, marrying this kind of woman is really what you want? If you marry her, I think you won't have any freedom in the future." I looked up at Celeste and said to Charles, "Charles, show Serena out." Charles quickly walked over. "Miss Wells, this way please." Serena said nothing, turned and left. After she was out the door, I looked up at Celeste, could clearly see she was cold. I handed her the peeled egg. "Eat this." Celeste turned her head away. "I'm not hungry." I knew she wasn't happy. I explained. "She came on her own. I'm not close with her." Celeste was jealous. "The way she looks at you, her eyes aren't innocent." I softened my voice. "Do you think I could get back together with a woman who once treated me like that?" My attitude made Celeste's displeasure ease a little. She looked at me, gently. "My father said he wants to go to Hot Springs this afternoon. Told me to ask if you want to come." Alexander Thornton rarely had time off. Celeste happened to be free, so he invited her to go along. He didn't call Celeste directly, but mentioned me. I nodded. "I'm free. I happen to be free this weekend." On the way, Celeste drove to the hot spring resort, met Sophia in the lobby. Seeing Celeste and me, she politely greeted us. I asked, "Are you here alone?" Sophia said, "My dad isn't coming." I was a bit surprised. "Didn't he invite us here?" Sophia explained. "Something suddenly came up. He's busy again. My mom and uncle are here. Since we're already here, let's have fun together. Let's go horseback riding." Celeste looked at me. "Do you want to go?" I nodded. "We could try. Since we were already here, might as well get some exercise." I had someone bring our luggage to the room, then followed Celeste and Sophia to go horseback riding. Celeste chose a horse for me. Since it was last minute, it couldn't compare to Sophia's prized Akalteke. I'd ridden casually during trips before, but this was the first time riding on my own. Celeste chose a horse for herself. Staying by my side, the horse walked slowly on the grass, not running. I looked at Celeste. "You know how to ride?" "How did I not know? Is there anything you don't know?" Celeste seemed to know everything. Celeste shook her head. "There's quite a lot I don't know." I was interested. "Then tell me what you don't know." Celeste thought seriously for a moment, then said, "I don't know how to be apart from you." Her words made my face flush red. Sophia was already an expert. She'd loved being on horseback since childhood. If her mother hadn't objected, she'd even have wanted to compete in equestrian events. She rode around and came back, saw Celeste and me playing, and didn't bother us. After a morning of learning, I'd become quite proficient. After riding half a day, my legs and butt seemed chafed. I'd been too focused before to notice, only now realizing it. Celeste looked at me, asked with concern, "Are you okay?" I shook my head. "I'm fine, no problem. Just a bit hungry." Sophia said, "Mom just texted. Said for us to come back to eat." Everyone returned to the hotel, changed clothes, and went to eat together. Arriving at the restaurant, I saw Sophia sitting next to her mother, Mrs. Thornton. What I didn't expect was that Victoria Sterling was also here. Her gaze also fell on Celeste and me. Mrs. Thornton smiled. "Celeste, Nathan, come sit." I saw Victoria Sterling was here, and couldn't help but be curious. "This is..." Mrs. Thornton smiled. "This is my younger sister, Victoria Sterling. Also Sophia's aunt." I was a bit surprised. "Your younger sister?" Victoria Sterling looked at most 30 years old. I wouldn't have thought they were the same generation. But they were. Mrs. Thornton laughed. Doesn't look like it? She really is younger than me. When I had Sophia, I was only 21 years old. Now Sophia is 18. I'm actually only 9 years older than Victoria. I shook my head. That's not it. Actually, Mrs. Thornton is very young. It's just that she was Celeste's stepmother after all. So I'd always treated her as an elder. I asked, so what should I call her? Victoria Sterling said. I'm Victoria Sterling. Just call me by my name. I smiled. Then I'll call you Director Sterling. At my uncle's birthday party last time, I heard everyone call you that. I had a deep impression of how she'd countered Lucas G then. Didn't expect her sister was Mrs. Thornton. With this connection, no wonder she was so bold. Victoria Sterling appraised me, and smirked. That works too, Mrs. Thornton introduced. This is Nathan, Celeste's boyfriend. Although they're not registered married yet, Nathan is already considered family. Victoria Sterling said. Mrs. Thornton waved. Everyone hungry? Let's eat. Alexander probably won't arrive until later. He's just too busy with work. Everyone was about to eat. When Victoria Sterling's phone rang, she answered. At the restaurant. Just come in directly. Mrs. Thornton asked. Who is it? Victoria Sterling replied. My company's new assistant. As soon as she finished speaking, a young man in a white dress shirt walked in. Victoria Sterling quickly called out, come sit. The person who came was Brandon. I'd originally thought Brandon had just joined Victoria Sterling's company, but didn't expect she'd even bring Brandon to a place like this. Brandon walked over and sat beside her. Director Sterling? Mrs. Thornton curiously appraised Brandon. The refined, well-behaved young man. This assistant of yours, how come I've never seen him? Victoria Sterling put down her chopsticks. Didn't I already tell you? He's new. Just hired 2 days ago. A Qingbei student. Still interning. Mrs. Thornton looked at me. So isn't he just like Nathan? Brandon looked up at me. Seeing I wasn't talking to him, he lowered his head and didn't dare say much. He didn't want the first meeting to leave a bad impression on the Thornton family. He just wanted to minimize his presence. I sat beside Celeste eating. Brandon was beside Victoria Sterling. Victoria Sterling treated him quite well, occasionally putting food in his bowl, afraid he'd starve himself. After eating, Brandon said, Then Director Sterling, I'll head back to my room first. He didn't expect coming with Victoria Sterling. He'd run into us here. Even less expected? Victoria Sterling and Mrs. Thornton were sisters. Victoria Sterling nodded. Go ahead. Brandon walked toward the door. Mrs. Thornton looked at Victoria Sterling. So, interested? This younger sister of hers had always been single, though there were plenty of boyfriends around. Victoria Sterling said, He's just a kid. What interest could I have? Mrs. Thornton laughed. A kid. I think you're not picky either. Stop just playing around all day. Find a decent person to marry. Victoria Sterling looked at Mrs. Thornton and laughed. You haven't even sorted yourself out, and you want to drag me into it. Mrs. Thornton glared at her younger sister. How am I not doing well? Victoria Sterling looked at Celeste sitting beside me, held back her words. After eating, everyone left the restaurant. Celeste and I walked out. Victoria Sterling watched the two of us from behind, then said to her sister, Celeste is back. Don't you have any thoughts? Mrs. Thornton wondered, what thoughts could I have? Victoria Sterling continued, You've been at the Thornton house for so many years. Sophia also grew up in the Thornton house. She just comes back and becomes the eldest daughter of the Thornton family. You really don't mind? Mrs. Thornton looked at Victoria Sterling, her gentle face becoming more serious. Yidung, don't let your brother-in-law hear these words. You know his temperament. Victoria Sterling shook her head. Brother-in-law? In his eyes, there's only that woman. Where is there room for you? Mrs. Thornton patted Victoria Sterling's shoulder. Enough. I invited you here to have fun, not to talk about this. The reason she could stay by Alexander Thornton's side for so long was precisely because she never competed. No matter how much she competed, her daughter could never replace Celeste. No matter how much she competed, she could never replace her position in Alexander Thornton's heart. From the very beginning, the only reason she could be by Alexander Thornton's side was just because she bore some resemblance to that woman. Seeing her sister always like this, Victoria Sterling said nothing more. She went back to her room. The room had a private hot spring. She soaked in the hot spring pool, wine placed beside her. Thinking about her sister's situation and Keltum, her eyes held some helplessness. Just then, Brandon walked in. He appeared at the door and saw Victoria Sterling, Director Sterling. Victoria Sterling said, You just texted saying you needed to see me. What is it? Brandon lowered his head. I just had some work questions to ask. I didn't know you were soaking in the hot spring. He said this and turned to leave, not daring to look at her. Seeing his innocent appearance, Victoria Sterling said, Want to soak together for a bit? Brandon refused. No, I'm not that kind of person. I'll wait for you in the room. He said this and directly left the hot spring pool. Victoria Sterling got out of the pool and went to the room, saw Brandon sitting on a chair. She walked behind him and sat down beside him, always appearing somewhat flirtatious. Tell me, what did you need me for? Brandon held a tablet in his hands. I just don't quite understand something. Wanted to ask you. She reached out and took his tablet, looking at the documents on it. Brandon pointed. This part, I don't quite understand. Victoria Sterling stared at Brandon, working even while on vacation. You're very hardworking. Brandon said, I just joined the company. I need to learn a lot to keep up with your pace. Victoria Sterling admired his diligent attitude. She explained the material to him. Brandon saw she was only wrapped in a bath towel, and didn't want to stay long. He stood up to leave. Victoria Sterling grabbed his hand and pulled him back. I've helped you solve your problem. Shouldn't you help me now? She pulled him into her arms, looking at his innocent, shy expression. She admitted this look of his did move her a little. Brandon's face turned pale, and he pushed Victoria Sterling away. Director Sterling, I'm not that kind of person. Victoria Sterling smirked. You deliberately came to my room. Wasn't it to attract my attention? She said this and leaned in, trying to kiss him. Brandon raised his hand to block, not letting her kiss him. Seeing his resistance, Victoria Sterling laughed. You should know, as long as you get in my bed, you'll gain much more. Brandon looked aggrieved. But I joined the company, not to sell my body. I only admire your talent and work ability. I want to learn from you. I worked hard to get into a good university because I wanted to rely on my own ability to change my family's circumstances. My parents raised me, not for me to be someone's entertainment. Victoria Sterling watched him speak so righteously and stood up. All right, you can leave. She walked aside and lit a cigarette for herself. From this angle, her face was very beautiful, young, wealthy, and her sister was Mrs. Thornton. It had to be said. This woman had excellent conditions in every aspect. Back in school, I'd thought Serena was the peak. Now thinking of Serena, suddenly she seemed like nothing. Brandon stood up, looking at her anxiously. Director Sterling, do you mean you're firing me? Victoria Sterling looked at him. You've officially passed the interview. If you'd agreed just now, I probably would have been disappointed in you. She didn't need someone by her side, who was always trying to climb into her bed. Brandon held his tablet and bowed his head. Thank you, Director Sterling. Out the door, Brandon stood at the entrance, thinking about Victoria Sterling's reaction just now. Couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he'd bet correctly. If he'd actually agreed to her request just now, who knows, she might have taken advantage of him and then kicked him out. Then he'd forever lose the chance to stay by her side. Leaving Victoria Sterling's room, Brandon wandered around with nothing to do. Happened to see me sitting in the garden. I had my laptop open, typing away at the keyboard. Not sure what I was doing. Brandon spoke up. Nathan, I was writing a manuscript. Hearing his voice, even my inspiration was scared away. I quickly closed my laptop. What do you want? Brandon said. I just saw you here alone. Celeste isn't with you? I raised my eyebrows. What, want to be her boyfriend again? Seeing me keep bringing up old matters, Brandon said. That really was a moment of confusion. It's been so long, you still haven't let it go? I said, sorry. I'm quite the grudge holder. Your embarrassing incidents, I remember them very clearly. Brandon's eyes reddened. Because of that, Lucas G has always been giving me trouble, even blocking my internship opportunities. I shrugged. It wasn't me who told Lucas G to give you trouble. You were malicious and got revenge on yourself. What does that have to do with me? Brandon looked aggrieved. Do you have to be so cold when you talk? What you're saying really hurts. I don't know many people in New York. I always thought we were at least friends. I laughed coldly. Not just anyone could be my friend. If I'm not cold to you, should I give you an award? Praising you for doing well? I continued. Derek went to prison for so long on your behalf. Only got released recently. You haven't forgotten, have you? Seeing me mention Derek, Brandon's face stiffened. So much time had passed, he'd almost forgotten his matter. I was curious. Derek should be out by now. Think he'll come looking for you? Brandon barely maintained his composure and said to me, what does him going to prison have to do with me? It wasn't me who told him to do those things. My expression was helpless. Whether you told him to do it or not, you know yourself. Victoria Sterling, the great stock goddess, must be blind to even bother with someone like you. Thinking about how she was infinitely glamorous until the end in my past life. Didn't expect in this life she'd get entangled with Brandon. As soon as I finished speaking, Victoria Sterling had already appeared. What's all this talk? This man was calling her blind. Victoria Sterling walked over, Brandon looked at her. Director Sterling. Victoria Sterling's gaze fell on me. Calling me blind? Although you're Celeste's boyfriend, you're not yet a son-in-law of the Thornton family. Isn't that a bit too arrogant? I saw Victoria Sterling had just appeared, and she'd happened to hear my casual remark. I said to Victoria Sterling, "You're getting up there in age. See a young guy, and he can't walk straight. Calling you blind is already being very polite." Victoria Sterling's face darkened. What did you say? Was I scolding her? Even if he was Celeste's boyfriend, he was being too disrespectful to her. I said, "Didn't you hear what I said clearly?" From her reaction, it was clear she'd heard perfectly. Victoria Sterling said, "No matter what, I'm still considered your elder." I didn't care. "So, you mean you're not only flirtatious but also old?" Brandon stood beside watching me. Didn't expect I'd talk back to Victoria Sterling. Victoria Sterling was Mrs. Thornton's younger sister. Even if it were Celeste, she probably wouldn't dare say this in front of Victoria Sterling. I ignored her, picked up my laptop, and left. I wasn't in the mood to argue with her, preparing to find somewhere else to work. Celeste had originally wanted to stay with me, but I couldn't write with someone beside me, so I didn't let Celeste stay. Didn't expect to also run into Brandon. I only returned to my room after finishing the manuscript. I called Celeste. Celeste said she was at the tennis court and sent someone to get me. When I arrived, I saw Celeste and Victoria Sterling playing tennis. Sophia stood watching from the side. Sophia discovered her sister was really talented. She knew everything. Before, everyone said her sister came from Lakewood, and Shirley knew nothing. Sophia had thought so at first, too. Turns out her sister knew everything. Who knows how much she'd actually learned. Brandon was sitting with Mrs. Thornton, chatting with her. Brandon smiled. "I'm also reading that novel series. This author has written many good novels." "I like them too," Mrs. Thornton said. "That's wonderful. Every time I read novels, my husband and daughter say I'll rot my brain. But I really think they're great." Brandon echoed. "I think so too. Especially that character Angsia. She's really too evil. Every time I read it, I want to have a heart attack." I sat down. Mrs. Thornton saw me. "Nathan, I heard you've been busy with work. Your company is too much. Making you work even on weekends." I gave an, I wasn't going to say I was writing novels. I looked at Brandon sitting across from me and noticed he always had the ability to make people happy. Mrs. Thornton laughed. "I was just talking about novels with Brandon. Do you normally read novels?" I shook my head. "I don't read them. I only like to write." Brandon looked at me. "Nathan is a busy person. He definitely doesn't read them." Mrs. Thornton was interested. "We were just talking about the novel series I'm reading. There's a particularly hateful villain in it, Andrew. Always being despicable. Making this person do things. Making that person do things. Does bad things and escapes. Lets others take the blame." Hearing Mrs. Thornton mention Andrew, the corner of my mouth twitched. I wrote Andrew. The prototype was Brandon. Brandon said to Mrs. Thornton, "That kind of person is really too despicable. Who knows what goes through their head all day?" Seeing Brandon criticize Andrew so seriously, I couldn't help but find it funny. Brandon said to Mrs. Thornton, "I heard this author, Frostball Snow, is from our school. Let me have someone look into their identity." Mrs. Thornton was incredibly excited. That would be wonderful. I saw him charming Mrs. Thornton into a daze. Had to admire him. He had to show off everywhere. Clearly had nothing to do with him. Celeste saw me sitting alone, unable to join their conversation. She walked over. I nodded. "You're here." Celeste asked if I wanted to play for a bit. I stood up. "Sure." Brandon watched this scene. Although Victoria Sterling was very outstanding, Celeste was truly beautiful. He'd originally thought the two of us would break up. Didn't expect years had already passed in the blink of an eye. If only he were like me, born with such a fiancée. How wonderful that would be. I followed Celeste to play tennis. Celeste handed me the racket. Victoria Sterling had originally been talking with Celeste. Now seeing all of Celeste's attention was on me, she looked toward Brandon beside her. "Brandon." Brandon stood up, walked over to Victoria Sterling, Director Sterling. Victoria Sterling asked, "Do you know how to play tennis?" Brandon shook his head apologetically. "I don't." Given his family background, he normally had no opportunity to access these high-end activities. Originally, when he roomed with Lucas G., he'd wanted to build a good relationship with Lucas G. In the end, it was all ruined by me. Victoria Sterling was patient with him. "I'll teach you," I said sarcastically. Director Sterling really likes being everyone's teacher. "But this move of yours is too low class." I'd never liked Brandon. Seeing Victoria Sterling keep giving the opportunities, I naturally found it irritating. Victoria Sterling's mouth twitched. Looking at me, "For Celeste's sake, I won't argue with you. But you were just over there calling me old and ugly. I haven't even settled that yet. Now you're here provoking me again." I laughed. I wouldn't dare. I'm just afraid you'll end up getting played, Victoria Sterling said. Don't think just because you come from a good background, you can look down on those who don't. Brandon is also very outstanding, Brandon said placatingly. Director Sterling, don't be angry. Young Master Crane is just joking. He said a few words to me. I don't mind. Victoria Sterling became even more protective seeing him like this. It's precisely because you're too tolerant of others that people think you're easy to bully. Victoria Sterling said to Celeste, eldest daughter, your boyfriend started trouble with me first. You saw it. I hope you'll manage him. As soon as Victoria Sterling finished speaking, Celeste had just finished her swing and looked at her. My boyfriend is like this. Sorry, please trouble Miss Sterling. To put up with it. Victoria Sterling laughed. No one had ever dared tell her to put up with anything. She said to Celeste, so you're not going to be reasonable? She'd thought Celeste would at least manage me. Celeste said, I never like being reasonable. Whatever Nathan says, goes. Victoria Sterling looked at Celeste, her eyes turning cold. Very well. Sophia saw her aunt and eldest sister getting angry at each other, and walked over. She glanced at Brandon. Nathan said a few words to him. So what? What's the big deal about one man? Auntie has so many boyfriends. Why care about this one? Sophia's eyes were full of disdain. Same goes for you. Just got here and already made my aunt and sister fight. You've ruined the whole atmosphere. Victoria Sterling saw the little one siding with Celeste. Sophia, I'm your real aunt. Sophia immediately replied, well, this is also my real sister and real future brother-in-law. Sophia wasn't stupid. If she dared disrespect Celeste at home, her father would slap her. She knew clearly who had the highest status in the family. Besides, her aunt rarely visited anyway. Victoria Sterling was angry. I'm done playing. She irritably threw her racket aside. Brandon followed behind Victoria Sterling, Director Sterling. Mrs. Thornton saw Victoria Sterling about to leave. Not playing anymore? Victoria Sterling said, going back to rest. Otherwise, I'll just get more annoyed here. Brandon looked at Mrs. Thornton. Mrs. Thornton, we'll head back first then. He apologized. Sorry for the trouble. He said this and took Victoria Sterling's jacket, chasing after her footsteps. The annoying people had left. I looked at Celeste. Still want to play? Celeste looked at me. Didn't you just get here? Let's keep playing. Sophia said, Nathan, my aunt is just like that. Don't hold it against her. She's just tough on the outside but soft inside. She'll get over it soon. Mrs. Thornton said, Sophia, stay here and play with your sister. I'll go check on her in a bit. Sophia said, okay. Mrs. Thornton went to Victoria Sterling's room. Saw Victoria Sterling sitting there. Brandon stood beside her watching her carefully. She walked in and said to Victoria Sterling, what's wrong with you? Why argue with a kid? Victoria Sterling said, I don't want to bother with the kid, but he started trouble with me. What's his problem? Brandon is my person. Why does he keep giving Brandon trouble? In just a short while, I've already caught him twice. If this kind of person becomes a son-in-law of the Thornton family, you'll suffer later. Mrs. Thornton was helpless. He's Celeste's boyfriend. Victoria Sterling looked at her sister. So what if he's Celeste's boyfriend? He's still young now. Who knows what spell that guy cast on him? Who knows if your eldest daughter has been deceived? Mrs. Thornton argued, I think Nathan is quite nice. He's always polite to me. Victoria Sterling became more agitated as she spoke. He hasn't married Celeste yet. Of course he has to pretend to be nice. But you don't judge a person by how they pretend normally. You look at their character. He steps on people all day. Acts nice in front of you, but behind your back he bullies those with worse family backgrounds. Looking down on this person, looking down on that person, proves there's something wrong with his character. Mrs. Thornton looked up. At Brandon, aren't you and Nathan from the same school? He doesn't need to target you. Normally, Nathan isn't like this. But it was clear. This time, I really hadn't treated Brandon well. Couldn't even manage a smile when seeing Brandon. Brandon lowered his head, seeing how things developed. Couldn't help but tell the truth. Actually, Nathan and I were schoolmates before. We're both from Lakewood. Mrs. Thornton looked at Brandon. Curious? You're also from Lakewood? Brandon nodded. Yes, Nathan and I were classmates. Back in high school. He really liked our school's beauty queen. But because the beauty queen didn't like him, he thought it was my fault. So he's always found me irritating. Victoria Sterling asked, your school's beauty queen wasn't Celeste, was it? Brandon said, no. Celeste and we weren't at the same school. The person Nathan liked was Serena. He pursued Serena for a very long time. Serena even lived at his house for years. Everyone at school knew. Later, when he saw Serena didn't need him, he went to be with Celeste. Victoria Sterling humphed coldly. Sister, you see, he treated Celeste as a backup plan. Bringing girls home to live at such a young age? Mrs. Thornton looked at Brandon warily. You're not making this up, are you? Brandon was serious. Mrs. Thornton. I couldn't make this up. This matter, everyone at our school knew before. I don't know how he tricked Celeste into being so devoted to him. Actually, I don't mind that he hates me. I just hope Miss Celeste won't be deceived by him. Victoria Sterling said to Mrs. Thornton, Sister, you need to tell brother-in-law about this. If someone like Nathan marries Celeste, what would that be? Mrs. Thornton's expression was doubtful. I'll tell Alexander, because Nathan was Catherine Chow's son, who was best friends with Celeste's mother. The engagement was already set when both were still alive. So Alexander Thornton had no objections to me. Normally, he only cared about Celeste's work. But if I really had such a past, it still couldn't be hidden from Mr. Thornton. Celeste was still young after all. Who knows if she'd been deceived by a man? Before dinner, Alexander Thornton arrived. Mrs. Spig. Thornton went to meet him, went back to the room with him. Every time Alexander Thornton came here to relax, this place didn't receive other guests. So today, the hotel only had them. Alexander Thornton asked, How's Celeste? Mrs. Thornton replied, Very well. She's probably with Nathan right now. She and Nathan have such a good relationship. Alexander Thornton said, She grew up in Lakewood after all. Being close to him is normal. Mrs. Thornton frowned. But I heard some rumors today. Mrs. Thornton told Alexander Thornton what Brandon had said today. Hearing that I brought someone home to live before, he frowned. Alexander Thornton said seriously, Go investigate first. That girl named Serena. See if it's true or not. Mrs. Thornton nodded. Okay. At dinner, Victoria Sterling came. Brandon didn't come. Alexander Thornton didn't like crowds. And Brandon was just an assistant. Victoria Sterling naturally didn't dare bring anyone. She sat beside him and said to Alexander Thornton, Brother-in-law is so busy with work, even has things on weekends. Alexander Thornton said, It's all right. Because Alexander Thornton was very serious, Victoria Sterling didn't dare say much. After eating, Mrs. Thornton invited me to soak in the hot springs. I agreed, because Celeste was also called away by her father. In the room, Mrs. Thornton sat on the sofa. Seeing me enter, she called, Have a seat. My expression was puzzled. Is something wrong, Mrs. Thornton? Mrs. Thornton looked quite serious tonight. Mrs. Thornton said to me, It's nothing really, just have something to ask you. I heard that back in middle school, you were close with a girl named Serena. As soon as Mrs. Thornton spoke, I knew for certain Brandon had tattled. Before I could answer, Mrs. Thornton continued, Before dinner, I called your uncle. He also said, You really did like that Serena girl before, and didn't want to marry Celeste. Is that true? She'd originally doubted Brandon's words, but Chao Juan said the same thing. It seemed the relationship between Celeste and me really wasn't as good as it appeared. In another room, Celeste sat before her father. What did you need me for? Alexander Thornton looked at her. Do you really like Nathan? Hearing her father suddenly care about her love life, Celeste said blandly, Why bring this up out of nowhere? Alexander Thornton was serious. I heard he had someone he liked before. You knew about this, right? Celeste said, I knew. Alexander Thornton was confused. Then you're still with him? Celeste replied, We're doing very well now. Seeing her so determined, Alexander Thornton didn't press further. Alexander Thornton had no choice but to shatter her illusion. But Nathan doesn't like you. Celeste frowned. Who told you that? Alexander Thornton interlaced his fingers, his uncle said. It's only because things weren't going well with that girl that he's with you. Celeste, although you two were engaged long ago, but I've always felt this engagement thing is quite absurd. Marriage should still depend on whether two people like each other. If he doesn't like you, then let's end it early. Celeste nodded. Nathan really likes me. Alexander Thornton continued asking, Are you sure? Being questioned like this by Alexander Thornton really made her pause, because she could feel my feelings for her weren't simple. I seemed to always be looking at someone else through her, although normally they really were quite good together. In front of her, I even used every method to coax her, but she really didn't know why I'd suddenly changed. When I originally hadn't paid attention to her, this made her feel uncertain every time, an illusion that I could leave at any moment. Alexander Thornton saw Celeste fall silent, and knew she already had an answer in her heart. Alexander Thornton continued, I heard that before. Every time you went to the Crane house to find him, he'd chase you away. Perhaps because of that girl, he's only with you now, but he could regret it at any time. I hope you won't do anything foolish. A forced melon. Isn't sweet forced feelings? Alexander Thornton didn't continue, because he himself was an example. Celeste left her father's room and went to the room next door, knowing I was there. She stood at the door listening to Mrs. Thornton talk to me. You don't need to worry about the engagement. Our two families still have a good relationship, even if you don't marry Celeste. If the Crane family needs anything, we'll still help. I can actually understand. With the Crane family's conditions, Perhaps they'd want to marry into the Thornton family, but I don't agree. With gambling away that child's lifelong happiness, Celeste stood at the door wanting to push it open. Her relationship with me was already unstable. What did Mrs. Thornton mean by saying all this? Although her father's words had made her doubt. But if I were to leave her, she absolutely couldn't accept it. Just then I spoke up. I'm with Celeste because I like her. There's no other reason. As for Serena, she used to be my family driver's daughter. That's why she lived at my house. I had her tutor me. But I have no relationship with her anymore. When she was still in school, everyone knew she was dating Brandon. Mrs. Thornton was stunned. You're saying Brandon is Serena's boyfriend? I nodded. Yes, because Serena's father always wanted Serena to be with me. Thought Brandon wasn't good enough for Serena. That's why he forced them to break up. I've been with Celeste for so long. She knows everything about me. If you think I'm with her, for impure purposes, or don't even like her, then you're overthinking it. I really like her. At this point, I paused. If I can't marry her, then I'd rather stay single my whole life. Having died once, I had no more hope for love. But because it was Celeste, I was willing to try again, even if the outcome might not be perfect. But I just wanted to make up for the regret of never getting to see her in my past life. My gaze was very determined. Mrs. Thornton looked at me, wanting to say something but held back. She also liked Alexander Thornton, so even if she was just a substitute, she was willing to stay by his side. Compared to Celeste's mother, she was more compliant, would rather revolve around this man. In this moment, it was as if she saw herself in my eyes, to the point she couldn't say her questioning words. I saw Mrs. Thornton fall silent, and continued, I just don't like Brandon, because he's not a good person. Back at school, when my father's secretary came to pick me up, he had his friend post online saying I was being kept by someone, smearing me. In the end, everything was blamed on his friend. His friend went to prison for him. He was fine. And now this person is beside Director Sterling. Of course I'm unhappy seeing him. Mrs. Thornton didn't expect there was so much more. Let me tell you, Ting. I finished speaking and left the room. Originally said we'd soak in hot springs. But I could clearly tell Mrs. Thornton didn't genuinely want to invite me to soak. She just wanted to talk to me. But as soon as I came out, I saw Celeste standing at the door. I looked at her, stunned, my gaze softening. Why are you here? Celeste looked at me. She'd wanted to go in, but was still hesitating. She was also thinking about whether I liked her or not. But hearing what I'd just said to Mrs. Thornton made her feel much more at ease. I looked at her. You didn't hear what I just said, did you? She didn't speak. I held her hand. The two of us walked out together. On the way, I asked Celeste, what did your father want to talk about? It wasn't also about me and Serena, was it? Celeste blinked. It's not important. I stopped walking. How is it not important? He's not forbidding me from being with you, is he? Mrs. Thornton's words had already revealed this intention, but she was just Celeste's stepmother after all. Celeste's father was different. That was Celeste's biological father. If he didn't allow me to be with Celeste, my past with Serena really could easily make people uncomfortable. I also hated my love-struck brain from before. Celeste comforted. It's fine. I panicked. How is it fine? What if he thinks of every way to force me away from his daughter? What do I do? I can't bear to leave you. People like them are quite scheming. I'm afraid I can't handle it. Seeing I was really worried about this, Celeste hugged me. It's okay. It's really fine. As long as I want to be with you, no one can make you leave me. I said, but Celeste looked at my worried expression, raised her head and kissed my face. I suddenly remembered something important and said to Celeste, wait for me a moment. I took out my phone to make a call. The other side quickly answered, Nathan. I stood by the flower bed. Uncle, isn't this too much? Why did you tell Mrs. Thornton that you don't want me with Celeste? Mrs. Thornton was quite close with my uncle, so she believed his words without doubt. But you clearly knew I was with Celeste. Moreover, I'd also expressed my feelings for Celeste many times. You doing this really shows no consideration for my feelings. Chao Ji-yuan didn't think he'd done anything wrong. He called to ask me about Serena. I naturally told the truth. It's still the same thing. I'd rather you be with Serena than with Celeste. I heard Serena is at Demai Technology now. She's doing quite well. Met her last time. Seemed like a pretty good person. Why must you like Celeste? My face turned cold. Stop meddling in my business. If you keep this up, I'll get angry. Before, you said, so much, I listened and let it go. But if Celeste and I break up because of you, I'll hate you till I die, Chao Juan said. I'm also doing this for your good. Do you think I would harm you? I was angry. Anyway, I'm leaving my words here. Stop saying it's for my good every day. You people are self-righteous. love being good for others. Jiao Juyuan was helpless, fine, all grown up now. Your mother back then wasn't even this headstrong. I hung up directly, thinking about how my uncle deliberately sabotaged, wanting to make Celeste and me break up. I was really angry. When I get back, I need to talk to him again. After the call, I returned to Celeste's side. Celeste saw my cold expression. Are you okay? I said, I'm fine. Just my uncle. Don't know what benefit he got. Keeps wanting me to be with Sarita. Sabotaging every day. Made them all think I don't like you. Saying this, I looked at Celeste. No matter what others say, Celeste, I really like you. Unless one day you find me annoying, only then will I leave you. Otherwise, like you said, no one can make me leave you. Celeste saw me looking at her, gently stroked my chin. Victoria Sterling was in her room on the phone with her sister. Mrs. Thornton didn't beat around the bush. Told her about Brandon being Serena's boyfriend before, and about Brandon getting someone else sent to prison, all at once. Victoria Sterling called and had someone investigate. The next morning, the documents arrived. Victoria Sterling sat on the sofa, seeing that Serena really had been with Brandon. Not only were they together in high school, even when he went to college, they both worked part-time together. Remembering that day when she asked if he had a girlfriend, he'd said no. Brandon pushed the door open and walked in. Director Sterling, good morning. This is the breakfast the hotel just delivered. He carried the breakfast in and placed it on the table. Victoria Sterling looked at Brandon. You're dating Serena. Brandon's hand paused. He looked at Victoria Sterling. Director Sterling. Victoria Sterling's voice was cold. I'm just asking you, is this true or not? Brandon denied. No. Victoria Sterling said, are you sure? In college, you were always with her. Even worked part-time together. Also lived with her before. You're telling me you two aren't dating? Brandon's gaze was very firm. We really aren't. Serena stopped liking me long ago. She likes Nathan. She's always been very cold to me. Back then, everyone at school was targeting me. I had nowhere to go. So I asked her to introduce me to a job. Saying this, his eye sockets reddened slightly. In New York, he had no one to rely on. Could only huddle together with her for warmth. Fortunately, after a long time, I hadn't appeared before her either. Her attitude toward him only improved a little. Even when they lived together later, she made him share housework every day. It was just mutual use. Therefore, speaking of this, Brandon was particularly emotional. He wasn't lying either. Actually, these are all my private matters. I shouldn't tell you. But people like me and Serena, no matter how hard we try, it's very hard to have a foothold in New York. Serena understands this very well. Nathan liked her before. As long as she can win back Nathan's heart, she can become a rich person. How could she be moved by me? Victoria Sterling continued. I heard you got your friend to go to prison for you before. Brandon smiled bitterly. What did Nathan say? Does he want me dead? Actually, I can't become a threat to him at all. I have nothing to compare with him. If I really did something, wouldn't the police arrest me? He's Celeste's boyfriend, also the young master of the Crane family. If I really had something on him, he wouldn't have waited until now to drive a wedge in front of you. If Director Sterling wants to believe him, there's nothing I can do. I can leave the company. I can also go back to Lakewood. Anyway, someone like me definitely won't have a good future. Looking at his pitiful appearance, Victoria Sterling softened a little. She said to Brandon, pack up. Let's go back to the company to work. She left the room, taking Brandon back to the company. Arriving at the company, Mrs. Thornton called her, asking about Brandon's situation. Have you asked about Brandon yet? Victoria Sterling said, I asked. Mrs. Thornton said, if what Nathan said is true, then don't associate with him anymore. Victoria Sterling said, he hasn't done anything wrong. If I stop associating with him, just because of a few words from Nathan, wouldn't that make me look incompetent? Mrs. Thornton was a bit helpless with her sister's personality. Tang, must you be like this? Already said his character isn't good. Victoria Sterling was firm. As long as he doesn't break the law or commit crimes, I can't be bothered to care. It's not like I'm a good person either. After saying this, she hung up directly. Mrs. Thornton was a bit helpless. After having lunch with Sophia and Mrs. Thornton, Celeste and I headed back. When we got home, my father was already back. He'd just returned from Lakewood. I complained to my father about my uncle. Richard Crane said, let me talk to him. I asked, are you going somewhere? Richard Crane nodded. Have some matters to handle. Have to go out for dinner tonight. That evening, Celeste left. A sudden mission to handle. I was at home just finishing my manuscript. Hadn't even eaten yet, when I received a call from Brandon. Nathan, Director Sterling invites you to join us for dinner. I refused. I don't have time to eat with her. Brandon then said, your father is also here. I arrived at the private room and pushed the door open. Saw Victoria Sterling sitting there. Brandon sat obediently beside her. My father sat nearby, probably had drunk quite a lot. His face flushed red. Everyone was taking turns toasting him. He didn't want to drink anymore. But Victoria Sterling said this was not giving her face. The Crane family might be number one in Lakewood, but in a place like New York, they were nothing. Moreover, the other party was Victoria Sterling, Mrs. Thornton's younger sister. Richard Crane thought about how his son still had to marry Celeste, and didn't want to offend her. I walked over. Dad, why did you drink so much? Your health isn't good to begin with. Richard Crane saw his son, Nathan. Why are you here? I looked at the row of white liquor glasses placed in front of my father. Everyone was waiting to watch the show. Seeing me appear, everyone was curious. Is this Mr. Crane's son? Quite handsome. I explained. My father's health isn't good. He can't drink this much. I'm taking him home first. Seeing Victoria Sterling, I could roughly guess why she'd suddenly sought out my father. Precisely because she couldn't do anything to me. So she wanted to give my father trouble. Truly shameless. Victoria Sterling said lightly, your father hasn't even finished his drinks, and he's already leaving. How boring. The others chimed in. That's right. I looked at Victoria Sterling. If you like drinking, then drink. My father can't handle it. If anything happens, you'll all be responsible. Victoria Sterling said, since you care about your father so much, why don't you drink for him? Everyone stared at me, as if I couldn't leave without finishing all of it. I looked at that row of white liquor. I picked up the bottle on the table and poured the small glasses of white liquor together. Victoria Sterling sat beside watching my bold manner. How would I react after drinking that much white liquor? She was quite looking forward to it, thinking about how I relied on having Celeste backing me, completely disregarding her. Then don't blame her. I picked up the glass and walked in front of Victoria Sterling. Director Sterling keeps making me drink. Why don't I toast Director Sterling instead? Victoria Sterling said to me, all right, quite sincere. If you really finish this, I'll forgive you for offending me before. I smirked. Then thank you, Director Sterling, for giving me face. I said this and picked up the glass. I didn't drink it, but directly from above Victoria Sterling's head as she sat, poured it down. Everyone had thought I would obediently drink, but didn't expect I'd actually dare pour the liquor directly on Victoria Sterling's head. Brandon stood up, looking at me anxiously. Nathan, what are you doing? Victoria Sterling was wearing an expensive suit. She now looked absolutely wretched. You've got guts, I said to Victoria Sterling. If people don't offend me, I don't offend them. If you have issues, come at me. You bully my father like this. I won't let this go. Victoria Sterling said. How won't you let this go? Do you even know where you are? Victoria Sterling spoke, and her bodyguards immediately rushed over to surround us. Secretary Yan walked over and looked at me. Nathan, the other party is Victoria Sterling. Richard Crane precisely didn't want to offend her, but now I'd poured liquor on her. He was a bit afraid Victoria Sterling would get physical. I said to Victoria Sterling, I can see you're very angry. Go ahead and touch me. I didn't care if Victoria Sterling would actually get physical with me. At most, she'd beat me up, but that wouldn't kill me. But the consequences of hitting me, I didn't know if she could bear them. Victoria Sterling laughed. You're Celeste's fiancé. Of course I wouldn't dare do anything to you. But, Victoria Sterling looked at Secretary Yan standing beside me. Your father's secretary is quite handsome. Since you don't want to drink with everyone, let him come entertain us instead. She said this, and had someone pour drinks for Secretary Yan. Secretary Yan was afraid they'd fight, and quickly said, I'll drink. After saying this, he went over to pick up the glass, and said to Victoria Sterling, Director Sterling, our Nathan is ignorant. He's just a kid. Please don't hold it against him. Secretary Yan drank several glasses in a row. Those people still weren't planning to let him go. I was angry. Victoria Sterling, must you be like this? Victoria Sterling smiled brightly. Don't be angry. I haven't done anything to you. It's just a secretary. What's the big deal about entertaining everyone? She said this and pulled out a chair, telling me, Young Master Crane, please sit. Acting all polite with me, while her people kept forcing Secretary Yan to drink. I ignored her. Took out my phone to call the police. Someone beside me stood up, deliberately knocked the phone from my hand, throwing it into the boiling hot pot in the middle, then looked apologetic. Sorry, young Master Crane, didn't mean to. I'll definitely compensate you with the latest phone later. Victoria Sterling coaxed, Sit down, young Master Crane. Brandon sat beside watching me. His eyes held some smugness. He knew I had people backing me, but what could I do now? Originally, he hadn't wanted to treat me like this, but I'd said those things in front of Victoria Sterling, wanting to see him get kicked out by Victoria Sterling. Now seeing me like this, he only felt I deserved it. Just then, Someone walked in from outside. It was Sophia. She walked over and stood beside me, looking around at everyone in the room. What are you all doing? Victoria Sterling froze. Why are you here? Victoria Sterling knew Celeste wasn't around. No one would help me. Yeah, but didn't expect Sophia to appear here. Sophia said, You're having dinner here and didn't invite me. As soon as Sophia appeared, Victoria Sterling immediately had everyone stop. Secretary Yan was also released. He'd drunk quite a lot. His face flushed red. Sophia looked at me. Nathan, are you okay? Before coming, I'd called Sophia, but she'd arrived a bit late. I spoke up. My father's drunk. I need to take him home. If you hadn't come, your aunt probably still wouldn't have given me face. I turned to look at Victoria Sterling. Director Sterling, can I leave now? In front of Sophia. Victoria Sterling changed her face, suddenly becoming agreeable. What are you saying? Your face. How could I not give it? Let's call it a night then. Sophia saw my cold expression. Could feel I was angry. I took my father and Secretary Yan to the hospital. Wasn't sure how much my father had drunk. So I took him to sober up. Sophia was a bit worried and came along. Victoria Sterling changed her clothes and with Brandon accompanying her, walked over. Seeing Sophia and me together, she pretended to apologize. I just had good intentions wanting to treat your father to dinner. Didn't expect it to cause such a big misunderstanding. Clearly she'd done it on purpose, now pretending to be the good person. Brandon stood beside looking at me. Nathan, is your father okay? Director Sterling didn't mean it. She just wanted to treat your father to dinner. Here's your phone, to compensate you. He said this, and handed over an unopened phone. I didn't take it myself. Seeing Victoria Sterling standing nearby, I said to my assistant beside me, Daniel, take the phone. Since Secretary Yan was also drunk, I was too busy to handle everything. Had to call my own people over. So Daniel was also here now. Hearing me speak, he walked over and took the phone from Brandon's hand. The name Daniel caught Victoria Sterling's attention. She looked at Daniel. Daniel was 30 years old, looked very mature. Victoria Sterling asked in disbelief, What's your name? Daniel said calmly, I'm Daniel. My name? Does Director Sterling have any comments? Victoria Sterling asked, Do you normally trade stocks? Daniel subconsciously looked at me, nodded to Victoria Sterling. Yes, Director Sterling. Your company people contacted me several times before. Unfortunately, I was too busy. Didn't expect to meet Director Sterling this way. Originally thought Director Sterling was someone very admirable. Meeting today was quite disappointing. Daniel took the phone and stepped back behind me. I said coldly to Victoria Sterling, Since Director Sterling has expressed her concern, please leave first. Rest assured, tonight's events, I'll definitely tell Mrs. Thornton word for word. Victoria Sterling looked at me. Mr. Crane, he'll be fine, right? I said, You'd better pray he's fine. After saying this, I went into the hospital room to take care of my father. Sophia looked at Victoria Sterling. Auntie, you should go back first. I'll take you home. She said this and pulled Victoria Sterling outside. What's wrong with you? If it weren't for her aunt, right now she'd be at home, playing games with her boyfriend. Victoria Sterling said, Wait a moment. I still have something to do. Sophia was confused. What else? Victoria Sterling looked at Daniel holding the phone. Mr. Tao, how about we talk? Daniel said, Sorry, I have nothing to discuss with Director Sterling. After saying this, he also left. Victoria Sterling watched his retreating figure. Had no choice but to leave first. Sophia put her in the car, only then feeling more at ease. On the way, Brandon sat beside Victoria Sterling. Seeing Victoria Sterling sitting there lost in thought, he took the opportunity to add fuel. Director Sterling, are you okay? Nathan really went too far. He dared pour liquor on your head. No matter what, you're his elder. If he's with Celeste, he'd still have to call you auntie. Victoria Sterling ignored Brandon, thinking about Daniel. If she could recruit him to her company, how wonderful that would be. The driver dropped Brandon off downstairs. This apartment was provided to him by Victoria Sterling. He looked at Victoria Sterling. Would you like to come up for a bit? Victoria Sterling looked at Brandon. Go rest. If it were any other time when Brandon invited her like this, she would have gone up. But now her mind was occupied by other matters. She had no interest in him. Brandon looked at Victoria Sterling, remembering last time she wanted him. He'd thought if he invited her, she'd definitely come up. Unexpectedly, she refused. He had no choice but to get out of the car himself. I stayed at the hospital caring for my father until morning. Seeing him wake up, I finally felt more at ease. He'd drunk so much last night. I was really worried something would happen to him. Richard Crane lay on the bed. Daniel brought over some water. I handed the water to my father. Richard Crane said, I got drunk last night. I said, That Victoria Sterling kept forcing you to drink. Don't have dinner with her again. Richard Crane said slowly. No matter what, she's still Mrs. Thornton's younger sister. When you marry Celeste in the future, you can't offend all her family members. That was the older generation's way of thinking. They thought relatives and friends were all important. I didn't see it that way. Relatives actually weren't reliable in the end. No matter how close they normally seemed, when it really mattered, not many would actually help. I lowered my head. Dad, Celeste and I can handle our own matters. You don't need to accommodate others for my sake. We just need to live our own lives well. Richard Crane said, It's not that simple. Being in New York now is different from Lakewood. Lakewood is a small place. Anything goes. But now, I pouted, if that's the case, why not just stay in Lakewood? Richard Crane looked at me. Listen to your nonsense. Isn't your relationship with Celeste going well? I patted his hand. Our matters, we know ourselves. Anyway, don't bother with Victoria Sterling anymore. If she gives you trouble, I'll figure something out. After handling the discharge paperwork for my father, I took him home, then went directly to the Thornton house. Brandon and Victoria Sterling were both there again. Mrs. Thornton was also there. Brandon had somehow gotten tickets to a Frostfall Snow fan meeting, saying Frostfall Snow would also be there. He was discussing this with Mrs. Thornton. The two were even planning to attend together. Brandon now took every opportunity to suck up to Mrs. Thornton. I walked in and said to Brandon, Don't know where you got this fake information. Daring to bring it, to say in front of her. Brandon froze and looked at me. What do you mean? I said, You're saying at the Frostfall Snow fan meeting. Frostfall Snow will be there. How come I don't know about this? I normally didn't have time to appear. The publisher had arranged several events. I'd declined them all. Brandon said, You don't even know who Frostfall Snow is. How can you be sure they won't come? I said, Of course I'm sure. Because I am Frostfall Snow. Those books were all written by me. Whether I'm going or not, wouldn't I know? Brandon looked at me in disbelief. You wrote them? You're joking, right? Last time you said you don't read novels. I said loudly, Just because I don't read means I can't write? Mrs. Thornton saw I was angry and asked with concern, Nathan, how is your father? I said to Mrs. Thornton, He's been discharged. It seemed you already know about this. I came today to demand justice. Mrs. Thornton glared at Victoria Sterling sitting beside her. Yitang said she just wanted to treat your father to dinner. Didn't mean anything else. I just scolded her. Even if dining together, you can't keep forcing people to drink. I looked at Victoria Sterling sitting beside her. I just got in touch with Celeste. She'll be coming. Let's talk about this when she arrives, Mrs. Thornton said. Isn't Celeste very busy? You don't need to trouble her like this. This is indeed my sister's fault. She'd already told Victoria Sterling not to cause trouble. Didn't expect she'd still misbehave and cause this incident. Brandon said to me, Nathan, although I know you and Celeste have a good relationship, but Mrs. Thornton is your elder. Who are you showing that cold face to? His tone was gentle, but his words were all criticism, deliberately using his understanding to make me look like the aggressor. I said, Of course I'm showing it to you. You're really just like before, always making others charge ahead for you. Now even Director Sterling has become a gun in your hand. But today I want to see if Director Sterling will hurt herself to protect you, seeing me come aggressively. Victoria Sterling sat beside staring at me, a barely noticeable smile at the corner of her mouth. Brandon saw me say, Victoria Sterling was a gun in his hand, and quickly explained, Director Sterling has her own opinions about work. Don't say that. I'm just an ordinary person. Director Sterling only gave me a job opportunity. I don't have that much ability. I laughed. You're an ordinary person? Ordinary people aren't as thick-skinned as you. Brandon got so angry he couldn't help calling my name, Nathan. Realizing his emotions were getting out of control, he restrained himself, putting on an expression of caring for me. No matter what, you'll be marrying into the Thornton family in the future. Pay some attention to your image. Brandon knew the Crane family had money, knew I was with Celeste, but this was the Thornton house. Mrs. Thornton was my elder. Yet I was being so arrogant. I replied, Don't bother worrying about my image. I don't have any image anyway. As for you, I don't know what brand of trash bag you are. To be so good at containing things. Before, you pretended to be Celeste's boyfriend. Now you're pretending to be close with Frostfall Snow. Seeing me mention Frostfall Snow, Brandon frowned. So you're saying you really are Frostfall Snow? I said this and took out my phone. You think my face is as thick as yours? Making up relationships with people all day? Since you care so much about Frostfall Snow, you must follow their Twitter, right? Why don't you open it and look now? Mrs. Thornton normally also used Twitter. She had the housekeeper bring her tablet and open Twitter. Brandon also came over to look. Frostfall Snow's Twitter had nothing. Brandon looked at me. Didn't you say to check Twitter? There's nothing there. I glanced at him, picked up my phone and opened the app. Everyone was still using computers now, but I'd already started using mobile Twitter. I quickly typed a few words and posted, and said to Mrs. Thornton, "You can look now." Mrs. Thornton refreshed the page, and really saw Frost Fall Snow had posted something. Just a few words. Mrs. Thornton wasn't careful. And read those words aloud. "Brandon, you idiot." Brandon's face beside her turned dark, looking at this scene in disbelief. If Frost Fall Snow wasn't me, they absolutely wouldn't have said this. But now the words there had said everything. Mrs. Thornton coughed. She was normally a very refined person. Now she'd accidentally said something crude. She looked at me. "Nathan, you really are Frost Fall Snow?" I replied. "I was just bored originally, writing in the dorm to kill time." If Brandon hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have said anything. Just couldn't stand someone being so thick-skinned, wanting to latch on to everything. Even using my identity to suck up to Mrs. Thornton. Mrs. Thornton asked, "Then what about the fan meeting?" I shook my head. "Anyway, I'm not going." Don't know where Brandon got it from. I guessed he'd just found some random event, wanting to start a conversation with Mrs. Thornton. Mrs. Thornton couldn't verify it anyway. Mrs. Thornton looked at Brandon. Brandon said, "Mrs. Thornton." Mrs. Thornton said, "Forget it. We'll talk about this later. It's not important anyway." "Nathan, you just said Celeste is coming. Around what time will she arrive?" I checked the time. "Soon." Brandon's face, after hearing Celeste's name, stiffened. Celeste was coming soon. Then would there be trouble for Victoria Sterling about last night? If something happened to her, what would happen to him? Brandon felt a bit panicked inside, but didn't want to give up. He gathered his courage and said to me, "Nathan, I just really like Frost Fall Snow too much. The books are so well written. I'm also your fan, nothing else." I looked at Brandon. "You like my books?" "I'm quite surprised." Brandon continued, "Your work is excellent. So many people like it. I'm just one reader." He tried hard to make conversation with me, hoping I'd let him off. No matter what, we still have our schoolmate bond. Toward Brandon's flattery, I wasn't buying any of it. "You say you're my reader. Then how come you didn't recognize that Andrew character was based on you?" Andrew was the character Mrs. Thornton hated most. Hearing me say Brandon was Andrew's prototype, Mrs. Thornton couldn't help but look at Brandon and said to me, "Based on him?" I answered, "Yes, because I really hated him so much. I based it on him, but he doesn't seem to have any awareness. Perhaps in a bad person's eyes, they never see themselves as bad. Seeing me being aggressive?" Brandon clenched his fists. He raised his hand. "Do you hate me that much?" "Because of Serena. Back at school, I already said, if we liked her, I could help set you up. But you liked Serena on one hand, while coveting Celeste's family background on the other. Now you even wrote me into a book, making everyone curse me. Nathan, isn't that too much?" I laughed. "Just now you wanted to get close to me. Now you're already smearing me. Why beat around the bush? Why don't you directly tell everyone I'm two-timing, staying with Celeste, while still scheming for Serena? So I keep bullying you?" Brandon had basically said this before, to Victoria Sterling and them. Didn't expect I'd say it directly. He froze. "You're admitting it yourself." I said, "What am I admitting? You think no one in New York knows this now, so you can say whatever you want about old matters, right?" Brandon stared at me. "Then what do you mean?" Brandon had just finished speaking when Celeste's voice came from the door. "Then do you still recognize him?" Two people were following beside her. One was Diana. Diana had become quite close with Celeste after coming to New York. Many things Celeste delegated to her. The other person was Derek. After 3 years in prison, he'd suffered a lot. No longer the chubby appearance from before, no longer lively like during puberty. His whole person looked very haggard. As soon as he entered, his gaze fell on Brandon. For many days and nights, he'd always thought he'd rather die in there. But thinking about how Brandon was still living well, he wasn't willing to accept it. This man had played him like a puppet. One day, he'd have his revenge. Brandon at first didn't recognize Derek. After all, Derek had changed too much. Until he opened his mouth and called his name. Only then did Brandon recognize his voice. He looked at Derek in shock, momentarily not daring to speak. Celeste walked over and sat beside me. Not caring that everyone was there, held my hand. I was Uncle Crane. Richard Crane was like family to her. Back when she came to Lakewood, she'd even gone places with Richard Crane. Hearing what happened last night, Celeste was currently angry. I said, "I've already taken him home. He's fine for now." Mentioning this matter, I looked at Victoria Sterling, who hadn't said anything from start to finish. Celeste looked over. She didn't bring up this matter yet, but looked at Derek. Mrs. Thornton said, "Celeste, these two people are..." Celeste replied, "One is my old classmate. One is Derek. He's Nathan's old classmate from Lakewood. Mrs. Thornton nodded. I see. Why did you bring them? Here? Celeste sat beside me. Coldly said, since Brandon feels that in New York, no one knows him. He can say whatever he wants. I could only invite his old friends over, to let him clarify the old matters. I said to Derek, since you're here, why not make it clear? The story between Brandon and Serena back then? The one who was with Serena. Was it him or me? Derek looked at Brandon. Hatred overflowing. Brandon had already stood up, walking in front of Derek. He held Derek's hand, looking like close brothers. Derek, you're finally out. I've been worried about you all these years. Why didn't you tell me when you came to New York? If I'd known, I definitely would have picked you up. Derek looked at Brandon before him. His eyes were very sincere, as if he truly was worried about him. Remembering how he'd considered him a friend before, it was precisely this appearance that had deceived him. Brandon looked at him. Now that you're out, live properly. You should also remember these past years. Who made you end up like this? We were all classmates, yet Nathan was so heartless, insisting on putting you in prison. After saying this, he said to me, Nathan, look at what you've done to Derek. Now you're even bringing him here. Is it to show off how well you're living? Brandon thought the one who pushed Derek into prison wasn't him. What was he afraid of? He hadn't done anything back then. Thinking of this, Brandon became confident and bold. He couldn't lose. I saw his mouth was especially good at talking, and retorted, how he ended up in prison, you should know clearly. You had him smear me, saying I was being kept by a woman. In the end, you dumped all the blame on him. The one who made him like this is obviously you. I wasn't good friends with him before, but I also didn't stab him in the back at the critical moment. Saying this, I looked at Derek. You can choose to be deceived by Brandon again here. It doesn't matter to me. But if you falsely accuse me, then prepare to lose your freedom again. When you get locked up again, your good friend might be married to this Miss Sterling. Victoria Sterling was speechless. Who said she was going to marry Brandon? My gaze stared at Derek. Think carefully. Derek heard me speak and immediately sobered up, raised his hand and directly swatted away the flattering hand Brandon had extended. He looked at Brandon. You want to deceive me again? Brandon, I won't be deceived by you anymore. Didn't you say before that you really liked Serena? Even didn't care whether her family was poor or rich. Why aren't you with her anymore now? Brandon saw Derek directly turn hostile. His face also turned cold. Derek continued, I still remember at Serena's birthday party. You told everyone everywhere that you were her boyfriend. After discovering her father was just the Crane family's driver, you immediately regretted it. Brandon, you're so fake. Brandon looked innocent. It's not that I don't want to be with her. She doesn't want me. She likes Nathan in her heart. She wanted to be the Crane family's daughter-in-law, so she rejected me. You've been in prison for years now. You don't understand what happened between her and me. Derek was furious. Everyone knew she liked you more, right? Back then, Nathan spent so much money on her, she gave all the good stuff to you. Even made Nathan be your servant. Seeing Derek bring up my dark history from before, I couldn't help but hide my face behind Celeste's back. I'd almost forgotten. Now hearing someone else bring it up again, it was really too embarrassing. Brandon laughed coldly. So what? Before was before. Now is now. He turned to look at me. Nathan, Celeste treats you so well. Do you deserve her? You two have been together for so long, yet you still like Serena. Even for your internship, you chose Demi Technology, where Serena works. I'm not making this up, am I? I didn't expect Brandon even knew about this. Brandon saw I was stumped, and said smugly, you had Derek come, wanting to say I was with Serena before. So what? That's my private matter. Director Sterling and I only have an employer-employee relationship. Director Sterling probably doesn't care who I was with before. As for you, everyone present, who doesn't know you used to be Serena's lapdog? He knew things had come to this point. He and Victoria Sterling were probably hopeless. But even so, he had to drag me down with him. He didn't believe Celeste would still stay with me. After hearing all this, I sat beside Celeste, smiled, and said to Brandon, Director Sterling did so much for you. In your eyes, it's just an employer-employee relationship? I thought you two had a great relationship before. Wherever she went, she brought you along. For you, she even taught my father a lesson. Brandon looked at Victoria Sterling beside him, saw her sitting there without saying anything. He gritted his teeth and said to me, don't change the subject. After this is over, I'll leave Director Sterling's company on my own. But Nathan, do you dare say that between you and Serena now, there's not even a bit of feelings? I didn't hesitate at all. Of course not. I only went to Dami Technology for a few days. It's one of the companies my father invested in. Before going, I didn't even know Serena was there. If my interning at a company my father invested in was because of Serena, then I'd rather stay home every day and never go out at all. Brandon stared at me, somewhat angry, especially when I openly said, Serena's company was invested in by my father. A feeling of jealousy welled up from deep inside. I continued, but it also reminds me. I was wondering why I kept running into Serena wherever I interned. Do you think Serena might have deliberately stayed at Demai Technology to attract my attention? Brandon looked at me. What are you saying? Or maybe I should just fire Serena. I'll tell my father right now. I said this and picked up my phone. Brandon said, you're really heartless. No matter what, Serena was your classmate. She worked so hard to get a good job, yet you're firing her. When she joined the company, she didn't even know your father had invested in it. Demai wasn't this big back then. Serena joined early, dedicated to the company, even participated in designing many products. And now you say, fire her, just like that. I looked at Brandon. You have no relationship with Serena. Why are you so worried? Even speaking up for her. Didn't you say I like Serena? I'm not even anxious. Why are you anxious? Brandon couldn't contain his anger. He naturally didn't want to see anything actually happen to Serena. This side with Victoria Sterling was probably hopeless. But Serena, her future was bright right now. Even if things didn't work out on this side, he still had a fallback on the other side. If I really fired Serena, how would he and Serena survive? Seeing him not speaking, I said, everyone has seen it now. Serena and I have no relationship whatsoever now. As for Brandon, he says he doesn't have a good relationship with Serena. But actually, the two of them are clearly still involved. Saying this, I remembered something. Mrs. Thornton looked at me. What is it? I said, back when we were still at school, I'd already stopped associating with Serena. Everyone knew. Serena wasn't some rich young lady, but my family's driver's daughter. Brandon then pretended to break up with Serena and told Serena to approach me. Mrs. Thornton looked at Brandon in disbelief. There was such a thing? If he was with Serena, yet encouraged Serena to approach me, then the nature of this was too malicious. Brandon clenched his fists. I didn't. I looked at Brandon, wanting to see how much longer he could pretend. Are you sure you didn't? Brandon said, no. However, as soon as Brandon finished denying it, I opened my phone and played a recording. It was the conversation between Brandon and Serena, in the Grove back then. Brandon said, Serena, are you planning to ignore me from now on? Serena replied, didn't you tell me to stay by Nathan's side? And told me not to make him angry. If I get too close to you, what if he gets angry? Brandon said, it's my fault. Serena was confused. Then why did you call me here now? Brandon said, I just missed you a little. Telling you to stay by Nathan's side was just hoping you'd have a good life. I thought I could control my emotions. Turns out I can't. Do you still remember what I said to you before? Brandon continued, from now on, we'll only contact each other by phone. Before graduation, we're just ordinary friends. After the college entrance exam, I'll still wait for you. Can you trust me? The recording ended. Brandon's behavior before and after. Everyone heard clearly. He told Serena to approach me. Serena didn't want to. He even got angry. Just listening to the recording, the others couldn't believe. These words came from Brandon. Derek looked at Brandon, simply couldn't believe. He considered this kind of person a friend. No wonder back then for a while. You weren't even angry seeing Serena with Nathan. When I stepped in for you, you even stopped me. You saw they had money, right? Saw that as long as Serena was with him, I'd bring out money for you two to use. He'd always thought Brandon was the male god in his heart. Didn't expect he was actually this kind of person. Wanting this and wanting that. He'd originally thought I was garbage. Now he actually felt a bit sorry for me. Brandon looked at me. Didn't expect I actually had a recording, and had held on to it until now before bringing it out, before he could think of what to say. Diana couldn't help but scold. Really thick-skinned. Seeing someone has money, and wanting to team up to cheat them out of it. You wanted to spend his money, while secretly dating behind his back. In my past life, they really did do this. It's just that back then, no one knew about this. Instead, I became the one everyone ganged up on. Everyone said I was Serena's lapdog, and in the end, even cheated on Serena. Truly deserved it. While Brandon became the vice president of Crane Group, that was clearly my father's company. Brandon used his relationship with Serena to worm his way in, and thought he was so great. I looked at Mrs. Thornton. Mrs. Thornton, Brandon is this kind of person. If I didn't have this recording, he'd probably still be denying it for half the day. The truth is, I knew early on that he and Serena were setting me up, so I have no relationship with them anymore. When I ran into him at the hot spring resort before, I didn't say anything, because I was giving Director Sterling face. But how did he treat me after that? He made up stories about me and Serena, trying to drive a wedge between me and Celeste, trying to ruin our engagement. Clearly, he was the one pushing people too far. And your younger sister, Director Sterling, sitting here, deliberately gave my father trouble because of him. Knowing my father's health isn't good, yet still making him drink so much. This matter, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Mrs. Thornton looked at Victoria Sterling. I told you long ago, told you to stay away from him. This kind of man? For just one, Brandon. You offended Nathan, Victoria Sterling said. I didn't expect all this. Thought he was just with Serena. After all, they've already broken up. Celeste sat beside and said to Victoria Sterling, Director Sterling, quite the temper, even daring to bully my people. Besides, when I was in Lakewood, Uncle Crane took care of me a lot. You dare touch him, do you think I don't exist? Back then, after her mother jumped from the building, her father was devastated for a long time. It was my mother who brought her to the Crane house, let her eat and sleep together with me. Later brought her to Lakewood. Only then did she live with my uncle. This matter was clearly Victoria Sterling's fault. She opened her mouth to apologize. I'll fire Brandon. I'll also go apologize to Mr. Crane. Young Master Crane, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I really went too far, Celeste said. Since you're so sincere, I'll give you a chance. Bring the stuff in. As soon as Celeste finished speaking, several people carried in several cases of white liquor. Celeste had the servants take out all the liquor. Glasses were also arranged. All water glasses, all filled with white liquor. An ordinary person will be done after 2 glasses. Now there were this many arranged. Celeste calmly said to Victoria Sterling, Don't you like drinking? Drink up, I'll sit with you. Victoria Sterling looked at those bottles of liquor, realized Celeste was serious about this. Celeste, isn't this too much? Celeste laughed coldly. Director Sterling won't give me face? You think because I was in Lakewood for so long, I have no say in the Thornton house? Or do you think I'm not part of the Thornton family? You're looking down on me? She was clearly several years younger than her. But sitting in front of her, Victoria Sterling really felt the pressure. She admitted she'd underestimated Celeste before. Now young yet more and more like her father. I wouldn't dare look down on you, Celeste said, then drink. Today you won't leave until these bottles are finished. After she finished speaking, Diana and the others came up. Poured liquor for Victoria Sterling, she wouldn't drink. Diana directly took action. Director Sterling, you're really looking down on our sister. Last night, Victoria Sterling had targeted Richard Crane like that. I sat on the sofa, watching this scene. Not happy at all. Only felt it was funny inside. Last night, Victoria Sterling had been high and mighty, tormenting others. And now she'd become the one being tormented. Celeste sat beside me, not caring how they were playing around. Her gaze fell on me. Sorry, Nathan. I raised my eyebrows. Why apologize? Celeste said, if I'd been here yesterday, this wouldn't have happened. I said, it wasn't your doing. Besides, your sister also, for your sake, came to help me. Celeste sat beside me, said, later after she finishes drinking, I'll go back with you to visit Uncle Crane. I gave Victoria Sterling had drunk quite a lot, clearly couldn't take any more. Mrs. Thornton saw they were still forcing her to drink, was really afraid she'd drink herself to death. She walked over. Celeste, she's already drunk a lot. Let her go. Celeste didn't even look at Mrs. Thornton. If you're worried, why not help her drink together? Normally, Celeste was very easy to talk to. But now, even if it was Mrs. Thornton speaking, she didn't give any face. Mrs. Thornton was worried sick, but afraid they'd cause a death in the house, and afraid something would happen to her sister. Had no choice but to call Alexander Thornton. It was nearly evening, when Alexander Thornton finally returned from outside. Mrs. Thornton rushed to greet him. Alexander, you're finally back. Look at them. Victoria Sterling had long since drunk herself unconscious. Alexander Thornton walked over and sat down beside them. What's going on? Mrs. Thornton told Alexander Thornton the story. Alexander Thornton finished listening, looked at Victoria Sterling, and said to Celeste, since she's drunk this much already, let her go. Consider it giving me some face. Celeste sat beside me, as if she didn't hear Alexander Thornton's words. Alexander Thornton looked at me. Nathan, talk to her. I guarantee you, there won't be anything like this again. If anyone gives your father trouble, I'll be the first to punish them. Your father has been kind to Celeste. I remember it all. Alexander Thornton also knew, in his daughter's matters, the Crane family had helped a lot. Celeste had special feelings for the Crane family. This was also the reason he'd never opposed Celeste being with me. Actually, many people would think, with my family background, marrying the Thornton family's daughter was marrying up. With Celeste's conditions, She could totally find someone better. But he knew, if he couldn't even fulfill this one wish of Celeste's, then the bond between him and his daughter would probably be completely gone. I thought Victoria Sterling looked pathetic enough, felt satisfied inside. If they continued, who knows, someone might actually die. I looked at Celeste. I have no objections. What about you? Celeste said. Since Nathan has no objections, then let it be. Mrs. Thornton heard this. Quickly had them stop. Diana also had people release Victoria Sterling. Mrs. Thornton had someone quickly take Victoria Sterling to the hospital. Really afraid she'd die. Alexander Thornton said to Mrs. Thornton, that Brandon, tell your sister not to associate with him anymore. Also call Victoria Sterling less to the house from now on. I don't want to see her. Mrs. Thornton nodded. Okay. She looked at Alexander Thornton's calm expression. Although she'd been by Alexander Thornton's side for so many years, seeing this cold, emotionless look, Mrs. Thornton still couldn't help but shiver. Everyone left the Thornton house. The car was waiting at the door. Celeste and I went to the Crane house to visit my father. Brandon looked at Mrs. Thornton. Mrs. Thornton, may I go to the hospital to visit Director Sterling? Mrs. Thornton looked at Brandon. Haven't you harmed her enough? The woman who'd been gentle before, now her eyes had turned completely cold. Originally thought her sister had just hired an assistant. She liked to play around. Mrs. Thornton didn't think anything of it. But now this man had nearly killed Victoria Sterling. Mrs. Thornton really couldn't be polite to Brandon. If you appear before her again, I won't let you off. After saying this, she instructed the person beside her, call Yitung's company. Also from now on, I don't want to see him appear at any company, under the Sterling family's group. Yes, Mrs. Thornton. Mrs. Thornton directly had people throw Brandon out of the Thornton house. I sat in the car. Celeste leaned against me. I looked at her. Why are you leaning on me? Celeste said, afraid you'll run away. I stroked the top of her head. Out of nowhere. Why would I run? Celeste looked up at me. If today's matter wasn't handled well, would you still be with me? I answered, didn't hesitate at all. No. Although I really liked Celeste. But no one was more important than my father. Celeste heard me speak. Looked aggrieved. I knew it. I said, knew what? Celeste pouted. You're always ready to leave me. She was the kind of person who could be abandoned at any time. So in front of me, she had to be careful about everything. I laughed. Not at all. I just felt, if we're in New York getting bullied, why not hide somewhere far away? If I can't beat them, can't I at least run from you? Rather than suffering in the Thornton house, why not follow me back to Lakewood? Anyway, if you're at my house, I won't let anyone bully you. Looking at her delicate eyes, I couldn't help but say, but Celeste, you're too good. You weren't even afraid that doing this would offend your father and aunt. Celeste didn't think. You full bread. Offending them was any big deal. If being with you means letting you suffer, then I don't have to go back to this house. The Thornton house meant nothing to her anyway. It was because before, her father had said, telling her to stay in Lakewood until she was 18. After she became an adult, she had to return to the Thornton house. She had no choice but to return. I held her hand. You're so good to me. How should I reward you? Celeste looked at me. No need. I curved my lips. Who said no need? Need. How about we go get a room? The driver slammed the brakes. Celeste was caught off guard and fell into my arms. Celeste was a bit awkward. Don't talk nonsense. I laughed again. What nonsense? You don't dare? Celeste ignored me. She sat beside me. A hint of red on her face. It's really hot. The driver took us home. Richard Crane was sitting on the sofa. He'd rested for a day, now looked much better. Celeste greeted politely, Uncle Crane. Richard Crane said, Celeste, have a seat. I walked over and sat down beside my father. Dad, are you feeling better? Celeste said she was worried and came to visit you. Richard, Crane said, I'm much better. Just haven't drunk that much in a long time. A bit not used to it. I'm fine now. Don't scare Celeste. Speaking of which, Victoria Sterling drank even more than you did last night today. Was directly carried to the hospital. I told him about how Celeste had gotten revenge for him. Briefly, Richard Crane looked at Celeste. This child. No matter what, she's still your elder. You did that. Won't your father be angry? Celeste said, it's fine. I couldn't just watch. Uncle Crane being bullied. Richard Crane didn't want to cause trouble for her. Could only say, I wasn't bullied. Doing business requires socializing. Before, I used to drink with people until I threw up. It's normal. Your father won't be angry at you, right? She'd just returned to the Thornton house. Now there's also a younger sister and stepmother. Don't let this affect her relationship with her father. Celeste said, no, he won't be angry. I told my father what Alexander Thornton had said. Richard Crane felt more at ease hearing this. That's good then. I was a bit curious, Dad. Why did Celeste's father say, "You've been kind to Celeste"? How come I don't know about this? As soon as I finished speaking, I felt Celeste looking at me. Her eyes were very complex, seemed to even have some reproach. Richard Crane looked at me with a careless expression. Back then, Celeste stayed at our house for a while. Don't you remember? I was puzzled. Did she? Richard Crane said. It's probably because you were still young then. Later you got sick and it burned your brain. It's normal not to remember. Some people have memories from when they were 2 or 3. Some people can't remember even at 5 or 6. Clearly Celeste was the former type. I was the latter. I really couldn't remember that I'd once lived with Celeste. Also because after my mother passed, my father was afraid I'd be sad, so he put away all the old photos. Richard Crane had Charles go get the photo album. I sat beside looking through the album. There really were photos of Celeste and me together. She was beautiful even as a child. Big eyes. Snowball was still a puppy back then. In the photo there was me, my parents, and Celeste, a family of 4. Celeste was clearly still young, but had no expression at all, looking at me in the photo with a very strange gaze. Richard Crane looked at me. Remember now? I nodded. Seems like there was such a thing. Richard Crane continued. After your mother passed, you were sick for a while. To keep you from thinking about her, I didn't let Celeste come anymore. Later when Celeste came, you wouldn't play with her either. I looked at Celeste. Really? Celeste said seriously, it's fine. I'm used to it. She watched me not remember her, completely treating her like a relative's friend. She'd been quiet back then, and rarely took initiative in front of me, afraid of making me remember the sad matter of my mother's passing. Didn't expect in the end to see me chasing after Serena, appearing before her, looking at me with eyes full of disgust, as if I were something dirty. Even upon hearing there was an engagement with me, she resisted unbearably. I looked at Celeste. Although her face was very calm. Why do I feel like you're angry? Celeste said blandly. Not angry. I just have a cold face. If I hadn't seen that when she smiled, she was happier than anyone. I would have believed her words. She really was angry. After dinner, Richard Crane went to rest. Celeste and I sat in the living room. She sat beside me, focused on watching TV. I peeled a likey for her. Eat this. Celeste said proudly. No need. I coaxed. It's delicious. I'm feeding it to your mouth. Want it? Don't be angry anymore. Ever since mentioning the old matters, she'd been angry until now without saying a word to me. Celeste stared at the TV. Eat it yourself. I said, if you don't eat it, I'll kiss you. Hearing me speak, she followed my hand and bit the lychee. I was speechless. What do you mean? Are you that afraid of me kissing you? Celeste looked at me. You don't remember me. You don't remember Snowball either. I heard every time you'd stay away from Snowball. Celeste knew I definitely couldn't remember the old matters. Probably wouldn't be able to remember later either. Those memories were very distant to me. People only forget memories that aren't important to them. Like everything related to me, she'd never forgotten. Yet I'd forgotten everything, proving that in my heart she didn't matter. I didn't expect her to dig up old matters here. If I'd known, I wouldn't have asked about those things in front of my father. To coax her, I spoke up. Actually, I've already remembered a little. Celeste said softly. Then tell me. What do you remember? Seeing me not speaking, Celeste immediately understood. Liar. Her eyes looked at me with great disappointment. I put my feet up on the sofa, wrapped my arm around her shoulders. In this world, only I dared to be this casual in front of her. I looked at her fingers, thinking again of my past life. From beginning to end, I'd never known my relationship with Celeste. So she'd been holding on to those childhood memories, waiting for me all this time, thinking about how I couldn't remember anything, and in the end when she wanted to take me away, I'd said such hurtful things. How sad she must have been then. Fortunately, I got a do-over. Celeste saw me fall silent. If you're sleepy, go to sleep first. I said, not sleepy, thinking about the old days. I feel a bit sorry toward you. She heard my voice held some grievance. Celeste had just been ignoring me, now leaned against my chest. Comforting, I was just joking with you. Not angry at you. Although I was the careless one, the one afraid of losing, was always Celeste. Clearly they were almost the same age. But how could she be so mature? I looked at her. I treated you so badly. Yet you're still with me. Are you an angel? Celeste heard me speak, raised her head and kissed my lips. Having you is enough. Brandon's belongings were thrown out of the dormitory. He took his things and returned to Serena's place. Serena had just gotten back from the company. Seeing him sitting in the hallway, she was a bit surprised. Why are you here? Brandon's eyes reddened. I got fired, Serena said. Didn't you say things were going well? Now you're even bringing all your luggage back. remembering when he'd moved out before, looking so happy. She'd thought his job was stable. Brandon looked aggrieved. Serena, I have nowhere else to go. I feel like I can't take it anymore, Serena replied. Didn't you say your boss really valued you? Brandon said angrily. It's Nathan. He knows my boss. So he found a way to get me fired. I really don't understand. Does he have to see me dead before he'll let go? He was so upset. Serena got angry too. Has he gone crazy? Really won't give people a way to live, Brandon said. I didn't expect him to hate me so much. Serena defended him, helped him carry his things in. Come in, Brandon. Sat down on the sofa. Serena looked at him. Why is he targeting you like this, Brandon? Lowered his head. He found out about that year when I told you to approach him. So he's been holding a grudge. Plus he has a recording from when we were in the Grove. When I told you to wait until after graduation to be together, he heard everything back then. Mentioning this matter, Serena also frowned. So Nathan had known back then. No wonder later, no matter what she did, he didn't care about her at all. His eyes looking at her became increasingly cold. She said, even so, he doesn't need to target you like this, right? Originally, she'd had a good impression of me when they met again, but didn't expect I'd bully Brandon like this. Hearing Richard Crane was sick, she used the excuse of visiting to come to the Crane house. Richard Crane had watched her grow up. I was also quite polite to her. Last time Serena came, Richard Crane wasn't home. I directly kicked her out. Today when she came, Richard Crane happened to be home. I'd just finished getting dressed in my room. When Aunt Jo came to call me, I went downstairs, saw Serena sitting with my father. Seeing Serena had come, I mocked. I kicked you out last time, yet you still have the nerve to come, Serena said. Why did you have people fire Brandon? I didn't expect she'd come because of Brandon. You really care about him? Didn't you say before he'd blocked you? And you weren't in contact anymore? How come you two are still together now? Serena saw my coldness. Couldn't help but soften her voice. Nathan, can you not be like this? These past years haven't been easy for him. He looked for so many jobs. All got sabotaged by Lucas G. Finally got a job, and you won't let him go. What if you push him to death? We're all classmates. Must you completely destroy him? I sat down, looked at Serena. If I wanted to completely destroy him, would you and Brandon have today? But since you say that now, I'll grant your wish. I've already told Mr. Who. Told him to fire you. He's already agreed. Serena didn't care that Richard Crane was right beside them. Directly teared up. Why? Are you sick? Her job had been so hard to get, and I said fire her, just like that. I said, didn't you just say I'm completely destroying him? When you lose your job? That together with Brandon will be complete destruction. Don't know what Brandon had told her. She came looking for trouble early in the morning, standing up for Brandon. With that effort, why didn't she worry about herself? Since she couldn't reason with me, Serena directly placed her hopes on Richard Crane. Uncle Crane, look at him. These past years I haven't provoked him. Haven't done anything wrong to him either. Last time I saw him at the company, I was also very polite, yet now he's firing me. Richard Crane looked at me, frowning. Nathan, can't this be discussed? I said, Dad, she works at Demai. I went to Demai for my internship. Brandon even said I went there because of her. If I don't fire her, should I fire myself? Serena's face darkened. Brandon couldn't have said that. I laughed lightly. So you mean I'm framing him? My father saw her like this, and I remembered back in school how Serena protected Brandon. I have no problem with Brandon looking for work, but he went and sowed discord in front of his boss, telling the boss to give my father trouble, making my father end up in the hospital. Can I forgive him? Serena was stunned. You're saying Brandon made Uncle Crane end up in the hospital? Nathan, I know you don't like him, but you don't need to smear him like this. I laughed coldly. I'm smearing him? I knew. My father had actually always been soft-hearted toward Serena. So many times it wasn't convenient for me to go too far. Lest my father think I was unreasonable. Dad, when you were having dinner with Victoria Sterling, was Brandon with her? At the time, I wanted to take you away. He was there mocking for half the day. Richard Crane suddenly understood. The one with Victoria Sterling was Brandon? I said he looked familiar, but couldn't remember who he was. I said blandly, who else could it be? Richard Crane said, I even thought he was Victoria Sterling's boyfriend. Last time Celeste's father invited us to the hot springs, he was with Victoria Sterling. Then he went to dinner with Victoria Sterling. Victoria Sterling was really good to him, even gave me trouble because of him. After saying this, I looked at Serena. Serena, I don't care what my relationship with you is. Anyway, I've seen your true character long ago. I've also accepted that you don't care about me. But don't forget, when you were in school, my father subsidized you a lot. How he treated you, you know in your heart. Now Brandon made my father end up in the hospital. You come to visit my father, yet you're here speaking up for the person who hurt him. Serena explained, there must be a misunderstanding here. Brandon couldn't be like that. I said, whether he is or not, go ask him yourself. Thanks to him, Victoria Sterling is still lying in a hospital. If he wants to go back to a company under the Sterling family in the future, it's probably impossible. The person he offended wasn't me. Now only you treat him like a treasure. Still speaking up for him. Stupid. Serena thought about Brandon, especially when I mentioned him and Victoria Sterling. She directly left the Crane house. Richard Crane watched her retreating figure, turned back to look at me. Did you really tell Mr. Hu to fire her? I nodded. Yes, I heard back then when she went to Damai. You introduced her. Mentioning this matter, Richard Crane sighed. At that time, she was working part-time every day. Mr. Hu's company happened to need people. I connected them. No matter what, she was quite hardworking. Mr. Hu also quite liked her. Is it good for you to fire her now? I was unhappy, Dad. I don't care where she goes. But don't help her anymore in the future. I won't be happy. Don't you know I don't like Serena? Uncle still thinks I have a relationship with her. If you keep doing this, Celeste won't be happy. Seeing me bring up Celeste, Richard Crane smiled somewhat helplessly. All right. Anyway, she's grown up now. Let her find her own job. Serena left the Crane house. Didn't go to the company. Went directly to her apartment. Still downstairs. She opened her phone and searched Victoria Sterling. 30 years old, still quite beautiful. Especially she was very rich now. Compared to her own income immediately seemed insignificant. Brandon had only worked a few days, yet had already gone everywhere with that woman. Saying the two had no relationship, she didn't believe it one bit. She went upstairs, pushed the bedroom door open hard. Brandon had just come out of the bathroom. Seeing Serena, Island say, he looked at her with surprise. Aren't you supposed to be at work? Why are you back? Serena stared at him. Were you with Victoria Sterling? Brandon froze upon hearing this. Looked at Serena. Who told you that? Serena said, don't worry about that. Brandon was a bit surprised. It was Nathan, right? You went to the Crane house? Serena said coldly. You even teamed up with her to put Uncle Crane in the hospital. Uncle Crane has always been good to me. When you were still in school, you also received his scholarship. Now you do something like this. Do you have any conscience? Brandon didn't expect Serena to come back and scold him so harshly. He moved his lips. I was forced. Someone like Victoria Sterling, I had no right to speak in front of her. Serena, I'm just an employee, a newcomer who just started. Serena frowned. A newcomer? I heard you even went to a hot spring resort with her. Brandon said, but nothing happened between us. Really, nothing. Serena laughed coldly. I don't believe you. You followed a woman to soak in hot springs and say nothing happened. Lately when I asked you, you wouldn't tell the truth either. She'd even naively thought Brandon was going to work every day. Didn't expect he'd only worked a few days and caused so much trouble. Brandon looked at Serena. You don't believe me? Serena said blandly. I think you hit a dead end, so you came back to find me. If you could latch onto a rich woman, there'd be nothing else, right? Remembering how he'd told her before to get close to Nathan, using feelings to cheat him out of money. Brandon had always been this practical. Now that he'd found a better woman, it was normal. Brandon said, if you think of me that way, I don't know what to say. Serena's face was cold. Move out of my place. I don't want to see you. You make me feel disgusted. Last night she'd still felt sorry for him. Now seeing him, she wanted to explode. Brandon stood in place, looking at her cold appearance. Serena took his things and stuffed them into a suitcase, planning to kick both him and his things out. Just then, her phone rang. It was the company calling. Serena looked at her phone and answered, then said to Brandon, I'm going to the company first. We'll discuss this when I get back. She arrived at the company. Mr. Hu told her about the termination, just as I'd said. I wanted to fire her. I had great abilities now, and really did have this power. Seeing Serena fall silent, Mr. Hu said, back then I had nothing. It was the Crane family who invested in me. They helped me a lot. I have no choice now. But I have a friend whose company needs people. I can introduce you. Serena directly refused Mr. Hu. No need. Mr. Hu looked at her. Why? Serena said, since Mr. Hu chooses the Crane family, then we have nothing more to say. From now on, I won't associate with any company related to the Crane family. With her qualifications, was she afraid she couldn't find a job? Now countless people were fighting to hire her. Mr. Hu saw her arrogant attitude and didn't say anything more. After leaving the company, Serena went home. Brandon was still there. He was cleaning the apartment. Serena entered, stood at the door watching Brandon for a while. Brandon looked at her. You back? Not going to work today? Serena walked over. He'd just come back and had already cleaned the apartment spotless. After that, Serena stayed home looking for jobs. In the afternoon, Ethan Chow came directly to my house. I was preparing to pack up and go out. Celeste said she'd take me flying. I could go for a drive myself. But going for a fly, I'd never tried. Ethan Chow sat beside me. Heard Celeste caused a scene at the Thornton house. I laughed. You even know about this? Ethan Chow said, Victoria Sterling is still in the hospital. Mrs. Thornton is very worried. My father even went to the hospital to visit her. Because of his good relationship with Mrs. Thornton, and being close to Mrs. Thornton, Chow Ju-yuan was doing quite well in New York. I said, Uncle is the one close to the Thornton family. Yet every day he won't let me be with Celeste. Last time he almost ruined my engagement with Celeste. Ethan Chow said, he's also worried about you. But Celeste really has guts. She even dared to argue with her father. Didn't expect her to be so good to you. My father used to be annoyed just hearing her name, but this time he didn't say anything. Ethan Chow had seen everything in New York. But Celeste's favoritism toward me was truly one of a kind. I said, she really is very good to me. So don't talk nonsense next time. Ethan Chow continued, I want to go flying too. I nodded. Then come along. One more person won't matter. Ethan Chow sighed. But I'm not free. Later I have to go have dinner with the Xie family. The Xie family? Seeing me staring. Ethan Chow coughed. Her family wants to meet me. We're having dinner together tonight. You're back with Xie Lin again? You clearly already broke up before. Ethan Chow said to me, Nathan, why do you hate her so much? Last time she argued with me, it's true. But afterward, her apology attitude was really good. Xie Lin's looks are to my taste. And she's good to me. My father also likes the Xie family's conditions. If I'm not with her, I can't find anyone better. Besides, she's a top student. Always had good grades and was well behaved. Anyway, I'm leaving first. Won't bother your date with Celeste anymore. After saying this, he ran outside. I stood by the window, saw Xie Lin come to pick him up. Really looked like a perfect girlfriend. If I didn't know the ending for my past life, I probably would have thought. Xie Lin really was a pretty good person. On the way to the flight base, Celeste wore sunglasses while driving. I sat beside looking pensive. She looked at me, asked, what are you thinking about? I replied, thinking about Ethan Chow. He's back with Xie Lin, but I can't tell Ethan Chow. That person will kill him in the future. If he marries Xie Lin, he won't have a good ending. If I said that, Ethan Chow would just think I was cursing him. Things that haven't happened, in other people's eyes, are all nonsense. Celeste said, why do you hate Xie Lin so much? Logically, you have no connection with her. I came to New York with her. Other than Xie Lin being Ethan Chow's girlfriend, I couldn't have any grudge with Xie Lin. I said to Celeste, what if I said I dreamed that after Ethan Chow married her, his life became very bad? With my dreams, Celeste had already witnessed several times. She no longer doubted. I said, do you know what kind of person that Xie Lin is? Celeste said, I don't understand, but I can help you investigate. Arriving at the flight base, the plane was already prepared for Celeste. I sat in the passenger seat looking at Celeste. Do you really know how to fly? Celeste looked at me. If you're interested, I can teach you too. When I got off the plane, I squatted down beside it, a bit dizzy. Celeste walked over and looked at me. Feeling better? I waved my hand. Better now. She helped me stand up. If you feel unwell, we won't come again next time. I said, it's fine. I found it quite interesting. Let's come again next time. Celeste, being with you always feels like I can learn anything. I never even dared to think I'd get to watch you fly a plane in person. By the time we returned from the flight base, it was evening. Victoria Sterling came. Just released from the hospital. She specifically came to apologize to Richard Crane. Different from her usual arrogant appearance, now she looked quite haggard. Seeing us appear here, I mocked, why is Director Sterling here? Victoria Sterling said, I offended Mr. Crane before. So, I came to apologize. Richard Crane looked at Victoria Sterling, looking even more miserable than himself. He waved his hand, it's fine. It was all a small matter. It was my honor to dine with Director Sterling. Victoria Sterling said, not at all, not at all. She looked at Celeste beside me, without saying a word, her face still very relaxed, as if the person who'd tormented her until she was barely breathing yesterday wasn't her. Victoria Sterling continued, before, I was blind and offended Mr. Crane. She'd originally thought no matter how important I was to Celeste, it wouldn't be enough for Celeste to go all out against her. But the truth was, Celeste not only protected me, but also went all out against her for my father. I said blandly, Director Sterling, if your health isn't good, hurry back and rest. Looking at you like this, I'm very worried. You won't die at my house, will you? Victoria Sterling looked at me, a hint of curiosity on her face. Your assistant, Daniel, doesn't follow you around now? Seeing her looking half dead, yet still concerned about Daniel, I said directly, he already has a girlfriend. Victoria Sterling was silent for a few seconds, then said, it's not like I'm looking for him to date. Well, I'll take my leave today. The result was going out and running right into Daniel at the door. He'd come to talk to me about some matters. Victoria Sterling saw him, Mr. Dow. Daniel looked at Victoria Sterling's appearance, completely different from that day at the hospital. At the hospital back then, she looked so high and mighty. Now she looked absolutely wretched, only missing a wheelchair. Daniel said politely, Director Sterling. Victoria Sterling said, when you have time, come visit my company. I'd like to talk with Mr. Tao. Daniel said, sorry, I'm not free. Victoria Sterling continued, Mr. Dow, would you consider switching to my company? Daniel directly refused, not considering. My current job is quite good. Victoria Sterling said, is that so? What a pity. But if you ever consider it, any time is fine. I sat on the sofa. Daniel came in from outside, walked up to me. I just ran into Victoria Sterling at the door. I looked at Daniel. She came to apologize to my father. Daniel continued, she wants to poach me to her company. I was puzzled. What does she want to poach you for? Daniel said to me, probably because of the stock trading. The stocks we bought before made quite a lot. He handed over a tablet. I looked at the data on it, very satisfied with the results. Daniel said, in Lakewood, the housing prices in the north area have been rising quite fast. Everyone knows about the land young master has. Quite a few people are asking if young master wants to sell those pieces of land I'd exchanged from midnight before. Nobody had valued that location back then, because it really was too desolate. However, the government was now starting to develop the north. All kinds of transportation were also developing fast. The northern land immediately became hot. I waved my hand, not selling. I planned to develop it myself. Daniel looked at me, all right. When he first started following me, he couldn't understand many of my ideas. Sometimes he even suspected I was a rich young master, with too much money and nowhere to spend it, randomly wasting it. The result was, after a few years, facts proved my vision was very far-reaching. Now whatever I said, Daniel no longer doubted. After the two of us finished discussing work matters, Celeste walked over, looked at me. What are you talking about so happily? I smiled. Is there anything you want to eat? My treat. Celeste looked at me. Now? Not eating at home? In my past life, I'd been muddle-headed revolving around Serena. This life, I just wanted to make money, only to discover making money was much more fun than chasing girls. Thinking back to the old days, feeling like I couldn't live without Serena. I really couldn't have been more stupid. I went upstairs, asked Richard Crane if he wanted to go eat together. Richard Crane declined. So, I went out with Celeste. Do you want to invite your sisters to come along? Celeste looked at me. Directly refused. No need. I said, just the two of us eating, we can't eat that much. Celeste looked at me. Want to look at their figures again? That was so long ago. How does she still remember? In the restaurant, I texted Ethan Chow. How was dinner today? Ethan Chow replied, pretty good. They want me and Cia Lin to set the wedding date soon. If nothing unexpected happens, it'll be next month. I typed back, that fast? Ethan Chow replied immediately, she's a bit older than me. Someone with her family background? At her age, most are already married. Because from the very beginning, parents arrange well-matched marriages. Well-matched marriages. I used to hate hearing these words the most. Always felt I should live my own way. Only in the end did I discover my own choices weren't as good as my father's arrangements. Celeste finished grilling the meat and placed it in front of me. I really was a bit hungry. Celeste and I, the two of us, didn't leave until past 10 p.m. Celeste held my hand, and we walked to get the car. Before getting in, Celeste said, tonight, come straight to my place. I looked at her. Okay. No need to drop me off and make another trip. Seeing me agree so readily, Celeste said, you agree to whatever I say. Aren't you on guard against me? I said, on guard against what? You're so beautiful, shouldn't you be the one on guard? Celeste looked at me helplessly. We went back to her new place. The servants had already gone to rest by this time. I followed Celeste upstairs. She got slippers and clothes for me. I was puzzled. Your place even has my clothes? She smiled, prepared in advance, in case you came over. Go take a shower. I put on the slippers and went to the bathroom. The last time I shared a room with Celeste seemed to be when my father had his accident. In the blink of an eye, it was already years ago. I finished showering, dried my hair before coming out. I wasn't polite with her either. Directly lay down on Celeste's bed. As for me lying beside her, Celeste was no longer unfamiliar with it. Having just showered, I couldn't sleep. I leaned against her holding my phone, browsing social media. Happened to see Diana showing off photos of her figure. I sighed. Should have invited her to eat with us. Celeste heard me speak, turned over to look at my phone. Saw it was Diana's social media. Her gaze shifted from the phone to my face. Then she leaned over and kissed my face. I'm right beside you. Yet you're looking at other people. I raised my head to look at her. I just happened to scroll past it. Thought her figure was quite nice. Celeste said, if you like it so much, why don't you touch me? After saying this, she took my hand and placed it on her body. I looked at her in surprise. Celeste blushed. How does it feel? It would have been better if she hadn't asked. As soon as she asked, my face also turned red. I coughed once, said to Celeste, it's okay. I withdrew my hand. Having lived 2 lives, the scene before me still made me involuntarily nervous. Celeste looked at me. Just okay? I was flustered. Let's sleep. Wanted to pull up the blanket, but found her hand was pressing on it. Saw Celeste looking at me. Having just showered, she was only wearing a simple nightgown, yet it made people's hearts skip a beat. Celeste didn't give me a chance to escape. She leaned in, her kiss falling on my lips. The first night sleeping at Celeste's place felt pretty good, although, in the end, nothing happened between us. But our relationship immediately became much more intimate. In the morning when I woke up, Celeste was no longer beside me. She was very disciplined. Every morning she went to exercise. Even when staying at the Crane house before, she didn't skip. I picked up my phone, saw Ethan Chow had texted me. They invited me next month to attend this internet conference. Come with me. I replied with a question mark. Ethan Chow replied immediately. Why are you up so early? Don't you usually wake up pretty late? I replied, different bed. So, I woke up early. Ethan Chow asked, didn't you go home? Where did you go? I replied, at Celeste's place. Ethan Chow replied immediately, you slept with her? How was it? I lay on the bed, typed back, I don't want to tell you. This is between me and her. Ethan Chow replied immediately, what kind of relationship is this? Bros are forever. Women are outsiders sooner or later. I replied, then break up with Xiailin. Don't marry her. Ethan Chow took a while. Before sending a message, come to my house for lunch. Come over now. I crawled up to get ready. Celeste was already back. Seeing I was already up, she hugged me from behind. Good morning. Usually a cold woman, now looked especially gentle. I found she was a bit like a cat. Usually cold and aloof, but when gentle, extremely warm, making people's hearts want to melt. I said, you're up so early, makes me seem very lazy. Hearing me speak, Celeste laughed. I said, what are you laughing at? You also think I'm very lazy, right? Celeste shook her head. I'm not criticizing you. I asked, I'm going to my cousin's house later. Do you want to come along? To my invitation. Celeste was very happy. I want to go, but I have something to do later. I nodded. Got it. At noon, I arrived at the Chow house right on time. The living room was filled with many gift boxes. Ethan Chow was wearing an expensive suit. Traces of happiness could be seen on his face. It was clear he really enjoyed being with Xiailin. Before going out, Celeste had shown me information about Xiailin. Actually, she was excellent in every way. Since childhood, she'd been a good, hard-working student. Everyone said she was an outstanding student. Completely couldn't find any fault. It was very normal for my cousin to choose her. Ethan Chow couldn't not like such a woman. I sat down on the sofa. Ethan Chow finished up and came back to see me, asked, you're here? I nodded. Yeah. Are these all gifts to send to the Xie family? Ethan Chow sat down, thinking about the engagement soon. I'm a bit excited. He noticed the ring on my hand. Celeste gave it to you? I nodded. Yeah. Ethan Chow said, look how happy you are. But she really is good to you. I asked, do you really want to marry Xiailin? What about me? I just finished speaking, when Xiaolin's voice rang out. I looked up and saw Xiailin walking over. She was wearing a kipao, sat down beside Ethan Chow, holding his arm. Ethan Chow said to me, she happens to be here. Let's eat together. No matter what. She'll be your sister-in-law from now on. He thought I hated Xiailin so much. It might be because I didn't understand Xiailin, so why not have us eat together? Maybe I'd stop opposing Xiailin. Seeing Xiailin just made me feel uncomfortable all over. I stood up, going to the bathroom. When I came out, I saw Ethan Chow standing at the door looking at me. Ethan Chow was a bit unhappy. Nathan, what are you doing? Deliberately making things awkward for me? If I treated Celeste like this, would you be happy? Seeing Ethan Chow was unhappy. I walked over and stopped him. I didn't. I just felt a bit nervous seeing her. Ethan Chow snorted. What are you nervous about? She hasn't done anything to you. My father used to target Celeste, and you weren't happy either. How do you think Xie Lin feels when you're like this? I said to Ethan Chow. Okay, I understand. Don't be angry anymore, cousin. Looking at Ethan Chow's expression, he'd already decided to marry Xie Lin. I also knew that stopping him now really was a bit absurd. If I couldn't give a reason, he definitely wouldn't accept it. Ethan Chow saw my attitude was acceptable and didn't say anything more. Returning to the living room, Xie Lin had even prepared a gift for me. I accepted it. Arriving back home, Diana was sprawled on the sofa, with no ladylike posture whatsoever. Seeing me come in, she immediately sat up straight. Brother-in-law. I looked at her. Why are you here? Diana said, Sister Ta called me over. She said she wouldn't be here. Told me to come see if you need any help. If there's anything, just tell me. I asked, how's Derek doing? Diana said, him? I told him to go back to Lakewood. He won't go. Just insists on staying in New York? I said, what's he staying here for? Diana replied, rented an apartment. I think he still seems to hate Brandon. I can't be bothered to deal with him. Hearing about Brandon, I asked, what's Brandon doing? Diana replied, that day he was kicked out. He moves back to Serena's place. Now living with Serena. Plus, it seems like Serena is pregnant. Pregnant? Hearing this news, I looked at Diana with some surprise. Brandon's child? Diana said, probably. Serena and him went to the OBGYN together. They used to work part-time together, had been living together. After Brandon found a new job, he moved out. If this hadn't happened, Serena would probably still be getting cheated on. I'd originally thought that Serena, knowing about Brandon and Victoria Sterling, would probably care a lot. But then Serena got pregnant, Diana said. Serena quit her job now. She's probably really wanting to find work, but she probably can't find a job in this industry. I looked at Diana with some surprise. Why? Diana smiled and leaned in, whispered, Sister 2 already instructed. Won't let any company hire her. I was puzzled. When did she instruct that? How come I didn't know? Diana said, don't tell her I told you. She hates it most when people talk about her. Serena submitted her resume because she had outstanding achievements at Demai Technology. So everyone was quite interested in her. However, for some unknown reason, even though she went to interviews, she never got hired in the end. This went on continuously for half a month, and she was getting somewhat broken down. She came home. Brandon had already cooked a table full of food waiting for her. Seeing her return, he stepped forward and kissed her face. You're back. There wasn't a trace of happiness on Serena's face. She just gave an, Brandon looked at her. Why have you been coming home so early lately? Didn't your old company always have overtime? Serena sat down. I quit a long time ago. Hearing this, Brandon's hand ladling soup froze. Quit? When did this happen? Serena said. The day you moved back. I've been looking for work lately. She'd been full of confidence at first. Now she'd completely lost confidence because she suddenly discovered, even with such outstanding achievements, without connections, not a single person wanted to hire her. Brandon followed and sat down. So you mean, up until now you still haven't found a job? Serena looked at him, nodded. Yeah. Brandon said, why didn't you tell me earlier? Serena was a bit irritated. Tell you what, would it help if I told you? Would a job just appear in front of me? Seeing she was angry, Brandon said, I didn't mean it that way. I just didn't know. Didn't expect Nathan would really fire you. Remembering when we were at the Thornton house, I'd said I would fire Serena. Brandon had thought I was just saying it for fun. Didn't expect I could really be this ruthless. Serena laughed self-mockingly. Yeah. Not only was I fired, now none of those people want me. They clearly had a good impression of me every time she felt like she'd be hired, but they always ended up hiring someone else.